User prefers translations to be direct and simple, using emotional language and words easily understood by all levels of readers. Chapter 1, Golden Finger, Bloodline Purification Ability. In Classroom 3 of the senior year, there was a tension and expectation so thick, it almost felt real. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Lee's voice echoed on the podium, but few could truly pay attention to it. Students, stay calm. No matter whether the awakening is successful or not, you are all the future pillars of the Federation. Zhang Hao, sitting by the window, felt his palms slightly sweating. He was a transmigrator. When he first came to this blue star, he thought he could live leisurely by relying on his previous life's entertainment works and just copy things. But after he learned more about this world, all those small thoughts completely vanished. Thousands of years ago, the sky-piercing tower descended, and Blue Star underwent a great change. Some humans gained the ability to awaken and became contractors, capable of forming contracts and controlling beasts. With that, countless secret realms kept appearing, merging with the land of this world, making it vast and dangerous. Through struggles and adjustments, humans established the Federation, which had 36 districts. Today was the day that would decide their fate, the annual Awakening Day. All senior year students, in order, board the vehicles to the sub-tower. The broadcast sounded like a horn for a charge. Almost 400 students boarded the silent, floating public rune vehicles, heading towards the core of District 15. Outside the windows, towering buildings stood, rune lights flowed between them, and occasionally, contractors rode different types of battle pets across the sky, causing the students inside the vehicle to gasp in awe. Zhang Hao also looked out the window, his eyes filled with longing. That was the world he yearned for, not the mundane life of both his past and present lives. He didn't have a system, which had once left him frustrated. So, he placed all his hopes on theoretical knowledge, and his textbooks were nearly worn out from constant study. The floating vehicle stopped in front of an incredibly grand and shocking tower. This was not the legendary sky-piercing tower in District 1, but a replica created by the Federation using countless resources to connect to the main tower and perform functions like the awakening. Even so, the tower radiated an ancient, vast aura, enough to make everyone feel awestruck. Form a line and enter one by one. No talking. The staff's voice was cold and efficient. The line slowly advanced. Students continuously walked out from the awakening rooms inside the tower, some ecstatic, some expressionless, and many crying uncontrollably. Success and failure were clearly divided in this moment. Finally, it was Zhang Hao's turn. He took a deep breath and entered the room filled with soft light. Stand in the center of the light ring. A mechanical voice instructed. He obeyed and stood still. In the next moment, a brilliant light enveloped him, and a warm energy surged towards his mind. Tension, expectation, fear, all kinds of emotions intertwined. It has to succeed. It has to succeed, he silently shouted in his heart. It seemed like only an instant, but also like a long time. Just as he felt the energy was about to fade away. Buzz. He clearly saw in his sea of consciousness, a small, entirely white miniature tower slowly taking shape, floating quietly. I did it! I've become a contractor. A massive joy overwhelmed his nervousness, and he barely restrained himself from shouting out loud. According to theoretical knowledge, this was the Contractor's Tower in its initial form, and it would gain color as his soul level grew. It said that the Federation's strongest Contractor's Tower has 7 colors of brilliance. He focused and tried to communicate with the tower. An information panel, visible only to him, appeared. Zhang Hao. Contractor's Tower. Realm, none. Soul quality, ordinary. Soul realm, lower ordinary. Source refining furnace. Bloodline purification. 1. Evolution points. 1. Absorb all energy-containing resources for recycling, converting them into evolution points. 2. Purify bloodline. Currently can consume a certain amount of evolution points to purify the bloodline of battle pets with greater than or equal to 5% purity. Battle pet, none. Cultivation realms, Stardust realm, Starwheel realm, Star Core realm, Star River realm, Star Cloud realm. Soul realm, mortal, spirit, mystic, saint, Tao, god. Looking at the panel, Zhang Hao couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The 2 glaring mortal words really hit his mindset. Soul quality, mortal, this is the worst aptitude, meaning his soul realm cultivation speed in the future would be outrageously slow. And soul realm determines the number of contracted battle pets and how closely they are linked. As expected, without a system in this world, my aptitude is still at rock bottom. He laughed bitterly. But the next moment, his eyes fixed on the bloodline purification function of the origin refining furnace below, and his heart started uncontrollably pounding. He dared to swear with all his theoretical knowledge that no normal contract master panel would have this feature. It was clearly taught in class that an ordinary panel only shows soul-related attributes and contracted battle pet information. Absorb resources, transform into evolution points, purify bloodline. Zhang Hao's breath quickened. He knew very well the significance of bloodline in the contract master system. The qualification of battle pets affects the speed of cultivation, while bloodline directly determines their potential and upper limit. High bloodlines not only mean smaller bottlenecks when breaking through major realms but also the awakening of bloodline skills, which are far more powerful than ordinary skills. This is a divine grade talent that can alter fate. Bang! 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 A knock on the door sounded, and a staff member's impatient voice came from outside. "Student inside, if you're done, hurry up, there are others waiting." Zhang Hao took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress the almost overflowing joy, adjusted his expression, and opened the door. The staff member outside saw his smile and waved casually, not surprised. "Did you succeed? Go register over there." The class teacher, Mr. Li, was at the registration desk. Upon seeing Zhang Hao, he smiled. "Zhang Hao, did you succeed? Good, good. For every successful student, his bonus and achievements would look even better." "Soul quality?" Mr. Li asked as part of the routine. "Mortal." Zhang Hao answered calmly. Mr. Li continued writing, his tone gentle as he reassured him. "Mortal is very normal. The vast majority of contract masters start like this, don't be discouraged. You've been registered, and the school will issue a 50,000 federal coins startup bonus to all successful students in a few days." "Thank you, teacher." Zhang Hao sincerely thanked him. 50,000 federal coins. In a world where ordinary people earn only 5 to 6,000 a month, this was definitely a huge sum. The path of a contract master requires massive resources at every step, and this 50,000 would be his first bucket of gold to set sail. Walking out of the Tower of the Heavens, Zhang Hao looked at the blue sky and the bustling crowd. He felt like the entire world had changed. The fog ahead seemed to be cleared away by an invisible hand. So what if my aptitude is poor? With bloodline purification, even if it's a mortal bloodline battle pet, I can purify it into spirit blood, royal blood, or even higher. The floating bus drove back to Vanguard High School in a complex and indescribable atmosphere. On the bus, joy from success mixed with tears from failure, painting the truest picture of life. Zhang Hao leaned by the window, his palm still seeming to hold the faint warmth from when the contract tower had condensed. His plans for the future grew ever clearer. As the bus stopped, parents waiting at the school gate immediately became restless. Zhang Hao quickly spotted his parents in the crowd, his father, Zhang Dashan, wearing faded work clothes, and his mother, Su Mei, standing on tiptoe looking around, holding his younger sister, Zhang Meng, who was under 2 years old and looked as delicate as a porcelain doll. "Dad, Mom." Zhang Hao squeezed through the crowd and reached his family. His parents had a remarkable understanding and didn't immediately ask about the awakening result. His mother, Su Mei, simply reached out to adjust his collar and softly said, "You must be tired. I've made your favorite braised pork for you when we get home." Little sister Zhang Meng waved her chubby little hand and, in a babyish voice, mimicked, "Brother, eat meat." A warm current instantly swept away the last trace of gloom in Zhang Hao's heart caused by his ordinary talent. He laughed heartily, picked up his little sister, and affectionately rubbed his cheek against her soft little face. Then he turned to look at his parents, his voice loud and filled with pride as he declared, "Dad, Mom, I've awakened successfully. From now on, I'm also a contract master." Zhang Dashan's shoulder slightly trembled. Su Mei was first stunned, then her eyes reddened, but she couldn't help but smile, repeatedly saying, "Good, good. I knew my son would succeed." Returning to the not-so-spacious but incredibly cozy home, the aroma of food had already filled the air. Mother was busy reheating the dishes, while Father Zhang Dashan pulled out a bottle of old liquor, carefully stored for many years, with a slightly yellowed label. He solemnly poured a small cup for Zhang Hao. "Xiao Hao." Zhang Dashan raised his cup, his dark face filled with undeniable pride and seriousness. "You've awakened successfully, and both your mom and I, from the bottom of our hearts, are truly happy for you." He set down the cup and pulled out a bank card from his shirt pocket, pushing it in front of Zhang Hao. "This card contains the 400,000 we've saved over the years. Originally, it was meant for you to buy a house and get married in the future, but now since you've become a contract master, take it. Use this money to train your battle beast. This is all I can do for you." Zhang Hao looked at the thin card, feeling it weighed 1,000 pounds. His parents were just ordinary workers in a factory. This 400,000 was their entire savings, gathered through years of frugality, countless sacrifices, and sweat. They still had to raise him and his sister. "Dad, Mom." Zhang Hao's throat tightened. He took a deep breath, raised the cup, and downed it in one go. The burning sensation surged from his throat to his heart, and it dried the moisture in his eyes. "This money is a loan from me. Don't worry, I'll make something of myself. In the future, you and my sister, just wait for your good days." "Good. My son has ambition." Zhang Dashan patted his son's shoulder with strength, his eyes reddening slightly. Su Mei, while serving a large piece of braised pork to her son, also served dishes to her husband and daughter, her face radiating with a satisfied happiness. The school worked quickly, and by the next morning, the 50,000 federal credits startup bonus had already been deposited into Zhang Hao's account. Looking at the total balance displayed on his personal terminal as 450,000 federal credits, Zhang Hao felt a heavy sense of responsibility. This amount of money seemed substantial enough to purchase a battle pet with the spiritual blood lineage on the market. But Zhang Hao knew all too well that the path of a contract master consumed resources like a bottomless pit. The 450,000 might not last even 1 or 2 months if used for purchasing growth resources. If it were all used to buy a battle pet, future training would be tight. Besides, he had already secured a spot in the worst of the 4 local universities. Though the school was average, it had one advantage: it offered new students the chance to select their initial battle pet for free. The next day, Zhang Hao arrived at the school's battle pet cultivation room with the group. The cultivation room was fairly large, with rows of temperature-controlled incubators containing all sorts of battle pet eggs. According to the teaching assistant, these eggs were about to hatch and were being given to new students as gifts. Of course, free gifts weren't likely to be high quality. Zhang Hao carefully scanned the room, noticing that the labels mostly read Water Arrow Turtle, Strong Dog, Speedy Shadow Cat, all with bloodlines marked as ordinary. Occasionally, there was an egg labeled possibly contains spiritual blood, but those had already been reserved by sharp-eyed or well-connected students. Although his golden finger, bloodline purification, was powerful, the prerequisite was that the battle pet must have at least 5% hidden advanced bloodline. For these pure ordinary bloodline pet eggs, he couldn't even determine the purification direction, and the risk was too great. Once contracted, if he wasn't satisfied and wanted to break the contract, it would cause damage to his soul, which was extremely troublesome. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Hao found the old teacher leading the group and said, "Teacher, can I go see the battle pets that have already hatched?" The old teacher was stunned, pushing up his glasses. It was clearly the first time he had heard such a request. "Student, the battle pets that hatch and aren't selected are usually sent to the battle beast shop for sale. Some of the lower quality ones will stay inside to be processed." His words were polite, but the phrase internal processing hinted at the pet's fate, either slaughtered for materials or used as food for other battle pets. At that moment, several well-dressed students nearby overheard and immediately laughed mockingly. "Oh, what's this? You want to pick a bargain from a pile of rejects? What a fantasy! If there were any treasures, would they still be available for you? A common soul, matched with a defective battle pet, that's a perfect match. Ha ha!" The mocking voices were endless. The lead teacher frowned, but seeing Zhang Hao's determined gaze, unaffected by the ridicule, he sighed and said, "All right, come with me. It's fine to take a look." They arrived at a small room nearby. It was dimly lit, and only 5 or 6 battle pets were listlessly staying in their cages. Sure enough, some were missing legs or had broken horns, while others were obviously deformed and spiritually drained. Only one water spirit monkey stood out, its body covered in light blue fur, its figure a little awkward. It looked fairly complete, but its movements were slower than the others, and its eyes seemed a bit dull. As Zhang Hao's gaze passed over this water spirit monkey, the contract tower in his consciousness moved slightly, and a message appeared. Battle Pet, Water Spirit Monkey. Realm, Stardust Early Stage. Qualification, Excellent. Bloodline, Common Water Spirit Monkey, 14%, King Level 6 Armed Frost Gold King, 6%. Skills, Water Wave, Normal. Bloodline, Common, Spirit, King, Emperor, Saint. Qualification, Common, Excellent, Elite, Leader, Monarch, Legend. Skills, Normal, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Legend, Epic, Myth. Zhang Hao's heart surged with excitement. As expected, the water spirit monkey's slow movements and seemingly foolish appearance were not due to inherent defects but because it secretly carried the powerful, king-level, bloodline. The 6% bloodline of the 6-armed Frost Gold King was too weak to manifest, yet it subtly affected the monkey's essence, suppressing its natural water spirit monkey traits, which made it appear so out of place. Teacher, Zhang Hao fought to suppress his excitement, pointing to the water spirit monkey. His voice was calm but firm. "I want it." The old teacher was stunned again. He carefully examined the seemingly not-so-smart water spirit monkey and kindly reminded him, "Zhang Hao, you must be sure. This water spirit monkey is slow to react, and the breeding room assessed its potential as low. If you choose it, the school's 50,000 federal credits for hatching subsidies will be lost." The students who had followed to watch the show burst into laughter. He really picked it. "Ha, this fool really chose the fool monkey. I wouldn't take it even if it were free, and he's treating it like a treasure." Facing all the doubts and mockery, Zhang Hao merely smiled slightly. His gaze never left the promising water spirit monkey. "I'm sure, I want it." His tone was calm, yet it carried an undeniable determination. As for the 50,000 federal credits, He paused, adding a sentence in his heart that no one could hear, a mere 50,000 federal credits? To exchange for a battle pet with a king-level bloodline? This is the most worthwhile deal since the establishment of the Federation. I'll do without it. Back in his small yet safe room, Zhang Hao took a deep breath to calm his excited emotions. He focused his mind, and with his palm up, a tiny treasure tower, entirely glowing white and only 3 inches high, appeared. It slowly rotated, emitting a faint light. Come out, partner. With a flash of light, the water spirit monkey, which others saw as slow and foolish, appeared on the floor. It still looked silly, sitting on the floor, blinking its eyes in confusion. Its blue fur seemed a little dull. But when Zhang Hao looked at it, there was no trace of disdain in his eyes. There is only the scorching heat, like treating a rare treasure. Don't rush, very soon, you'll surprise everyone. He took out his personal terminal and quickly opened the pre-selected Order 8 top-tier first-grade beast crystal cores. Almost as soon as the order was placed, the unique buzzing sound of an unmanned delivery drone came from outside the window. In this highly developed world, the efficiency of delivering extraordinary goods within the same city is incredibly high. Looking at the 8 ornate boxes in his hands, each containing a crystal core that sparkled like a colored gem, Zhang Hao's heart bled, yet his resolve was unwavering. 240,000 Federation coins, half of his parents' life savings plus his bonus, vanished in an instant. Investing in myself, investing in the future, this is the most worthwhile thing, he murmured, almost as if cheering himself on. He had already tested it before. A single low-grade first-grade crystal core was worth 5,000 Federation coins, yielding 10 evolution points, a very low cost-effectiveness. But the top-tier first-grade crystal core, though priced at 30,000 Federation coins each, contained far purer and more powerful energy. According to the feedback from his golden finger, one could provide approximately 100 evolution points. 8 of them would be exactly enough to gather 800 points. And these 800 points were the key threshold to purify the 6-armed Frost King Kong bloodline from 6% to 10%, entering the awakening period. Source refining furnace, recycle. He communicated with the tower in his consciousness sea. Immediately, the 8 crystal cores in his hands lost their luster at a visible speed, and with a puff, they turned into a small pile of grayish-white dust. At the same time, the information from the contract tower showed the evolution points rapidly fluctuating, finally settling at 830, including the remaining 30 points from the previous test. It's here. Zhang Hao held his breath, pressing his hand on the water spirit ape's head, concentrating his thoughts. Purify bloodline target, 6-armed Frost King Kong. Boom! The 800 evolution points instantly evaporated, transforming into an invisible yet massive wave of energy that surged into the water spirit ape's body. Woo! The water spirit ape let out a low growl, both pained and relieved, as intense blue light exploded around its body. Its body swelled and lengthened like being blown by the wind and the light. Originally just over 1 foot tall, it rapidly grew to over 2 feet, about 70 centimeters, becoming more upright and robust. Its originally pale blue fur now shimmered like sapphire, strands of white cold air uncontrollably seeped from its pores, swirling around its body, and the room's temperature plummeted a few degrees. The most obvious change was its eyes. The previous confusion and sluggishness completely disappeared, replaced by a clarity, agility, and even a hint of coldness that belonged to a king of ice and snow. As the light faded, a magnificent, cold-spirited new battle pet appeared before his eyes. It walked affectionately to Zhang Hao's side, rubbing its now broad and solid shoulder gently against his hand, emitting a submissive woo from its throat. Through their contract connection, Zhang Hao could clearly feel its dependence and joy. Zhang Hao fought to suppress the urge to howl with excitement and immediately checked its new status panel. Battle Pet, Water Spirit Ape. Realm, Mid-Stardust. Talent, Excellent. Bloodline, Ordinary Water Spirit Ape, 14%, King Level 6-Armed Frost King Kong, 10%. Skills. Water Wave, Basic. Roar, Bronze emits an intimidating roar, briefly increasing its own strength and momentum. Frost Fist, Bronze Bloodline skill draws on the power of the Frost Bloodline, with the fist edge carrying intense cold air, dealing both physical and freezing damage. Great. So great. Zhang Hao excitedly punched the air. This step was truly the right one. Though his savings had been halved in an instant, the rewards were truly astounding. Not only had its realm broken through to mid-stardust, but it had also directly learned 2 powerful skills. Roar is a very useful buff and control skill. And this Frost Fist? Zhang Hao's eyes burned with passion, no wonder it's a bloodline skill. Although it's only bronze level, its power will definitely far exceed that of a normal skill of the same level, due to its connection to the Frost bloodline. He affectionately rubbed the cold and hard head of his battle pet. From now on, you shall be called Little King Kong. One day, you will become a true 6-armed Frost King Kong, shaking the heavens and earth. Little King Kong seemed to understand, letting out a low and powerful roar. His fist clenched, and a thin layer of frost instantly formed on it. After some affectionate interaction and familiarizing with his new power, Zhang Hao returned little King Kong to the contract tower for nurturing. He sat cross-legged on the bed, ready to begin practicing the basic contract mage meditation method. This world does not only have the contract mage path to the extraordinary. There are also martial artists who refine their bodies, sorcerers who research elemental energy, and more. But why does the contract mage path dominate so completely? Textbook knowledge echoed in his mind. Other paths are uncertain, requiring personal exploration with limited potential. But the contract mage has the heavenly tower guiding them, arriving thousands of years ago, and the path is clear and complete. More importantly, the contract mage cultivation system minimizes reliance on one's own aptitude. Its core is in feedback. As long as the contracted battle pet is strong enough and numerous enough, the energy feedback from the pet's growth, and the energy cycle during training, will naturally drive the growth of the contract mage's own strength. In theory, even with poor aptitude, as long as the contracted pet is powerful enough, one can still be forcibly turned into a strong person. Of course, there are limits. The soul realm determines the number of battle pets one can contract, and the quality of the soul affects the speed of soul realm cultivation. But this still leaves a gap. Whether it's soul quality or the pet's bloodline and aptitude, they can all be improved with heaven's treasures and earthly gems. This is a world full of infinite possibilities. Zhang Hao's heart burned with ambition, and I have the key to turn possibility into inevitability. He closed his eyes, following the meditation method, guiding the faint energy within his body, while also feeling the presence of little King Kong in the contract tower. A trace of coldness came through the contract link. Although faint, it was incredibly real, enhancing his power. Wuhan University is located at the foot of Wuhan Mountain in District 15, surrounded by green trees, with buildings that blend ancient styles with modern magical symbols. As the lowest-ranked university among the four in this district, it may seem somewhat inferior from the outside, but to every new student who steps in, it is already a solid springboard to the extraordinary world. Zhang Hao stood in the classroom of Class 19, looking around. This year, about 3,000 new students enrolled in Wuhan University, and the entire District 15 had over 1 million eligible young people. With an awakening probability as low as 5%, standing here made him one of the lucky few. "Class, please settle down." A gentle voice sounded. At the podium stood a slightly plump, smiling bald teacher. He rubbed his shiny forehead and said cheerfully, "Hello everyone, my name is Yuan, and I will be your class teacher for the next year. I will also be one of your guides on the contract mage path. I hope we can get along well this year." He didn't waste time with extra pleasantries and immediately got to the point. "Now, let's do the first thing. A few days ago, you all received your initial battle pets. Now, submit the basic information of your pets, race, current realm, and aptitude through your personal terminal to the class backend." He paused and explained. "Remember, only these 3 pieces of information are needed. The school backend has a professional analysis team that will, based on your pet's race and aptitude, plan the most effective and economical training strategies for you. Of course, these plans are just references, the final decision is up to you." A buzzing sound immediately filled the room as many students began operating their terminals, their faces showing pride. Obviously very confident about his battle pet, Zhang Hao calmly submitted the information for little King Kong, registered as Water Spirit Monkey, feeling completely at ease inside. He didn't need the school's analysis team, he had a much better planner. After all, which planner could directly help him refine the bloodline concentration? Alright, the second matter, Teacher Zhu Wen's voice rose a little. "Regarding the school's benefits and the duties you need to bear. I'm sure you all studied this in high school history. During university, the Federation and the government will pour resources into training you, but rights and obligations go hand in hand." His gaze swept across the room, his tone becoming serious. "You will need to sign a contract. The core of it is only 2 points. First, during your time at school, you must enter the Heavenly Tower as much as possible to challenge secret realms, improve yourself, and contribute to conquering the secret realms. Second, if the Federation needs to mobilize you for war, you must not refuse without cause." The classroom was silent, with no one making a sound. This was a well-known rule. There are only 36 districts left in the Human Federation, and Blue Star is growing increasingly dangerous due to the merging of secret realms. Preventing secret realms from merging into reality is the innate responsibility of every contract master. Enjoy resources, bear responsibility, it's only right. Virtual contract light screens popped up in front of each student. Zhang Hao quickly scanned through, the terms clear and no different from what Zhu Wen had said. Without hesitation, he signed his name with his mind. This contract wasn't just a restriction, it was a pass to greater power. "Very good," Teacher Zhu Wen nodded in satisfaction, a smile reappearing on his face. "Now, let's talk about the benefits you're most concerned with. University training is tiered. In the first 2 years, the focus is on cultivation, learning theory, and clearing the tower. In the last 2 years, the focus shifts to real-life hunting and team missions. As for resources, the base training fund is 100,000 Federation coins per month. The first contracted battle pet earns an additional 50,000. That means, for most of you here, your fixed monthly income is 150,000. A low murmur of surprise spread through the crowd. For many students from ordinary families, this was a huge amount of money. And it doesn't stop there. Shuwen extended his chubby finger. Every time your battle pet breaks through a small realm, there's a one-time reward. Also, every time your contract master level increases, your base training fund will rise significantly from the initial 100,000. The better you perform, the more free resources you'll receive. In addition, the internal ranking on the school's arena, end-of-term assessments, various bounty tasks, there are plenty of ways to earn resources. In short, here, if you have skills, resources will be plentiful. If not, then it's better to accept reality and safely graduate to find a job. These words were blunt, but they instantly sparked the fighting spirit in many hearts. Seeing the atmosphere become more lively, Zhuwen shifted gears, rubbing his bald head and wearing a "I knew this already" expression. The third matter. I've noticed many of you looking pale, your breaths shallow. Has anyone been unable to resist and secretly tried to cultivate the basic contract master meditation method? Some even drank energy potions, and now they're feeling the discomfort of swollen meridians and pain? These words were like cold water being splashed into boiling oil. Many students immediately lowered their heads in shame. Some even subconsciously rubbed their stomachs or chests, looking distressed. Chapter 4: The Correct Way to Cultivate. Zhang Hao's heart stirred. He had also tried cultivating, and the speed was painfully slow, almost like a turtle crawling. If it weren't for the cold energy feedback from Little King Kong, he'd hardly feel any progress. Fortunately, he remembered the warning in the freshman handbook and didn't rashly use any potions. Having enthusiasm for cultivation is a good thing. But you've taken the wrong path. Shu Wen's voice carried a convincing strength. Our human race, thousands of years ago when the world had not yet changed. What allows one to become the supreme ruler of all beings? It is wisdom. And the power that extends from wisdom is the power of the soul. He tapped his temple. The foundation of our contract master's strength lies in the soul. We use the power of the soul to form contracts with the treasure tower, the battle pets, achieving a symbiotic relationship. The contract with battle pets is, in itself, a process of mutual enhancement of abilities. However, he emphasized, why is it that we ourselves cultivate slowly? Why is it difficult for our bodies to directly withstand the violent energy of the heavens and earth? Because through the exploration of past generations, we have discovered that the true shortcut for contract master's cultivation lies in the battle pet's reciprocal nourishment and battle pet's cultivation. Imagine, if a battle pet cultivates, it can double your cultivation speed. What if you have 10? That would be 10 times faster. More importantly, the bodies of demon beasts are naturally superior. Their efficiency in absorbing and refining the violent energy far exceeds our fragile human bodies. So, the most correct and efficient cultivation method is to teach your battle pets how to cultivate. The classroom was in an uproar. Teaching battle pet cultivation? This sounded too abstract. Zhuwen pressed his hand down and continued to explain, the power of the contract can enhance the battle pet's intelligence. Your task is to guide them, teach them how to channel energy, how to cultivate. In the future, you can even obtain powerful cultivation techniques from the heaven-reaching treasure tower that perfectly match your battle pet's attributes, and even align with your own. But the premise is that your battle pet must be intelligent enough to understand and execute. So, I hereby solemnly remind you all, Zhuwen's gaze became serious. Some demon beasts are powerful, but their intelligence is low, like stubborn stones. Contracting them in the early stages will severely slow down your cultivation progress. Unless you specifically need a meat shield or cannon fodder later on, when choosing a partner in the beginning, prioritize species with higher intelligence such as primates, foxes, or birds. His words were like a bolt of lightning, dispelling the fog that had clouded the minds of many new students. Zhang Hao felt enlightened. The theoretical knowledge from high school was merely the skeleton, while what Teacher Zhu taught today was the flesh and blood that brought it to life. So that's it. For contract masters, self-cultivation is ineffective. The key is in nurturing and guiding the battle pet. He realized in his heart, while secretly relieved, Little King Kong is a water spirit monkey, a primate, so its intelligence is already quite high. Now that its bloodline has awakened, its wisdom is even more open. Teaching it to cultivate, perhaps, it really is possible? At this moment, Wuling University's special treatment for students, especially contract masters, was fully revealed. Each student had a separate dormitory, a 2-bedroom apartment, far exceeding the treatment of ordinary cultural students. What Zhang Hao cared most about was the dedicated training room. As soon as he stepped in, he could clearly feel the abundant energy in the air, nearly double the concentration of the energy outside. The energy is enough, but it's a pity. Zhang Hao tried to run the basic contract master meditation technique, and while the energy did flow into his body faster, the sense of stagnation in his meridians and the inefficiency in refining the energy were still there. Teacher was right. The human body is strong in soul and wisdom, but directly refining energy is indeed twice the effort for half the result. The following days were a test of patience and wisdom for Zhang Hao and little King Kong. As the saying goes, teaching adults to focus on learning is not easy, let alone a mischievous monkey by nature. Although little King Kong had its intelligence unlocked due to the contract and had considerable comprehension abilities, the restlessness and impatience ingrained in its nature made it keep its distance from the dull meditation methods. Little King Kong, calm down. Feel the flow of energy. Zhang Hao tirelessly guided again and again, sometimes stern, sometimes luring it with energy-infused spiritual fruits. The process was painful, as little King Kong scratched its ears and cheeks, often getting distracted. But fortunately, it was clever, and in the bond of the contract with its master, it vaguely understood that this was the only way to grow stronger. After several days of adjustment and persistence, it finally, stumblingly, grasped the operation route of the basic meditation method. And when little Vajra first actively operated the technique, feeling the energy refining speed far more efficient and smoother than its instinctive devouring, all resistance disappeared. A desire for powerful strength, inherent to demon beasts, was ignited, and it began to calm down, immersing itself in cultivation with Zhang Hao. It was not until this moment that Zhang Hao truly realized how heaven-defying the battle pet enhancement that the homeroom teacher Zhu Wen mentioned really was. Before, at home, he had practiced alone for 2 days and barely condensed a faint trace of starlight in his dantian. The first major realm for contract masters, Stardust Realm, is to accumulate this starlight power, and the initial standard is to condense 100 points of starlight. But on the first day of cultivating in the school dormitory with little Vajra, he clearly felt a new starlight successfully condensing. 1 point a day. In 100 days, I can break through the early Stardust stage. Zhang Hao calculated in his heart. This speed far exceeded that of ordinary people. But this was far from the limit. The school's logistics analysis team provided a detailed training plan for little Vajra: 1 to 2 bottles of first-tier cultivation energy potion daily, 5 middle-grade water attribute crystal cores per month, plus regular medicinal baths. Without hesitation, Zhang Hao chose the highest specification training. When little Vajra first took the energy potion, it was overwhelmed by the violent medicinal force, baring its teeth in discomfort. But under Zhang Hao's comfort and guidance, it operated the technique and quickly refined the medicinal force, causing its cultivation speed to instantly skyrocket. Through the connection of the contract, Zhang Hao also received this enhancement. He estimated that, in this state, he could condense 3 points of starlight in 2 days. This speed was exactly the excellent standard for the first phase of new students set by the school breakthrough to early Stardust within 70 days. If this was not achieved, the resources for the next month would be reduced, serving as an invisible spur. Zhang Hao knew very well that his speed could be faster. The logistics plan mentioned that if the battle pet's aptitude was sufficient, it was not impossible to digest 2 bottles of potion a day. As for the contract master himself, he could also take potions to assist in cultivation, but the process. It hurts too much. Zhang Hao had tried once, his meridians feeling like they were being pierced with needles, scorched by fire. He could only barely endure and quickly transformed the medicinal power through the high-speed refining effect of cultivating with the battle pet. This was the time to test one's foundation and perseverance. University courses were very flexible. Theoretical classes taught knowledge about demon beasts, their habits, and hunting techniques, which could be self-taught. The important practical classes required the contract master to form basic cooperation with the battle pet, and the master must also reach the early Stardust stage to initially cast spells for self-defense. After all, enemies would not foolishly just attack the battle pet. Resources were consumed like flowing water. Zhang Hao calculated, with the money his parents gave him, plus the reward, he initially had 450,000 Federation credits, spent 240,000 on crystal cores, and had 210,000 left. After entering school, since little Vajra was at the mid-Stardust stage, he received a 60,000 breakthrough reward. Plus, the first month's 150,000 training fund, he suddenly had 420,000 Federation credits in hand. Chapter 5, Training Costs Money, Breakthrough. But the joy brought by this large sum was fleeting, soon replaced by immense pressure. Full-scale training bill, monthly. Little Vajra, 2 bottles/day potion *30 days *1000 is equal to 60,000. Zhang Hao himself, 1 bottle/day potion *30 days *1000 is equal to 30,000. Little Vajra's food, first-tier medium-grade demon beast meat 2 gene/day *30 days *500/gene equals 30,000. Medicinal baths, 1 time/3 days *10 times *3000 is equal to 30,000. Water attribute crystal cores, 5 pieces *15,000 is equal to 75,000. Total monthly expenditure, 225,000 Federation credits. And his first month's fixed income was only 150,000. This meant he had to dip into his savings or quickly find another source of income. This full-scale training method could only be endured and digested by a battle pet with elite aptitude and a royal bloodline like Little Vajra. If it were an ordinary battle pet, it would have been overwhelmed or made slow progress by now. Under the relentless onslaught of high-intensity resources and day and night cultivation, the results are remarkable. Little King Kong's body grew more and more robust, already reaching a height of 3 feet, close to 1 meter, with ice blue fur all over his body, shining slick and smooth, exuding a chilling aura. On the 45th day, in the training room, Zhang Hao's aura trembled as the 100th point of starlight in his dantian solidified and gathered, faintly resonating with other starlights, forming a miniature star cloud vortex. Early stage of stardust achieved. He officially became a contracted master recognized by the Federation. Next month, his fixed cultivation fund would increase to 190,000. In his joy, Zhang Hao did not become complacent. He knew that, compared to the geniuses from top universities, he was still a step behind. The standard for those prodigies was to break through within a month. But his Tao heart was firm. Although his talent was lacking, the path of a contracted master was one that reversed the heavens, strengthening oneself through contracts with battle pets, improving one's talent. Moreover, he possessed the source refining furnace, his ultimate trump card. It is worth mentioning that after consuming 5 water attribute crystal cores, Little King Kong's 6-armed frost giant bloodline actually increased by 1%, reaching 11%. Looks like high-intensity cultivation and resources of the same attribute have a slight effect on bloodline purification, Zhang Hao realized, but compared to the direct purification from the golden finger, the efficiency is lower by at least 100 times. Looking at the remaining 200,000 in his account, a thought rose in his mind. It's time to go and take a look at the secret realm in the Sky Tower. Risks and opportunities coexist. But before that, he needed to go to his homeroom teacher to update his information and unlock the permissions of an official contracted master. In the office, homeroom teacher Zhu Wen looked at the boundary information Zhang Hao submitted, touched his bald head, and couldn't hide his surprise. He was well aware of the financial situation of his students, and Zhang Hao was definitely not from a wealthy family. To contract a battle pet with elite potential was already luck, and to break through in just 45 days. This speed was the best in Class 19. If he can keep up this momentum, my year-end evaluation and bonus, teacher Zhu's mind became lively, and the smile on his face grew even wider. Zhang Hao, congratulations. The school's requirement is 70 days, and you far exceeded the standard. You deserve praise. He quickly completed the registration process, your permissions have been upgraded, and you can log into the school's internal website now. He shifted his tone, now speaking gently as if mentoring a younger student. The website has a lot of good things, such as spell models, which require credits to exchange. You new students haven't participated in assessments, so you have no credits yet. In this case, I'll personally sponsor you with 200 credits as encouragement for your excellent performance. I hope you stay humble and keep up the good work. Thank you, Teacher Zhu. Zhang Hao sincerely thanked him, his heart clear as a mirror. This was the teacher's investment, his displayed potential was the capital. If his future performance didn't live up to expectations, this favoritism would naturally disappear. And the importance of credits was self-evident, they couldn't be bought with Federation coins and were the only hard currency for exchanging rare knowledge, spells, and seeking deep assistance from logistics experts. 200 credits, though not directly convertible to 200,000 Federation coins, were worth far more than 200,000 Federation coins. After receiving the 200 credits sponsored by Teacher Zhu, Zhang Hao gained confidence. He planned to visit the library first, which held the accumulated knowledge of Wuhan University over the years, including valuable materials on battle pet cultivation, spell models, secret realm strategies, and more. Passing through the campus central square, a burst of noise caught his attention. In the southeast corner of the playground, a temporary platform had been set up, surrounded by over 100 students, cheering and gasping occasionally. It's human nature to watch the fun, so Zhang Hao joined in too. On the platform, 2 battle pets were fiercely clashing. One was a snow ferret covered in ice crystals, moving swiftly, the other was a fire lizard, entirely red, spitting scorching flames from its mouth. Ice and fire collided in the center of the platform, creating a large amount of white mist. Bro, what's going on here? Zhang Hao patted a boy in front of him, who was watching with great interest, on the shoulder. The boy didn't look back, speaking quickly as he explained, new here? This is a promotion for the energy boosting potion organized by the second-year seniors. See that banner over there? Zhang Hao followed the direction he pointed and saw a striking promotional sign next to the arena. Challenge the arena, win grand prizes. Rules, pay a 10,000 federal coins registration fee and challenge 3 rounds. First round victory, get your 10,000 coins back. Second round victory, win 50,000 federal coins. Third round victory, win a 300,000 grand prize package. Only open to first-year freshmen. These seniors will send out guard battle pets at the same level as the challengers' battle pets, the boy continued. They say it's to promote their team's energy boosting potion. It's said to increase energy absorption efficiency by 30% during training. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes. 30%? If that's true, this potion could be quite valuable. But there's no such thing as a free lunch. Since these seniors dared to set up this arena, they must be confident that most people will be stopped at the first 2 rounds. While he was thinking, the battle on the stage had already been decided. The weasel skillfully dodged the fire lizard several fiery breaths and landed a precise ice spear thrust on its neck. The fire lizard let out a mournful cry and turned into a flash of light, flying back to its owner's contract tower. Congratulations to this freshman for passing the first round. A senior wearing glasses and a friendly smile walked onto the stage, holding a bottle of light blue potion. Would you like to continue challenging, or claim your 10,000 federal coins and this bottle of energy-boosting potion sample? The victorious freshman hesitated, as this fight had been a bit of a lucky and tough one, and his battle pet had been injured. The rule was to challenge consecutively. Forget it, I'm out. He took back the 10,000 federal coins worth of ticket and got a free bottle of the energy-boosting potion sample. A loud chorus of whistles and cheers erupted from the crowd. At that moment, Zhang Hao spotted a familiar figure in the crowd, Wu Shan from their class 19. This muscular boy was cracking his knuckles, his eyes shining with excitement. First round, the guardian, Senior Lu Yu. The host announced loudly. A girl with a high ponytail, exuding a heroic vibe, leapt onto the stage. She flipped her palm, summoning a peculiar battle pet, a creature that was entirely transparent, shaped like a water pouch, with faint blue liquid flowing inside, topped with a few tender green leaves. Water seed. Zhang Hao quickly matched it in his mental database. Water attribute plant battle pet, good at entangling and controlling, weak against physical defense. Wu Shan also stepped onto the stage. The battle pet he summoned caused a stir. It was a rock giant nearly 1.5 meters tall. Its rough, stone-like skin and fists as big as millstones made the arena tremble slightly with every step it took. Rock giant, earth attribute, strong early-stage combat power, but low intelligence, Zhang Hao silently evaluated. The battle was about to begin. Chapter 6, One Strike to Victory. Wu Shan clearly didn't take the seemingly fragile water seeds seriously. He immediately commanded, Rock Giant, use the giant fist strike. The rock giant let out a deep rumble, charging forward with big steps, its right fist swinging, creating a howling wind. This strike was massive and forceful. If it hit, the water seed would probably disintegrate in an instant. However, Senior Lu Yu remained calm and composed, shouting, Water seed, water flow barrier. The water seed's body suddenly expanded, layers of transparent water curtains surged from its surface, forming a swirling shield in front of it. The rock giant's heavy fist slammed into the water curtain, and its power was gradually absorbed, eventually only splashing up a large amount of water. What exquisite control, someone with a sharp eye gasped from the audience. Wu Shan's expression changed, attack continuously, don't give it a chance to breathe. The rock giant's fists alternated in rapid succession, but each blow felt like it was striking cotton. The water seed retreated with each hit, always maintaining a safe distance. It's my turn. Senior Liu smiled faintly, water seed, entangling touch. The leaves on top of the water seed suddenly elongated, transforming into several blue tendrils covered with suckers, which quickly wrapped around the rock giant's arms and legs. The tendrils secreted a slippery, sticky substance. User is interested in English translations of Chinese stories with a focus on maintaining emotional appeal while using simple vocabulary. The stone giant struggled more and more, getting entangled tighter and tighter. This is bad, the attribute restraint is useless now, someone whispered. Earth restrains water, that's common knowledge, but it's only effective when the force overpowers the opponent, that's when the restraint can work its fullest. The water seed in front of them clearly had reached a refined level of control over water, using softness to overcome hardness, making it hard for the forceful stone giant to use its strength. Wu Shan's forehead was covered in sweat. Break free. Use rock explosion. The stone giant's body started glowing yellow, cracks appeared on its surface, trying to break free with a blast. But Senior Lu Yu was one step faster. It's over. Bronze skill, water prison. All the tendrils simultaneously exerted force, pulling the stone giant hard to the ground. More water surged out from the water seed, forming a transparent water sphere that completely enclosed the stone giant. The stone giant struggled inside the water sphere, but as it couldn't breathe and was under immense water pressure, its movements slowed more and more. 10 seconds later, Wu Shan grit his teeth and surrendered. The water sphere vanished, and the stone giant collapsed to the ground, its surface rocks shattered in many places, turning into flowing light and being absorbed back. Good game, Senior Lu Yu recalled the water seed and nodded at Wu Shan. Wu Shan walked off the stage with a dark face. Not only had he lost the 10,000 registration fee, but his battle pet was also badly injured, and repairing it would be another expense. A senior with glasses stepped onto the stage at the right moment, holding up a bottle of blue potion. Did you all see that, juniors? Battle pets aren't just about attributes and power, it's also about skill and tactics. Our Chi Enhancement Potion doesn't only speed up training, but long-term use can slightly improve a battle pet's energy control precision. He paused and looked at the downcast Wu Shan. This junior stone giant has potential, but the training direction might be a bit off. Over-focusing on power while neglecting control will leave you vulnerable against opponents who are good at using softness to overcome hardness. If you're interested, come to our studio after the event and we'll give you a free basic analysis. Wu Shan's face cleared up a little at those words, and he nodded. Zhang Hao watched everything with clear understanding. The seniors set up this arena not only to promote their products but also to give the freshmen a real-life lesson. You learn only so much from books, but seeing the real effects of attribute restraints and tactical application makes a much deeper impression than theory. Any other juniors want to challenge? The host looked around the crowd. Just a reminder, the defenders of each round will adjust based on the challenger's battle pet realm to ensure a fair fight. I do. Zhang Hao stepped onto the stage, and all eyes turned to him. The recent defeat of Wu Shan was still fresh in everyone's mind, and the freshmen now viewed the seniors' challenges with respect. Are you sure you want to challenge? It's 10,000 Federation coins, and passing isn't easy. The senior in charge of registration pushed up his glasses, his tone a bit dissuasive. Zhang Hao said nothing more, just scan the payment code. The electronic prompt sounded, payment successful, 10,000 Federation coins. Whispers broke out in the crowd below. Another one handing over money. Look at his battle pet water spirit ape? Isn't that the same as Wu Shan's? No, look at the color of that water spirit ape's fur. It's unnaturally blue and giving off a chill. Senior Lu Yu stepped onto the stage again. When she saw the little golden giant summoned by Zhang Hao, a flicker of surprise appeared in her eyes. Mid-Stardust? For a freshman to cultivate a battle pet to mid-Stardust at this time is impressive. She flipped her wrist, and this time summoned a creature that resembled grass roots, with 3 rotating leaves on its head. Leafcutter grass, wood element, mid-Stardust. Be careful, my leafcutter grass specializes in countering power types. Senior Lu Yu kindly reminded. The referee gave the signal, the battle begins. Leafcutter grass, leaf slash. Lu Yu took the first move. The leafcutter grass soared into the air, its 3 leaves spinning rapidly above its head, turning into a green whirlwind that charged straight for the little golden giant. This strike was incredibly fast, and the edges of the rotating leaves glowed faintly with energy light. The strength is enough to cut through ordinary rocks. Someone in the audience gasped, a deadly move from the start. Zhang Hao, however, remained unusually calm. Little King Kong, water wave. Little King Kong growled lowly, clasped his palms together in front of his chest, and then suddenly pushed them forward. A deep blue water wave surged out of thin air, 3 meters wide and about 2 feet high, crashing forward like a real tidal wave. What? A water wave of this scale? A knowledgeable senior widened his eyes. Normally, the water spirit monkey's water wave was just a simple water flow impact. But Little King Kong's strike was almost a small tsunami. Boom! The water wave collided fiercely with the flying leaf whirlwind. The expected standoff didn't happen. The green whirlwind only lasted less than a second before shattering with a loud crash. The leafcutter grass was completely struck by the follow-up water wave, flying backward like a kite with a broken string, slamming heavily into the protective shield at the edge of the arena. Senior Lu Yu's expression changed, leafcutter grass. She quickly checked the status of the battle pet. Fortunately, it was only lightly injured, but it had lost its fighting ability. The whole arena was silent. 1 second? No, less than even a second. A one-hit kill? This is impossible, someone muttered in the audience. Senior Lu Yu's leafcutter grass had been trained for over half a year, how could it? Zhang Hao's expression remained unchanged. Only he knew that in that water wave, a trace of Frost Bloodline's coldness had quietly been infused, greatly amplifying the power compared to ordinary water skills. Moreover, with a crazy buildup of 225,000 resources a month, Little King Kong's energy purity and total amount had long surpassed other battle pets of the same rank. Lu Yu glanced deeply at Zhang Hao, recalling the leafcutter grass. You won. Be careful, the second round won't be so simple. Thank you, senior. Zhang Hao nodded. A senior with glasses stepped onto the stage, his smile somewhat forced. Congratulations, junior. Do you wish to continue challenging? Continue. Chapter 7, The Power of Bloodline Skills is Unleashed. Good. A glint of light flashed in the senior's eyes, the second round's defender, Senior Wang Ming. A tall, thin male student jumped onto the stage, his gaze fixed on Zhang Hao with an assessing look. He summoned a peculiar battle pet. Its main body was a spiked stone ball, yet its surface was entangled with emerald green vines, stone-spiked fruit, with dual attributes of earth and wood, mid-Stardust. The audience erupted in astonishment. What the hell? Dual attributes. Earth counters water, wood can absorb water to grow. How do we fight this? How shameless. It's specifically designed to counter. Zhang Hao furrowed his brow. Attribute counters were indeed troublesome, but he could sense Little King Kong's battle intent. Its ice-blue eyes were coldly staring at the stone-spiked fruit opposite. Battle begin. Stone-spiked fruit, thorn bind. Wang Ming struck first. The vines on the surface of the stone-spiked fruit suddenly stretched out, shooting toward Little King Kong like living creatures. This time, the vines were thicker than the previous water seeds, and had small barbed thorns on them. Little King Kong tried to dodge, but the vines were too fast, and instantly wrapped around its legs. Good. Wang Ming's eyes lit up, rock spikes shoot. The stone-spiked fruit's main body rotated, and the spikes on its surface detached, shooting out in a storm of dozens of stone cones, raining down on the bound Little King Kong. Clink, clink, clink. Little King Kong crossed its arms in front of its body, the stone cones striking its ice-blue fur-covered arms, making a metallic clashing sound. Although it didn't break through its defense, each strike was consuming its energy. This is troublesome. Someone murmured from the audience, it's trapped in just taking hits. Wang Ming's lips curled into a smile. Continue. Drain its energy. Another wave of rock spikes shot out. Little King Kong's defensive posture remained firm, but Zhang Hao could feel its energy quickly depleting. This can't go on. Zhang Hao's mind raced. Little King Kong, roar. Roar. Little King Kong threw its head back and howled to the sky, the surrounding water vapor suddenly turning bone-chilling cold, its fur standing on end. Its arm muscles bulged, and its violent strength erupted. Crack. The thorny vines wrapped around its legs were forcefully torn apart. What? Wang Ming's face changed dramatically. Breaking free from its restraints, Little King Kong charged forward like a runaway wild horse, barreling through the storm of rock spikes. The stone cones hit its body, but they were deflected by a thin layer of frost armor, a natural defensive feature activated by its frost bloodline. Stop it. Quickly use. Wang Ming's words hadn't even finished. The Little King Kong had already charged in front of the stone spike fruit, his right fist coiled with force, delivering a simple and brutal straight punch. Bang! The stone spike fruit was sent flying by this punch, its surface cracked, vine severed, and by the time it hit the ground, it could no longer move. Wang Ming opened his mouth, but in the end, he dejectedly recalled his battle pet. I lost. Silence. A deathly silence. Then, a sudden explosion of astonished exclamations. 2 punches. Just 2 punches. That double attribute counter isn't real, right? That water spirit monkey isn't right. Absolutely something's wrong. A few seniors gathered together, their faces dark. They had already lost twice in a row, and if they lost again, the 300,000 big prize would really be given away. Brother Meng, you go? The senior with glasses looked at the muscular man beside him. We can't lose again. The man, known as Brother Meng, cracked his neck and grinned. Don't worry. He leapt onto the stage, his nearly 2-meter height exuding a strong sense of pressure. When he summoned his battle pet, a collective gasp came from the audience. Giant strength bear. Earth attribute, mid-stardust. Standing at a towering 2.3 meters, this colossal beast had muscles built like rock, paws larger than a human face, and each step it took made the platform tremble slightly. In front of Little King Kong, it was like an adult facing a child. What's the point of fighting this? Attribute counter, size crushing. The seniors can't take this. Student, just give up, it's not embarrassing. Zhang Hao, however, narrowed his eyes. He could feel that Little King Kong was not afraid at all, but rather, full of fighting spirit. Through the connection from the contract, what came through was a strong confidence. I can win. Final round, start. The referee's voice was a bit dry. Giant strength bear, charge and then bite. Brother Ming's command was brief but ruthless. What was shocking was that the giant strength bear actually executed both commands simultaneously. It charged with a speed unmatched by its massive body, and the moment it got close to Little King Kong, it opened its mouth to bite. The two actions were perfectly connected, with almost no gap. It's a perfect coordination. A senior exclaimed, this kind of synergy requires at least a year of training. The huge bloodthirsty mouth descended, a stench of blood filling the air. If it bit down, half of Little King Kong's body would be gone. Zhang Hao's voice, however, was unusually calm. Little King Kong roared to enhance, then Frost Fist. Roar! An even more resonant roar exploded. Little King Kong's body emitted faint blue energy patterns, and a sudden chill surrounded its body, causing a layer of frost to form on the platform. Then, its right fist tightened, a thick layer of ice crystals spreading from its knuckles to its forearm, the biting cold twisting the air. This wasn't ordinary ice, but the power of the bloodline, the Frost Fist. Time seemed to slow down. The giant strength bear's bite was about to land. Little King Kong's ice-covered fist met it head-on. One side had earth-yellow energy wrapped around a fierce giant mouth. The other side had a sharp icy fist surrounded by cold blue energy. Boom! The moment the fist and the mouth collided, frost and earth energy collided violently and annihilated each other. The dazzling light made many people instinctively close their eyes. Then, they saw. The giant strength bear's protective energy shattered like glass. The frost fist punched directly into its chest. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. The massive body of the giant strength bear froze, a clear fist print indented in its chest, and ice crystals rapidly spread over the wound. The blood didn't even have time to flow out before it was frozen. It swayed twice before crashing to the ground. Brother Meng's face turned pale, and he hurriedly recalled his seriously injured giant strength bear into the contract tower. He stared at Zhang Hao deeply, said nothing, and turned to jump off the platform. Dead silence. Then, a thunderous roar of exclamations exploded. Bloodline skill. That's a bloodline skill. My god. Bloodline battle pet, is it spirit blood or royal blood? He's only a freshman. How could he cultivate such a battle pet? That punch just now ice attribute? How could the water spirit monkey have ice attribute skills? It's highly likely that it's from an evolved branch with bloodline power. The senior with glasses walked onto the stage. The smile had become as stiff as a mask. He signaled the staff to lift up a box. Congratulations, classmate Zhang Hao. This is a 300,000 credit gift package, 30 enhancement potions, each worth 10,000 on the market. Zhang Hao opened the box, revealing 30 neatly arranged light blue potions inside. He picked one up to examine it, then glanced at the banner that read 300,000 credit gift package, and understood in his heart. Wordplay. The cost was definitely less than 300,000, but for a new student desperately in need of training resources, it truly had significant appeal. Thank you, senior. Zhang Hao calmly shut the box. The senior leaned closer, lowering his voice. Junior, are you interested in joining our potion research society? With your talent, I will consider it. Zhang Hao politely responded, lifting the box and walking down from the stage. The crowd automatically parted to make a way. In their gazes, there was envy, jealousy, shock, and more often, confusion. How could a new student with a common soul quality nurture a battle pet with bloodline skills? How could he break through 3 challenges, crushing the battle pets carefully prepared by seniors? Zhang Hao paid no attention to those gazes. Holding the potion box, he replayed the battle in his mind. The performance of the little King Kong exceeded expectations, especially that final Frost Fist, which was more powerful than expected. But the exposed problems were also clearly visible: too few skills, a single tactic, completely relying on attributes to crush opponents. If he encountered a rival with bloodline skills and flexible tactics, the outcome was uncertain. I need more skills, more systematic training, Zhang Hao planned in his heart. These potions are just right to accelerate my training. Once I learn some spells, I can attempt the Sky Tower Secret Realm. Chapter 8, Learning Spells. Leaving the bustling playground, Zhang Hao hugged the box of enhancement potions worth 300,000 federal coins, in name, heading straight to the library in the northwest corner of the campus. The library at Wuhan University is a 7-story tower building made entirely of a gray-blue stone that absorbs noise, with faint runes glowing on its surface. This is a hall of knowledge, but also a bottomless pit for credits. As he stepped into the lobby, a special aura combining old books and energy crystals rushed towards him. There were only a few people in the spacious lobby at this time. Most new students were still struggling to break through the Stardust initial stage, unwilling to spend precious credits to come here, not to mention that freshmen might not have credits at all. Zhang Hao walked to the certification light screen at the entrance, aiming his personal terminal at the scanning area. Student, Zhang Hao, freshman, contract master. Current credits, 200. Tip: entering the basic area of the library consumes 0.1 credits per hour. Additional fees for accessing specialized databases will be charged based on material levels. Do you confirm entry? Confirm. Zhang Hao did not hesitate. 0.1 credits deducted, remaining 199.9 credits. Wish you a pleasant study. The light screen spread out like ripples, revealing the vast sea of books behind it. No, to be precise, it was a sea of data. The truly physical books only occupied a minority, while most knowledge was stored in memory crystals embedded within the walls, easily accessed by connecting with a terminal. If I calculate based on 8 hours a day, that's 0.8 credits, equivalent to 800 federal coins. Zhang Hao muttered while walking, but you cannot buy credits with money, that is the key. He first went to the Beast Species database area, locating the water attribute primate category. Connecting his terminal, he paid 0.5 credits for access rights, and a large amount of information about the water spirit ape flooded into his mind. Species: water spirit ape. Common attributes: water. Average adult realm: late first stage, late stardust. Potential limit: late second stage, late star core. Species traits: hydrophilic, moderate strength, above average intelligence. Zhang Hao quickly browsed the known evolutionary branches. 1. Water element ape, spiritual blood. Evolution conditions, long-term exposure to a high concentration of water element environment, consuming water heart grass or other spiritual materials. Features, significantly enhanced water control ability, can learn advanced skills such as water arrow technique and water flow shielding. Recorded case, year 237 of the Federation's history. Success in the cultivation of Contract Master Wang in District 12. Water rock monkey, spirit blood. Evolution conditions, absorb both water and soil attribute resources at the same time, consume earth vein stone milk. Characteristics, significant increase in defense, gained resistance to earth attribute, but decreased movement speed. Recorded case, year 251 of the Federation, experimental cultivation at a certain academy in District 8, now extinct. 6-armed Frost Gold King, royal blood. Evolution conditions, unknown, speculated to require extremely high purity ice attribute heavenly materials and special opportunities. Characteristics, dramatic increase in strength, gained frost attribute, can awaken bloodline skills like Frost Fist and cold ice protection. Recorded case, only exists in ancient texts, no confirmed evolution cases in nearly 300 years. Looking at the last entry, Zhang Hao's lips curl up slightly. No confirmed cases? That's because they cannot directly enhance the bloodline, like myself. As long as the resources are sufficient, the evolution path of my battle pet is smooth and unobstructed. Continuing to scroll down, there is a section about training suggestions. Training direction suggestions for Water Spirit Monkey. 1. Close combat enhancement. This race has a decent power base, suggests to conduct weight training and combat training, which can increase the probability of comprehending physical skills like boxing and charge. 2. Water system specialization. Focus on enhancing water control ability, can improve water system skill power through water pressure training room and vortex environment adaptation methods. 3. Special route. Frost. If the individual has shown tendencies of frost attribute, for turning blue, cold air on the surface, etc., it is suggested. Use cold ice stone to assist in cultivation. Train in a low temperature environment for a long time. Focus on frost attribute skills in battle, which can increase bloodline awakening degree. Note, this route consumes a huge amount of resources and has a very low success rate, please choose cautiously. Zhang Hao noted down these key points. The training direction was similar to what he had thought, close combat, frost. Only when he saw the resource list did he furrow his brows unconsciously. Cold ice stone, first grade superior, each piece priced at 20,000 Federation dollars, suggested to use 5 to 10 pieces per month. Low temperature training room, on-campus rental 300 Federation dollars per hour, long-term training suggested to exceed 2 hours daily. Ice attribute skill training package, logistics department quotation, 300,000 Federation dollars per month, includes exclusive nutrition meals, customized training plans, damage repair. No wonder they say contract masters are money gobblers. Zhang Hao smiled bitterly. At this rate, the money he has won't last even a month. But the good news is, the little gold king is already on the right path. The awakening of the Frost Fist is clear evidence. What he needs to do next is to let it grasp more frost skills as soon as possible and simultaneously improve close combat techniques. Furthermore, the current strength of the little gold king can only be considered first grade middle tier, still unable to devour cold ice stones, so this can be postponed for now. Exiting the beast database, Zhang Hao turned to the Contract Master spell zone. This is the true core of the Contract Master, how to make oneself stronger. On the light screen, categories popped up. Defense class, attack class, support class, control class, special class. Each category further breaks down attributes, from the basic 5 elements to rare attributes, with hundreds of spell models dazzling the eyes. Zhang Hao first clicked on the beginner package recommended by the logistics department for new students. New student suggestion, prioritize mastering 1 defense and 1 attack. Defense recommendation, basic shield of 5 elements, choose 1, low consumption, easy to learn, can protect oneself and battle pet. Attack recommendation, different from the battle pet's attribute is best, to form a complement. If there is no clear direction, can choose fire attribute, high explosion, or metal attribute, strong penetration. Complement. Zhang Hao pondered. The little gold king has water plus ice attributes, with physical and freezing attack tendencies. If he learns water system attack, it indeed has little significance. Fire attribute has high explosion, and ice and fire restrain each other, which may yield unexpected victories at critical moments. But what truly made him hesitate was another thought. What if I could learn ice attribute spells? Zhang Hao's eyes brightened. He had seen the power of the little gold king's Frost Fist with his own eyes. If he could also cast ice attribute spells, and coordinate with the little gold king, would the combination of frost lead to a qualitative change in power? He quickly searched for ice attribute spells. First grade spells are few and far between. The prices are astonishing. Frost Ray, level 1, 150 credits. Ice Wall, level 1, 200 credits. Ice Armor, level 1, 180 credits. Too expensive, Zhang Hao shook his head. He currently only has 199.4 credits in total, buying one would almost bankrupt him. More importantly, learning powerful spells of various attributes has preconditions the summoner must possess corresponding affinity. This often requires contracting ice attribute battle pets and providing long-term feedback, or taking rare elemental affinity potions. No rush, I'll consider it when little Jing Jing is stronger and the feedback on ice affinity is enough. Zhang Hao returned to reality and opened the water-based defense spell list. Water Shield, Level 1. Effect, condenses water elements to form a shield, capable of withstanding physical and energy attacks. The shield's strength is positively correlated with the caster's mental power and water element affinity. Learning requirements, none, recommended for those with water attribute battle pets. Price, 50 credits. Water Screen, Level 1. Effect, creates a curtain of water as a barrier, capable of deflecting ranged attacks, but weak against melee defense. Price, 45 credits. Flowing Armor, Level 1. Effect, forms flowing water armor on the body, capable of continuously absorbing damage, but consumes a lot. Price, 55 credits. Zhang Hao chose the most classic water shield. Simple, practical, and low consumption, it was the best choice for a beginner. Paying 50 credits, a cool stream of energy surged from the memory crystal into Zhang Hao's mind. A wealth of knowledge about water element manipulation, shield structure, and energy maintenance emerged, as if he had practiced it 1,000 times. This is knowledge infusion. Zhang Hao felt the added information in his mind, somewhat shocked. Of course, this was just theoretical memory. To truly master it, extensive practice was still needed. Next came the attack spells. The fire spell list appeared. Fireball, Level 1, 80 credits. Flame Arrow, Level 1, 75 credits. Fire Blast, Level 1, 70 credits. Scorching Ray, Level 1, 100 credits. Zhang Hao carefully compared them. Fireball had the greatest power, but it flew slowly and consumed high mana. Flame Arrow was fast, had strong penetration, but its range was limited. Fire Blast was in between the two, with moderate power, lower consumption, and capable of rapid firing. Scorching Ray, it had extreme power, released instantly, but required strong mental control, making it easy for beginners to fail. Fire Blast it is. Zhang Hao made his choice. It offered the best value for his current stage. After paying 70 credits, another stream of fiery knowledge surged into his mind. By now, most of his credits had been spent, and Zhang Hao looked at the remaining 79.4 credits on the terminal, letting out a long breath. Time to head back. Next is practicing spells while preparing. He looked at the huge calendar hanging on the library wall. Today was the 45th day of school. When the 10th of the third month arrived, the school would set a basic requirement for all students to become official summoners within 70 days from now, after which formal teaching for summoners would start. Moreover, at that time, the school would distribute the first free entrance ticket to the Celestial Tower. Chapter 9, Celestial Tower Entrance Ticket. On November 10th, an invisible pressure filled the auditorium at Wuhan University. The director's voice echoed through every corner via sound amplification runes. The first-year summoner department has a total of 3,127 students. As of today, 2,981 have broken through the Stardust initial stage, with a pass rate of 95.3%. Below the stage, Zhang Hao sat in the 19th class area, clearly hearing several suppressed gasps beside him. He did not need to turn around to know those were the three classmates who had failed to break through on time, 2 boys and 1 girl. At that moment, they bowed their heads, fingers tightly gripping their clothing. Those who did not meet the standards will see their basic training fund reduced from 150,000 to 130,000 federal coins this month. The director's voice was emotionless, and will not participate in the distribution of this round of Celestial Tower entrance tickets. The shoulders of those 3 classmates visibly trembled. Zhang Hao sighed inwardly. Fall 1 step, fall all steps. The 130,000 compared to 150,000 seemed like just a 20,000 difference, but the real cruelty was they wouldn't get that free entrance ticket to the Celestial Tower. An entry-level ticket had a market price of 200,000 federal coins. What does this mean? This month, new students who meet the standards can enter the secret realm for free, obtain resources, and quickly improve. Those who do not meet the standards must either grit their teeth and spend 200,000 to buy a ticket, which would almost drain all their training funds, or watch helplessly as others pull away. The gap is widened right from this point. Wushan whispered to Zhang Hao from the front row, his tone complex, I almost. Zhang Hao knew that Wushan's stone giant was severely injured after the arena battle, and it took a lot of time and resources to recover. In the end, he barely broke through just 3 days before the deadline. If it had been a few days later, he would have been one of those with his head down right now. The homeroom teacher, Zhuan, stepped onto the podium, his bald head glinting under the hall lights. He first glanced at the 3 students, his eyes carrying a hint of pity, but then turned to the whole class. Students, the fact that you can stand here means you have taken the first step as contract masters. But remember, this is just the starting point. He raised his hand, and the staff began to distribute the tickets. It was a palm-sized, completely silver-white crystal, with flowing light gently rotating inside, warm to the touch. Basic sky-piercing gem. This ticket is an investment from the school and also a test. Zhuwen's voice was serious. What the sky-piercing tower secret realm is, you've all learned in your high school theory classes. It's both an opportunity and a responsibility. In the secret realm, dying won't mean true death, but serious injuries will feed back to your body and require time and resources to recover. The materials from the monsters and special resources obtained in the secret realm can be brought out, and outstanding performance will bring additional rewards. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the class, but more importantly, each secret realm has a conquest countdown. If humans fail to complete the conquest task within the time limit, the secret realm will descend into reality, randomly merging into a certain area of blue star. A hush fell over the auditorium. If it descends outside the 36 zones, that means an expansion of territory. If it descends inside the 36 zones, Zhuwen pronounced each word slowly, it means a natural disaster. Zhang Hao tightened his grip on the crystal in his hand. He already knew these theories, but hearing them spoken by the homeroom teacher felt entirely different. It was no longer just words from a textbook, but a heavy responsibility. So, getting stronger is not just for yourself. Zhuwen's tone softened. Alright, let's talk about something practical. In the next month, the courses are divided into theory and practical combat. For theory classes, read the books yourself. The final exam counts for 30 credits. Practical combat classes are divided into two parts, combat pet training and contract master battles. For combat pet training, the school will group you by attributes, with specialized trainers guiding skill usage and combat coordination. In contract master battles, you will learn how to command combat pets, how to protect yourself, and how to work together. These two courses, Zhuwen emphasized, must be passed or you will have to retake them. The top students will receive extra credits and rewards in federal coins. A stir rose from the audience. Credits. For new students, credits are more precious than federal coins. One last reminder, Zhuwen looked at the students, before you go to the sky-piercing tower, at least master one defensive spell, one offensive spell, and be skilled in coordinating with your combat pets. Each ticket costs 200,000, if your rating is too low, you might not even make back your investment. Back in the dormitory, Zhang Hao opened his personal terminal and began to tally up. Assets. Federal coins, 320,000. Credits, 79.4, remaining after purchasing spells. Fixed expenses this month, Little King Kong plus myself. Potions, 90,000, 30 boosting potions have met this month's needs. Meals, 30,000. Medicinal baths, 30,000. Crystal cores, 75,000. Total, 225,000. 320,000 minus 225,000 leaves 95,000. Zhang Hao rubbed his forehead, this 95,000 must be converted into immediate combat power. He opened the school's internal store and filtered contract master equipment first stage. The page refreshed, and a dazzling array of magical tools appeared before him. Water element ring, yellow grade medium. Effect, increases water attribute affinity by 10%, slightly enhances the power of water spells. Price, 30,000 federal coins. Fire element staff, yellow grade medium. Effect, increases fire attribute affinity by 20%, slightly reduces the consumption of fire spells. Price, 60,000 federal coins. Light wind boots, yellow grade medium. Effect, slightly increases movement speed. Price, 45,000 federal coins. Zhang Hao hesitated for 3 seconds, gritted his teeth, and ordered the first two items. Water shield technique and fireball technique are only minor achievements, but with the support of magic tools, their power can be elevated to a new level, he murmured to himself. Speed isn't important for now, the little golden giant will be the main force in the secret realm. After payment, his account balance changed to 230,000 federal coins, but 225,000 federal coins was set aside for the remaining days of this month to cultivate the little golden giant and his own training resources. Half an hour later, a delivery drone brought the two magic tools to his dormitory. The water element hand ring was a deep blue metal ring, its surface adorned with flowing water patterns, and it brought a cool sensation when worn on the wrist. The fire element staff was about 1 meter long, a dark red color throughout, with a crystal core glowing with a flickering light embedded at the tip. Zhang Hao tried to hold the staff and recite the incantation for fireball technique. This time, the crystal core at the top of the staff lit up, and a fireball the size of a fist instantly condensed, nearly half a second faster than usual, with a deeper flame color and noticeably higher temperature. Worth it, Zhang Hao nodded in satisfaction. He headed to the Sky Treasure Tower in Area 15, and although this was just a replica, its fundamental functions allowed it to connect endlessly with the main Sky Treasure Tower in Area 1. In the pure white teleportation chamber, Zhang Hao embedded the silvery beginner sky treasure crystal in the groove of the control panel. The crystal instantly transformed into flowing light, completely absorbed by the array beneath him. Choice, random first-tier secret realm, he said in a deep voice. Identity confirmation, Zhang Hao, freshman at Wuhan University, Stardust early stage. Secret realm matching. Matching complete. Secret realm name, Mushroom Forest. Difficulty rating, first tier, easy. Secret realm status, unconquered, current exploration level 72%. Monster species, 5 types. Maximum quantity, 25 heads. Special mechanism, none. Participation time limit, 1 hour. Confirm entry? Confirm. Light rose from the array beneath him, engulfing his vision. The familiar feeling of weightlessness returned, but this time it lasted only 3 seconds before Zhang Hao's feet landed on soft, damp ground. He swiftly opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. This was a dimly lit forest. Towering ancient trees stood sparsely, their crowns intertwining high above, only allowing mottled dark purple light to filter through. This was not the real sky but a unique energy dome of the secret realm. The air was filled with a heavy smell of humus mixed with a sweet, sickening fungal aroma. As he lowered his gaze, Zhang Hao's pupils constricted. Mushrooms. They were everywhere. At the roots of the trees clustered brown-spotted mushrooms as big as washbasins, blue-ring fungi glowed on the decaying wood, and bright red coxcomb mushrooms dotted the grass. Further ahead, several giant mushrooms, standing 2 meters tall like sentinels, slowly opened and closed their caps, releasing fine clouds of colorful spores. Mushroom forest, just as named. Zhang Hao whispered, then focused his mind. A light blue water shield instantly appeared, enveloping his entire body. With the enhancement of the water element hand ring, this time the water shield was visibly thicker, its surface displaying swirling water patterns, and its defense was close to the standard of a mid-tier first-level spell. Almost simultaneously, the contract tower flashed with light, and the little golden giant stepped out of space. As soon as it appeared, it tensed its body, its ice blue eyes scanning the surroundings warily, emitting a low growl from its throat. A month of intense training made it exceptionally sensitive to the atmosphere of battle. Secret Realm Task, Eliminate Monsters, 0/25. Remaining time, 59 minutes 47 seconds. The prompt message floated at the edge of his vision. Zhang Hao took a deep breath. Let's go, quick battle, quick decision. The man and his pet proceeded cautiously. The ground was covered with a thick carpet of fungi, making no sound underfoot. Those seemingly harmless mushrooms would slightly retract as they passed, some even releasing tiny spores. Zhang Hao used the water shield to block them all, not daring to let any unknown substances get close. After walking about 50 meters, the first wave of enemies appeared. 5 peculiar creatures sprang out from behind a fallen tree. They stood about half a meter tall. The main body is a slender, milky white mushroom stem, with a golden yellow umbrella cap at the top. The edges of the cap droop down with dozens of long, thin tentacles, like golden needle mushrooms. The strangest part is that these golden needle mushrooms have 2 rows of short fungal feet at the bottom, which are walking at a steady pace. Monster, golden needle mushroom, low grade, first level. Attribute, wood. Qualification, ordinary. Realm, early stardust. Skill, split, ordinary. Bloodline, none, mortal level. The basic information granted by the secret realm appeared. And Zhang Hao's bloodline purification furnace simultaneously responded. No hidden bloodline detected, can absorb crystal cores to convert into evolution points. As expected, it's a cannon fodder level. Zhang Hao firmly believed in his heart, but his hands were not slow at all. Chapter 10, Farming Monsters for Evolution Points. 5 golden needle mushrooms clearly did not have the tactical concept of stubbornly fighting battle pets. 3 of them charged straight towards the bigger little gold man, while the other 2 slyly circled around, directly pouncing at Zhang Hao. Prioritize the contract master. These secret realm monsters are quite intelligent. Zhang Hao's eyes turned cold, and he raised his staff. As the 2 golden needle mushrooms rushed to 3 meters away, their top tentacles suddenly straightened, shooting out like dozens of golden needles. Puff puff puff. The needles struck against the water shield, making a sound like rain on banana leaves. The light blue water shield rippled but did not break. The enhanced water shield's defense was beyond what such a low-grade monster could easily breach. My turn. Zhang Hao pointed his staff forward, and the incantation quickly activated, Fireball spell. The fire attribute crystal core at the staff's tip shone brightly, and a fist-sized, crimson fireball whistled out. Compared to a month ago, this fireball was not only 2 sizes larger, but its flying speed had also increased by nearly half. Boom! The fireball hit the left golden needle mushroom accurately. The scorching flames instantly engulfed the mushroom body, and that golden needle mushroom didn't even have time to scream before turning into a charred mass, only a finger-sized emerald crystal core rolling to the ground. Elimination progress, January 25th. Seeing this, the golden needle mushroom on the right actually showed fear, its fungal feet skidding to a halt, turning to escape. Want to run? How could Zhang Hao let it go? He waved his staff again, second shot. Another fireball shot out. This time, the golden needle mushroom tried to block with its tentacles, but fire naturally counters wood attributes, the tentacles instantly carbonized, and the fireball continued unabated, blasting it into pieces. Elimination progress, February 25th. On the other side, the little gold man's battle ended even faster. Facing the three approaching golden needle mushrooms, it didn't even use its skills. The ice blue figure flickered like a ghost, and its right fist simply and directly smashed into the foremost one. Bang! The mushroom stem broke in half, and the upper part of the golden needle mushroom flew away. With the momentum, it kicked sideways, sending the second one rolling 5 or 6 meters away, its umbrella cap shattered. The last golden needle mushroom attempted to entangle with tentacles, but the little gold man grabbed and yanked, uprooting the entire tentacle, then followed up with an elbow strike, ending the battle. From the start of the battle to complete annihilation, it took no more than 10 seconds. Elimination progress, May 25th. The little gold man shook off the mucus stuck to its hands, growling lowly at Zhang Hao, seemingly saying too weak. Its shoulder wound had completely healed. The recovery ability of a mid-stardust battle pet, combined with a month of medicinal baths, was incomparable to before. Zhang Hao walked over to the few remains, crouched down, and picked up the crystal cores. 5 first-level, low-grade wood attribute crystal cores glowed with a warm green light in his palm. They sell for 5,000 each outside, but here. He connected his thoughts to the source refining furnace in his sea of consciousness, recycle. The 5 crystal cores turned to ash in his hands, and the pure source energy was absorbed by the furnace. Gained evolution points, 50. Current evolution points, 50. As expected, a first-level low-grade crystal core can only be exchanged for 10 points. Zhang Hao stood up and looked into the depths of the forest. I need to find mid-grade or even high-grade ones. He didn't rush to move on but closed his eyes to sense his internal state. About 10% of spiritual power was consumed, mainly used to maintain the water shield and 2 fireball spells. The little gold man had nearly no consumption. Efficiency could be higher. Zhang Hao reviewed the battle just now. The water shield can wait until the enemy gets close, and the fireball technique still has room for improvement. Little golem, in the next wave, you can try using area attacks with cold air to conserve energy. Little golem nodded, his ice blue eyes filled with focus. The person and the pet continued to delve deeper. As they went further into the mushroom forest, the light grew dimmer, and the glowing fungi became the main source of light. The spores floating in the air became denser, and Zhang Hao had to continuously output spiritual energy to maintain the water shield's filtration. This was the suppression of the secret realm's environment, which invisibly increased consumption. After walking 100 meters, the second wave of enemies appeared in an unexpected manner. The mushroom carpet under their feet suddenly rose. 6 small mushrooms, only palm-sized and with caps shaped like sprayers, emerged from the ground. They didn't move, but all raised their sprayer mouths simultaneously, shooting milky white foam at Zhang Hao and little golem. Monster, little sprayer mushroom, first level low tier. Attributes, water/toxic. Qualities, ordinary. Realm, stardust early stage. Skills, acid spray. Bloodline, none. An ambush? Zhang Hao's eyes sharpened, but he reacted quickly. Little golem, unleashed the cold air. Little golem growled low, slamming his fists hard into the ground. A visible ice blue air wave expanded from him, freezing the mushroom carpet in its path, and the acid foam sprayed by the 6 little sprayer mushrooms turned to ice debris midair, falling in flakes. This was precisely the outcome of Zhang Hao's special training over the past month, applying the Frost Bloodlines cold air to area control. Finish them. Zhang Hao pointed his staff repeatedly, 3 fireballs spreading out in a fan shape. Boom boom boom. Flames exploded on the frosty ground, causing secondary damage from the fire and ice. The 6 little sprayer mushrooms burst under the extreme temperature difference. Clearing progress, November 25th. Another 60 purification points credited. 15 minutes had passed, and 11 monster beasts had been cleared. Progress was good. But Zhang Hao remained vigilant. According to the secret realm's rules, the further they went, the stronger the enemies would become, and it was very likely that. Roar! A deep roar from the front interrupted his thoughts. Zhang Hao and little golem stopped simultaneously, looking towards the sound source. 30 meters away, 3 mushroom monsters, comparable in size to adult wild boars, were walking slowly forward. Their caps were thick like rock, with sharp bone spikes on the surface, and their stems were as thick as columns, causing the ground to tremble slightly with each step. Monster, giant spike mushroom, first level middle tier. Attributes, earth/wood. Qualities, ordinary. Realm, stardust middle stage. Skills, hardened cap, ground spike assault. Bloodline, none. First level middle tier, and there are still 3. Zhang Hao gripped his staff tightly. Little golem, this time you need to take the lead. I will use the water shield to block the ground spikes, look for a chance to get close. Little golem thumped his chest excitedly, and dense ice crystals began to appear on his surface. Frost armor quietly activated. The battle was about to begin. Faced with the 3 giant spike mushrooms coming in a pincer formation, Zhang Hao quickly made a judgment. Little golem, first take down the one in the middle, I'll distract the other 2. Before his words fell, the 3 giant spike mushrooms had already launched their skills simultaneously. On the surface of their caps, a yellow-brown glow appeared, instantly hardening like rock, and their charging speed surged. At the same time, the mushroom carpet beneath Zhang Hao and Little Golem shook violently, and several sharp ground spikes burst through the earth, piercing straight for the vital points. Water shield dual hold. Zhang Hao pointed his staff quickly, splitting his spiritual energy into 2 streams. One water shield protected himself, while the other expanded beneath Little Golem's feet, just in time to block the ground spike assault. Puff puff puff. The ground spikes hit the water shield with a dull sound. This time, the impact was far beyond that of the previous golden needle mushrooms. The water shield maintained by Zhang Hao rippled violently, even showing tiny cracks on the surface. He could feel the spiritual energy flowing away at an unprecedented speed. First-level middle-tier monsters are indeed not comparable to the low-tier ones. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth, increasing the output of spiritual energy to stabilize the water shield. At this moment, Little Golem had already collided head-on with the middle giant spike mushroom. Roar! Bronze skill roar activated. Little Golem's cold air surged violently. The icy blue fur stood upright, and its body seemed to have expanded a bit. It did not flinch or avoid, as its right fist, carrying sharp frost, slammed straight into the hardened cap of the giant umbrella mushroom. Bang! The collision between frost and rock produced a dull sound that made one's teeth ache. The giant umbrella mushroom was knocked back 3 steps by the punch, with large patches of white frost forming on the surface of its cap, but it didn't crack. The hardening skill granted it incredible defense. Again! Zhang Hao's eyes were fierce. Frost fist combo. The little golden giant received the command, both fists striking out at once. This time, the frost on its fists condensed into ice crystals as if they were solid, and the power of its bloodline was fully activated. Bloodline bronze skill frost fist. 2 icy blue punches, like enraged dragons leaving the sea, fiercely collided at the same spot on the giant umbrella mushroom's cap. Crack! With the sound of shattering ice crystals, the rock cap finally showed web-like cracks. The cold air rushed into the cracks, and the giant umbrella mushroom's movements immediately froze. Now! Zhang Hao raised his staff high. Fireball technique triple burst. 3 crimson fireballs shot out almost simultaneously, forming a shape that sealed off the giant umbrella mushroom's retreat. The fireball struck the frost-covered cap, and the ice and fire intertwined, creating a violent reaction. Boom! The middle giant umbrella mushroom's cap exploded with a loud bang, and the mushroom body fell to the ground, charred. Cleanup progress, 14/25. But the battle was not over. The other 2 giant umbrella mushrooms had seized the opportunity to charge forward, their sharp bone-spiked caps crashing into the little golden giant. Water shield reinforce. Zhang Hao transferred most of his water shield's spiritual power to the little golden giant. Under double protection, the bone spikes were barely blocked, but the little golden giant was forced to retreat several steps. Finish quickly! Zhang Hao could see the little golden giant was already showing signs of fatigue. Its continuous roars and frostfists were a massive drain even for its late Stardust-level power. The next battle turned into a battle of attrition. Zhang Hao kept using fireball techniques to harass, while the little golden giant relied on the protection of its ice armor and water shield to endure the attacks and look for an opening. 1 minute later, the second giant umbrella mushroom's defense was broken by the frost fist, and a fireball finished it off. Another 2 minutes later, the last one also perished under the siege. Cleanup progress, 17/25. The battle ended, and the little golden giant was panting heavily, its icy crystal armor already dimming. Zhang Hao had expended nearly 40% of his spiritual power maintaining dual water shields, and casting continuously put immense pressure on him. Chapter 11, Boss Monster. Recycling. Zhang Hao picked up 3 yellowish crystals, and the origin refining furnace started working. Evolution points earned, 120, each medium-grade tier 1 crystal core gives 40 points. Current evolution points, 230. Still far from purification. Zhang Hao glanced at the time, only 35 minutes left. Continue. The following journey became slower, the rhythm of battles noticeably slowing down. They encountered 2 waves of golden needle mushrooms and 1 wave of giant umbrella mushrooms. While they could win each time, every battle required brief adjustments after. Zhang Hao began consciously controlling consumption. Water shields were only used at critical moments, fireballs aimed for precision rather than power, and the little golden giant reduced its skill usage, relying more on physical combat and the passive cold air from its frost bloodline. Under this strategy, the pace of progress slowed, but the sustainability greatly increased. When the cleanup progress reached 21/25, Zhang Hao still had 50% of his spiritual power left, and the little golden giant was still in good condition. Then, they encountered a true challenge. 5 mushroom demon beasts, gray-brown in color and shaped like stone pillars, blocked their path. They had no caps, the entire mushroom body was an irregularly shaped rock-like structure, covered with moss-like patterns. Demon Beast, Rock Mushroom, Medium Grade Tier 1. Attributes, Earth. Qualities, Excellent. Realm, Mid Stardust. Skills, Rock Hardened Skin, Bronze Level. Bloodline, None. Excellent quality, Bronze Defense Skill. Zhang Hao's expression became serious. Little golden giant, we can't charge and head on this time. Before he could finish speaking, all 5 rock mushrooms activated their skills at once. Their gray-brown skin glowed, becoming thicker and harder, even emitting a metallic sheen. Let's test it first. Zhang Hao tapped his staff continuously. 5 fireballs shot towards different targets. Bang! 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 The fireballs exploded on the rock mushroom's hardened skin, leaving only shallow black marks, without any cracks appearing. The little steel ape tried a close-range attack, but its ordinary punches struck the rock mushroom as if hitting an iron anvil, and the recoil made its fists ache. It let out a roar and unleashed a frost punch with all its might. Bang! The hit rock mushroom was sent flying, its surface coated in frost, but after wobbling twice upon landing, it surprisingly stood back up. There was only a small crack on its hardened skin, far from being heavily injured. It will take 2 frost punches to break its defense, Zhang Hao quickly judged. I can't fight like this, the energy consumption is too great. He changed tactics. Little steel ape, use your agility to deal with them, I'll create opportunities for you. The little steel ape understood, halting its strong offensive, and instead danced around the 5 rock mushrooms with its nimble movements. It would dodge at times, and at times slow down the opponent with cold air. Whenever it found an opening, it would land a heavy punch. Although it couldn't inflict serious wounds, the accumulated damage was slowly increasing. Zhang Hao, on the periphery, controlled the battlefield with precision. Whenever a rock mushroom tried to surround the little steel ape, he would shoot a fireball at its joints. While it couldn't break the defense, the impact could disrupt their rhythm. When the little steel ape had worn down a particular rock mushroom's defense, he would shout, "Now's the time." The little steel ape erupted in an instant, launching a frost punch with full force at the repeatedly attacked spot. Crack! The hardened skin finally shattered, cold air invading the core. Zhang Hao immediately followed up with another fireball, hitting the wound precisely. Elimination progress, 22/25. They repeated this process. The second, third, fourth. The battle became long and grueling. Each time a rock mushroom was killed, the little steel ape needed to catch its breath, and Zhang Hao's energy also continuously declined. When the 5th rock mushroom finally fell, 15 minutes had already passed. Elimination progress, 25/25. Huff huff, the little steel ape half knelt on the ground, its surface ice crystals almost all dissipated, breathing like a bellows. The continuous high-intensity battle, especially the last exhausting fight, left it utterly worn out. Zhang Hao didn't fare much better. He had only 30% of his energy left, and his head ached slightly from overconcentration. He forced himself to recover the crystal cores, a total of 5 first-tier middle-grade Earth attribute crystal cores, exchanged for 200 evolution points. Current evolution points, 430. Still far from enough, Zhang Hao sighed with a bitter smile, glancing at the time. Only 8 minutes remained. Shouldn't it be time to teleport? But the expected teleportation light did not appear. Ha! Zhang Hao cautiously looked around. The mushroom forest was quiet, all the demon beasts had been cleared, yet the secret realm had not ended. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a different mushroom in the direction of their starting point, that open space where they had initially arrived. A peculiar mushroom had appeared without him noticing. It was only half a meter tall, with a slender stalk, but the cap was disproportionately large and was translucent amber in color. The surface of the cap constantly changed patterns, sometimes like tiger stripes, sometimes like leopard spots, sometimes like snake scales. Demon Beast, Beast Transformation Mushroom, first tier upper grade. Attribute, Wood/Transformation. Qualification, Excellent. Realm, Late Stardust. Skills, Beast Transformation, Bronze level, Vine Binding, Bronze level. Bloodline, None, Common level. Note, Guardian of the Secret Realm, killing it can raise evaluation. Boss Zhang Hao took a deep breath. The little steel ape struggled to stand, letting out a low growl at the Beast Transformation Mushroom. Though exhausted, its fighting spirit was undiminished. Can you still fight? Zhang Hao asked through their bond. The little steel ape pounded its chest hard, flames reigniting in its ice-blue eyes. Good. Zhang Hao's gaze was determined. After all, we won't truly die in the tower, let's do this. He quickly devised a strategy. I don't have much energy, so I can only put a water shield around you. I won't use it myself. You engage in close combat, and I'll provide remote support with fireballs. Remember, its transformation skills may have different forms, adapt as it changes. The little steel ape nodded, thin ice crystals reforming on its surface. This was the last of its frost power that it could summon. The battle erupted in silence. The beast transformation mushroom's cap flashed with light, and the mushroom body twisted and transformed. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a fierce tiger with a body entirely amber in color. The tiger's claws hit the ground, silently pouncing toward little King Kong with astonishing speed. Water shield. Zhang Hao pointed his staff, dividing a large portion of his remaining spiritual power to encase little King Kong in a thick blue barrier. The fierce tiger lunged, its sharp claws slashing against the water shield, creating a screeching sound. The water shield shook violently but managed to hold on. Little King Kong seized the opportunity to counter, throwing a punch at the tiger's head. But the beast-transformed cat quickly retreated while tossing several vines from behind. It activated its second skill, Vine Bind. The vines writhed like venomous snakes, wrapping around little King Kong's legs. Zhang Hao was already prepared, launching a fireball spell instantly, burn them away. The fireball hit the base of the vines accurately, and the flames spread along the vines, forcing the beast to sever the connection. But in that delay, the beast morphed again, this time into a cheetah, increasing its speed even more and rushing around little King Kong, looking for an opening. We can't let it control the pace. Zhang Hao saw the opponent's intentions. Little King Kong unleashed chilling energy to restrict its movement. Little King Kong growled low, releasing the last of its frost power completely. An icy blue wave radiated from it, freezing the mushroom carpet in its path, noticeably slowing the beast's speed. Now is the time, Frost Punch. Little King Kong seized the opportunity and launched a powerful punch at the beast. But the beast reacted swiftly, transforming in an instant, this time into a giant bear, crossing its arms to take the hit. Bang! The frost punch smashed against the bear's paws, a surge of cold energy rushing in. The beast let out a silent roar, ice forming on its paws, but it did not retreat. Instead, it attempted a bear hug. Watch out! Zhang Hao's pupils constricted, rushing forward instinctively. Water shield transfer. The water shield that had protected little King Kong instantly transferred to him, while he thrust his staff forward, the fire attribute crystal at the end shining brightly. Fireball spell, maximum output. It was not aimed at the beast but at the ground between them. Boom! The violent explosion hurled Zhang Hao and little King Kong backward, and the beast was also knocked back by the shockwave. Zhang Hao fell hard onto the mushroom carpet, the water shield shattered, his chest felt heavy, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Forcing the transfer and overexerting his spell had inflicted internal injuries on him. But he bought the most crucial second. Little King Kong adjusted its posture in midair, and as it landed, it pushed off with all fours, shooting toward the still recovering beast like a cannonball. This time, it did not use the frost punch but concentrated all its strength, all its cold energy, and all its battle will into the icy crystal horn illusion atop its head. Bloodline skill awakening. Frost charge, bronze, learned. The icy blue light pierced through the battlefield. The beast tried to shapeshift and dodge, but the earlier explosion slowed its movements by half a beat. The icy crystal horn illusion crashed firmly into its chest, and cold energy surged in like a flood. Crack, crackle. The beast's transformation could not be maintained. In the amber glow, it transformed back into its original mushroom form, its surface covered in ice crystals, and the beast patterns on its umbrella cap shattered piece by piece. Zhang Hao struggled to get up, pointing his staff at the weak beast, exhausting his last bit of spiritual power. Fireball spell, finish it. The crimson fireball arced through the air, hitting the frozen cap directly. Boom! In the explosion of ice and fire, the beast shattered into fragments. Elimination progress, 26/25, exceeding completion. Secret realm conquest completed. Calculating rating. The silver beam of teleportation finally descended. Chapter 12's rank evaluation. The white light of the teleportation receded like a tide, and Zhang Hao stood again in the pure white room of the Sky Tower's branch. The glow of the magic circle beneath his feet had not completely faded, and he immediately checked little King Kong's state. Though tired, it was rapidly recovering in the nurturing space of the Contract treasure tower, and its injuries were minor. Letting out a sigh of relief, he turned his gaze to the slowly unfolding light screen before him. Secret Realm, Mushroom Forest, First Level. Challenger, Zhang Hao, Freshman of Wuhan University. Challenge Mode, Solo. Completion Time, 56 minutes 17 seconds. Kill Statistics, 25 basic monsters, 1 Guardian of the Secret Realm. Damage Assessment, Contracted Master lightly injured, Battle Pet moderately consumed. Comprehensive rating calculation in progress. Data flows like a stream on the screen. Zhang Hao's heartbeat involuntarily quickens. Although confident in his performance, there is always some anxiety before the final result. 3 seconds later, all data converges, a brilliant silver S symbol slowly spins and blooms in the center of the screen. Comprehensive rating, S level. Comment, with the initial body of Stardust, carrying a mid-stage battle pet of Stardust, perfectly exterminating all monsters in the Secret Realm, and surpassing levels to kill the Guardian of the Secret Realm. Tactical use is appropriate, battle pet coordination is seamless, showcasing combat abilities far surpassing the same period. Zhang Hao clenches his fist, excitement flashes in his eyes. In the Freshman Guidebook of Wuhan University, there is a clear explanation about the rating of the Tongtian Tower Secret Realm. D level is unqualified, C level is qualified, B level is good, A level is excellent. As for S level and above, that is reserved for those true talents who surpass the limit. In the entire history of Wuhan University, no more than 5 freshmen have received an S-level rating in their first Secret Realm in 10 years. The screen continues to refresh, listing detailed rewards. Basic clearance reward, beginner Tongtian crystal ×3. S-level rating extra reward, green Tongtian gem ×1. Looking at those rows of rewards, Zhang Hao's breathing quickens a little. 3 beginner Tongtian crystals. Each has a market price of 200,000 federal coins, so 3 is 600,000. And he used a free ticket issued by the school this time, which means a net gain of 600,000. Even more shocking is that green Tongtian gem. Tongtian gem, the highest reward unique to the Tongtian Tower, cannot be bought with any currency, only obtained in the Secret Realm. Its quality ranges from low to high in 7 colors: white, green, blue, purple, gold, red, and rainbow. Each increase in color increases its value by at least 10 times. The green quality, though only second tier, has a rarity that makes countless new contract masters envious. Many senior contract masters have run through the Secret Realm dozens of times and may not even see a single green gem. I can't believe I actually got it. Zhang Hao reaches out, and a gem with a full green body, glimmering with flowing light inside, appears from the screen and falls into his palm. The touch is warm, as if it has a life of its own, gently pulsing. According to the records, using the Tongtian gem will trigger Tongtian Blessing, randomly generating several options, which may include techniques, battle pets, magic tools, special materials, and more. The higher the quality of the gem, the better the generated options, which will definitely fit the user. Use the green Tongtian gem. Zhang Hao no longer hesitates. The gem bursts with a soft green light in his palm and then transforms into countless glowing points that soar upwards, weaving into a spinning green light door in front of him. An ancient, vast aura emanates from within the door, seeming to come from the origin of the world. Technique category. Detected user, Zhang Hao, initial stage contract master of Stardust. Detected main battle pet, Frost-type mutated water spirit ape, king-level bloodline. Detected user spiritual power attributes, fire, weak, water, weak, ice, newborn. Generating options based on compatibility. The light door spins faster, and 3 light groups slowly float out from within the door, hovering in front of Zhang Hao. Each light group has a virtual scroll slowly unfolding inside, with ancient runes flowing on it. Option 1, Blazing Heart Technique, green quality. Attribute, fire. Limit, can be cultivated to the perfection of Xingxuan realm. Characteristics, greatly enhances fire attribute spiritual power quality and cultivation speed, comes with 3 first-tier fire magic models, Flame Burst, Fire Shield, Fire Serpent. Highly compatible with existing fire attributes, can quickly form combat power. Compatibility, 87%. Option 2, Ice True Method, green quality. Attribute, ice. Limit, can be cultivated to the perfection of Xingxuan realm. Characteristics, focused on ice attribute cultivation, spiritual power naturally carries the frost effect, significantly enhancing ice magic. Comes with 2 first-tier ice magic models, Ice Spike, Frost Armor. Extremely high resonance with the battle pet's Frost Bloodline, can produce a synergistic effect. Compatibility, 93%. Option 3, Tuing Harmonizing Skill, green quality. Attributes, water/fire. Limit, can be cultivated to the perfection of Stellar Edge realm. Characteristics, cultivates both water and fire properties at the same time, pursuing the balance of yin and yang. Spiritual power possesses both traits, ever-changing. Includes 3 first-level spell models, Water Arrow Technique, Fireball Technique, Water Fire Shield. Great potential for growth, but high difficulty in cultivation requires precise control. Compatibility, 76%. 3 options, 3 completely different paths. Blazing Flame Heart Technique is the safest. Zhang Hao has already mastered the Fireball Technique, with the Fire Elemental Staff aiding him. Switching to this technique can quickly generate great firepower. Tuing Harmonizing Skill is the most comprehensive, cultivating both water and fire, combining offense and defense, with the strongest future adaptability. But the difficulty is also the highest. A slight mistake may lead to a conflict in spiritual power, injuring oneself. And Cold Ice True Method. Zhang Hao's gaze fell on the second option. A 93% compatibility, the highest among the 3. Moreover, it clearly stated, highly resonates with the Frost Bloodline of battle pets, capable of producing a synergistic effect. Compatibility is very important. For example, this basic contract master meditation method, many students, even most students, have an average compatibility of only around 50%. To allow all contract masters to cultivate, the compatibility must naturally be lowered, making it more accessible. The higher the compatibility, under the same variables, the higher the conversion and absorption rates, resulting in naturally better effects. I choose the cold ice true method. Zhang Hao reached out and touched the second light orb. The light orb instantly exploded, transforming into countless ice blue light spots, surging into his brow like a rushing river of stars. Boom! A massive stream of information erupted in his sea of consciousness. It was not a mere simple memory of words but a hereditary imprint deeply engraved in his soul. Countless routes of operation for ice-type spiritual power, cycles of the celestial sphere, refining methods, and an understanding of the essence of ice-type energy appeared clearly as if he had known it all his life. What shocked him even more was that 2 complete spell models were constructed in his sea of consciousness. Ice Spike Technique, first level, condenses ice spikes for long-range attacks, strong penetration, with a weak freezing effect. Compared to the explosive damage of Fireball Technique, it excels at precision hits and armor piercing. Frost Armor Technique, first level, condenses frost armor on the surface, enhancing physical defense, and inflicting cold backlash on close attackers. Can be stacked with Water Shield Technique, forming double protection. The moment the inheritance ended, the spiritual power within Zhang Hao began to operate spontaneously. The originally attribute-less basic spiritual power, under the guidance of the cold ice true method, swiftly tinted with a trace of ice blue. The 180 points of starlight in his dantian also began to shift towards ice blue. He could clearly feel that his perception of ice-type energy had improved by more than one level. The water elements and ice elements drifting in the air felt incredibly familiar, as if he could reach out and touch them. This is attribute cultivation method. Zhang Hao opened his eyes, a flicker of ice blue gleaming in them. He attempted to operate the technique, and a 3-inch long ice spike quickly formed at his fingertips, exuding a chilling aura. Compared to the clumsiness he felt when casting the fireball technique before, the speed of condensation of this ice spike was 30% faster, and the control felt much easier. Indeed, techniques with high compatibility make both cultivation and casting much more efficient. Zhang Hao glanced at the 3 primary heavenly crystals. The silver crystals gleamed softly in his palm, each representing an opportunity to enter the secret realm. One to keep for myself, enter the secret realm again as soon as possible to accumulate evolution points. One can be sold for money to buy cultivation resources. And one more. Chapter 13, Teacher's Subsidy. Stepping out of the door of the Heavenly Tower subtower, the afternoon sun sprinkled warm light on him. Zhang Hao squinted, adapting to the change in light, and soon saw the hover train dedicated to Class 19 parked beside the square. It was a fully silver-gray, streamlined train with 6 carriages, its side sprayed with the emblem of Wuhan University and the words Contract Master, Class 19. At this moment, more than half of the students were already sitting on the train. Through the car window, many people could be seen excitedly gesturing and talking. When Zhang Hao stepped onto the train, the discussions in the carriage suddenly fell silent. Dozens of gazes turned together, filled with shock, curiosity, envy, jealousy, and various complex emotions. Zhang Hao is back. Is he really S-level? Look at his condition, he doesn't seem to be injured. Of course. With an S-level rating, he must have crushed it. The whispering voices rose again after a brief silence, but this time the volume was much lower, and the content was more explicit. Zhang Hao kept a calm expression as he walked straight to an empty seat at the back. As he passed by Wu Shan, the burly boy suddenly stood up, slapped his shoulder hard, his voice full of excitement. Nice one, Haozi. S-level. You're the only one in our class. Hearing Haozi made Zhang Hao pause, though they had spoken a few times, they weren't close enough to call each other by nicknames yet. However, seeing the pure excitement and admiration in Wu Shan's eyes, he still smiled and nodded. It's just good luck. Luck? A boy with glasses adjusted his frames, his tone complicated. To take on a dungeon guardian alone, that's not something luck can explain. These words echoed the thoughts of many people. Everyone had tried the dungeons, and they had learned the theory well. In a first-tier dungeon, unless a special mechanism was triggered, the highest rating could only be A level. To obtain S level, the only possibility was to encounter a dungeon guardian, a hidden boss, and defeat it. That was a challenge far beyond the norm. Everyone quiet, came the voice of the homeroom teacher, Zhu Wen, from the front of the carriage. He had gotten on the train at some point, standing in the aisle next to the driver's cabin, his bald head shining in the carriage lights, with a smile that was hard to conceal. Zhang Hao's performance this time really exceeded my expectations. Zhu Wen looked around the class, his voice loud. An S-level rating is not only his personal honor but also the honor of our Class 19. I hope everyone can take Zhang Hao as a role model and strive bravely on the path of cultivation. At this point, he looked at Zhang Hao and asked, Zhang Hao, did you encounter a dungeon guardian this time? Everyone in the carriage perked up their ears. Zhang Hao nodded, yes, teacher. At the last moment, a beastified mushroom appeared, a first-tier high quality, with 2 bronze skills. A collective gasp echoed in the carriage. First-tier high quality. 2 bronze skills. This was practically nightmarish difficulty for newcomers. So you. Someone couldn't help but ask for details. I killed it, Zhang Hao replied succinctly. After a brief silence, the discussions became even more intense. Did you really kill it? That's a high-quality monster. With 2 bronze skills. What kind of strength does his water spirit monkey have? Zhuan raised his hand to suppress the discussions, his eyes filled with approval. Good. Killing a dungeon guardian takes not only strength but also courage and decisiveness. Zhang Hao, you did well. He paused and continued, but I want to remind everyone here, a dungeon guardian is a hidden challenge that is rare to encounter. When met, knowing your limits is the wise choice. Zhang Hao could kill it because his battle pet was strong enough. If you encounter one, your first reaction should be to protect yourself, not to challenge blindly. These words affirmed Zhang Hao while also warning other students who might be impulsive. The atmosphere in the carriage shifted from pure envy to a hint of reflection. After Zhang Hao sat down, Wu Shan leaned over and whispered, Haozi, has your water spirit monkey awakened its bloodline? The question was asked carefully, but several rows of students nearby quietly perked up their ears. Zhang Hao glanced at him and did not deny, yes, royal bloodline, 6-armed frost titan. Yes, Wu Shan gasped, then smiled wryly, I said I even laughed at you for picking a defective one, turns out the fool was me. His words were sincere, with no jealousy, only self-deprecation regarding his own judgment. Zhang Hao felt a bit more fondness for him. It's just luck. At that time, I was just taking a gamble. Winning the gamble is a show of strength. Wu Shan shook his head, I'll have to ask you for guidance more often in the future. The floating train glided smoothly through the air, the cityscape outside quickly retreating. The discussion in the carriage gradually quieted, many people began to close their eyes to rest, or check their combat data through terminals. But Zhang Hao could feel that the gazes directed at him had not diminished. Envy, curiosity, and even flattery, this was the change brought by strength. Upon returning to Wuhan University, as soon as Zhang Hao got off the train, he was called by Zhuan, Zhang Hao, come to my office. Okay. The two walked into the teacher's office building, one in front and one behind. The other students in class 19 looked at their backs, their expressions varied. In the office, Zhuan made 2 cups of green tea and gestured for Zhang Hao to sit down. He leaned back in his office chair, his fingers sliding across the virtual screen to bring up Zhang Hao's profile. S-grade evaluation, according to the rules, a celestial jade must be obtained. Zhuan lifted his teacup and took a sip, looking up at Zhang Hao. What did you unlock? Zhang Hao did not hide anything, a green quality technique, true ice formula. Oh? Zhuan raised his eyebrow, his smile growing wider. Then you really struck it big. The techniques unlocked by the celestial jade are tailored to the user, with a very high compatibility, your cultivation speed will greatly increase. He set down the teacup and manipulated the screen a few times. According to school regulations, students can choose one of 2 ways to share the techniques obtained through the celestial jade with the school. 2 options popped up on the screen. Option 1, dividend system. The technique is entered into the school's technique library. For every student who chooses that technique, the original holder earns a 50 credit dividend. No upper limit. Option 2, buyout system. The school pays 400 credits once, permanently obtaining the rights to use the technique. I choose the buyout system, Zhang Hao almost didn't hesitate. Are you sure? Zhuan was a bit surprised. The true ice formula is a rare ice element technique, but there aren't many students who cultivate ice element. The dividend system might yield higher long-term profits. Compatibility, Zhang Hao explained, this technique is tailored to my physique, others might only have about 50% compatibility, so the appeal is limited. Besides, dividends are unstable. It's better to get 400 credits all at once. You don't need to spend federal coins. But there are 2 conditions. First, at least once a month, challenge the Tower of Heaven's secret realm, and the evaluation must not be lower than B. Second, every month's exam, the overall score must not be lower than the top 5 in the class. Zhang Hao's heart began to beat wildly. 300 credits. Equivalent to 300,000 federal coins. And it can be directly used for the most expensive training packages. Teacher, I accept. He did not hesitate at all. Zhuan smiled, very good. But you need to understand that this investment is not free. For every excellent student I teach, the school rewards me much more than you can imagine. Your S-level evaluation has already greatly improved my rating this year. He stood up, walked to the window, and turned his back to Zhang Hao, but I hope you can go further. If you can maintain this momentum and even go further, I can take you to participate in some private competitions. Private competitions? Zhang Hao was confused. There is also competition among teachers, there is resource allocation. Zhuan turned around, his gaze profound. Some resources cannot be obtained just with titles, they need to be fought for with strength. And the strength of teachers is often reflected in their students. He walked back to his desk, leaning over it and looking down at Zhang Hao. To put it simply, if you are strong enough, you can help me fight for those resources. If you win, the benefits won't be small for you. If you lose, I won't blame you, but the investment will adjust accordingly. Do you dare to accept? Zhang Hao took a deep breath and stood up straight. I accept. Good. Zhuan laughed heartily, then go back and train hard. I want to see you in the top 5 in this month's exam. As for the Tower of Heaven, finish the second secret realm as soon as possible and send me the evaluation report. Yes. Chapter 14, Ice Skill Training Package. Walking out of the office, Zhang Hao immediately opened his personal terminal and logged into the school logistics system. He first found the application entry for the Ice Skill Training Package. He clicked in, and a dazzling array of options popped up. Package A, Basic Ice System Skill Training, including Ice Spike and Frost Armor Teaching, 20 credits per month. Package B, Advanced Ice System Applications, including Ice Wall and Frost Path, etc., 40 credits per month. Package C, Bloodline Frost Specialization, Targeted Enhancement of Ice Bloodline Skill Power and Control, 80 credits per month. Package D, Custom, One-on-One Guidance, including Skill Combinations and Practical Applications, etc., 300 credits per month. As expected. Zhang Hao looked at the price of Package D and gasped. 300 credits, the quota given by the teacher was just enough for this most expensive package. If he chose the cheaper ones, the difference wouldn't be refunded, that's the rule. Since it's given, I will use the best. He no longer hesitated and chose Package D, paying 300 credits. Reservation successful, Ice Skill Training Package, Master Custom. Guiding Teacher, Ice System, Li Han, 2nd Rank Contract Teacher. First training time, tomorrow at 1400 hours, Training Hall Room 7. Please arrive 10 minutes early and bring your battle pet. Having sorted out the biggest expense, Zhang Hao began to plan other resources. Ice Stones, first rank medium quality, 20,000 federal coins each. He first bought 5, spending 100,000 federal coins from his account. Low temperature training room, 300 federal coins per hour. He directly booked a monthly package, 2 hours per day, 60 hours, costing 18,000 federal coins. Adding the basic expenses for this month for Shaojingang, potions 90,000, meals 30,000, medicine bath 30,000, crystal core 75,000. Total, 343,000 federal coins. And the cash he currently had, originally 140,000 left, plus 3 tower treasures, if sold entirely worth 600,000, but he didn't plan to sell all of them for now, at least he needed to keep a few for himself. It's quite tight. Zhang Hao rubbed his brow. But the good news is, with the teacher's 300 credit support, the most expensive training package is solved. Otherwise, just that package alone would cost 300,000, plus other expenses, making this month's total expenditure exceed 600,000. I need to find ways to increase income. Zhang Hao thought as he walked towards the dormitory. If he placed in the top 5 in the monthly exam, there would be extra credit rewards, and maintaining a high evaluation in the Tower of Heaven's secret realm could also earn him materials to sell. If all else fails, he could sell 1 or 2 of those tower treasures in an emergency. Back in the dormitory, he summoned Shaojingang immediately. After the nurturing of the contract tower, Little King Kong's condition has fully recovered, its aura even more fierce. Starting tomorrow, we will begin special training. Zhang Hao rubbed its head, the master customized package, 300 credits for a month, we cannot waste it. Little King Kong let out a low growl in response, its ice blue eyes full of fighting spirit. Zhang Hao called up the content of the cold ice true art, beginning to comprehend it. The ice blue spiritual power slowly circulated within him, becoming more solid with each complete cycle. He could feel that he was not far from the mid-stage of Stardust. And once he breaks through, with an elevation in his soul realm, he could contract a second battle pet. Support type control type. Zhang Hao sifted through possible battle pet types in his mind, preferably one that can cooperate with the ice element. At 1:50 p.m., Zhang Hao arrived 10 minutes early at the door of training room number 7 in the 3rd training hall. The door of the training room was made of heavy alloy, covered with a thin layer of frost, and the thermometer by the door showed the external temperature, 15 degrees Celsius. This was merely the cold air escaping from the doorway. Zhang Hao took a deep breath and pushed the door open. The moment the door opened, a bone-chilling cold rushed in like a tide, and although he was already operating the cold ice true art to protect himself, he couldn't help but shiver. Inside the training room was a pure white world. The walls, floor, and ceiling were all covered with a thick layer of ice, with several ice columns hanging from the ceiling, emitting a dim blue cold light. What was even more striking was the figure standing in the center of the training room. Teacher Li Han was wearing a deep blue robe today, the hem embroidered with icy crystal patterns, swaying slightly with the indoor chill. He appeared to be around 35 or 36 years old, handsome in appearance, with a calm demeanor, standing with his eyes closed at the center of a six-pointed star pattern made of ice crystals, surrounded by a faint ice mist. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Li Han opened his eyes, a glimmer of ice blue light flashing within. Got here early? Good. His voice was gentle, carrying a hint of approval. There are a few minutes until class starts. Come sit and let's chat first. He waved his hand, and the ice on the ground rose up, forming two ice crystal chairs and an ice table. The table's surface was as smooth as a mirror, even reflecting the shape of a person. Zhang Hao sat down at his instruction. The chill from the ice chair made him instinctively want to draw on spiritual power to resist, but he quickly suppressed it in front of an ice element expert. Such small actions were meaningless. Good afternoon, teacher, he said respectfully. Li Han nodded, his gaze scrutinizing Zhang Hao for a moment. I have gone through your information. You are very lucky. Your battle pet has a king-level bloodline, which gives you a significant advantage at the start. But you must remember, his tone turned serious, the bloodline is only the starting point, not the destination. Future resource investment, joint training, and actual combat honing cannot be neglected. I understand, thank you for your guidance, teacher. Zhang Hao replied earnestly. Li Han smiled, the atmosphere relaxing. Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Han, a second-tier contract master, late-stage Stardust. I major in both ice and water elements, responsible for training focused on ice attributes at the school. As he spoke, his left palm turned upward, two beams of ice blue light surged from the contract tower. The lights landed and transformed into two unique battle pets. The first one resembled an irregular ice block, about half a meter tall, completely transparent, with intricate ice crystal structures flowing inside. It had no obvious facial features, silently hovering above the ground, emanating a chill that caused the surrounding temperature to drop a few more degrees. The second was an ice flower nearly 1 meter in diameter. The petals were semi-transparent ice blue, layered upon each other, with a fist-sized ice crystal core in the center slowly rotating. The ice flower had no stem but floated 3 feet above the ground, elegant and mysterious. These are my two battle pets. Li Han introduced. This one is called Ice Crystal, my support-type battle pet, a mid-level first tier with a spiritual-level bloodline, good at controlling temperature and creating low-temperature environments. He pointed to the ice flower. This is Cold Flower. One of my core battle pets. Third tier low grade, like you, it also has a royal bloodline. Zhang Hao's pupils constricted. Third tier low grade. Royal bloodline. He thought that having a royal bloodline like Little King Kong was already extremely rare, yet unexpectedly, just a casual training instructor possessed a third tier royal battle pet. Furthermore, its realm was even one big tier higher than its master. Surprised? Li Han noticed his shock and smiled. The path of a contract master is like this. A battle pet's realm can surpass that of its master, as long as the resources are sufficient and the upbringing is proper. Isn't your Little King Kong one small realm higher than you? I'm not surprised by that. Zhang Hao carefully chose his words. I'm surprised by the investment of resources. To allow a battle pet to leap across one big realm, the required resources are probably astronomical. This was what truly shocked him. Little King Kong was higher by one small realm because of having a golden finger to quickly purify its bloodline, along with his willingness to invest resources at any cost. But to let a battle pet leap from Stardust to Starcore, how much more difficult would that be, 10 times over? Li Han, hearing this, had a complex look in his eyes. You're right, resources are indeed the biggest hurdle. But you must know, he stood up, walked to the icy window, and looked out at the students moving back and forth in the training ground. In university, it's not actually hard to earn resources with strength. Once you truly grow, participate in high-level secret realm explorations, complete military bounties, or even take part in inter-regional contention wars, the rewards from a single task could be an unimaginable astronomical figure. He turned back, looking at Zhang Hao. University is the safest and most efficient place for you to earn resources. Once you enter society, facing the real tide of demonic beasts, secret realm upheavals, and even alien invasions, every bit of resource you earn then will be paid for with your life. His tone carried a hint of emotion, a touch of nostalgia, as if he was recalling his own past. Chapter 15, Skill Imprinting. Dingling, the class bell rang at that moment. Li Han collected his emotions and resumed the seriousness of a trainer. All right, enough small talk. Let's begin training directly. He snapped his fingers. The battle pet named Crystal trembled slightly, and its icy crystal structure began to circulate faster. In an instant, the scene in the training room changed. The walls and floor that were merely covered in ice now formed countless icicles, ice columns, and ice clusters. The ceiling dripped with thousands of icy threads like a crystal curtain. Delicate icy snowflakes drifted in the air, and the thermometer's numbers began to jump crazily, -30 degrees Celsius, -50 degrees Celsius, -70 degrees Celsius. In just 10 seconds, the training room transformed into a true ice cave. Let's test the waters first. Li Han's voice remained clear even in the chill wind. Summon your Little King Kong. Then, don't use spiritual power to resist this cold. Zhang Hao was taken aback. Feel it with your flesh. Li Han explained, when training in ice, you must first understand what cold is. If you resist with spiritual power, you'll never truly experience the essence of ice. He paused briefly, adding, the path of a contract master's cultivation is about growing alongside the battle pet. You must resonate with it and perceive in sync. Although this may be too early for you now, at least build a basic resonance. Zhang Hao took a deep breath of the bone-chilling air and nodded, I understand. He willed it, and little King Kong jumped out from the contract tower. Upon landing, the ice blue-haired monkey let out an excited low roar, spreading its arms wide as if to embrace the snowy world. The environment made it feel incredibly comfortable. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao followed Li Han's instruction, retracting all the spiritual power in his dantian, relying solely on his flesh to withstand it. 70 degrees Celsius. The bone-chilling cold pierced through him like millions of ice needles, stabbing into every pore. Zhang Hao's skin instantly lost color, his lips turned purple, and his teeth trembled uncontrollably. He felt as though his blood was about to freeze solid, each breath like inhaling blades. Now, Li Han's voice seemed to come from far away. Slowly mobilize your spiritual power, find the just bearable critical point. Then stabilize at this output level. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth, drawing out a trace of ice blue spiritual power. Ice True technique began to operate. The spiritual power flowed through his meridians, bringing a slight warmth that barely offset the cold like poison. He carefully controlled the output, increasing it little by little, until his body no longer trembled violently, yet he could still clearly feel the biting chill. Very good. Li Han nodded, maintain this state. Next, I will gradually lower the temperature. Every time you feel you can't bear it anymore, just slightly increase your spiritual power output. Do this repeatedly. As soon as he finished speaking, the temperature dropped again. 75 degrees Celsius, 80 degrees Celsius. Zhang Hao's forehead bulged with veins, muscles tensed all over his body. He felt like he was thrown deep into an ice sea, pressure squeezing from all sides, even his thoughts slowed down. But he bit down hard, refusing to increase his spiritual power until reaching the limit. On the other side, the training of the little gold king was even more brutal. Li Han had the ice crystals create a separate area in the corner of the training room. The temperature there reached an astonishing 120 degrees Celsius, where even the air was almost frozen. Even more terrifying, cold flowers floated above the area, their petals trembling, shooting out icy needles as fine as hair. Little Gold King, do not fight back, do not resist with skills, Li Han ordered, take these ice needles with your body. Carefully feel what is different about the cold entering your body and the frost energy generated by your own bloodline. The little Gold King let out a low growl, a hint of stubbornness flashing in its ice blue eyes. It truly did not resist, allowing the ice needles to pierce through its fur, stab into its muscles. Every needle brought extreme cold and stabbing pain. But the little Gold King merely closed its eyes, its body slightly trembling, as if seriously experiencing something. Zhang Hao could feel its pain through the contract, but he also sensed a strange understanding happening. Time passed second by second. The training room was filled only with the sound of howling cold wind and Zhang Hao's increasingly heavy breathing. 90 degrees Celsius. Zhang Hao's spiritual power output had reached 30% of normal, but he was still so cold that his consciousness was fading. Double images began to appear before his eyes, a buzzing sound ringing in his ears, and his body's instincts screamed frantically, resist quickly, warm up quickly. But he did not. He thought of his ordinary past life, thought of the chance he gained in this life, thought of his parents' savings of 400,000, thought of the investment from his homeroom teacher, thought of the glory of the Tower of Heaven's S-level rating. With a chance to become an immortal and ancestor, to fight to the peak of the world, how can I not fight with all my might? This thought ignited like a spark, burning in his freezing consciousness. He continued to push himself, lowering the spiritual power output even more. Enough! Li Han's voice suddenly rang out, filled with a hint of surprise. Zhang Hao could no longer hear clearly. He felt a darkness before his eyes, his body stiffly falling backward, consciousness completely swallowed by the cold. In the instant before he hit the ground, a warm ice-blue energy surged from Li Han's hand, pouring into his body. That energy was like spring wind melting snow, dispelling the extreme cold, protecting his organs and spiritual sea. 3 seconds later, Zhang Hao suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath. I passed out? He struggled to sit up, realizing that his body was cold but not seriously harmed. Li Han stood before him, looking at him with a complex expression, you pushed too hard. I designed this training to help people experience the critical state, not to really freeze someone to death. He paused, his tone shifting to one of praise, but your willpower is among the strongest I've seen in my students. Zhang Hao smiled wryly, I must have embarrassed the teacher. No, this is a good thing. Li Han shook his head, on the path of a contract master, talent, resources, and opportunities are all very important, but the most fundamental thing is will. He waved his hand to lift the low-temperature field, and the room's temperature rose back to a normal 20 degrees Celsius. The little Gold King also walked out of the special training area, though still covered with dozens of ice needles. His eyes were bright, as if he had gained quite a lot. "How does it feel?" Li Han asked. Zhang Hao closed his eyes to sense it. The speed at which the cold ice true art operated in his dantian was nearly 20% faster than before. His perception of ice energy had become sharper, even allowing him to see the floating ice element light spots in the air. The sensation feedback from Little Golden King was even clearer. Its control over frost power had improved, and its bloodline seemed to be more active. The cultivation speed has increased. Zhang Hao opened his eyes, joy flashing in his gaze. "I should be able to condense 4 star points in a day now." At this speed, he would break through to the mid-stardust stage in about 70 days. And if Little Golden King continued to grow stronger and provide more feedback, this speed would accelerate further. Li Han nodded. "Not bad. The cold ice true art is already a method that suits you. Coupled with the stimulation of the low-temperature environment and the resonance with your battle pet, an increase in cultivation speed is normal." He checked the time. "Today's training ends here. But before class is over." Li Han changed his tone, looking at Zhang Hao. "I have a proposal." Originally, the training followed a step-by-step approach, which would ensure your Little Golden King awakens at least one bronze-level ice skill during the package period. But seeing your performance today, perhaps we can try skill imprinting. Skill imprinting? Zhang Hao was taken aback. He hadn't learned this term in theory class. "It's normal that you don't know." Li Han explained, "This is usually covered in the second semester of the first year. In simple terms, it involves using a special method to imprint a model of a skill directly into the soul of the battle pet, greatly increasing the probability of it learning that skill." Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. Didn't this mean that the battle pet could also learn specific skills? But Li Han's next sentence dampened his excitement. "However, there are 2 difficulties. First, the imprinting process requires the contract master to endure soul-level pain. It is generally recommended to wait until your soul realm reaches spirit level before attempting. At that point, the soul strength is sufficient, and the pain will be reduced. Second, after the imprinting is complete, you will have to transfer the skill model to the battle pet. This is another soul test, and the battle pet needs to be clever enough to understand the content you are transferring." He looked at Little Golden King. "From today's training, your willpower is sufficient, and Little Golden King's wisdom and will are also up to standard. So, theoretically, it can be tried." Zhang Hao's heart raced. "What is the success rate?" 100 credits for 1 attempt, success not guaranteed. Li Han said plainly, 3 attempts at the minimum, meaning if you fail 3 times in a row, I will help you imprint for free on the 4th attempt until you succeed. 100 credits. Equivalent to 100,000 federal coins. 3 attempts mean 300,000. Zhang Hao's mouth twitched. The teacher's fees were truly merciless. But he quickly calculated, selling the technique earned him 400 credits, with the teacher's monthly support of 300, training package costing 300, leaving him with 400. He could try. If it worked out well, the savings could buy second-tier spells and help him break through. And Little Golden King's skills were indeed too few. Apart from the Frost Punch and Frost Charge that came with its bloodline, there were only the ordinary Roar and Water Wave left. If it could learn a powerful active ice skill, its combat power would significantly increase. "I want to give it a try." Zhang Hao made up his mind. "Teacher, what skills can I choose?" Li Han smiled. That was the smile of someone who saw a big fish bite the hook. He reached out and tapped on the ice table, and 3 lines of text appeared on the icy surface. Ice Bomb Technique, Bronze, condense ice crystal bombs, explode after being thrown, dealing area damage and freezing effects. Cold Ice Path, Bronze, condense ice on the ground beneath your feet, greatly increasing movement speed, and create sliding areas to interfere with enemies. Ice Crystal Shield, Bronze, condense ice crystals to form a rotating shield that can resist physical and energy attacks, and inflict freezing counter damage on close enemies. All 3 of these skills are very suitable for melee-type ice battle pets. Li Han introduced, Ice Bomb Technique supplements long-range capabilities, Cold Ice Path enhances mobility, and Ice Crystal Shield is a mix of defense and control. Zhang Hao thought for a moment. "I choose Ice Crystal Shield." The Little King Kong already had the Frost Charge as a rushing skill, and its mobility was not bad. Although Ice Explosion was good, the Little King Kong's main role was still a melee tank. The Ice Crystal Shield could further enhance its survival ability and had control effects, making it the most cost-effective choice. Wise choice. Li Han nodded. "So, shall we begin now?" "Now." Zhang Hao was taken aback. "The earlier you start the imprinting, the more time the battle pet has to absorb it." Li Han had already walked to the center of the training room. "Sit cross-legged and empty your mind. Remember, no matter how much it hurts, keep your awareness clear. If you faint, the imprint will fail, and your credits will be deducted." Zhang Hao smiled bitterly but still sat down as instructed. Li Han stood across from him, hands forming seals. The cold flower battle pet floated behind him, petals unfolding, with the ice crystal core bursting with dazzling blue light. Close your eyes and feel my soul's guidance. Zhang Hao closed his eyes. In the next moment, he felt a cool yet vast soul power surge into his consciousness. That power began to carve deep in his soul. It was not a physical carving, but a shaping of concepts, laws, directly impacting the level of consciousness. Pain. Incomprehensible pain. It felt like someone was using an ice cone to chip away at his skull, then writing on his brain with icy fingers. Every stroke came with extreme coldness and stabbing pain, enough to make his soul tremble. Zhang Hao's forehead instantly broke out in a cold sweat, and his body spasmed uncontrollably. He bit down hard, his gums oozing blood, but did not utter a sound. Time became incredibly long. Every second felt like a century. He felt like he was tossed into an icy sea abyss, sinking deeper, his consciousness gradually becoming hazy in the cold and pain. Hold on. Li Han's shout was like thunder, exploding in his consciousness. Zhang Hao suddenly jolted awake, using all his will to fight against the pain. He didn't know how long had passed, maybe only a few minutes, maybe several hours, until the carving was finally complete. A complete and complex skill model, made up of countless ice blue runes, was imprinted deep within his soul. Now, Li Han's voice showed a hint of fatigue. Transmit the model to the little King Kong. Use the contract to connect, imagine it as a gift, and slowly pass it over. Zhang Hao opened his eyes and looked at the little King Kong, who was nervously watching him. He extended his hand, pressing it against the little King Kong's forehead. The soul transmission began. This time the pain was even worse. It felt like tearing a piece of his brain and forcefully stuffing it into another container. Zhang Hao's face turned pale as paper, blood seeping from every orifice. But he gritted his teeth through the contract connection, passing the ice crystal shield model bit by bit. The little King Kong growled, its ice blue eyes flashing with pain, but also with understanding. It seemed to be struggling to comprehend and absorb the complex information. The transmission lasted a full 10 minutes. When the last rune was successfully transmitted, Zhang Hao collapsed to the ground, lacking the strength to move even a finger. He felt. He nodded with a bitter smile. He checked his personal terminal. 100 credits had been deducted. It hurt, but it was worth it. Chapter 16, Breakthrough. In mid-December at Wuhan University, winter had set in deep. Frost flowers hung on the evergreens in the campus, but for the contract master's students, the real winter was not outside, but in the training room. Zhang Hao stood before the door of Mystic Level No. 3 training room, taking a deep breath. The screen on his personal terminal displayed the deduction information. Credits deducted, 100 points, current balance, 249.9. 100 credits, equivalent to 100,000 Federation coins, bought him 5 hours of access to this training room. Is it expensive? It's ridiculously expensive. A regular training room only costs 2 credits per hour, while this one costs 20 credits. Is it worth it? If everything goes smoothly, then yes, it's worth it. He pushed the door open and entered. The training room was not as magnificent as imagined, but rather exceptionally simple. The room was circular, about 10 meters in diameter, with a floor paved from some dark stone, covered in intricate spirit-gathering runes. The walls and ceiling were pure white, emitting a soft glow. What stood out the most was the circular platform in the center, 2 meters in diameter, rising half a foot above the ground. The surface of the platform was not flat, but instead a slowly rotating yin-yang fish pattern, half ice blue, half silver white. Ice Attribute Auxiliary Training Platform, Soul Stability Array. Zhang Hao looked at the explanation screen on the wall, a satisfied look flashing in his eyes. This was why he chose this training room. It not only provided pure energy equivalent to a second-tier training environment, but more importantly, it could assist in soul cultivation, stabilizing the mind. For someone about to try a dual breakthrough, this was essential. In the past month and a half, he never missed a single ice training class, attended 8 times. Each time, under teacher Li Han's supervision, he was tortured to the brink of death, but the gains were real. The little King Kong's roar skill successfully evolved into Frost Roar, which no longer just boosted momentum and strength, but could instantly replenish a large amount of frost energy, converting all subsequent attacks into frost attribute damage. This change significantly increased its explosive power. Additionally, his account reclaimed 2 junior sky treasure crystals, totaling 2,400 points, added to the resources obtained from the secret realm, bringing the total to nearly 3,000 points. He gave all of them to little King Kong, directly boosting its bloodline purity from 11% to 16%. It took about 600 evolution points to increase by 1%, while boosting it by 4% directly compared to the previous 800 was a world apart. The consumption increased significantly as one progressed. Because of this, training with little King Kong allowed them to reach a speed of up to 7 points of starlight per day. After all this training, Zhang Hao accumulated a total of 500 points of ice blue starlight in his dantian, thanks to the cold ice true method and Little King Kong. He had reached the threshold, but the shackles were still there. An invisible barrier lay between the Dantian and the meridians, impeding the transformation of spiritual power. He could feel that once he broke through this layer of shackles, both the total amount and quality of spiritual power would leap, officially stepping into the midstage of Stardust. Not just spiritual power. Zhang Hao sat cross-legged on the ice-blue part of the yin-yang fish, closing his eyes to look within. Within his sea of consciousness, the barrier of the soul's realm was also clearly visible. The quality of his soul had reached the critical point, after a period of meditation and resource input, now reaching the low-grade ordinary level. If he took one more step, he could enter the mid-grade ordinary. Logically, he should break through the cultivation realm first, wait for his body to adapt, and then attack the soul realm. This was the safest, most stable approach. But Zhang Hao didn't want to wait. Dual breakthrough. He murmured. He learned in theory class that at the moment of breaking through the cultivation realm, the body's functions, meridian strength, and spiritual power activity would temporarily enhance. If he seized this window of opportunity to also attack the soul realm, there might be a chance for dual benefits. The benefits were clear, and improvement in the soul's realm would be smoother, and it might even enhance the quality of the soul. More importantly, breaking through both realms at the same time would create a kind of resonance effect, allowing for faster cultivation afterwards. The drawbacks are more obvious: divided attention, with risks doubling. A slight misstep could lead to a failed breakthrough and regression in cultivation. At worst, it could result in a loss of control over spiritual power, harm to the soul, and turning into a useless person. I've endured the pain of skill imprinting, this little risk. Zhang Hao's eyes were firm. It's worth a gamble. He adjusted his breathing and operated the ice true technique. The ice blue spiritual power flowed through his meridians, gradually accelerating. The first step, to break through the shackles of cultivation. Within his dantian, 500 points of starlight began to rotate, gathering into a vortex of ice blue spiritual power. The vortex spun faster and faster, stirring the entire dantian's spiritual power into agitation. Boom! The flood of spiritual power crashed violently against the invisible barrier. A sharp pain. Like hitting his dantian with a hammer. Zhang Hao let out a muffled groan, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. But he didn't stop, continuing to urge the spiritual power, crashing over and over again. The barrier remained unmoved. Not enough yet. He gritted his teeth, taking out a blue potion from his bosom, a primary ice attribute impact potion, specifically used to assist breakthroughs, providing immense energy bursts. He swallowed it in one gulp. The potion entered his stomach, transforming into a torrent of frigid energy, merging into the flood of spiritual power. This time, the force of impact increased several times. Crack! A faint cracking sound echoed from within his body. Cracks appeared in the barrier. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up as he exerted all his strength. The spiritual power surged like a flood, wildly striking at the cracks. But at this critical moment, he got distracted. In his sea of consciousness, the power of the soul began to gather. The low-grade mortal soul was like a wisp of pale white mist, now beginning to shrink and solidify, transforming into a denser medium-grade mortal state. Divided attention. His body endured the excruciating pain of the dantian's impact, while his sea of consciousness bore the swelling pain of the soul's compression. The two distinctly different pains intertwined, causing Zhang Hao's face to turn as pale as paper in an instant. Ugh! He let out a suppressed roar from his throat, his entire body tense, muscles taut, and veins bulging. Sweat began to seep out of his skin, immediately frozen into ice crystals by the cold temperature of the training room, hanging on his eyelashes and hair tips. The most terrifying part was that the two energies began to interfere. The icy spiritual power in the dantian unconsciously escaped upwards, touching the sea of consciousness. The soul power instinctively seeped downwards, interfering with the meridians. Although it was just a trace, it was like pouring sand into a precise instrument. Must not panic. Zhang Hao bit his tongue, using the pain to stay awake, separate. Distinguish. He tried to use willpower to forcibly split the two energies. But the energy in the breakthrough state was like a galloping wild horse, utterly disobedient. The icy spiritual power rushed into the sea of consciousness, freezing the soul almost solid. The soul power seeped into the dantian, causing chaos in the flow of spiritual power. It's going to fail, this thought flickered through Zhang Hao's mind. No. He remembered the mundane and ordinary life of his previous existence. Give me break. A roar erupted from deep within his soul. Not a shout from his mouth, but a surge of will, obsession, and unwillingness, transforming into a mental shockwave. This shockwave simultaneously slammed into the two barriers. Crack boom. Two almost simultaneous loud explosions echoed within him. The shackles of the dantian shattered completely. The ice-blue spiritual power surged like a beast escaping captivity, roaring through the meridians that had widened by a factor of 2. Wherever it passed, the meridians were forcibly widened, flesh and blood tempered by the icy spiritual power, every single cell celebrating rebirth. The barrier of the sea of consciousness also shattered. The pale white soul mist shrank wildly, condensing into a denser milky white soul core. Perceptual ability, mental power, and control over spiritual power, all instantly elevated to a new level. A breakthrough. Mid-Stardust. Medium-grade mortal. But Zhang Hao had no time to celebrate. Because the two uncontrollable energies were converging, colliding, and conflicting within him. Ah! This time he truly let out a tragic scream. The ice crystals forming on the surface of his body shattered instantly, replaced by the swirling blue and white glow coursing beneath his skin that was the spiritual power and soul power rampaging within him. Cracks began to appear in the meridians, and the sea of consciousness was turbulent and unstable. If this continued, even if he succeeded in breaking through, it would leave serious hidden injuries, or even lead to regression in cultivation. Calm down, guide. Zhang Hao forced himself to be calm. He recalled the method of returning spiritual power to its origin from the true ice technique, and the key of solidifying the soul taught in the meditation class. While operating the technique, he guided the violent spiritual power back to the dantian, establishing a cycle along a new route. At the same time, he stabilized his mind, gathering the restless soul power back to the sea of consciousness, consolidating the new core of the soul. This process was more painful and detailed than the breakthrough itself. It was like performing a minimally invasive surgery within his body, where he was both the surgeon and the patient. Time passed second by second. The energy in the training room was being crazily drawn, injected into Zhang Hao's body through the yin-yang fish platform. The ice blue half provided a supplement of spiritual power, while the silver white half offered nourishment for the soul. 5 hours of use time flowed by unknowingly. When the last trace of chaotic energy was gathered, and the final crack was repaired, Zhang Hao slowly opened his eyes. Deep in his ice blue pupils, a fleeting flash of silver white light appeared. He stood up. Crackle. All the bones in his body made crackling sounds like popping beans. He seemed to have grown an inch taller, with more defined muscle lines, and a faint ice blue glow shimmered on the surface of his skin. Clenching his fist, a surge of power flooded in. Looking inward at his dantian, the originally 500 points of starlight had all transformed into denser and more brilliant stardust. New stardust was continuously being generated, nearly twice as fast as before. Now, it seemed he could condense about 14 points of starlight daily, a speed that could not be called slow. In the sea of consciousness, a milky white soul core floated quietly, emitting stable mental waves. The speed of thought, memory, and perception had all improved significantly. I succeeded. Zhang Hao exhaled deeply. Not only had he successfully broken through on both lines, but more importantly, he had inadvertently completed a preliminary resonance between spiritual power and soul during the final energy clash. Though still weak, this meant that in the future when he cast spells, he could integrate a trace of soul power to enhance their power. During cultivation, the soul and spiritual power could grow in synergy, leading to higher efficiency. This was an unexpected joy. He looked at his personal terminal, where there was a message from Teacher Li Han: the risk of a dual-line breakthrough is immense. If you truly attempt it, remember, when the pain reaches its peak, imagine yourself as a piece of ice. Ice may shatter, but broken ice is still ice. Zhang Hao smiled. He didn't imagine himself as ice, he chose to withstand it. Now it seemed that he made it through. Chapter 17, Real Combat Assessment. The air was filled with tension and the smell of sweat. Today was the third class of the first-year Contract Master's Real Combat course, and also the final assessment of the month. 30 students from Class 19 stood neatly in line at the edge of training ground number 3. In the center of the field stood their instructor for the combat course, Xiong Tian. Xiong Tian, true to his name, stood nearly 2 meters tall, with muscles bulging all over, wearing a tight black combat suit, and thick body hair covered his exposed arms. He stood there like a human-shaped grizzly bear, even just a calm glance radiated a suffocating sense of pressure. Students. Xiong Tian's voice was deep as a bell, echoing in the vast training hall. Today is the third class of this month's Real Combat course, and the last formal training before the final assessment. In the previous 2 classes, I taught you the 4 basic modes of battle: pet cooperation, command skills, and personal tactical essentials. He paused, scanning the crowd, but theory is theory, real combat can only be learned through practice. The students held their breath. Everyone knew that Teacher Xiong was known for his strictness, his assessments never let anyone off easy. Today's assessment is divided into 2 parts, individual combat and group combat. Xiong Tian held up 2 thick fingers. In personal battles, you will face demon beasts that match your own strength. In group battles, you will team up in groups of 3 or 4 to face a horde of demon beasts that are 1 rank stronger than your combined strength. Now, he glanced at the time, I will give you 10 minutes to form teams. I will go prepare the demon beasts. After finishing, this muscular man, as strong as a bear, turned and walked toward the demon beast preparation area at the back of the training hall. The heavy footsteps gradually faded away. In the training ground, the oppressive silence lasted only 3 seconds. Wow! In an instant, it exploded into chaos. Team up, team up. Who wants to join my team? My main battle pet is a stone-armored turtle, super reliable in defense. I'm a fire-type damage dealer, looking for a control assist. Is anyone looking for a healing battle pet? My water spirit sparrow knows basic healing spells. Amidst the noisy voices, a strong figure squeezed to the front of Zhang Hao first. Brother Hao. Wu Shan grinned widely, patting Zhang Hao's shoulder hard. We must team up. You deal damage, I'll tank, perfect match. Before Zhang Hao could respond, 2 more people joined in. One was a boy with black-framed glasses, small in stature, named Chen Ho, who was teased by classmates as skinny monkey for being too thin. The other was a girl in a red combat suit with a high ponytail, her features delicate and her demeanor capable. Angela, the well-known rich girl in the class. Classmate Zhang Hao, could you take us along? Chen Ho pushed his glasses, speaking politely. Angela was more direct. Let's team up, the 4 of us. In personal battles, do as you like. In group battles, I guarantee we will win. If we win, I'll treat you all to a meal at the Spirit Gathering Pavilion. Spirit Gathering Pavilion? Wu Shan's eyes widened. That place costs at least 10,000 federal coins for a meal. Angela shrugged, a small expense. That's why the 4 of them could play together: strength, personality, and practical benefits. Although Wu Shan's talent wasn't top-notch, his outgoing personality and the stone giant's strong defense were noteworthy. Chen Ho's battle pet was a wind whisper cloud, a wind type that could carry people and release wind blades, very flexible in tactics. As for Angela, it goes without saying, her family was wealthy in the rune machinery business, and her core battle pet Flame Explosion Bear was a king-level bloodline created by spending money. As for Zhang Hao, he was the most mysterious of the 4. With an S-level secret realm rating, mid-level Stardust Realm, and Bloodline Awakening of his battle pet, these tags had already made him a legendary figure in the class. Brother Hao, you must shine in this assessment. Wu Shan rubbed his hands, excited. First place in personal battles gives 50 credits, and first place in group battles gives 20 credits for each person, adding up to 70 credits. That's 70,000 federal coins. Zhang Hao smiled but didn't respond. He indeed needed the credits, but what mattered more was the practical combat experience. How should we fight in the group battle? Chen Ho already started thinking about tactics. My Wind Whisper Cloud can control the field and harass, Angela's Flame Explosion Bear is the main output, Wu Shan's Stone Giant tanks, and Zhang Hao's. He looked at Zhang Hao. Your Frosty Titan should be an all-rounder, right? I've seen the battle records, you have strong close combat and control. Zhang Hao nodded, pretty much. The little Titan has 3 active skills, Frost Punch, Ice Crystal Shield, and Frost Charge, plus the enhancement from Frost Roar, so its sustained combat ability is quite good. That makes it easier. Angela snapped her fingers. I'll lead in the group battle. You guys have no objections, right? The 3 exchanged glances, not opposing. Though this girl was wealthy, her tactical skills were indeed high. Her commands had impressed the whole class during the first 2 practical combat class simulations. Just then, the back door of the training hall opened, and teacher Xiong Tian brought in a giant iron cage. Inside the cage were 3 demon beasts, a wild boar covered in black fur with protruding fangs, a silver-gray wolf with fierce eyes, and a strange plant that looked like a huge potato. Quiet! Xiong Tian shouted, and the whole place fell silent instantly. He placed the iron cage in the center of the field and turned to face the students. The assessment starts. We will proceed with personal battles in order from lowest to highest rank. Xiong Tian's gaze swept across the crowd. Finally stopping at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao, you are the only one in the mid-Stardust phase in the class. You stay on the side and watch the battle first. You will come up last. Yes. Zhang Hao calmly replied, retreating to the edge of the arena. This arrangement made sense. The assessment difficulty for the mid-Stardust phase would definitely be higher, requiring stronger beast preparation. Letting him observe first also gave other classmates a chance to learn. The first to take the stage was a petite girl, and her battle pet was a water arrow turtle. Her opponent was a tusked pig, a low-ranking beast of the first tier, with a common bloodline and a skill called Berserk Charge. The battle began quickly and ended even faster. The tusked pig charged the moment the iron cage opened. The girl clearly lacked experience. While ordering the water arrow turtle to unleash its water arrows, she herself was retreating, resulting in a disconnect between her and her pet. The water arrow hit the tusked pig, leaving only a shallow wound, while the tusked pig had already rushed right in front of the girl. Assessment failed. Teacher Xiong Tian waved his hand, and a yellowish energy barrier instantly appeared in front of the girl, blocking the tusked pig's charge. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. The girl, her face pale, recalled the water arrow turtle and walked off the stage with red-rimmed eyes. On the assessment record, a glaring red cross was marked next to her name. Do you all see that? Teacher Xiong Tian looked at the other students. The battle pet and its contractor are one. If you retreat, the pet will lose its cover. If you panic, the pet will be at a loss. If you make such basic mistakes again in the next assessment, you will fail outright. In the following assessments, various issues arose. Some students gave unclear commands to their pets, causing them to hesitate and get hit. Some were overly nervous and forgot to cast defense spells on themselves, and some, despite having a clear advantage, were killed due to tactical mistakes. In a class of over 40, among the first 15 to take the stage, only 6 passed. The best performance among them merely barely repelled the beast, still far from killing it. Until the 16th participant took the stage, Wu Shan. It's my turn. Wu Shan took a deep breath and walked confidently to the center of the arena. His opponent was the Wind Moon Wolf, a mid-tier beast of the first level, with incredible speed and skills called Wind Blade Claw and Wolf Shadow Assault, both at the Black Iron level. Stone Giant, come out. Wu Shan summoned his battle pet. A rock giant nearly 1.5 meters tall landed with a thud, its surface covered in rough stone skin. After more than a month of training, this rock giant had reached the peak of the early Stardust phase, just a step away from the mid-phase. Assessment begins. The Wind Moon Wolf turned into a silver-gray shadow, dashing straight at the rock giant. But Wu Shan was already prepared. Rock giant, hardened skin. Then ground collapse. The surface of the rock giant glowed with a yellowish hue, increasing its defense. At the same time, it slammed its fists on the ground, causing the ground in front to suddenly soften and collapse, forcibly changing the Wind Moon Wolf's trajectory. Great tactic, someone shouted from the sidelines. Using the terrain to limit a speed-type opponent is a basic yet effective strategy. The Wind Moon Wolf was forced to change direction, but Wu Shan's command wasn't finished yet, now rock binding. The rock giant slammed its palms onto the ground, and earth and stone surged up, instantly wrapping around the Wind Moon Wolf's 4 legs. Though it only captured it for less than 2 seconds, that was enough for Wu Shan. Finish it. Rock explosion. The rock giant concentrated earth energy in its right fist and struck the Wind Moon Wolf's waist, the weak point of wolf-type beasts. Ayo, the Wind Moon Wolf howled, collapsing to the ground, losing its combat ability. Assessment passed, evaluation, good. Teacher Xiong Tian recorded in his notebook, revealing a rare smile, well-applied tactics and good cooperation. Wu Shan, you've made great progress. Thank you, teacher. Wu Shan excitedly punched the air and winked at Zhang Hao as he ran back to the group. The next few students performed poorly until the 24th participant, Angela. As soon as she stepped onto the stage, she attracted everyone's attention. Not just because she was beautiful, but also because of her battle pet. Flame Explosion Bear, come out. A bear nearly 2 meters tall, covered in bright red fur. A giant bear with a blazing flame mark on its forehead stepped out of the contract space. As soon as it appeared, the temperature in the training hall rose several degrees. King-level bloodline. Flame Burst Bear, someone murmured, their tone sour. Angela's opponent was also a Wind Moon Wolf. But her fighting style was completely different from Wu Shan's. Flame Burst Bear, Flame Charge. Her command was extremely simple. The Flame Burst Bear roared skyward, flames igniting all around it, turning into a fireball that shot out. The Wind Moon Wolf tried to dodge, but the reach of the flames was too wide. As it sidestepped, the fire grazed it, instantly scorching its fur black. Bronze Bloodline Skill, Explosive Flame Fist. Angela's second command came. The Flame Burst Bear rushed in front of the Wind Moon Wolf, its burning paw slammed out. The flames exploded, a shockwave rolling through. When the smoke cleared, the Wind Moon Wolf had fallen to the ground, completely blackened and unconscious. The whole process took less than 5 seconds. Assessment passed, rating, excellent. Xiong Tian took a longer look at Angela while recording. Skill application is decisive, and the battle pet has been trained well. Angela nodded slightly, calmly walking back to the team. As she passed by Zhang Hao, she whispered, "It's your turn, don't disgrace me." Zhang Hao smiled, saying nothing. The 27th person, Chen Ho, stepped up. His fighting style was very special. Wind Language Cloud was a 2-meter diameter green cloud, with air currents swirling on its surface. Chen Ho jumped directly onto the cloud, floating 3 meters above the ground. Assessment starts. The Wind Moon Wolf attempted to pounce, but Chen Ho maneuvered the Wind Language Cloud to dodge easily. He continuously moved in the air, while directing Wind Language Cloud to release Wind Blade technique. Crescent-shaped green wind blade shot out from the cloud, precisely slicing into the Wind Moon Wolf. Although the Wind Moon Wolf was fast, it could not fly. It could only futilely chase in the arena, its wounds increasing. 3 minutes later, the Wind Moon Wolf collapsed from blood loss. Assessment passed, rating, good. Xiong Tian's lips twitched slightly, the strategy was very safe. Chen Ho pushed up his glasses, a look of indifference on his face. If it can be resolved at a distance, why risk getting close? Finally, it was time for the last one. Chapter 18, One Punch. Zhang Hao, go on stage. Xiong Tian's voice carried a hint of expectation. All eyes focused on him. Zhang Hao calmly walked to the center of the arena. The iron cage opened, and that giant potato rolled out, not rolled, but walked out using its thin roots. It was about 1 person tall, over half a meter in diameter, with a soil brown skin covered in bumps. No facial features, no limbs, it looked like a potato enlarged by hundreds of times. But no one dared to underestimate it. Because this was the third type of beast that appeared today, a first-tier upper grade. Bracelet scan. Zhang Hao raised his left hand, and the bracelet emitted a blue light that scanned the potato. Information appeared. Beast, potato wallfruit, first-tier upper grade. Attribute, earth. Quality, ordinary. Bloodline, mortal grade. Skills, hardened skin, bronze, damage reflection, bronze, root recovery, bronze. Traits, extremely high physical defense, can reflect 30% of melee physical damage. It really is a defensive type. Zhang Hao understood in his heart. Xiong Tian's choice was very cautious. Arranging a first-tier upper-grade beast for mid-level Stardust students was already beyond the syllabus. If he chose an offensive type and the student lacked strength, there could be casualties. Although defensive types are hard to deal with, at least they are safe. Too bad he doesn't know what I'm using. Zhang Hao recalled the beast-shaped mushroom from the mushroom forest, a slight smile on his lips. Assessment starts. The moment the command was given, Zhang Hao had already completed the summoning. Little golden giant, come out. In a glow of ice blue, little golden giant stepped through the air. After bloodline purification and special training, it was now nearly 3.5 feet tall, about 1.2 meters, with crystal clear ice blue fur, naturally surrounded by a faint chill. Most striking were the 2 bulges on its back. Those were the early shapes of the future 6 arms, now vaguely visible. Roar! As soon as little golden giant appeared, it roared skyward, and the icy aura spread, causing the temperature in the training hall to plummet. The nearby students couldn't help but shiver. Heard it's a royal bloodline, and its ice attribute, not just the basic 5 elements. So powerful. S-class. Amid the discussions, the potato wallfruit was the first to launch an attack, if that could even be called an attack. Its surface glowed with a yellow light, hardening its skin and greatly increasing its defense. At the same time, fine roots dug into the ground, slowly absorbing earth energy to recover itself. A classic turtling strategy. Little giant, Zhang Hao's command was simple and direct, Frost Fist. No tactics, no flanking, just a straightforward strong attack. The little giant pushed off the ground, its ice blue figure shot out like an arrow released from a bow. Its right fist clenched, frost crystals formed at the fist's edge, chilly air twisting the atmosphere. He's going to clash head-on, a student exclaimed, but that potato has damage reflection. Before the voice faded, the frost fist already slammed into the surface of the potato wallfruit. Boom! Not a dull impact sound, but the crisp sound of ice crystals shattering. The moment the fist made contact, the cold air rushed in first. The potato wallfruit's surface was covered in frost, the effect of its hardening skill weakened by the extreme cold. Then, a violent physical force penetrated in. Crack, crack, crack. Frost spread, cracks expanded. Damage reflection? Sorry, the frost fist is a combination of energy and physical force. The cold air erodes first, the physical blow follows. By the time the reflection mechanism triggered, the internal structure of the potato wallfruit was already severely damaged by the cold air. 1 punch, 1 hole. The massive potato wallfruit was sent flying by this punch, tracing a parabolic arc in the air, crashing heavily against the protective shield 10 meters away. When it landed, its surface was completely covered in frost, with yellowish juice oozing from the central hole but quickly freezing. It tried to take root to recover, but the frost had already invaded its core, halting the skill's operation. The whole place fell silent. 3 seconds later, teacher Xiong Tian slowly spoke, assessment passed, evaluation, perfect. His gaze was complex, looking at Zhang Hao, then at the little giant, which was slowly retracting its fist with frost still lingering on its surface. 1 punch. Just 1 punch. A first-tier high-quality defensive beast was shattered by a Stardust mid-stage battle pet single punch. And judging by the potato wallfruit's injury, if it were not for the assessment but a life-and-death battle, that punch would have been enough to take its life. This is the true power of a royal bloodline, a student murmured. How brother is amazing. Wu Shan was the first to react, shouting excitedly. Angela's eyes sparkled, ice type against earth type has no counter effect, to cause such damage, his ice bloodline purity must be very high. Chen Ho pushed up his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses filled with calculation, energy control is precise, skill activation timing is perfect, pet's execution is 100%. Zhang Hao, you're stronger than I imagined. Zhang Hao recalled the little giant and walked calmly back to the team. Individual battles were all over, next up was the team battle. But at this moment, everyone's thoughts were no longer on the assessment. They looked at Zhang Hao, their eyes filled with shock, envy, jealousy, and awe. One punch killing a first-tier high-quality beast, this kind of strength could no longer be described as just an excellent student. This was a monster. And the monster had already embarked on a path completely different from theirs. The team battle venue moved to the central training hall's largest battleground. It was a circular arena with a diameter of 50 meters, the ground paved with high-strength alloy plates, surrounded by a faint blue energy shield. This was to prevent the battle from affecting the audience and to stop the beasts from escaping. The remaining 27 students from Class 19 had already split into 9 small teams, either 3 or 4 members per team. At this moment, everyone was nervously watching the center of the arena. Zhang Hao, Wu Shan, Zhang Hao, and Angela's team stood at the east entrance of the arena. Opposite them, an iron cage slowly opened. The moment the beast stepped out of the cage, gasps filled the training hall. It was a creature resembling a calf but even more ferocious in appearance. About 1.5 meters tall at the shoulder. The creature was nearly 3 meters long, its body covered in dark, iron-like rocky armor, with a glimmer of metal flowing through the cracks of its armor. The most frightening part was its head. Unlike the gentle eyes common in bovine beasts, it bore 2 pairs of scarlet compound eyes. Its horns were not made of bone but a mixture of some metal and rock, with edges as sharp as blades. As it took its first step out of the cage, a dull echo reverberated across the ground. With its second step, the alloy floor even slightly dented. This as Angela immediately raised her hand to scan with the device. Monster, Rock Gold Beast, First Order Upper Quality. Attributes, Earth/Metal Dual Element. Qualifications, Excellent. Bloodline, Spirit Level. Skills, Rock Spike Assault, Bronze, Shattering Gold Falling Rocks, Bronze, Ally Charge, Bronze. Bloodline skill, Sharp Gold Armor Piercing, Bronze. Spirit Level Bloodline, for Bronze skills, Dual Attributes. Zhang Hao adjusted his glasses, his voice dry. Teacher Xiong really intends to push us to our limits. Wu Shan's face turned pale. My stone giant is just First Order lower quality, can it withstand a hit from it? Zhang Hao remained silent, simply squinting. He could sense that the little King Kong, through their bond, was not filled with fear but eager for a fight. The bloodline of this rock gold beast was only spirit level, while the little King Kong was king level. Though its purity was only 16%, there was still a level suppression. Everyone, stay calm. Angela's voice rang out, carrying an undeniable composure. Stick to the plan. Wu Shan, your stone giant only needs to hold up against the first wave to buy us 3 seconds. Zhang Hao, the enhancement spells and air harassment are up to you. Zhang Hao, you and I will handle the main attack, no need to test it, start with our strongest skills. She glanced at Zhang Hao, you attack from the left, I'll attack from the right. If it charges at me, you break it from the side, if it charges at you, I'll hit it from behind. Got it? Zhang Hao nodded, got it. Then let's go. The 4 of them summoned their battle pets at the same time. The stone giant crashed to the ground, its surface glowing with earthy yellow light, its rock skin activated. Wind whisper cloud coalesced under Zhang Hao's feet, lifting him 5 meters into the air. The flame explosion bear stepped out of fire, flames blazing all around. The little King Kong appeared in icy blue, exuding cold air, its back's bulge more pronounced. The assessment begins. Xiong Tian's voice echoed from outside. The battle erupted in an instant. Stone Giant, Earth Pit Technique. Restrict its movement. Wu Shan was the first to give orders. The stone giant slammed its fists into the ground, and the earth in front of the rock gold beast suddenly softened and collapsed. But the rock gold beast's reaction was extremely fast. It didn't try to evade, it directly launched its skill. Rock Spike Assault. Boom! From the collapsing ground, countless sharp rocks shot up, piercing through the soil. This was not defense, but offense. The stone giant's earth pit technique was used against it, spikes blocking the stone giant's path forward. Careful! Angela shouted, Flame Explosion Bear, shoot fireballs for remote cover. The Flame Explosion Bear opened its mouth and shot out 3 fiery red fireballs, targeting the rock gold beast's head. But the rock gold beast didn't even glance, its rocky armor glimmered with a metallic sheen, withstanding the explosions of the fireballs, leaving only a few scorched marks. Its true target was already locked on the stone giant. Alloy Charge. The rock gold beast gathered strength in its 4 legs, the ground exploded. It transformed into a stream of metal and rock, moving so fast it almost left an afterimage. The metallic horns on its head created a conical shockwave in front, and the air screamed with a sharp whistle. Stone Giant, Rock Skin. Wu Shan roared. The stone giant crossed its arms, forming a thick rock shield in front of itself. Bang! The moment the metallic horns collided with the rock shield, the rock shattered as if it were made of paper. The impact showed no signs of weakening, crashing solidly into the stone giant's chest. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering rang out. The stone giant's massive body flew backward, crashing into the energy shield 10 meters away, and could not stand as it fell to the ground, its chest armor completely shattered, its core injured. In less than 5 seconds since the battle began, the defense position collapsed. Wu Shan, fall back. Angela's expression remained unchanged. Chen Ho, interfere with it. Zhang Hao, follow me. In the air, Chen Ho gritted his teeth, and the wind language cloud spun violently, wind blade dance. Dozens of green wind blades fell like rain, slicing against the rocky armor of the rock gold beast, producing a crisp ding-ding sound. Most were deflected, but a few left shallow wounds in the gaps of the armor. But that was enough, the attention of the rock gold beast was briefly distracted. Now! Angela and Zhang Hao ordered almost simultaneously. Chapter 19 Group Match First. Flame Explosion Bear, Flame Charge into Flame Fist. Little Hercules, Frost Charge into Frost Fist. Two figures, one red and one blue, rushed in from the left and right sides. The Flame Explosion Bear turned into a fireball, distorting the air around it. Little Hercules' head gathered in ice crystal horn illusion, the cold air becoming solid. The crimson compound eyes of the rock gold beast turned, and at that moment it assessed the level of threat. The Flame Explosion Bear's aura was slightly weaker. It chose to deal with the right side first. Shattering gold falling stone. The rock gold beast roared, and dozens of basketball-sized rocks materialized 10 meters above it. These rocks were not purely earth type, they were coated with a metallic sheen, much heavier and harder than ordinary falling stones. Boom! 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 The falling rocks smashed down like rain, blocking the path of the Flame Explosion Bear. Angela's expression changed. Flame Explosion Bear, dodge. But the combo from the rock gold beast wasn't over. At the same time the rocks fell, its metallic sheen surged, and its bloodline skill activated. Sharp gold break armor. Metal energy infused its body, and the surface of the rocky armor revealed dense golden patterns. Defense, penetrating power, and explosive power all improved. Then, the second alloy charge. This time the target was the Flame Explosion Bear. Angela, be careful. Chen Ho shouted urgently in the air, trying to release several thick wind columns to obstruct it, but the rock gold beast charged through the wind columns, only slowing down slightly. Flame Explosion Bear, take it head-on. Counter with Flame Fist. Angela's eyes flashed with determination. Since they couldn't dodge, they would exchange injury for injury. The Flame Explosion Bear roared, its right paw ignited with scorching white flames, charging forward and smashing a fist toward the incoming rock gold beast's head. Almost at the same moment, little Hercules' frost charge attacked from the left side. The ice crystal horn illusion stabbed at the rock gold beast's waist. That was the relatively weak spot of the rocky armor. Boom! Three figures collided together, exploding firelight, splintered ice crystals, and flying debris mixed into one chaos. In the smoke, the Flame Explosion Bear flew backward, with two deep blood holes on its left shoulder. Those were wounds pierced by the metallic horn. It stumbled a few steps after landing, barely standing, but its left forelimb could no longer exert force. The rock gold beast wasn't in good shape either. Little Hercules' frost charge left a bull-sized hole at its waist, cold air wildly pouring into the wound. What was more troublesome was that the cold air clashed with the metallic energy inside it, making its movements stiff. But it still stood tall. Roar! The rock gold beast let out a painful roar, its crimson compound eyes locked onto little Hercules. It realized that this ice-blue monkey was the biggest threat. Zhang Hao, it's charging at you. Chen Ho shouted from the air, but his voice was weakening. After continuously releasing wind blades and wind columns, his spiritual energy was nearly exhausted. The wind language cloud began to shake unsteadily, slowly descending in height. Zhang Hao's gaze turned cold. He could feel through the contract that little Hercules was also in bad shape. Continuous use of Frost Charge and Frost Fist, along with maintaining the ice crystal shield, had consumed over half of its energy. It had just been swept by the tail of the rock gold beast on its side. Although it hadn't broken through its defenses, its internal organs were shaken. No time to waste. Little Hercules. Zhang Hao's voice directly entered the battle pet's consciousness through the contract. This is our last shot. Little Hercules growled in response, burning with fighting spirit in its ice-blue eyes. The rock gold beast began to gather energy. The golden patterns on its body grew brighter, the alloy floor beneath its four legs began to melt. It was about to launch its third and strongest charge. Chen Ho, come down. Angela suddenly shouted, your cloud is about to disperse. Chen Ho gritted his teeth and slowly controlled the wind whisper cloud to descend. As soon as he landed, the wind whisper cloud went poof and vanished, turning into a stream of light back to the contract tower, completely drained of energy. Chen Ho himself slumped to the ground, his face pale, lacking even the strength to stand. The stone giant of Wushan had already been severely injured and recalled. He was anxiously watching the battlefield. Angela's flame-burst bear could still fight, but its left front limb was heavily injured, and its battle strength was less than 30%. For people, for battle pets, and at this moment, only Zhang Hao and little King Kong were still standing in front of the rock gold beast. Are we going to lose? A student murmured outside the arena. 4 against 1, and they can't win. That's a high-grade first tier of the spirit-level bloodline, too hard. What Zhang Hao just did was already fierce enough. If it were me, I would have died long ago. Amid the discussions, the rock gold beast finished gathering its power. It lowered its head, aiming its metallic horn at little King Kong, and then fiercely kicked off its back foot. In that instant, Zhang Hao moved. Not retreating, not dodging, but taking a step forward. Little King Kong, his voice rang clearly in the arena, Frost roar. Roar! Little King Kong let out a long howl to the sky, not a cry of pain, but a battle roar. With this roar, icy air surged from its surface, not dissipating, but wrapping around, condensing, and flowing back. Its ice blue fur stood on end, each hair tip crystallizing into little ice crystals. Frost roar, bronze, activate the potential of the Frost bloodline, instantly replenish a large amount of Frost energy. But that's not all. Zhang Hao raised his staff, reciting the incantation quickly. It wasn't a fireball, but a defense spell from the true Frost technique. Frost armor technique. Ice blue runes gathered at the top of the staff, transforming into a stream of light shooting toward little King Kong. The moment the runes touched its body, they unfolded into a set of semi-transparent ice crystal armor, covering little King Kong's surface, stacking with its own frost protection. Double ice defense. And little King Kong simultaneously activated its skill, Frost Crystal Shield. A hexagonal crystal shield rotated around, forming a third layer of defense. With 3 layers of defense and the boost from Frost Roar, little King Kong was like a frost war god descending. The rock gold beast charged in. Fast as lightning, heavy as a landslide. The metallic horn in front, tearing through the air, aimed straight at little King Kong's chest. Little King Kong did not dodge. It didn't even defend. It chose to strike back. Its right fist tightened, the icy crystals gathering wildly. Not an ordinary frost fist, but the total energy infused from Frost Roar, the chill empowered by Frost Armor, and the coldness flowing from the crystal shield, all converging in this one punch. Ice blue light compressed in the fist, squeezing tighter, transforming from bright blue to deep blue, and from deep blue to an almost black hue. That was the manifestation of extreme cold. Frost Fist Zhang Hao pronounced each word distinctly, maximum output. The punch was thrown. Time seemed to slow down in that moment. Everyone saw little King Kong's right fist trailing an ice blue tail, freezing the air into delicate ice crystal snowflakes along its path. And the rock gold beast's metallic horn also arrived, its golden tip blindingly bright. Then, the collision. No earth-shattering boom, only an extremely muffled poof. The ice blue fist smashed solidly into the center of the rock gold beast's forehead. The metallic horn was only 3 inches from little King Kong's chest, but could no longer advance another half inch. Because the cold had already invaded first. From the point of contact, frost spread at a visible speed. First the forehead, then the entire head, followed by the neck, torso, and limbs. The golden patterns on the surface of the rock gold beast flickered madly, trying to resist. But the frost contained not just low temperatures, but the suppression from the king-level bloodline of little King Kong, the empowerment from Zhang's true frost technique, and the total coldness from the 3 layers of cascading defense. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of ice cracking arose. It was not the ice layer on the surface of the rock gold beast that cracked. But inside it, its rocky armor, metal skeleton, and flesh and tendons had grown brittle and shattered in the extreme cold. The crimson compound eyes of the rock gold beast quickly dimmed. It wanted to struggle, but its body no longer obeyed. It wanted to roar, but its vocal cords were frozen. 1 second later, its massive body crashed to the ground. Its surface was completely covered in frost, like a giant ice sculpture. Only the wound on its side, left by the frost's assault, was slowly oozing dark golden blood, but the blood froze as soon as it flowed out, forming small blood crystals. Inside the training hall, it was as silent as death. Everyone's eyes were wide open, mouths agape, but unable to make a sound. They saw Wushan's stone giant defeated in one blow, saw Angela's flame burst bear retreat heavily injured, saw Chenho's cloud energy completely exhausted, then they saw Zhang Hao's little gold brawler unleash such a terrifying frost strike in that desperate moment. 1 punch. Only 1 punch. But the frost power contained in that punch made them feel a bone-chilling cold even 20 meters away from the arena. Is it over? Someone asked, trembling. Teacher Xiong Tian slowly walked into the arena. He first checked the state of the rock gold beast, still alive, but heavily injured and in need of urgent treatment. Then he looked at Zhang Hao with a complex expression. The assessment is over, Xiong Tian's voice broke the silence. Team 4, victory. Evaluation, perfect. He paused and added, Zhang Hao, take your battle pet to the medical room. The others too. This rock gold beast is a teaching asset of the school and cannot be easily killed. After speaking, he waved his hand to summon several assistant teachers, who carefully lifted the frozen rock gold beast and took it to the veterinary room for thawing and treatment. Zhang Hao finally relaxed. He felt his spiritual energy was almost depleted, and his head ached from excessive concentration. Little Gold Brawler's condition was even worse, though standing. Its surface ice crystal armor was rapidly dissipating, its ice blue fur dimming, and the bulge on its back shrinking. How good? Wu Shan rushed over first, wanting to say something, but he could only pat Zhang Hao's shoulder hard. Angela covered her left shoulder, the pain feedback from the flame burst bear's injury, walked over, looking at Zhang Hao and rare smile on her face. Well done. Chen Ho was supported by his classmates, weakly giving a thumbs up. Outside the arena, students from other teams began to whisper. Those murmurs reached Zhang Hao's ears, so strong, that punch could be at the second-tier level. Is he really a freshman? Royal Bloodline, is this the terror of Royal Bloodlines? Our team almost got wiped out just fighting a mid-tier first-stage beast. Zhang Hao ignored them. He retrieved Little Gold Brawler, feeling the nurturing power from the Contract treasure tower, and exhaled a cold breath. He won. Although it was a Pyrrhic victory, although all his trump cards had been revealed, and all his teammates were out of battle. But he won. Moreover, he felt that through this battle, Little Gold Brawler's mastery of Frost power had advanced a step. The combination of Frost Roar and Frost Punch, the stacking of Frost Armor and Ice Crystal Shield, these techniques comprehended in battle were more effective than 10 times of training. Let's go, he said to the three, to the medical room. The battle pet's injury must not be delayed. Chapter 20 Gathering Spirit Pavilion Feast. The Gathering Spirit Pavilion is located in the most prosperous commercial district of Area 15, a 7-story ancient-style tower building. The flying eaves and raised corners, the colored glazed tiles shine with rainbow lights under the sun, and the wind chimes hanging from the eaves sway gently with the flow of energy, issuing a clear sound. This is not a place ordinary people can afford. The minimum spend at the entrance is 10,000 federal coins, enough to deter most working-class families. But today, on the 3rd floor of the Gathering Spirit Pavilion, the Flowing Cloud Pavilion private room, it was a different scene. The private room is nearly 100 square meters, with a round zeatonwood table in the center that can seat 10 people, covered with exquisite jade plates and silver cups. One side of the wall has specially opened up an area. A soft energy beastskin carpet lays on the ground. This is the dining area prepared for the battle pets. Wow! Little King Kong squats in front of its exclusive ice blue jade plate, holding a piece of shining ice crystal snow lotus cake with its 2 paws, eating with its mouth full of ice crumbs. This dessert is made from the essence of a first-grade ice attribute spirit grass called snow lotus grass, mixed with the bone marrow of a second-grade demon beast known as cold crystal deer. Not only is the energy pure, but it is also greatly beneficial for the growth of ice-type battle pets, and its taste is sweet and crisp. Beside it, wind-speaking cloud floats in midair, its cloud body gently rotating, absorbing the juice extracted from the wind spirit fruit in its plate. Every drop of juice contains pure wind attribute energy, making the airflow patterns on its cloud body even clearer. The stone giant, on the other hand, holds a large piece of earth vein rock marrow, crunching on it like it is a stone. This is not ordinary rock, but is a special Earth-type spirit material collected from deep within the Earth's veins and treated specially, which can slowly enhance the defense of Earth-type battle pets. The most extravagant is the Flame Explosion Bear. In front of it sits a red fire basin with flame patterns, and the fire burning is not ordinary fire, but a special energy flame made from flame pepper and fire lizard oil. The Flame Explosion Bear reaches its paw into the fire, pulling out pieces of roasted lava fire beef, eating with oil dripping from its mouth. The 4 battle pets are eating happily, while the 4 contract masters sit around the main table. Come on, how good, I toast to you. Wu Shan raises his glass made of glazed material, filled with light golden fruit juice. This is a kind of spirit fruit juice that can slightly boost vitality. If it weren't for your punch today, our team's first place would have been in jeopardy. Indeed, the thin monkey Chen Ho pushes his glasses, his face still a bit pale but in good spirits. The last sharp gold-piercing attack from the rock gold beast was too fierce. My wind blades didn't leave a mark. If it weren't for Hao Ji's frost fist. It is mainly because everyone worked well together. Zhang Hao smiles as he raises his glass, not taking any credit. Angela's command was crucial. Wu Shan held off the first wave, and Chen Ho's aerial harassment also distracted its attention. He speaks the truth. If it weren't for the team's cooperation to weather the rock gold beast's first 2 waves of skills, his final punch might not have secured the victory. Alright, no need to be polite. Angela puts down the jade chopsticks in her hand, wearing a simple red long dress that complements the Flame Explosion Bear's flames. The dishes are getting cold, let's eat quickly. She points to a few main dishes on the table. This steamed dragon-patterned fish uses a second-grade water-type demon beast dragon-patterned carp, with tender meat, containing gentle and easily absorbable water attribute energy, nourishing to the contract master's meridians. This braised golden wing eagle is a first-grade upper-class flying demon beast, with firm meat, cooked to perfection, can slightly enhance visual perception. And this ice-fire dual heavens. Angela points to the most eye-catching dish in the center of the table. It is a specially made double-layer jade plate, with an upper layer of ice attribute spirit fruit platter burning with blue cold flames, and a lower layer of red-hot fire broth. Ice and fire energy forms a subtle balance in the plate. Just looking at it feels extraordinary. This is one of the signature dishes of the Spirit Gathering Pavilion. It contains both ice and fire attributes, but after special treatment by the chef, the energy is mild and complementary, which is very beneficial for balancing energy within the body. Wu Shan swallows hard. How much is this entire table? Angela casually waves her hand, about 50 or 60,000, just a small amount. The key is, she looks at Zhang Hao, her expression serious. In future team matches and secret explorations, the four of us will form a stable team. As long as we perform well, I'll treat to meals like this whenever I have time. Her words are straightforward, but everyone at the table understands the subtext. Wu Shan and the thin monkey exchange glances, their hearts clear. Angela is mainly treating Zhang Hao to this meal. The reason they can join is that they still have value in the team. Wu Shan's defense and Shouho's control are both functions needed by the team. And Zhang Hao is the true core. No problem. Zhang Hao raised his cup, lightly clinking it with Angela's. Let's cooperate more in the future. He agreed so readily because he needed the team as well. Going solo might work for a while, but not forever. Future high-level secret realms, team missions, and even the inter-district grand tournament all require reliable teammates. Moreover, the family resources behind Angela were also attractive to him. By the way, how good? Shouho took a sip of juice and suddenly asked, "You were asking sister if she had any martial arts school recommendations earlier. Are you planning to practice martial arts? Didn't teacher Xiong say it's best to wait until the first class cultivation before considering a second profession?" Zhang Hao put down his cup and explained. Teacher Xiong saw that little King Kong's physique was special, and the feedback strengthened my body clearly. He suggested that I could start martial arts early, mainly to build a physical foundation, not to truly practice it now. He paused and added, also, I want to try the resonance state. Resonance? Wu Shan was stunned. The one teacher mentioned in class? The energy exchange between the contractor and the battle pet? Yes. Zhang Hao nodded. To achieve resonance, the contractor's body must be strong enough to withstand the battle pet's energy shock. Although my body is slightly stronger than others at the same level due to little King Kong's feedback, it's still not enough. Angela thought for a moment. So you're looking for a martial arts school to strengthen your physique through martial arts training? That's the idea. That's simple. Angela immediately took out her personal terminal. I'll call my dad and ask him to write a recommendation letter. The owner of Chenjia Martial Arts School owes my dad a favor. You can study there for free and receive the best guidance. Zhang Hao didn't decline. Then I'll trouble you. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. He showcased his value, and Angela provided resources, both getting what they needed. The meal lasted almost 2 hours. The battle pets ate until their bellies were round, especially little King Kong. After finishing the last piece of ice crystal snow lotus cake, it directly lay on the carpet and burped, its ice blue belly rising and falling. It conveyed a vague thought through the contract, delicious, in the future, every day. Zhang Hao was amused and walked over to lightly flick its head. Dream on. This meal cost more than my monthly food expenses. Next time, we'll hunt more monster beasts, make more money, and I'll bring you here again. I'll even get you a double meal. Little King Kong's eyes lit up, and it nodded vigorously. Chapter 21, Martial Arts School Training. Angela's efficiency was astonishing. Less than an hour after the meal ended, Zhang Hao's personal terminal received a message. He opened it to find an electronic recommendation letter, signed by N. Yuanshan, chairman of Ungshi Trading Company. The letter was simple and direct, recommending Zhang Hao to go to Chenjia Martial Arts School to learn martial arts basics, with all costs waived, and to receive personal guidance from Master Chenjia. It also included the martial arts school's address and Chenjia's contact information. The next afternoon, Zhang Hao followed the address to find Chenjia Martial Arts School. The martial arts school was located on the east outskirts of District 15, covering a large area. It was a 3-courtyard building. Green tiles, white walls, a crimson gate, and a plaque with black background and gold characters reading Chenjia Martial Arts School hung above the door. At the entrance stood 2 stone sculptures. They were not the usual stone lions, but 2 statues of armed warriors, intricately carved and lifelike. As soon as Zhang Hao arrived at the gate, he saw a middle-aged man already waiting there. The man was about 40 years old, roughly 1.8 meters tall, with a well-proportioned and sturdy physique. He was dressed in a deep gray training uniform, with a black belt around his waist. His face was stern, with slightly raised temples and piercing eyes, standing there like a spear, steady and upright. What was most striking was his aura. Though deliberately restrained, Zhang Hao could feel it. The man's blood and energy were as vigorous as a furnace, and there was a force within him, different from spiritual power but equally strong, slowly flowing. Martial Arts Realm, 3rd Stage, the Meridian Passage Realm. Equivalent to the Star Core Realm for a contractor. Zhang Hao? The middle-aged man saw Zhang Hao and broke into a smile, walking up with open arms. I am Chen Jie. Brother-in has already told me about you. Welcome. His attitude was warm, even carrying a hint of politeness. This piqued the curiosity of the trainees who were practicing in the martial arts hall. Most of them were young, around 17 or 18 years old, wearing matching white training robes, practicing basic boxing forms in the courtyard. Seeing the master personally greeting a boy in a blue robe who looked even younger than them, they began to whisper among themselves. "Why is the master so polite today? Who is that kid? He doesn't look like a rich man's son. His outfit is quite unusual, blue, it's rare to see." Zhang Hao was wearing a blue robe that his mother had sewn by hand. The fabric was plain, but the stitches were tight, and a few bamboo leaves were embroidered on the cuffs, a pattern his sister liked the most. "Master Chen, you are too polite." Zhang Hao bowed and said, "I am Zhang Hao, I hope I am not disturbing you." "Not disturbing at all." Chen Jie waved his hand with a smile, his gaze sizing up Zhang Hao, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. "Zhang Hao, you are quite young, but already a mid-stage contract master? Impressive." His voice was not loud, but everyone in the martial arts hall was keenly aware and heard it clearly. "A contract master? Is that true?" No wonder the master came to greet him personally. The trainees' expressions changed instantly, shifting from curiosity to envy, even tinged with a hint of respect. In this world, the status of contract masters far exceeds that of other professions. An official contract master, even if only at the early stage, has a potential value that far surpasses that of an ordinary martial artist. Chen Jie led Zhang Hao into the main hall of the martial arts hall, instructed his disciples to prepare tea, then said, "Brethren mentioned in his letter that you want to use martial arts to cultivate your physique and lay a foundation for the resonance state. This is a great idea, indeed. Early contract masters easily overlook physical training, and by the time they reach higher levels, physical strength can become a bottleneck." He paused and asked, "I wonder how much Zhang Hao knows about martial arts?" Zhang Hao honestly replied, "I have only studied the basic theoretical content. I know that martial arts is divided into 4 levels: body forging, coagulation of blood, opening of meridians, and martial vigor. Each level corresponds to the 1st to 4th stages of a contract master, but in actual combat, martial artists of the same level usually do not measure up to contract masters. The theory is correct, but not comprehensive." Chen Jie took a sip of tea and said slowly, "Martial arts indeed does not have the completeness and power of the contract master system, but it has its advantages. It relies less on resources, has fast early stage progress, and can lay a solid physical foundation." He looked at Zhang Hao, "Since you are here to lay a foundation, I will teach you starting from the body forging stage. This stage is divided into 3 phases: skin refining, bone tempering, and muscle changing. The goal is to strengthen the physical foundation in preparation for subsequent training." However, Chen Jie shifted his tone, "I see that your physique seems to have already surpassed that of ordinary people." Zhang Hao nodded, "My battle pet is of royal bloodline, and it offers a strong nourishment." Chen Jie's eyes flashed with realization, "I see. Your starting point will be much higher than others. How about this? I will first test your physical data and then create a training plan." He led Zhang Hao to the testing area in the back courtyard of the martial arts hall. There were various instruments set up, a force measurement column, speed track, reaction test machine, and so on. "First, let's measure strength." Chen Jie pointed to a black metal column that required 2 people to embrace. "This is the mystical iron force measurement column. Use all your strength to punch it, and the column will display a value based on the force applied." Zhang Hao approached the measurement column, without using any spiritual power, purely with physical strength. He punched out. Bang! The column trembled slightly, and a line of glowing numbers appeared on the surface: 1,876 pounds. The trainees who were watching gasped in shock. "Over 1,800 pounds? Is that human strength? I've trained for a year, and barely surpassed 1,000 pounds. No wonder he's a contract master." Chen Jie was also slightly surprised. Not bad. Normally, a fully accomplished body forging stage has a strength of around 1,500 pounds. You have already exceeded that. What followed was the reaction test. Endurance test, resistance test. After a full set of tests, Chen Jie looked at the data logs, and his eyes grew brighter. "Zhang Hao, your physical fitness has already reached the peak of the body strengthening stage, and you're close to the blood condensation stage's threshold." He spoke with approval. "Especially your resistance to blows. Just now, that bone-shaking rod hit you, and you didn't even flinch. Your foundation is extremely solid." Zhang Hao understood in his heart. This must be the combined effect of the little Vajra's feedback and the body tempering of the cold ice true scripture. "In that case, we can skip the basic training," Chen Jie decided. "I'll directly teach you the entry-level technique for the blood condensation stage, the qi blood transfer technique. This method can mobilize the qi and blood within your body, further strengthening your organs, bones, and fascia, preparing for the opening of the meridians." He gestured for Zhang Hao to sit cross-legged, and began to teach the mantra and energy manipulation methods. The qi and blood transfer relies heavily on mental guidance. Imagine that there's a warm airflow inside you, starting from your heart, flowing along the path I point. Zhang Hao closed his eyes and focused. His sensitivity to energy was already sharp, and with his soul realm at the mid-tier of the mortal level, he quickly sensed the flow of qi and blood within him, which was subtler than spiritual energy. Following Chen Jie's guidance, he tried to direct the qi and blood with his mind. On his first attempt, the qi and blood only flowed for less than a tenth of the route before dispersing. On the second try, it reached 1/3. On the third try, it reached half. On the fourth, boom, the faintest red light began to glow around Zhang Hao's body. It was the outward sign of qi and blood being successfully mobilized and circulating within his body. Chen Jie's eyes widened. The students who had been secretly watching were left stunned. Fifth try, and he succeeded? It took me a month to even feel the qi. Is this the talent of a contract master? Zhang Hao opened his eyes, feeling the newly awakened warm qi and blood flow within him. Although still weak, it was definitely present. Very good. Chen Jie slapped his thigh with excitement. Zhang Hao, your talent in martial arts might even be on par with a contract master. If you focus on martial arts, I'm confident I can get you to the Meridian opening stage within 2 years. Zhang Hao smiled but didn't respond to that. He studied martial arts only to aid his path as a contract master, not to lose sight of his true goal. The next 2 hours, Chen Jie taught several sets of punches and stances that complemented the qi and blood transfer technique. Zhang Hao picked them up quickly, mastering the key points after just 1 or 2 demonstrations. When the training session ended, Chen Jie personally saw Zhang Hao to the door. Zhang Hao, come twice a week from now on. Practice the methods I taught on your own, and if you have any questions, feel free to contact me. He paused and lowered his voice. The favor from Brotherin is his own. But if you need help with anything, don't hesitate to come to me, I see your potential. His meaning was clear. Zhang Hao nodded, thank you, Master Chen. I will practice seriously. As he left the martial arts hall, the sky had already begun to darken. Zhang Hao walked on the way back to school, practicing the qi and blood transfer technique as he went. The warm qi and blood flowed within him, circulating alongside the cold spiritual energy without conflict, creating a subtle sense of balance. He could feel his body undergoing slight changes. His muscles grew firmer, and his bones itched faintly, a sign of strengthening. With the improvement in my constitution, the resonance state is 1 step closer. Zhang Hao thought. Once the little Vajra's bloodline is further purified and the feedback becomes stronger, I can attempt my first energy exchange. At that point, my combat power will rise to a new level. And martial arts are just a small piece of this huge puzzle. Chapter 22, Auxiliary Battle Pet. Time passed like the hidden current beneath the ice, quietly slipping away. In the blink of an eye, it was January 5th of the new year, the coldest part of winter. The time that had passed was precisely divided into several modules in Zhang Hao's life, the daily unwavering practice of the cold ice true scripture and the frost training in the low-temperature training room with the little Vajra. Twice a week, he goes to Chen Jie's martial arts gym to move his vital energy. Like a precisely operating rune machine, every gear fits perfectly. The effectiveness of martial arts training is gradually becoming apparent. Now, relying solely on his physical strength, he has broken through the 2,000-pound barrier, with his speed, reaction, and resistance to blows all greatly enhanced. His technique of moving vital energy has also reached a minor accomplishment, and the warm energy flow within him can now circulate on its own. Though he has not officially stepped into the blood condensation realm, his physical foundation is incredibly robust. Of course, the core of all this remains the path of the contract master. In his dantian, icy blue stardust has accumulated to over 800 points, just 1 step away from the late stage of stardust. The purity of the little Vajra's bloodline has climbed to 18% after consuming the last primary heavenly crystal. The combination of Frost Roar and Frost Fist is becoming increasingly skilled, and the crystallization speed of the Ice Crystal Shield has also increased by 30%. The cost is all the money is gone. The last heavenly crystal contributed 1,200 evolution points, and after paying this month's basic training expenses, there is less than 30,000 federal coins left in the account. It's time to earn some money. Zhang Hao looked at the balance on his personal terminal, feeling a sense of urgency. Fortunately, an opportunity has arrived. On January 5th, the first monthly exam for the first-year Contract Master Department at Wuhan University takes place. At 8 in the morning, in Class 19's classroom. The usual theory class seats have been cleared, and a square battle zone with a side length of 20 meters has been marked out in the center of the venue. The homeroom teacher, Zhuwen, stood by the side of the arena, holding a roster with a serious expression. Let me emphasize the exam rules again. His voice was especially clear in the quiet classroom. Individual battles, contract masters, and battle pets fight together. Spells can be used, tactics can be used, but disposable attack talismans are prohibited, as well as intentional maiming or killing. There are 3 ways to determine victory: one side surrenders, all battle pets lose combat ability, or the contract master is controlled for more than 10 seconds. The top 5 in class will directly advance to the school-wide monthly exam. Now let's draw lots. Teacher. A voice interrupted him. Sitting in the back row, Wushan raised his hand, grinning as Zhuan looked over. We discussed it. Zhang Hao doesn't need to draw lots, just give him the first place directly. A low chorus of agreement echoed in the classroom. Yeah, teacher, who wants to fight with Brother Hao? Last time in the practical class, I saw him punch the rock gold beast. I'm still dreaming about it. Losing means getting hurt, winning, is that possible? Zhuan was momentarily stunned, looking at Zhang Hao in the corner. Zhang Hao was also a bit surprised. He was mentally prepared for battle and even practiced a few tactics with the little Vajra last night. He didn't expect his classmates to react this way. Are you sure? Zhuan scanned the whole class. Choosing to forfeit the chance to challenge means you acknowledge Zhang Hao will directly get first in class. This is related to credits and resource allocation. Sure. Brother Hao deserves first place. We can just fight among ourselves while Brother Hao watches. Almost in unison. Zhang Hao scratched his nose, a mix of amusement and exasperation. He could feel the gazes directed at him. Some were envious, some were admiring, but there was no jealousy. When the gap reaches a certain degree, jealousy turns into awe. Wushan leaned over, whispering with a smile, Brother Hao, feels great, right? Not fighting but making others yield, that's the highest level. You brat. Zhang Hao shook his head. Are you the one who instigated this? How could it be? Wushan feigned innocence. It's a consensus among everyone. Think about it, fighting you means losing points, and battle pets might get hurt. Who pays the medical bills? Even if by some chance I win and injure you, who would team up with us in the next group match? The logic was clear and unarguable. Seeing this, Zhuan quickly recorded in the roster, Zhang Hao, first in class, directly advanced. Reason, all-class recommendation. He closed the notebook and looked at Zhang Hao. Since you don't need to participate in the class battle, you can go to my office and wait. I have something to discuss with you after the exam. Understood. In the teacher's office building, Zhuan's office. Zhang Hao waited for about half an hour, and then Zhuan pushed the door and entered. The bald teacher had a smile on his face, clearly in a good mood. Not bad, Zhang Hao. He put down the folder in his hands and poured a cup of tea, handing it to Zhang Hao. The fierce reputation has been established? The classmates are afraid that fighting with you will lead to serious injuries and a drop in ranks. They'd even have to spend money on treatment. Look how scared they are of you. Zhang Hao took the teacup and smiled bitterly. Teacher, that's for the monsters, not for my classmates. It's the same idea. Zhuan sat down, his smile fading a bit, but let's get serious. You taking first place in the class is both good news and pressure. He pulled up a virtual light screen, which displayed a ranking data. I reviewed the monthly exam pre-assessment for other classes. Based on your visible strength, a mid-level Stardust contracted master and a first-tier mid-grade battle pet, you rank approximately between 80 and 100 among all freshmen in the school. Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow. He knew that this year's freshmen at Wuhan University numbered nearly 3,000, among whom were many from prominent families and with exceptional talents. But hearing this ranking still surprised him a bit. Think it's low? Zhuan noticed his thoughts. Don't underestimate this ranking. Among the top 100, there are no less than 50 with first-tier battle pets, and at least 20 of their pets have a bloodline purity higher than yours, with realms reaching upper tier. He paused and added, and this is just our school. The other 3 universities have even better sources. Their top new students might even have royal bloodline battle pets. Zhang Hao was silent for a moment, then nodded. I understand, teacher. That's good. Zhu Wen's tone softened. I'm not trying to discourage you, I'm reminding you not to be proud just because your start has been smooth. The path of a contracted master gets harder as you go on. Bloodline, resources, opportunities, and willpower, none can be missing. I will keep working hard. Zhang Hao said seriously. Zhu Wen nodded in satisfaction, took a sip from his teacup and casually asked, by the way, how is your soul realm? Did you break through from low-grade mortal to mid-grade? I broke through. Zhang Hao replied, I'm now at mid-grade mortal. Put. Zhu Wen sprayed out his tea. He stared wide-eyed at Zhang Hao, his voice changing pitch, mid-grade mortal? When did you break through? Didn't you just break through to mid-level Stardust last month? It was a simultaneous breakthrough. Zhang Hao explained, the book says that breaking through in both realms might improve soul quality, and my soul realm was also at the critical point, so I tried it. Tried it. Zhu Wen repeated these 3 words, his expression like he ate something strange, and then, succeeded? Yeah. Teacher Li Han said my soul resilience is good, so I could give it a try. The office fell silent for a few seconds. Zhu Wen set down his teacup, taking a deep breath and then slowly exhaling. His gaze toward Zhang Hao became incredibly complex, filled with shock, relief, emotion, and a hint of how many surprises does this kid have that I don't know about. Simultaneous breakthroughs, a leap in soul realm. He murmured, Zhang Hao, do you know what this means? It means my cultivation speed will be faster, and I can contract a second battle pet now. Zhang Hao said truthfully. Not just that. Zhu Wen shook his head. This means your soul potential far exceeds that of ordinary people. The difficulty of improving soul realm is several times that of cultivation realm. Although your soul quality rating is low-grade mortal, it's just an interval. It does not accurately describe are you at the lower, middle, or upper level. Also, improving both realms together greatly increases the probability of boosting your soul quality. Many people get stuck at low-grade mortal and can't break through for years. Yet you broke through mid-level Stardust just over a month ago, and your soul realm went up as well. He stood up, pacing in the office, then suddenly turned, do you want to contract a second battle pet? Yes. Zhang Hao nodded, Little King Kong is my core damage dealer, I need a support control type battle pet. Preferably a wood attribute, focusing on control. Zhu Wen thought for a moment, wood attribute control. Why not gold attribute? Gold breeds water, evolving into ice, but gold type battle pets have high output, which can make up for the vacuum period after the little golden bull's explosion. I have considered it. Zhang Hao had already thought it through. But the training cost of gold-type battle pets is high, requiring a lot of resources to stack output. My resources are limited right now, so it's better to focus on training the little golden bull. Control-type battle pets have a relatively low resource demand in the early stage. As long as they can control the enemy, the little golden bull's damage is enough to end the fight. He paused and added, also, I know Ice Spike, and my ability to deal damage from afar is not weak. If the little golden bull can't win against an enemy with all-out effort, having one more gold-type battle pet won't change the situation. After hearing this, Zhu Wen's eyes flashed with approval, clear thinking, not blindly pursuing comprehensiveness. Very good. He returned to his desk and operated his personal terminal. Since your soul realm meets the standard, as your homeroom teacher, I have the duty to assist you in contracting a second battle pet. According to the rules, I can take you to suitable beast gathering places and avoid danger, but the battle and contract must be completed independently by you. This is to prevent the battle pet from having a backlash due to external pressure. I understand. Zhang Hao nodded. He had learned this in theory class. Wood type control. Zhu Wen filtered in the database. Within District 15, there are 3 beast gathering places mainly featuring wood attributes. Among them, Beast Forest number 3 is the closest, with controllable risk, containing 3 types of beasts that meet your requirements. The projection displayed 3 types of beasts with 3-dimensional images and data. Songmu Turtle, wood attribute, first level beast, spiritual level bloodline, possible. Skills, wood hardening, ordinary, vine entanglement, bronze. Characteristics, strong defense, fair control but not flexible enough. Leaf Feather Archer, wood attribute, first level beast, spiritual level bloodline, possible. Skills, Leaf Blade Shot, bronze, root bind, ordinary. Characteristics, ranged attack and control, but physically fragile. Vine Spirit Mouse, wood attribute, first level beast, spiritual level bloodline, possible. Skills, entangling vines, ordinary, flying leaf piercing, bronze, agile dodge, ordinary. Characteristics, strong control ability, high mobility, with some intelligence. Zhang Hao quickly browsed through and pointed to the third type, Vine Spirit Mouse. It has many control skills and good mobility, which just makes up for the lack of flexibility of the little golden bull. Wise choice. Zhu Wen turned off the projection, then let's prepare to set off. I will issue you a passage permit, and we will go to the teleportation hall right now. The internal teleportation array of Wuhan University is located in the Rune Tower in the northwest corner of the campus. This is a 7-story tower, made entirely of silvery metal, with the surface carved with dense teleportation runes. Heavily armed guards are stationed at the base of the tower, requiring strict identity verification to enter and exit. Zhu Wen presented his teacher's ID and Zhang Hao's passage permit. After the guard confirmed everything was correct, they were allowed to pass. Upon entering the tower, it was Zhang Hao's first time seeing a real long-distance teleportation array. It was a circular platform with a diameter of 10 meters, the ground inlaid with hundreds of energy crystals of different colors, arranged in a certain mysterious pattern. 12 runic pillars stood at the edge of the platform, with rotating light spheres floating above them, emitting waves of spatial distortion. Stand in the center. Zhu Wen gestured. The two stepped onto the platform. Zhu Wen entered the coordinates at the control console, and the runic pillars lit up simultaneously. The first teleportation might be a bit uncomfortable, Zhu Wen reminded. Close your eyes, relax your body, and don't resist the pull of space. Just as the words fell, the 12 runic pillars emitted a brilliant glow. Zhang Hao felt the platform beneath his feet disappear, and his body was pulled, squeezed, and stretched by an invisible force. Before him was not darkness, but countless chaotic colors flying by, his ears rang with a sharp buzzing, and his stomach churned violently. This state lasted for about 5 seconds, maybe longer. The sense of time became blurred in the twisting of space. When his feet landed back on solid ground, Zhang Hao staggered and nearly fell. He fought back the nausea and opened his eyes. Chapter 23, Vine Spirit Mouse. Before him was an interior of a runic tower with a similar style, but much smaller in scale. Through the tower window, a completely different scene could be seen outside, no longer the buildings of Wuhan University, but a dense primeval forest, towering ancient trees blocking out the sun, and the air filled with the humid smell of soil and vegetation. We have arrived. Zhu Wen patted his shoulder. This is the administrative outpost of number 3 Beast Forest. The Federation has established these bases in every gathering place of beasts, making it convenient for contract masters to take on tasks and replenish supplies. Stepping out of the teleportation tower, Zhang Hao saw a small town. On both sides of the street were potion shops, equipment stores, material collection stations, and even a few simple taverns. The passing crowd was mostly adult contract masters, wearing various combat suits, their bodies carrying the scent of blood and signs of a weary journey. These are the free contract masters, Zhu Wen explained as they walked. They earn a living by accepting hunting and gathering tasks issued by the Federation. Completing tasks earns points, which can be exchanged for resources, techniques, and even qualifications to enter higher secret realms. He pointed to a building with a sign that read Mission Hall. After graduation, if you don't want to join the military or large companies, you will become one of them. So cherish the present in school. Earning resources is much safer than here. The two reached the administrative building, where Zhu Wen presented his identification and quickly received a detailed map and beast distribution data. The Vine Spirit Mouse mainly moves in this area. Zhu Wen circled a section on the map. They are social beasts, usually acting in groups of 3 to 5. If you want to make a contract, it's best to look for a solitary individual. When social beasts are attacked, their companions will retaliate furiously. Zhang Hao carefully took note of the terrain features and precautions. Let's go, it's a bit far, so we will ride the battle pet. Zhu Wen stepped out of the administrative building and formed hand seals. The contract tower flashed with light, and a massive creature appeared in the open space. It was a giant lizard, completely emerald green, over 10 meters long. Its body was covered with wooden scale armor, a row of sharp bone spines running down its back, sturdy 4 legs, and a tail like a steel whip. The most unusual part was its head, not a triangular lizard head, but more like a mass of some kind of plant, with a bunch of twisting vines writhing on top. This is one of my auxiliary battle pets, the forest python dragon. Zhu Wen introduced. It has both wood and fire attributes, second tier mid-grade. Its defense is decent and it can spit fire, but it's not very bright. I contracted it mainly because it runs fast. Upon hearing its owner say it was not very bright, the forest python dragon snorted in dissatisfaction, sparking a few embers from its nostrils. Zhu Wen laughed heartily, mounted the dragon's back, and reached out his hand to Zhang Hao. Come on, hold on tight. Zhang Hao climbed up onto the dragon's back, sitting behind Zhu Wen. The scales of the forest python dragon were smoother than they appeared, and he had to grab hold of the clothing at Zhu Wen's waist. Hold steady. Zhu Wen commanded. The forest python dragon powered forward with its 4 legs, its massive body shooting out like an arrow. The speed almost made Zhang Hao fall off. The scenery on both sides raced by, the fierce wind hitting their faces, mixed with the unique dampness of the forest. They galloped north along a dirt road cleared in the woods. Along the way, Zhang Hao could see some scattered teams of contract masters, some battling beasts and others processing their spoils. Seeing the forest python dragon pass by, many people cast looks of awe. A second-tier battle pet was already a dominating presence in the wild. After about half an hour, Zhu Wen signaled for the forest python dragon to slow down. We have arrived. He jumped off the dragon's back and pointed to an area thick with vines in front. This area is the active range of the Vine Spirit Mouse. Remember, I am only responsible for your safety. I will step in if we encounter beasts above second tier, but first tier battles must be handled by you. This is the rule. Zhang Hao nodded and took a deep breath. He summoned the little golden king, its icy blue figure standing out vividly in the lush green forest. Let's go. Zhang Hao tightened his grip on the staff. Let's find our new companions. The little King Kong let out a low growl, its ice blue eyes scanning the surroundings before stepping into the thicket of vines first. Zhu Wen followed closely behind, keeping about 10 meters of distance. His gaze flicked warily around, his right hand resting firmly on the hilt of his sword at his waist. In the depths of the forest, the faint cries of beasts echoed. The journey to Contract, the second battle pet, officially began. After walking a distance, the trees here became much sparser, replaced by a peculiar plant that grew densely, mouse bamboo. They stood about 1 meter tall, with short, thick bamboo segments and broad, thick leaves, a deep green, emitting a faint sweet smell. According to records, this is the favorite food of the vine spirit mouse and an important sign of their chosen habitat. The ground beneath their feet was soft and moist, covered with tiny holes and claw marks. The air was filled with the earthy smell of decaying plant matter, and occasionally they heard the sound of something digging underground. Watch your step. Shu Wen's voice came from behind. The vine spirit mice are good at digging. Their tunnels often connect underground, forming mazes. Once you fall in, it can be quite troublesome to get out. Zhang Hao nodded, motioning for little King Kong to scout ahead. The ice blue monkey left faint frost footprints with each step. This was Zhang Hao's command, marking the path with cold to avoid getting lost. They slowly advanced along the edge of the mouse bamboo forest. Whenever they encountered a suspicious hole in a tree or burrow, Zhang Hao would stop and observe closely. Most of the vine spirit mouse habitats were well hidden. They would choose sturdy ancient trees, digging burrows at the roots, disguising the entrances with vines and fallen leaves. Some entrances showed fresh claw marks and scattered mouse bamboo scraps, indicating that there was an active group living there. As Zhang Hao's gaze swept over these burrows, the bloodline purification furnace in his mind quietly activated. One by one, pieces of information only he could see emerged. Vine spirit mouse, first grade lower. Bloodline, common, purity 3%. Qualification, ordinary. Status, young, low potential. Vine spirit mouse, first grade middle. Bloodline, common, purity 8%. Qualification, ordinary. Status, adult, potential depleted. Vine spirit mouse, first grade upper. Bloodline, common, purity 12%. Qualification, excellent. Status, elderly, surface vines withered, potential exhausted. After checking 5 burrows in a row, the situations were all similar. Either they were ordinary individuals with low bloodlines, or they were elderly, exhausted individuals with excellent qualifications. What Zhang Hao was looking for was a companion with growth potential, one that could be cultivated over the long term, not a consumable that had to be replaced every few years. Don't rush. Zhu Wen noticed his disappointment. The vine spirit mice are not considered rare, but there really aren't many individuals with true potential. Keep looking. After delving about a kilometer into the bamboo forest, the terrain began to change. Ahead appeared a denser area of ancient trees, with a towering giant tree in the center that needed 3 people to surround it. The bark of this tree was dark brown, its surface covered with cracks of age, and its crown spread like a canopy, shading several dozen meters around. At the base of the giant tree, a tree hole nearly 2 meters in diameter came into view. The entrance was not deliberately disguised but rather draped with freshly woven vines like a curtain, showing the residents' confidence in their own strength. This is it. Zhang Hao whispered. He signaled little King Kong to tread lightly, then slowly approached, crouching behind a cluster of mouse bamboo 20 meters from the tree hole, focusing on observing. The perception of the bloodline purification furnace spread out. The life force within the tree hole clearly responded back. 5 individuals. Vine spirit mouse, first grade upper. Bloodline, common, purity 15%. Qualification, excellent. Status, elderly, surface vines withered and hardened, slow movements, potential exhausted. Vine spirit mouse, first grade middle, female. Bloodline, common, purity 11%. Qualification, ordinary. Status, adult, healthy. Vine spirit mouse, first grade middle, male. Bloodline, spiritual grade, vine demon mouse, purity 9%. Qualification, excellent. Status, young adult, healthy, great potential. Note, only 1% away from bloodline awakening. Vine spirit mouse, first stage inferior, times 2. Bloodline, ordinary level, purity 2%, 3%. Qualification, average. Status, cub, growing. Found it. Zhang Hao's gaze locked onto the male individual with spirit level bloodline, 9% purity. Young adult, excellent qualification, only a step away from awakening. This is the partner he was looking for. But problems followed. This is a whole family, an aged but experienced patriarch, a pair of adult couples, and 2 cubs. To contract that male individual, one must face the resistance of the entire group. Teacher, Zhang Hao turned to Zhu Wen. If I want to contract that male but don't want to harm its family, what should I do? Zhu Wen raised an eyebrow. You want to take the benevolence and harmony route? Interesting. Generally, contract masters will directly kill or drive away other individuals, leaving only the target. But if you want the battle pet to willingly follow, preserving its family is indeed the best choice. He thought for a moment and added. However, the difficulty will be much higher. You need to subdue the target while preventing other family members from interfering, and you can't use lethal force. This requires high combat skills. I want to try. Zhang Hao's eyes were determined. He recalled a case discussed in a theory class. Forcefully suppressing a contracted battle pet requires the owner to continuously consume spirit power to suppress the rebellious will and can never reach a resonance state. In contrast, a voluntarily following battle pet not only obeys commands as if it were part of itself but can also connect energy with the owner at critical moments, exploding with several times the power. Little King Kong is the best example. Although it was slow to move at first, there was no resistance during the contract. The current rapport and growth speed far exceed those of forcibly contracted battle pets of the same level. Chapter 24, The Path of Benevolence and Harmony. Alright, let's do it your way. Zhuan stepped back a few paces, giving space. I'll keep an eye out to ensure there's no interference from other beasts. But internal family battles must be resolved by you. Zhang Hao nodded and began to lay out tactics. Little King Kong, he transmitted his thoughts through the contract. You handle that elder. Be careful, do not deal lethal blows, focus on suppression. Use Frost Fist to control its movements and Ice Crystal Shield to defend against counterattacks, but don't use Frost Charge as a killing move. Little King Kong growled in response, indicating understanding. I'll deal with that male. The two cubs have no combat power, and the female should protect her children and won't attack. Zhang Hao took a deep breath. Let's begin. He stood up and stepped out of the bamboo thicket. Almost at the same time, the vine spirit mouse family inside the tree hole noticed the intruder. Chirp! A sharp screech echoed from inside the hole. The next moment, 5 figures rushed out one after another. Leading the group was the elderly vine spirit mouse. It was about 2 feet in length, covered in deep brown wood-like fur, with dry vines growing on its back, like wearing a tattered poncho. Although old, the pair of black bean-like eyes revealed vigilance and fierceness. Behind it, the female vine spirit mouse shielded the 2 trembling cubs, retreating to the edge of the tree hole. And the male individual Zhang Hao had set his sights on, more robust in shape, gleaming fur, with vibrant green vines on its body and bud-like flowers on its tail, stood at the front of the family, emitting a threatening low growl. Entwining vines. The elderly vine spirit mouse initiated the attack first. Its dried-up vines abruptly stretched out, like 7 or 8 brown venomous snakes shooting towards Little King Kong. These vines had barbs on their surfaces. Once entangled, they would constrict tighter and inject paralyzing toxins. But Little King Kong was already prepared. Ice Crystal Shield. 6 ice crystal shields rotated instantly around it, and the vines collided with the shields, producing muffled sounds of poof poof. The cold air of the ice crystals spread along the vines, making the elderly vine spirit mouse's movements noticeably falter. Its vines were already dry and became even more fragile under the chilling effect. Now's the time, Frost Fist. Little King Kong's right fist glowed with icy blue brilliance. A punch slammed into the ground. Boom! Frost energy spread along the ground, instantly freezing a 3-meter area around the elderly vine spirit mouse. The ice crept up its limbs. Though it couldn't completely trap it, it significantly slowed its speed. On the other side, Zhang Hao's battle with the male vine spirit mouse began. Squeak! The male vine spirit mouse was clearly smarter. It did not charge straight ahead like the elderly one, but instead activated its skill evasive dodge, darting back and forth like a ghost, leaving trails of afterimages. At the same time, the flower bud at its tail opened, shooting out sharp-edged leaves for leaf spike. Whoosh! 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 7 or 8 green leaves shot through the air towards Zhang Hao like flying daggers. These leaves appeared thin, but with the boost of wood energy, their piercing power was no less than that of ray all-metal darts. Frost Armor. Zhang Hao slammed his staff down, and a translucent ice crystal armor formed instantly around his body. The flying leaves hit the armor with a clang sound, leaving scratches of various depths, but they could not break through the defense. My turn, Ice Spike. He pointed his staff forward, and 3 ice spikes, each about a foot long, formed in the shape of a triangle and shot towards the vine spirit mouse. But the vine spirit mouse's evasive dodge was truly impressive. It twisted its body in midair, slipping through the gaps between the ice spikes as if it had no bones, landing without a pause and shooting out leaves again. Zhang Hao's eyes narrowed. The battle intelligence of this vine spirit mouse surpassed his expectations. It not only used its speed advantage for guerrilla tactics but also predicted the trajectory of his spells. Though its 9% spirit bloodline had yet to awaken, it had already granted it talents far beyond its peers. I can't drag this out. Zhang Hao made a judgment. The vine spirit mouse was of the wood attribute. Fighting in this bamboo forest gave it environmental bonuses, and its recovery speed would be very fast. The longer this lasted, the more beneficial it would be for it. He changed his tactic, no longer aiming for accurate hits, but began wide-range suppression. Ice Spike Barrage. Ice spikes shot out one after another without interruption, not aiming at the vine spirit mouse itself, but sealing off its movement space. The cold air that erupted upon landing of the ice spikes caused the temperature around to drop continuously, visibly affecting the vine spirit mouse's dodging speed. At the same time, Zhang Hao began to push forward. He braved the attacks of the flying leaves, stepping closer step by step. The frost armor began to show cracks under the continuous slicing of the leaves, but he paid no heed as long as he wasn't completely breached. He had time to repair. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. When the distance shrank to 5 meters, the vine spirit mouse finally panicked. It tried to retreat, but there was a burrow behind it where its family was. It could not retreat. Squeak! With a decisive screech, it gave up on evasion and unleashed its third skill, vine wrapping. Unlike the dry vines of the elderly mouse, the vines on the back of this male vine spirit mouse were green and fresh, filled with resilience. For vines whipped towards Zhang Hao like whips, 2 aiming for his legs, and 2 targeting his right hand holding the staff. It wanted to restrict Zhang Hao's movement and casting ability. But this was the moment Zhang Hao had been waiting for. Now ice explosion. This was not a skill or spell, but an application of frost energy. He detonated an ice spike at the densest part of the vines. Boom! The ice crystals exploded, and cold air erupted. The 4 vines instantly froze stiff, their surfaces covered in frost. The vine spirit mouse tried to retract the vines, but the cold air had already invaded its body along the vines, slowing its movements. Opportunity! Zhang Hao quickly pointed his staff, sending 3 ice spikes in a triangular formation towards the limbs of the vine spirit mouse, not aimed at lethal spots, just to restrict its movement. Thud! 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 The ice spikes struck and embedded into the ground. While it didn't cause serious injury, the frost energy rapidly spread, freezing the vine spirit mouse's limbs to the ground. Squeak! The vine spirit mouse struggled, but the more it struggled, the faster the cold air invaded. Seconds later, it finally exhausted its strength, collapsing to the ground, only able to stare at Zhang Hao with its small black eyes, filled with unwillingness and despair. On the other side, the battle between Little King Kong and the elderly vine spirit rat was also nearing its end. Though experienced, the aging individual was at a disadvantage under Little King Kong's frost pressure and found itself trapped in ice, its body largely encased, only able to emit futile shrieks. The battle was over. Zhang Hao did not rush to approach for the contract. Instead, he first looked at the female vine spirit rat and her 2 pups. They huddled near a tree hole, trembling, their eyes filled with fear. He walked slowly toward them, stopping 3 meters away. Then he did something that even Zhu Wen found surprising. He took out the first-grade top-quality ice attribute crystal core that was originally meant for Little King Kong from his bosom. The crystal core gleamed with an icy blue sheen under the sunlight, radiating pure energy waves. This, Zhang Hao placed the crystal core on the ground and communicated with his soul power, can be a gift for our contract meeting. The entire vine spirit rat family was stunned. The frozen male individual flashed with confusion in its eyes. Zhang Hao continued, if you're willing to become my partner, this crystal core is yours. There will be more resources in the future would attribute crystal cores, growth potions, and cultivation environments suitable for your bloodline. He pointed to the tree hole, your family can join together. I will provide a safe place, with plenty of food, free from natural enemies. You can continue living together. As he spoke, he released the ice sealing the male vine spirit rat's limbs. The cold retreated, and it regained its ability to move, but it did not run away immediately. Instead, it warily watched Zhang Hao and then glanced at the crystal core on the ground. The temptation was overwhelming. A first-grade top-quality crystal core was an unimaginable treasure for a first-grade mid-quality one like it. Moreover, the assurance of its family's safety struck right at its soft spot. The vine spirit rat was an intelligent beast, not on par with humans, yet possessing basic emotional understanding. It knew it could not defeat this human before it and understood that a refusal could lead to disaster for its entire family. And now, the other party not only did not seek complete extermination but also offered favorable conditions. Squeak! It emitted a low whine and slowly approached, gently nudging the crystal core with its nose. The pure ice attribute energy made it feel a slight chill, yet the abundant energy was also inviting. Then, it looked up at Zhang Hao, the hostility in its eyes fading considerably. Now was the time. Zhang Hao summoned the contract treasure tower. The translucent 3-layered small tower floated in his palm, slowly spinning. If you are willing, touch it. The male vine spirit rat hesitated for 3 seconds. It glanced back at its family. The elderly individual had already been released by Little King Kong and was nervously watching from the side. The female cuddled her pups, worry written all over her face. Finally, it stretched out its front paw and gently touched the treasure tower. Hum! A soft white light enveloped both the human and the rat. The contract ceremony began. At that moment. Stop! Dare to snatch the battle pet our big brother has set his eyes on. 2 figures sprang out from the side bamboo forest. One was as short and thin as a monkey, while the other was tall and strong like a bear, both dressed in dirty combat uniforms, with fierce expressions on their faces. The short and thin one charged directly at Zhang Hao, who was in a meditative state after the contract, holding a glimmering dagger in hand. Contractors are the most vulnerable just as the contract is underway or has just ended. Their soul power is mostly exhausted, making it hard to focus on defense. These 2 clearly timed their attack, aiming to forcibly interrupt the contract, even possibly intending to kill and seize the pet. But they overlooked one person. Arrogance. Zhu Wen's voice was calm, yet carried a chilling aura. He did not even draw his sword, he simply brought his right index and middle fingers together and made a gentle swipe forward. Swish! A light blue sword energy burst through the air. Only 3 feet long but solid and tangible, producing a sharp tearing sound as it passed. The short man's face changed dramatically. By the time he tried to dodge, it was too late. The sword energy precisely sliced through his right shoulder, causing a spray of blood. Ah! He let out a scream, his dagger flying from his hand, and his entire body was sent flying back by the residual force of the sword energy. I broke several mouse bamboo before I finally stopped. The tall man was so scared that his legs went weak, turning around and wanting to run. Did I let you go? Xu Wen's voice was like a shadow, following him closely. The second sword energy shot out, this time cutting through the opponent's left leg. The tall man stumbled and fell to the ground, clutching his bleeding thigh and howling in pain. Xu Wen walked slowly to the two of them, looking down at them from above, his gaze cold. Attacking other contract masters maliciously is forbidden in the safe zone. Have you forgotten this rule? Master, spare us. The short thin man covered his wound, his voice trembling. We didn't know he was your student. Didn't know? Xu Wen sneered, even if he weren't my student, could you just break someone else's contract at will? If it weren't the safe zone, both of you would already be corpses. He waved his hand and shot out 2 more fine sword energies, sealing the bleeding wounds of the 2 men, but the pain did not lessen at all. Take your companion and roll. If I see you do evil again, you will face the consequences. The 2, as if granted a great pardon, crawled and helped each other to escape, not even bothering to pick up the fallen dagger. Chapter 25 Inside the Tower Ecological System. Zhang Hao could feel that the soul of the vine spirit mouse had no strong resistance, only a slight uneasiness about the unknown. This was much easier than forcibly suppressing it, consuming less than 1/10 of the soul power. 5 seconds later, the white light dissipated. Contract successful. Battle pet, unnamed, vine spirit mouse. Attributes, wood. Realm, first level, middle quality. Qualification, excellent. Bloodline, spirit level vine demon mouse, purity 9%. Skills, entangling vines, normal, leaf piercing, bronze, agile evasion, normal. Status, healthy, contract successful. Zhang Hao breathed a sigh of relief, a smile spreading across his face. He crouched down and patted the head of the vine spirit mouse. From now on, I'll call you Little Vine. Little Vine rubbed against his hand, indicating acceptance. Then it picked up the ice attribute crystal core, but did not absorb it immediately. Instead, it turned and ran towards its family. It placed the crystal core in front of the female vine spirit mouse, chattering excitedly as it communicated. Clearly, it was explaining what had just happened. Zhang Hao did not disturb them but instead looked at Xu Wen, who clearly understood everything that had just occurred, but could not focus during the contract process. He stepped forward. Thank you, teacher. This is part of my duties. The bald teacher walked over with an approving smile on his face. You boy, remember, whether in the hunting zone or the safe zone, you must be careful. Often, the most dangerous are your own people, more than the beast. Xu Wen patted his shoulder. Very good, really good. Many contract masters only treat battle pets as tools, forcibly suppressing them, and as a result, they never reach a state of resonance in their lifetime. You chose to establish trust from the very beginning, though this path may be slower at first. In the long run, the rewards are immense. Zhang Hao nodded. Many cases in books prove this point. There are too many examples of forcibly suppressed battle pets rebelling at critical moments. Xu Wen looked at Little Vine, who was communicating with its family. How do you plan to settle this family? Take them all? Yes, Zhang Hao nodded. I want to wait until the soul realm reaches the ordinary high quality and I master the first level of the contract tower, to open up a wood attribute space. There, the energy will be abundant, suitable for them to live, and I can also plant mouse bamboo and some wood attribute herbs. Xu Wen's eyes lit up. You are already considering planning the inner tower ecology route? Each level of space in the contract tower can be transformed into an environment suitable for battle pets to live in, once the owner fully masters it. This is a common tactic used by high-level contract masters. Not only can it provide the best growth conditions for battle pets, but also allows the planting of spirit grasses and breeding of low-level monster beasts within the tower, creating a small ecological cycle, self-sufficient and even generating resources. However, this requires the owner to reach a certain level of mastery over the tower, usually starting to attempt this only in the late Stardust stage or even the Star Sphere stage. Little Vine's bloodline purity is already 9%, just a line away from awakening. Zhang Hao said. Once it awakens its spirit-level bloodline, the feedback to me in wood attribute affinity will greatly increase. In the future, opening up the wood attribute space will be smoother. He looked at the Little Vine family. After some communication, the hostility of the elderly vine spirit mouse and the female individual had mostly faded. After all, Zhang Hao had provided real benefits, safety, food, resources, and their children/partners had voluntarily made a contract. I need a little time, Zhang Hao said to Zhuan. I want the little vine and its family to stay a while longer, to have a good chat. When we leave, we will put them together into the temporary space of the contract tower. Of course. Zhuan nodded and sat down next to a nearby tree. You handle it, I'll wait here. Zhang Hao walked to the little vine. The little vine was gently wrapping its two cubs with vines, making soft chirping sounds, as if giving them some advice. Seeing Zhang Hao approach, it lifted its head, and its wariness had disappeared from its eyes. Rest assured. Zhang Hao said seriously, I will take good care of your family. Once my tower space is ready, they will have a home that is safer and more comfortable than here. The little vine rubbed against his hand, expressing its trust. The setting sun dyed the bamboo mouse forest golden. Zhang Hao stood under the ancient tree, watching the last reunion of the little vine family. The two cubs curiously spun around him, occasionally tapping his shoes with their little paws. The elderly vine spirit mouse lay on the roots of the tree, squinting in the sun, seemingly having accepted the arrangement of fate. At this moment, Zhang Hao suddenly understood the true meaning of the path of benevolence and harmony. The contract master and battle pet are not master and slave, but partners walking together on the great road. You give respect and trust, and they return loyalty and strength. This path may be slower, but every step is steady, and every bit of strength is pure. And now, on his great road, he had one more partner. The little gold giant squatted beside him, curiously looking at the newly joined little vine. One ice, one wood, one main fighter, one support. Future cooperation was exciting to imagine. Let's go. Zhang Hao said softly. He opened the temporary space entrance of the contract tower. Although the space was small at the moment, it was enough to accommodate a few small monsters. The little vine took one last look at the tree hole it had lived in for a long time, and then, with its family, walked into the light gate one by one. When the last cub's figure disappeared, the light gate closed. Feeling the new life energy within the tower, Zhang Hao smiled. The second battle pet, contract successful. Zhuan stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes. Let's go back. The monthly exam is about to start, and you need to prepare well. This time it's not just a small fight within the class. Yes. The two set off on their return journey. The forest python dragon sped through the twilight, carrying them back to the teleportation point. Upon returning to school, they immediately plunged into preparations for the monthly exam for their grade. From that day until January 20th, a full 15 days, it was definitely a grueling period of hard training. With no savings to speak of, he even spent all the credits he could scrape together, 70 credits from the previous practical class victory, plus the credits he had saved up, totaling 449.4 credits. Among them, 300 credits were spent on an hour a day in the mystical level 3 training room. That was a second-tier training room where spiritual power and soul energy could be cultivated simultaneously, with excellent results. The only drawback was the cost. Under this intense training, Zhang Hao made rapid progress, having stored up to 1,000 starlights within him, yet he still didn't feel any apparent shackles. He speculated that perhaps it was because he chose to simultaneously advance the two realms during his last breakthrough, resulting in a slight enhancement of his potential and various functions. By doing so, the energy needed for each breakthrough was more, and the time taken was longer, but the benefits were also obvious. Within the same realm, his energy reserves would definitely surpass those of ordinary people. The little gold giant's training progressed step by step. Its training system had long been set, and unless it broke through a major realm, there would be no new training methods. Zhang Hao had never been a stingy person. Since he chose the little vine as his partner, naturally, they will also cultivate it with all their strength. He spent over 100 credits, equivalent to over 100,000 federal coins, to enroll Little Vine in a wood attribute skill course. After more than 10 days of 5 intensive training sessions, Little Vine's ordinary skill achieved a leap. Winding Vines was upgraded to a bronze skill, greatly enhancing its controllability. Not only that, on January 5th, Zhang Hao was elected by the entire class as the top scorer in the monthly exam, receiving a piece of junior celestial crystal. He skillfully recycled it, earning 1,200 evolution points. What surprised him even more was that, as a spirit-level bloodline, Little Vine directly raised its blood concentration from 9% to 17% with these 1,200 evolution points, making an astonishing leap of 8% in one go. This again confirmed, the higher the bloodline level, the more resources are often needed for each further step, which can grow exponentially. With the successful awakening of the bloodline, Little Vine also gained a bronze-level bloodline skill, Root Trip. This skill activates very quickly, able to instantly generate fine roots under the enemy's feet, thus controlling them. It works in harmony with the previously upgraded, Winding Vines, layering control abilities, greatly improving Little Golden Giant's output environment, achieving a true synergy of control and explosive power. Chapter 26 Monthly Exam of the Year. On February 20th, at 7 a.m., in the central arena of Wuhan University. A light blue curtain of spacefolding array covered the entire entrance, and the battlefield behind the door extended far beyond what could be seen from the outside. Zhang Hao looked at the grouping information popping up on his wristband. Wuhan University, Year 1, Class 19, participants, Zhang Hao, Zhenhou, Wushan, Angela, and the girl in a white dress, Lin Xiaoyu. How gu? Wushan squeezed over. Behind him, he could vaguely sense a stable wave of Earth attribute energy. In the first round, a chaotic battle of 500 people, random landing points. It would be great if we could be grouped together. Zhang Hao glanced at the three-dimensional map of the arena just received. A circular arena of 10,000 square meters, with 500 light points scattered randomly like stars, with less than 5 meters distance between adjacent ones. Take care. He patted Wushan's shoulder. If you find yourself in danger, surrender. There's no shame in that, keep your strength for future opportunities. Wushan grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth. Don't worry, my stone giant is no pushover. Not far away, Angela, dressed in fiery red battle gear, was carelessly polishing a rune bracelet. Her flame bear had not been summoned yet, but the faintly discernible scorching aura had already caused the surrounding air to twist slightly. Enter the arena. The deep voice of the director resonated through the loudspeaker. Inside the space-folding battlefield, platform number 300. Zhang Hao stepped onto the metallic ground, quickly scanning his surroundings. 5 meters away, other students had all summoned their battle pets: wind wolf, water snake, iron-armored rhino, all sorts of strange creatures, with mixed energy fluctuations. He concentrated slightly. The contract tower trembled in his soul. See. Roar. The moment little golden giant stepped out of the tower, the pressure of his Ice King-level bloodline surged like an avalanche. The ground crackled, and white frost spread visibly within 10 meters. The moisture in the air condensed into ice crystals, refracting a rainbow of cold light under the arena's light source. Nearby students' expressions changed drastically, as they all stepped back in unison. King-level bloodline. 6-armed ice frost giant? It's Zhang Hao from Class 19. Retreat. Don't be a target. Whispers of discussion erupted. Zhang Hao ignored them, his gaze sharp as lightning scanned. No Wushan, no Zhenhou, and no Angela. The random landing points were indeed fair, but they were also harsh. That's fine. He murmured, his eyes calm. No need to be distracted. First round, 500 advance to 100, start. The moment the director's voice fell, a ring of crimson light illuminated the edge of the battlefield, a poison circle, shrinking towards the center at a speed of 3 meters per second. The circle is closing. Quick, rush to the center. Chaos erupted in an instant. The contract masters drove their battle pets to charge, or cast defensive spells on themselves, while many chose to attack the nearest competitor. The faster one gets eliminated, the greater the opportunity one leaves for themselves. Zhang Hao didn't move. He stood still, little golden giant standing like a mountain in front of him. A student driven by the armored rhinoceros attempted to charge, but was brushed by a sideways frost punch from the little golden giant, instantly encasing half of the armored rhinoceros in thick ice, slowing its movement, forcing its master to hurriedly retrieve it back to the contract tower. But the poisonous circle waits for no one. The scarlet light curtain shrank rapidly, advancing 100 meters in just 40 seconds. On the edge, 7 or 8 students who reacted a bit slowly were swallowed by the light curtain, their wristbands lighting up in blinding red, their figures vanishing in an instant, eliminated. Little golden giant, steady advance toward the center, Zhang Hao ordered, maintain defensive posture, no need for active attacks. The little golden giant responded with a low growl, its icy crystal shield buzzing open, with cold mist swirling around its fists. Zhang Hao cast frost armor on himself as well, moving 3 steps behind the little golden giant, heading towards the center. On their way, no one dared to block them. The master of a swift wolf seemed to have been blinded by rage. Seeing Zhang Hao approaching, he suddenly commanded his battle pet to pounce from the side. Roar! The little golden giant didn't even wait for Zhang Hao's command, casually swinging its right fist, frost punch. The punch's wind carried a wave of cold, fanning out in a cone shape. The swift wolf was caught midair by the cold, its movements froze instantly, crashing to the ground with a thud, its body covered in white frost. The wolf's master turned pale, gritting his teeth, pressing his wristband to admit defeat. Instant kill. This punch completely shocked everyone within a 30-meter radius. The students hurriedly took detours, preferring to engage in chaotic battles with others than draw near this ice frost killing machine. Zhang Hao relished the peace, smoothly arriving within 100 meters of the center. At this moment, the poisonous circle had shrunk to a diameter of less than 150 meters, with about 150 people left inside, meaning over 50 still needed to be eliminated. The battle intensified. Flames, frost, thunder, rock spikes, various battle pet skills collided wildly in the confined space. Screams, the red light of admission of defeat, and the bright glow of wounded battle pets being recalled to the tower rose and fell. Zhang Hao had the little golden giant guard a corner, using frost punch and icy crystal shields to defend against the occasional incoming skills, no longer attacking actively. 12 minutes later, the poisonous circle shrank completely. First round is over. Remaining number, 100. At the center of the battlefield, the logistics medical team arrived. Green healing beams fell like rain, rapidly healing the wounds of injured battle pets in the light. Energy replenishing potions were automatically injected into the contract master's body through the injection port of the wristband. Zhang Hao took the primary recovery energy potion handed to him and drank it in one go. Though the consumption wasn't great, free resources shouldn't be wasted. He took the opportunity to look around and finally spotted Wu Shan in the crowd diagonally opposite. Wu Shan's battlesuit had several charred spots, but he looked full of spirit, clasping his hands together in a plea towards him, clearly mouthing, "Brother Hao, take me with you." Zhang Hao chuckled and nodded in response. A few minutes later, the wristband vibrated again. Second round, 100 to 50. Rule, random landing points, the speed of poison circle shrinking doubles. Countdown, 10, 9. The landing points refreshed. This time, luck was good as Zhang Hao appeared about 180 meters away from the center, while Wu Shan was less than 40 meters in front of him, caught in the middle by two people on either side. The two clearly knew each other and worked together seamlessly. One had a 3-meter-tall tree-man battle pet, the vine spear guard, a wooden body entwined with green vines, holding a wooden spear and shield. The other had a firefeather sparrow swirling with flames beside him, its wings scattering sparks, the air distorted from the high temperature. Wu Shan's rock giant stood firm in front of him, its stone body already with several charred cracks, yet still as steady as a mountain. "Brother Hao." Wu Shan's eyes brightened upon seeing Zhang Hao. The two turned to look at him simultaneously, their expressions changing slightly. "Zhang Hao." The tall, thin boy controlling the vine spear guard gritted his teeth. "Zhang Hao, let's team up to take him down first. Otherwise, no one will get into the next round." The fire contract master named Zhang Hao nodded. "You're right. Fire feather sparrow, prepare to unleash a firestorm." The two instantly reached a consensus. First, get rid of the biggest threat. Zhang Hao's expression remained unchanged as he communicated with his mind. "Little golden giant. Face it head on, first break the control point." The little metal giant stepped forward, the ice crystal shield fully opened, frost armor covering its body. Under dual defenses, it resembled a fortress of ice, the chilling aura causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Attack! Xiaoyu made the first move, wooden shield defense. Vines entangle. The spearguard's left hand expanded the wooden shield to 2 meters wide, blocking like a wall in front, while the right hand held the spear, poised to strike. At the same time, the ground cracked open, with dozens of vine-like tendrils as thick as wrists slithering out like venomous snakes, wrapping around the little metal giant's legs. Zhang Hao almost simultaneously shouted, "Triple flame missiles. Prepare the scorching heat wave." Flame feather sparrow screeched sharply, 3 fireballs the size of human heads shot out in a triangular formation. At the same time, its wings began to vibrate at a high frequency, gathering hot air currents in front. Once the little metal giant charged, this reverse air wave would greatly hinder its speed. A clever combination: control restriction, long-range bombardment, environmental interference. But Zhang Hao's response was more straightforward. Little metal giant, frost roar, break the control, frost impact straight at the spearguard. Roar! The ice blue sound wave exploded. Solidified cold air surged outward, radiating from the giant, crashing into the vines in the oncoming hot air wave. Ice and fire clashed, white mist surged. The entangling vines slowed drastically in the extreme cold, with their surfaces instantly covered in ice shards, which the little metal giant shattered underfoot. At that moment, the 3 fireballs from Flame Feather Sparrow had arrived. The little metal giant stood firm, taking the brunt of the hit with the ice crystal shield. Bang! 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 3 muffled sounds, the fireballs exploded against the ice crystal shield, flames erupted, and the crystal melted and evaporated on the surface, but new cold air replenished it in an instant. The shield's thickness was only reduced by 30%. What? Zhang Hao's face paled. This defense. Before he could finish, Zhang Hao's second command arrived, charge. The little metal giant crouched down, the ice crystal unicorn horn projection visibly solidifying. The cold air surrounding it converged at the tip of the horn, and then... boom! The ice blue afterimage exploded. Frost impact activated. It shot forward like an ice cannonball, crashing towards the spearguard. Wherever it passed, the ground formed a 3-finger-thick layer of ice. No way! Xiaoyu grit his teeth and roared, vines entwine, net trap. Ground spikes obstruct. The spearguard slammed its hands onto the ground, dozens of thick vines burst forth, intertwining in the air to form a dense net, while 3 sharp wooden spikes rose from the ground, forming a triangular blockade for the charge. But the explosive power of the royal bloodline was unfathomable, no mere spirit blood could hinder it. Moreover, it was still only just past 11% awakening. Rend crack. The frost impact collided with the net of vines at once, the extreme cold rapidly spreading through the vine's veins. The green vines froze and became brittle within a tenth of a second, shattering under the force of the charge. The 3 wooden spikes exploded into wood shavings the moment they touched the ice crystal unicorn horn projection. Xiaoyu's pupils constricted, he wanted to command the spear guard to sidestep, but it was too late. Bang! Chapter 27, instantly breaking two people. The ice crystal unicorn horn projection crashed into the wooden torso of the spear guard on its chest. Crack boom! Amidst the grating sound of shattering, a basin-sized hole exploded in the spear guard's chest, covered by thick ice on the edges, cold air spreading through the crack to envelop its whole body. The tree-person war pet stood frozen in place, the green light in its eyes rapidly dimming. PFF. Xiao. Little King Kong, Frost Roar fully unleashed, ice crystal shield concentrated at the front, take it head-on. Roar. The frost sound wave exploded 3 times stronger than before. The energy of the ice crystal shield on Little King Kong's surface gathered at the front, forming a giant ice crystal shield half a meter thick, with runes flowing on its surface. At the same time, its fists pressed against the shield, muscles tensed all over, and cold air surged like a tangible force from every pore. In the next moment, the golden fire collided with the giant ice crystal shield. Boom! The deafening explosion of ice and fire shook the entire battlefield. White mist and steam surged into the sky, blocking the sun. The alloy ground at the center of the collision cracked, melted, and then refroze, creating a terrifying landscape of mixed ice and fire. 3 seconds later, the mist began to clear. Everyone gasped in shock at what they saw in the arena. The surface of the ice crystal giant shield had melted nearly half, but it remained unbroken. Little King Kong behind the shield had frost covering its arms, its breath slightly uneven, but the fighting spirit in its eyes burned brighter. As for the flaming feather sparrow floating in midair, its flames dimmed by more than half, and several golden feathers were charred and falling off, clearly indicating that one blow had consumed most of its energy. How is this possible? Zhang Hao's face turned as pale as paper, Starfire Wildfire at full power actually taken head-on without breaking. Zhang Hao did not give him a chance to breathe. Little King Kong, Frost Fist Charge Heavy Strike. Little King Kong withdrew the shield, pulling back its right fist. The residual cold air, ice crystal fragments, and even the water attribute energy floating in the air gathered toward its right fist like a river returning to the sea. A constantly rotating and compressing frost core formed at the fist's edge, causing the surrounding space to slightly warp due to the low temperature. Zhang Hao's face changed wildly, he wanted to order the flaming feather sparrow to dodge, but the flaming feather sparrow had just released its ultimate move and was in a brief energy vacuum period. Boom! The frost fist blasted out from afar. It wasn't the wind of the fist, but a solidified frost fist wave, rotating like a drill, freezing the air into frost trails wherever it passed. The flaming feather sparrow shrieked and dodged to the side, but it was half a beat too late. The frost fist wave brushed past its left wing. Crack! The left wing instantly froze and shattered. The flaming feather sparrow screeched and fell, its flames nearly extinguished. Zhang Hao's hand ring flashed red light wildly, he gritted his teeth, looking at Zhang Hao and then at the twitching flaming feather sparrow on the ground, finally dejectedly lowering his head, pressing the surrender button. The two took a total of 14 seconds to be eliminated. Wu Shan watched with his mouth agape. How, brother, how your little King Kong is too ferocious. Don't just stand there. Zhang Hao recalled little King Kong, feeling the slight fluctuations of starlight inside him due to high consumption, looking at the poison circle that was rapidly shrinking again. The second round has just begun, let's hang on for now. Zhang Hao had a clear understanding that facing two opponents alone, even his little King Kong had consumed quite a bit. If surrounded and beaten up, even he would find it difficult. Moreover, he didn't want to reveal his trump card just yet. In the final moments of the second round, as the poison circle closed, the hand ring vibrated alongside the announcement. Second round ended. Remaining participants, 50. Zhang Hao and Wu Shan both sighed in relief at the same time. Wu Shan wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, grinning and saying, Brother Hao, thanks. This is a big win, at least 100 credits guaranteed. It's not over yet. Zhang Hao's gaze swept over the central area of the arena where the isolation barrier was gradually lighting up, ready for the third round of one-on-one competition. Next, you'll have to rely on yourself. The surrounding survivors had various expressions, some exhausted, some excited, and some cautiously eyeing potential opponents. Many looked at Zhang Hao with deep caution. This star with a king-level Frost King Kong and remarkable explosive power, no one wanted to encounter it early in a duel. In Class 19's rest area. Good kid. The class teacher, Zhuwen, patted Zhang Hao's shoulder hard and then smiled at Wu Shan, teasing him. Did you really cling to a big thigh? Our class actually has 3 people in the top 50. Even if we stop here, each will get 100 credits plus a beginner's crystal reward for sure. Wu Shan chuckled. With pride, he glanced at Chen Ho beside him and deliberately prolonged his tone. Oh dear, skinny monkey, you didn't fail to reach the third round, did you? Chen Ho pushed his glasses, rolled his eyes, and grumbled. Get lost. Do you think everyone has luck as good as yours, to pick up a moving leg halfway? Those freaks in other classes, with king-level bloodlines as if they cost nothing, I didn't even see clearly. Feng Yuyan was taken away in one set, really a instant kill experience card. His tone contained little frustration, more like stating a fact. Zhuan nodded and looked at Lin Xiaoyu sitting quietly on the other side. The girl in the white dress shook her head slightly and said softly, "My dreamlight butterfly was countered by a fire feather eagle and couldn't drag it into a prolonged battle." Her tone was calm, clearly indicating she had anticipated the outcome. Zhang Hao understood in his heart. Those who made it to the top 50 were almost all elite from each class, with battle pets that were at least of excellent quality, peak spirit level, and many had king-level bloodlines. For example, Zhen Ho's Feng Yuyun, spirit level, and Lin Xiaoyu's dreamlight butterfly were bound to defeat under the absolute bloodline suppression and realm gap. If Wu Shan had not been lucky to encounter him, he would probably have been eliminated long ago. Third round, 50 to 25, the single elimination system is about to begin. The broadcast announced again, "All contestants please go to the preparation area for online random draw. The arena isolation is ready." In the preparation area, the big screen flickered with light and shadow, the match list scrolling rapidly before it froze. Zhang Hao looked at his wristband, arena, number 3. Opponent, Huang Mai, class 3. Wu Shan wailed beside him, arena number 8. "I don't recognize the opponent's name, but they look really strong." Angela flicked her fiery red ponytail, her wristband showing she was at arena number 12, and her opponent was also from class 3. The fiery spark in her eyes glowed even brighter. The match begins. The soundproof barriers of 25 independent arenas rose simultaneously, and the battle erupted instantly. In arena number 8, it was almost over before it even began. Wu Shan's opponent summoned a battle pet, Sharp Leaf Spirit, that instantly attracted a lot of attention. Standing nearly 1.7 meters tall, its humanoid wooden body was covered with sharp-edged, layered leaf armor, and the leaf blades extending from its arms gleamed coldly, its emerald green eyes locked onto Wu Shan's rock giant. Rock giant, rock-like skin. Prepare for rock explosion. Wu Shan did not dare to slack off and immediately allowed his battle pet to assume its strongest defensive stance. The surface of the rock giant glimmered with a yellow-brown sheen, its stone skin becoming thicker and more solid, its fists were tightly clenched, energy gathering at the knuckles. However, the Sharp Leaf Spirit moved. It did not give the rock giant any time to charge up. With its long wooden legs, it propelled itself like an arrow, and its leaf blades were instantly wrapped in emerald green energy arcs. Leaf blade combo. Swish. 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 So fast that only a green afterimage remained. The rock giant roared as it swung its fists to block, but its heavy stone arms appeared clumsy against the nimble and quick leaf blades. The first arc of light sliced through the surface of the stone arm, leaving deep gashes. The second arc swept past the giant's chest at an incredible angle. The sound of leaf armor cutting was piercing. The third and fourth arcs almost simultaneously hit the joints of the giant's knee and shoulder. The defense of the rock-like skin suffered greatly in front of the sharp leaf blades infused with king-level wood attribute energy. Even worse, the plant toxins attached to the leaf blades seeped into the cracks in the rock, causing the rock giant's movements to slow down slightly. Earth trap! Trap it! Wu Shan shouted urgently. The rock giant stomped one foot, causing the ground of the arena to ripple, trying to create a trap beneath the Sharp Leaf Spirit's feet. But the Sharp Leaf Spirit suddenly whipped out several thick vines behind it, vine whip assault. The vines were not an attack, they anchored against the ground like pole vaults, using the rebound force to leap gracefully, not only avoiding the trap but also adjusting its position in the air, head down and feet up, both fists aimed at the rock giant below. Above the fists, the violent wood attribute energy compressed and erupted. Bang! Bloodline bronze skill, bursting sprout impact. Countless wooden spikes grew at high speed, raining down on the rocky giant's head and shoulders. The spikes penetrated the stone skin, withering and exploding violently once inside. The secondary shock damage caused the massive body of the rocky giant to shudder, bringing it to one knee, and large pieces of its stone armor shattered, its eyes dimming rapidly. The outcome was clear. From start to finish, it took less than 15 seconds. Wu Shan's rocky giant didn't even manage to effectively unleash a single rock explosion. Wu Shan opened his mouth, ultimately letting out a sigh, and despairingly pressed the surrender button on his wristband. The gap was too wide, the opponent's attack rhythm, skill connection, and understanding of battle opportunities completely overwhelmed him. He could only accept being instantly defeated and woke up to realize how much luck contributed to his entry into the top 50. The resting area of Class 19 was deathly silent. Though it was anticipated that Wu Shan would lose, the speed and decisiveness of the defeat were shocking. The opponent's flowing and overwhelming offense cast a shadow over many people's hearts. "Is this the suppressive power of royal bloodlines?" a student murmured. Immediately, everyone's gaze turned to Arena 12. There, Angela's battle pulled at their hearts. She was the apparent second strongest in Class 19. Chapter 28, Little Vine exerts force, key control. In Arena 12, the battle was starkly different, yet even more heart-wrenching. Angela's Blaze Bear roared fiercely as it activated Flame Charge, transforming into a massive fireball that hurled toward the opponent's Wave Shadow Shark soldier. However, the silhouette of the wave shadow shark soldier instantly blurred just before the fireball struck. Encased in a flowing, water screen flash, it slipped away like water, easily dodging the violent collision, leaving only a fading light of fresh water behind. Hiss! The wave shadow shark soldier counterattacked, activating Shadow Wave Assault. The light blue water shadow traced erratically, cutting into the side of the blaze bear. Its finned arm sliced through like a blade, leaving a significant wound on the blaze bear's thick fur, the splashing water also disrupting the blaze bear's vision. Angela gritted her teeth. Flame bomb, cover fire. The blaze bear opened its mouth, sending out several scorching fireballs in a fan shape. The wave shadow shark soldier swung its tail fin and executed wave kick, moving at high speed with the help of water, avoiding most of the fireballs, and when close enough, landed consecutive kicks filled with high-pressure water flow on the blaze bear. Bang! Bang! The blaze bear staggered from the kicks, the flames on its surface dimming somewhat. It roared, turning around to unleash explosive flame fist, with a scorching fist wind exploding, but the wave shadow shark soldier once again used water screen flash, in combination with its agile sliding, narrowly avoiding the core area, only being slightly burned on some scales by the residual waves. The battle turned into a suffocating tug-of-war and exhaustion. Angela and the blaze bear gave their all, each attack powerful and fiery, yet continuously resolved by the opponent's exquisite movements and speed, leaving behind wounds in return. The wave shadow shark soldier moved like a top assassin, never engaging head-on, only darting, harassing, and slicing, slowly bleeding the blaze bear out. The blaze bear's movements began to slow, its breathing heavy, and several wounds bled, soaked by water. While the wave shadow shark soldier had taken some hits, its injuries were clearly lighter, retaining high agility. It's over. Many perceptive spectators sighed inwardly. Sure enough, when the blaze bear tried once more to gather strength for a decisive attack, the blue light in the wave shadow shark soldier's eyes flashed, its tail fin shook the ground, wrapping its entire body in a swirling vortex of water. Bloodline bronze skill, spiral piercing. Roar! The blaze bear didn't dodge and swung its fist to hit back, making a final stand. The water vortex crashed against the flames, billowing up vast white mist. But at the moment of impact, the wave shadow shark soldier's water properties manifested. It cleverly deflected part of the shock force, and the rotating whirl tore through the blaze bear's defenses. The sharp fin finally broke through the flames and fur, causing deep and lasting tearing damage. Ugh! The fire-exploding bear let out a painful grunt, its flames almost extinguished, its massive body swaying, timely recalled by the light of the contract tower. Angela's face turned pale, biting her lower lip tightly, unwillingly pressing the surrender button. She had given everything she had, and the battle was far more enduring and intense than Wu Shan's, but in the end, she still lost to the opponent's superior speed, skill, and tactics. In Class 19's area, the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. If Wu Shan's quick defeat was somewhat expected, then Angela's bitter struggle ended in failure, which was like a cold water splash in everyone's hearts. Even the second best in class, who had the king-level fire-exploding bear, reached a dead end here, and failed to force out all of the opponent's cards? How strong must the students from other classes be? The only remaining hope for their class, Zhang Hao. A heavy pressure silently enveloped everyone in Class 19. Many classmates looked at the number 3 platform with worried eyes. Teacher Zhuan fixed his eyes on the number 3 platform. He knew Zhang Hao's abilities, and perhaps the school's rewards depended on him to fight for them. On the number 3 platform, the battle had already begun. The wind-hidden sting of Huang Mai, as soon as it appeared, showcased a style completely different from all previous battle pets. The light gray figure was slim and agile, almost landing silently, its pale blue pupils coldly locked onto the majestic 6-armed Frost Diamond. It did not launch an immediate strong attack, but rather moved gracefully and cautiously, its membrane-like wind wings fluttering slightly, stirring the air currents. Little Diamond, Ice Crystal Shield, advance steadily. Zhang Hao commanded, taking a solid approach. Little Diamond let out a low growl, the Ice Crystal Shield unfolded, cold air spread, pressing step by step towards the center of the platform. Just as Little Diamond stepped into the central area of the platform, wind-hidden sting moved. Without warning, its form suddenly blurred, transforming into a gray-blue shadow, almost impossible to catch with the naked eye, tearing through the air in a nearly straight line, instantly crossing over a dozen meters. Wind shadow stab. Bang! The wind blade-like claws fiercely struck against Little Diamond's ice crystal shield, bursting forth a sharp friction sound and scattering ice shards. The shield violently quivered but did not shatter. After a single strike, Wind-Hidden Sting showed no desire to linger in battle, using the rebounding air current to float back several meters, leaving a faint afterimage, while its true body had already glided to the flank. Little Diamond roared in anger, striking at the afterimage with a punch, but only scattered the air. Following that, Wind-Hidden Sting generated several mini-cyclones beneath its feet. Cyclone Step. Its movement trajectory became erratic, sometimes gliding close to the ground, sometimes making sharp turns, sometimes leaping high, like a ghost swirling around Little Diamond at high speed. Bloodline Bronze Skill, Wind Blade Slash. Several nearly transparent crescent wind blades silently shot out, not coming directly, but cleverly merging into the airflow, attacking Little Diamond's shield at weak points or joint connections from tricky angles. Little Diamond waved its icy fist to block, dispersing most of the wind blades, but still one or two hit, leaving cracks on the shield, and even one grazed its arm, cutting through the fur, blood seeping out. Ice Frost Crash. Zhang Hao tried to force the opponent out with an area advance skill. Little Diamond charged forward loudly, the icy unicorn phantom breaking through the air. But Wind Hidden Sting seemed to have anticipated this, with Cyclone Step pushed to the extreme, its side slided and avoided at the last moment, and, in the instant they crossed, used Wind Shadow Stab again to leave a wound on Little Diamond's side. The battle completely fell into Wind Hidden Sting's rhythm. It was like a top assassin, never engaging head-on, but relying on terrifying speed and agility, constantly moving, harassing, and cutting. Little Diamond had great strength and defense, yet it felt like a giant bear being toyed with. Every punch landed in empty air, and the roaring sound wave of frost was easily deflected or avoided by the opponent leveraging the air currents. The ice crystal shield gradually dimmed under the relentless barrage of quick strikes, and the wounds on the Little Vajra slowly increased. Energy was continuously consumed, and the situation was clearly unfavorable for Zhang Hao's side. It's over. Zhang Hao is restrained as well. That Wind Shadow Sting is too fast, there's no way to hit. The Little Vajra's defense will eventually be worn down. In Class 19's area, a pessimistic mood began to spread. The other arenas had already decided victories and defeats, and many people's eyes were drawn to the classic showdown of Beast vs. Assassin on Arena 3, secretly shaking their heads, believing that Zhang Hao's defeat was only a matter of time. Huang Mai even showed a cold smile, confident of victory. On the arena, Zhang Hao's expression remained calm, even overly serene. He focused intently on every movement of the Wind Shadow Sting, his eyes sparkling as if calculating something at high speed. The Little Vajra was once again grazed by the Wind Shadow Sting, its movements slowing slightly due to fatigue and the cold, the airflow effect of the wind blades. Now's the time. A bright light shot from Zhang Hao's eyes. Having been passively beaten and seemingly draining a lot of energy, the Little Vajra suddenly let out an unprecedented furious roar. Frost roar full power. An icy sound wave several times stronger than before exploded in a spherical shape. Extreme cold instantly enveloped most of the arena, making even the air seem as if it were about to freeze. The Wind Shadow Sting's high-speed movements inevitably were affected. The cyclone created by the cyclone step became sluggish under absolute low temperature, visibly slowing down for a moment. What? The cold smile on Huang Mai's face froze. In that instant, the light of the contract tower shone brightly for the second time in front of Zhang Hao. A green figure, intertwined with vines, shot out like lightning, landing gracefully in a corner of the arena. It was the vine demon rat, Little Tofu. Hiss. A collective gasp filled the air instantly. Neither the students of Class 19 nor the spectators from other classes, nor the judges and some teachers, could believe their eyes. A second battle pet? How is that possible? A soul realm under the ordinary realm? How can one contract a second pet? Unless, has his soul realm already broken through? The wave of shock nearly overturned the isolation barrier. Angela, Chen Ho, Wu Shan and others were left completely stunned. Only teacher Zhu Wen smiled calmly. After all, he had accompanied Zhang Hao to contract the second battle pet. Huang Mai's mind buzzed and went blank in an instant. His entire strategy was based on the assumption that the opponent only had one battle pet and was restrained by speed, and this sudden appearance of a second battle pet completely disrupted everything. And the battle would not pause due to shock. The moment Little Tofu landed, its tail, already poised to strike, aimed directly at the Wind Shadow Sting, which was slowed down by the frost roar, and whipped suddenly Bloodline Bronze skill, Root Entangle. Dozens of tough bronze roots surged from the metallic arena without warning, instantly entangling its limbs and tail. Although with its strength, it could probably break free in a fraction of a second, the sudden restraint caused its vital speed to come to a deadly halt. Not good. Huang Mai was terrified, wanting to give an order, but Zhang Hao's commands came faster and more coherently. Little Tofu, entangle with vines. Little Vajra, frost impact, finish it. The entangling vines followed quickly. Several thicker bronze vines with sharp wooden spikes broke through the ground, firmly binding its torso and wind wings just before the Wind Shadow Sting could break free from the roots. Double control, completely locked down. And at this moment, the Little Vajra had already finished charging power. The cold air engulfed its body reached a peak with the enhancement of the frost roar, the ice crystal horn above its head solidifying into something resembling blue crystal, emitting destructive waves. Roar. Frost impact, activate. The target is the Wind Shadow Thorn firmly fixed in place by vines. An ice blue comet, trailing a long frost tail, crashed towards the helpless target with unstoppable force. Bang. The terrible sound of impact mixed with the shattering of ice blocks and the sound of something breaking. Fierce ice energy erupted on the spot, forming a towering mist of ice several meters high. The ice mist slowly dispersed. There stood the little golden giant proudly in the center of the arena, while in front of it, the Wind Shadow Thorn was covered in thick layers of ice, its wind wings broken, breath dwindling to the extreme, quickly being recalled by a beam of contract light. The vines of Little Vine also loosened, flexibly retracting back to its side. Huang Mai's face was ashen, staggering back a step, the red light of the rings announcing his defeat. Arena number 3, Zhang Hao, victory. Dead silence. Immediately after, the eruption-like noise began. Won? Really won? My god. 2 battle pets. He hit it so well. That control connection, so terrifying. A complete turnaround in an instant. Class 19 Zhang Hao. Who is this guy? The area of Class 19 completely erupted. All the repression, worry, and pessimism turned into wild joy and incredulous cheers at that moment. Brother Hao is awesome. Wu Shan shouted excitedly, his face flushed. Chen Ho pushed his glasses hard, murmuring, dual pet strategy, breakthrough in Soul Realm, this guy. Angela slowly relaxed her tightly clenched fists, looking at the calm figure recalling the battle pets on the arena, her eyes complex, eventually turning into a soft sigh, but a hint of fighting spirit ignited within. Teacher Zhu Wen showed an incredibly bright smile, clapping vigorously. His gaze towards Zhang Hao was filled with admiration and expectation. Students and teachers from other classes also turned their shocked, probing, and serious gazes towards Zhang Hao. Owning a second battle pet meant a complete diversification of the tactical system, with the threat level rising sharply. This Class 19 student, previously thought to potentially stop at the 3rd round, had suddenly become a dark horse not to be underestimated. Chapter 29, Dual Pet Spheres, Resonance Boost. 4th round, top 25. When the isolation barrier rose again and only 25 figures remained in the vast folded space, the atmosphere suddenly became heavy and filled with killing intent. Zhang Hao felt countless gazes gathering upon him, scrutinizing, wary, probing, like a tangible pressure. A dual pet contract master is a presence that breaks the balance at this stage. He stood calmly at the southern end of the arena, feeling the flow of 1,000 starlights within him, as well as the restlessness of the little golden giant and the agility of the little vine within the contract tower. Meanwhile, an equally weighted gaze was directed at the northern end. There stood a tall and serious young man in a deep blue combat uniform, with a golden Zhao emblem embroidered on his sleeve, Zhao Zong. The Zhao family is a true giant in the 15th district. Even though he is just a branch, the resources he garnered far exceed what an ordinary student could imagine. His mid-stage Stardust realm made his spiritual power foundation deep, and his battle pet, that heavy, mountain-like, indestructible mixed aura could be felt even from a kilometer away, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Zhang Hao 2 battle pets, interesting. Zhao Zong looked at Zhang Hao from afar, his gaze indifferent, as if he was looking at a noteworthy object rather than an opponent. 4th round, from 25 to 10, Poisonous Circle Melee, now begins. The moment the broadcast fell, the crimson Poisonous Circle light screen lit up at the outermost edge of the arena, rapidly shrinking towards the center at a speed far beyond before. Almost simultaneously, aside from the most prominent 2 at the north and south ends, the remaining 23 did nearly the same thing, first solved the strongest threat. North end. 3 students exchanged glances, instantly reaching a tacit understanding, simultaneously driving their battle pets to pounce on Zhao Zong. A swift lightning leopard, and a 2-headed rotten lizard spitting corrosive acid, a stormhawk circling in the air ready to dive, and the 3 launched a siege from 3 different directions. Zhao Zong didn't even blink. In front of him, a beam of earthy yellow summoning light flashed, and then the ground trembled as if shaken. First tier high grade, elite quality, royal bloodline 20%, the Luyan heavy armor beast made its appearance. Its massive body resembled a moving small mountain, with an earthy yellow rocky frame covered in flowing dark golden metal armor, each breath accompanied by a dull metallic friction sound. Just standing there, it emitted a suffocating oppressive aura. The thunder leopard was the first to charge, its claws crackling with electricity, aiming for the relatively weak joints of the heavy armor beast. The dark yellow metallic eyes of the Luyan heavy armor beast flickered, and the golden patterns on its armor suddenly lit up, golden barrier. Dang! A sharp sound of metal clashing rang out. The thunder leopard's claws left only shallow white marks on the reinforced armor and were instead jolted by the rebound force, leaving its paws numb and its movements stiffened. It was this moment of stiffness. The heavy armor beast's forelimbs, thick as iron pillars, suddenly lifted, gathering dual energies of gold and earth, bronze skill, rock gold pressure. Boom! The forelimb did not directly stomp on the thunder leopard but forcefully struck the ground. Horrifying power erupted, and the ground within a few meters of the stomp point instantly cracked and caved in. The ground beneath the thunder leopard suddenly collapsed, causing it to lose its balance and let out a mournful cry as it fell into the crevice, soon being sideswiped by the heavy armor beast, sending it flying with a clear sound of bone shattering, and it was promptly recalled back into the contract treasure tower. Its master's face turned pale as he gritted his teeth in surrender. At this moment, the acidic liquid from the 2-headed rotten lizard and the diving wind blades from the stormhawk arrived nearly simultaneously. The heavy armor beast did not dodge but endured it head-on. The acid corroded the golden barrier, producing hissing white smoke, but it couldn't penetrate for a short time. The wind blades left deeper scratches on the armor but likewise could not cause effective damage. Alloy smash. Zhao Zong's cold voice rang out. The rock and metal of the heavy armor beast's arms instantly fused and transformed into two massive dark golden alloy hammers, the size of door panels. It didn't even pay attention to the Stormhawk in the air, instead turning directly and making a mighty sweeping strike towards the two-headed rotten lizard trying to flank. Alloy smash. The rotten lizard was horrified and wanted to retreat but was too slow. Bang, crack. A dull crash was mixed with the sickening sound of bones breaking. Half of the lizard's body was smashed into a pulp, collapsing on the ground, instantly losing its combat effectiveness. Seeing this, the Stormhawk in the air screamed in fear, soaring higher, no longer daring to dive. From beginning to end, it was less than 10 seconds. Among the three-person siege, 2 battling pets were severely injured and eliminated, while 1 was frightened away. Zhao Zong had only used 2 bronze skills and 1 ordinary defense skill, and his Ludian heavy armor beast hadn't even truly moved its feet. Efficient, clean, and domineering. It showcased absolute power and a crushing defense. At the southern end. Almost at the same time, for students who considered themselves strong surrounded Zhang Hao in the center. A red flame tiger engulfed in flames, a heavily armored ironback mountain turtle, a swift saber-toothed wind wolf, and a puppeteer controlling several rocky arms. Zhang Hao, I'm sorry. You stand out too much, shouted the student controlling the flame tiger. The 4 launched their attacks simultaneously. Fireballs from the flame tiger, heavy punches from rocks, the wind wolf pouncing, and the mountain turtle charging. Zhang Hao's gaze was calm, thoughts swirling. The little King Kong roared into existence, and an ice crystal shield instantly unfolded, blocking the first wave of remote fireballs and rock punches. At the same time, a flash of emerald green light appeared, and a small vine silently emerged on a protruding rock behind Zhang Hao. Little Tang, trip the wind wolf. Little King Kong, prepare frost roar, target the red flame tiger. The commands were clear and swift. Little Tang's tail swung, rooted trip. Just as the saber-toothed wind wolf was about to pounce, tough roots suddenly emerged from the ground, wrapping tightly around its forelegs, causing its attack to be distorted and it tumbled away clumsily. The second battle pet is out. The assailants were startled. But Little King Kong's attack had already arrived. Frost roar erupted with full force. A chilling sound wave headed like a fan, slamming into the red flame tiger and its contractor behind it. The extreme cold dimmed the flames on the red flame tiger, slowing its movements. Now is the time. Frost impact. Little King Kong crouched down, the frost energy just summoned swirling around him, an icy crystal horn shadow condensed, transforming into a blue lightning bolt, frost impact. The target was the red flame tiger, affected by frost roar, with flames weakened. Roar. The red flame tiger desperately spat out a fireball, trying to intercept. Hiss boom. Ice and fire clashed, steaming white mist rose, but the frost impact did not lose momentum, slamming heavily into the red flame tiger. The red flame tiger howled in agony as it was struck away, its flames nearly extinguished, crashing heavily to the ground, losing combat power. Its owner turned pale, hurriedly conceding. 1 hit, 1 elimination. Damn it. First deal with that controlling rat. The student controlling the rock arm puppet shouted furiously, several rock arms smashing toward Little Tang's location. Little Tang nimbly leaped to avoid, while the tail swung again, binding vines. Several bronze vines burst from the ground, not attacking the puppet, but wrapping around the legs of the iron-backed mountain turtle, which was charging up. The mountain turtle's charging momentum slowed. Little King Kong used Frost Punch to eliminate the puppet. Little King Kong turned, the chilly energy gathered in its right fist, delivering a powerful Frost Punch at the closest rock arm. Crash! The rock arm shattered, and the frost energy spread through the broken arm to the puppet's main body, making its movements stiff. Wind Wolf, quickly break free and attack the contractor directly. Someone yelled in urgency. The saber-toothed wind wolf finally freed itself from the roots, and upon hearing this, immediately lunged at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao remained calm, casting frost armor on himself, while concentrating his thoughts. Little Tang's binding vines activated again, this time proactively laying down a vine area in front of Zhang Hao. The wind wolf charge crashed into the vine area, though it quickly broke free, its speed had already diminished. At this moment, Little King Kong had already dealt with the slowed rock arm puppet, a punch smashed its core, and turned to deliver another frost punch, smashing the iron-backed mountain turtle and cracking its shell, leaving it dazed. The remaining saber-toothed wind wolf, seeing the situation turn grim, attempted to retreat but was caught up by Little King Kong and knocked out by a paw. The battle ended. On Zhang Hao's side, Little King Kong was slightly panting, while Little Tang had consumed over half of its spirit energy, but both were fine. In the arena, besides Zhang Hao and Zhao Zong, only the last 3 struggling students remained. At the same time, Zhao Zong and Zhang Hao almost simultaneously locked their eyes on these 3. The Luyan heavy armor beast unleashed a range attack, rock gold heavy pressure, while Zhang Hao's little diamond launched a remote ice fist attack, sending the trio soaring out of the arena. Remaining number 2. The broadcast echoed, carrying a hint of astonishment. In the entire folded space, a 10,000 square meter battlefield, only the two opposing figures remained. The toxic circle temporarily stopped shrinking, leaving the final battle stage. All spectators held their breath. Whether it was the cheers from Class 19 or the shocked gazes from other classes, it all transformed into extreme anticipation. The final showdown begins. No time for idle talk, the battle exploded in an instant. Zhang Hao struck first. Little Vine, focus all your interference. Little Diamond, unleash Frost Roar, activate all shields. Little Vine's figure flickered, launching rooting snare continually on the path of the Luyan heavy armor beast. Although those resilient roots often broke under the terrifying weight and strength of the heavy armor beast, they still caused slight delays and disturbances. At the same time, binding vines attempted to ensnare its leg joints. Little Diamond roared, unleashing Frost Roar with all his might, spreading the icy domain to lower the heavy armor beast's speed and armor activity, while the ice crystal shield gleamed brightly. Zhang Hao also waved his hand to empower Little Diamond with frost armor, stacking double shields, shimmering in an icy blue light. Zhao Zon's gaze turned cold. Minor tricks. Gold barrier, rock gold heavy pressure, crush them. The surface of the Luyan heavy armor beast glowed with golden veins as the gold barrier activated, dramatically increasing its defense, pushing through the cold of the frost roar and the periodically sprouting vines, moving forward heavily but steadily. Immediately, it gathered a tremendous amount of gold soil energy in its thick forelimbs and stomped down rock gold heavy pressure. Boom! The ground quaked violently, cracks spreading like spider webs toward Little Diamond. Not only did it create a shockwave, but it also directly shattered all the nearby vines. Little Vine was forced to retreat. Frost Strike. Zhang Hao seized the moment after the stomp to launch a surprise attack. Little Diamond transformed into a blue comet charging forward. Zhao Zong remained calm. Alloy Smasher, confront them. The heavy armor beast turned its arms into hammers. Dark gold giant hammers swung down with a dull sound, accurately striking the rushing icy phantom. Clang! The deafening sound rang out. Ice shards and golden stone fragments scattered. Little Diamond's charge was brutally halted, and the ice crystal shield trembled violently, developing cracks. Meanwhile, the Luyan heavy armor beast also staggered back half a step from the impact, but the gold barrier remained steady. Attribute restraint became evident. The ice, water, attribute's damage against the earth attribute was weakened to some extent, while the earth attribute's weight and sturdiness had strong resistance against the piercing and freezing of ice. As expected from an elite talent cultivated meticulously by the family. Zhang Hao felt a heaviness in his heart, sensing the pressure from Little Diamond. The opponent not only held a higher level but the difference in attributes brought about by their talent, elite versus excellent, and attribute restraint started to shift the balance of battle. Chapter 30, First in Monthly Exam, Silver Skill. It's not over yet. Little Vine, concentrate on tripping them. Little Diamond, unleash consecutive frost fists, attack the same joint. Zhang Hao adjusted his strategy, trying to break through with focused hits. Little Vine, disregarding the cost, concentrated all its spiritual power and continuously activated rooting snare at the joint of the heavy armor beast's right forelimb. Although the roots continued to snap off swiftly, the consecutive hindrance caused a lack of coordination in the heavy armor beast's right limb movements. Little Diamond seizes the opportunity to leap onto the joint, raining down fists filled with cold energy like a blizzard. Frost Fist Combo. Bang bang bang. Frost erupted against the golden armor, low temperatures causing the metal to show signs of brittleness, cracks starting to spread. Zhao Zong frowned, annoying insects. Rock gold heavy pressure, shake them off. The heavy armor beast stomped down once more. The shockwave pushed the little golden armored away slightly and completely shattered all the vines at the joints. At the same time, its left arm's alloy giant hammer was whistling down toward the small vine, which had slowed down due to excessive energy consumption. Alloy Smash. Little Vine, dodge quickly. Zhang Hao cried urgently. The little vine nimbly evaded, but the fragments of stone and shockwave from the giant hammer striking the ground still grazed it. Squeak! The little vine cried out in pain, blasted away by the gust of wind, cracks appeared on its green body, and its breath weakened, prompting Zhang Hao to immediately pull it back into the contract tower for protection. One pet is out. The battle situation took a sharp turn downward. It's over. Zhao Zong said coldly, Bloodline Bronze Skill, Golden Collapse Mountain Strike, finish it. The gold armor beast let out a low roar, its entire body's golden patterns burst forth with dazzling light, the energy of golden earth crazily compressed, and its whole body seemed to transform into a solid star iron rock, exuding a heart-pounding wave of destruction. It began to accelerate slowly, like a mountain bomb with a lit fuse, unstoppable as it charged towards the already shield-broken and disordered little golden armored. Golden Collapse Mountain Strike. This strike was slow in speed but locked onto the target, leaving no way to evade. The might was so strong that even those watching from afar felt their scalps tingle. A flash of determination crossed the little golden armored's eyes, still intending to gather cold air for a final resistance. But Zhang Hao saw it clearly. In the little golden armored's current state, taking this hit would leave it severely injured, possibly harming its origin. It couldn't bear this. Almost instinctively, images flowed through Zhang Hao's mind of spending days and nights with the little golden armored, training together. From that ice blue cub considered a scrap to now the fierce six-armed frost titan, it was a partner, a comrade. The path of compassion. A thought flashed, and Zhang Hao made a decision. He took a sudden step forward, standing in front of the little golden armored. At the same time, he crazily transformed the remaining star energy within him into ice-type spiritual power, applying the strongest, frost armor technique he could now endure. Brother Hao. Zhang Hao. Outside the battlefield, Wushan, Chenhou, Angela, and even teacher Zhu exclaimed in shock. Boom! The golden collapse mountain strike slammed solidly into the crossed arms and frost armor on Zhang Hao's chest. An indescribable immense force came crashing in. The frost armor shattered instantly. Zhang Hao felt as if he had been struck head-on by a high-speed alloy train. His internal organs shifted, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward like a broken sack, crashing down over 10 meters away, momentarily unable to move, only feeling intense pain and a hollow weakness within. But his estimation was not wrong. Due to the frost armor's weakening, combined with his cultivation level as a blood-condensing warrior, plus Zhao Zong aiming to defeat rather than kill, this strike left him unable to fight but did not cause irreversible serious injuries. Why? Zhao Zong controlled the heavy armored beast to stop in place, his eyes showing obvious confusion for the first time. To him, injuring oneself for the sake of a battle pet was an extremely foolish act. Wasn't a battle pet just a tool? Zhang Hao did not answer. He struggled to turn his head, looking at the little golden armored that was trying to get up, and forced a bloody, strained smile. It was just this one gaze, this one smile. The little golden armored's movements froze. Its blood-red eyes fixed intently on the familiar figure lying on the ground. Memories surged forth like a flood breaking a dam, the coldness and helplessness at hatching, the despair of being abandoned, that warm hand reaching out to it, the day-to-day training together, the shared energy, the silent encouragement. Roar woo. A deep, almost soul-originating whimper came from the little golden armored's throat. The frosty aura around it not only did not weaken, but began to vibrate and boil violently. In Zhang Hao's mind, the contract tower shook violently. On the panel, the little golden armored's data was wildly fluctuating. Bloodline concentration, 18%, 19%, 20%. Status, extreme anger, sadness, and a protective will breaking through the critical point. Strong emotional resonance and soul synchronization. Resonance state. Link. A blazing and violent frost energy, carrying the little Vajra's soul mark, surged like a volcanic eruption, uncontrollably yet smoothly flowing back through the contract link into Zhang Hao's nearly exhausted body. At the same time, the last bit of spiritual power remaining in Zhang Hao was also sent back without reservation. This was not a simple energy transfer, but a deep fusion and stacking of energy guided by soul energy. Buzz. The surface of the little Vajra erupted with an unprecedented ice-blue brilliance. Its body seemed to swell, two bulges on its back writhing violently, as if something was about to break out. Its eyes completely transformed into a raging blood red, flickering with a clear and determined will. Frost roar automatically activated. A cold domain several times stronger than before erupted violently, the temperature in the entire battlefield plummeting below freezing, with the ground instantly covered in thick solid ice. Zhao Zong's expression finally changed. This is resonance? How is that possible? He is only first rank. There was no time for his shock. In resonance state, with bloodline concentration temporarily elevated, and with all of Zhang Hao's energy boosting it, the little Vajra seemed to transform into an ancient frost giant. It did not even need Zhang Hao's command, locking onto the enemy that harmed its partner. Frost impact activated. But this frost impact was completely different. The ice crystal unicorn phantom expanded several times, solidified like a 10,000-year profound ice, dragging not just a frost tail, but an ice-blue trajectory that froze in space. Speed, power, and coldness all surged wildly. The Luyan heavy armored beast sensed a deadly threat, roaring and activating the golden barrier again, pouring in all remaining energy, trying to endure. Boom! An explosion occurred that was 10 times more violent than any previous collision. Ice blue and golden brown energies crazily countered, annihilating each other. The terrifying shockwave swept across the entire folded space, even the isolation barrier shook violently. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, the so-called indestructible golden barrier of the Luyan heavy armored beast shattered like fragile glass. Its massive body was hit head-on by the frost impact, the heavy armor twisted and caved in, countless cracks appearing on its rock-like body. It let out a painful howl, struck by an irresistible force, lifted off the ground, then crashed down heavily, creating a deep pit in the ground. Its body was covered in thick layers of ice, breathing feeble to the extreme, and its dark yellow eyes dimmed. The contract light flashed, and it was automatically retrieved back into the protective pagoda. This meant it had lost the ability to continue fighting. And after unleashing this earth-shattering strike, the little Vajra's violent aura receded like a tide, its blood-red eyes returned to normal, revealing deep exhaustion. It swayed and looked towards Zhang Hao, letting out a low, reassuring whimper, then slowly collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Also retrieved back into the pagoda by Zhang Hao. In the arena, only Zhang Hao, barely propped up, and Zhao Zong, dumbfounded and unable to accept reality, were left. Silence. Death-like silence. Then. Boom. Cheers and gasps erupted from the viewing area like a mighty wave. Especially in the area of Class 19, it was almost going crazy. We won. We won. Resonance. It's a resonance state. So cool. Zhang Hao. Little Vajra. Reversal. A miraculous reversal. Cheers, screams, and applause were like a tsunami, almost flipping over the arena. The twists, the brutality of this battle, and the miracle reversal brought by the final emotional explosion deeply shocked everyone. Teacher Zhu Wen was so excited that his hands trembled, the path of benevolence, resonance state. Good. 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 He repeated the word good 3 times, his joy and pride beyond measure. He knows that his student has already embarked on a path far beyond ordinary imagination. And his teaching gold is stable. The other teachers in the classes look at Zhang Hao with complex eyes, filled with envy, awe, and even a hint of vigilance. This student has an unlimited future. A gentle yet irresistible wave of energy swept over the judges' bench, calming the excited crowd and confirming the final result. The 4th round is over. The final winner, Zhang Hao. Wuhan University, this year's new student monthly exam first place, Zhang Hao. The announcement officially rang out. Zhang Hao's face turned pale, but his eyes shone like cold stars. The real highlight is the reward. Director Wang from the Resource Department handed over the spatial wristband. Please verify. His spiritual force scanned the list. 1. Credits, 300 points. 2. Beginner Tontian treasure crystals, 3 pieces. 3. Second-tier attribute original energy, selectable 1 portion. A suppressed gasp rose from below. 300 credits are already the earnings of an ordinary student for half a year, 3 crystals are worth a fortune in the black market, and the second-tier attribute origin is incredibly precious. I choose ice attribute. Zhang Hao said without hesitation. The jade box in his hand radiated a chill, and frost formed on the surface. Inside the box was a swirling ice blue energy, the ice soul origin. It's estimated to be worth over 600,000 federal coins in the market, and if recovered, it could convert to over 2,000 evolution points. But Zhang Hao never thought of recovering it. This was meant for little gold. In the dormitory quiet room, the 3 treasure crystals glowed gently, 300 credits were credited, and the ice soul origin rested in the center. The plan needs adjusting. Zhang Hao sat cross-legged, deep in thought. First, he would keep 1 treasure crystal as the entrance ticket to the secret realm next month. The remaining 2, recover. The radiant light entered his body. Evolution points plus 1,200. Evolution points plus 1,200. Current evolution points, 2,400. All injected into Little Gold's bloodline for purification. Energy surged into the first layer of the contract treasure tower, where Little Gold was soaking in the ice energy liquid, recovering. Evolution points fused into muscles and bloodlines, the ice blue fur became increasingly glossy, and a clear ridge rose on its back. 6-armed ice frost giant bloodline purity, 20% 24%. State, manifestation period. A 4% increase in purity consumed a huge amount, but its aura was entirely different. Zhang Hao opened the jade box. Coldness erupted, and the quiet room felt like a frozen cave. He did not wake Little Gold but took the treasure tower and the jade box to the resource management department. Exchanging for the highest permissions in the ice attribute second-tier training room for 5 days cost 150 credits. Then exchanged for the wood attribute second-tier training room for 5 days, another 150 credits. Account balance, 0, but his eyes did not change. Ice attribute training room, first day. Little Gold was summoned out, and the jade box opened. The ice soul origin was drawn in by it in one gulp. Its body trembled violently, ice blue brilliance erupted, coldness rampant, and anti-ice runes operated at full power. The transformation lasted a whole day and night. Third day. The chilling air had formed a sea of fog. Little Gold coiled in the center, its size expanding, and its aura approaching the critical point. A roar echoed. A bulge rose from its back, swelling mightily as if it were about to explode, yet something seemed to shackle it, preventing the final step from breaking free. A silver rune lit up at its brow, vast waves spreading out. Breakthrough. First tier high grade. Awaken Silver Skill, Frost Giant, body doubles to 1.5 times, boosting all around attributes. Skill awakened, combat power skyrocketed. Now, Little Gold, even without resonance, is enough to contend with Zhao Zong's luminous rock heavy armored beast. Economic pressure eased as well. The wristband buzzed with information. Zhang Hao, Contract Battle Pet, 6-armed Ice Frost Giant, 1st tier high grade, King level, Vine Demon Rat, 1st tier medium grade, Spirit level. Confirmed subsidy for next month, 310,000 federal coins. It perfectly covers Little Gold's monthly expenses of over 300,000. Zhang Hao looked at the second layer of the treasure tower, receiving affectionate waves from Little Vine. After the secret realm, I will immediately upgrade you. January 1st, the bank credited 310,000 federal coins. Chapter 31, Difficult Secret Realm. January 1st, 10 a.m., first layer of Tongtian Treasure Tower, Secret Realm Teleportation Area. The familiar white dome, the familiar energy waves. Zhang Hao stood in front of the teleportation array, holding the reserved beginner Tongtian treasure crystal. A few students were also waiting around, their expressions either tense or expectant, but none were as calm yet determined as he. Have you heard? That Zhang Hao from Class 19, first in the monthly exam, double pets, and even triggered resonance. Shoo, keep your voice down, that's him. He is also entering the secret realm? With his current strength, it seems he will challenge a high difficulty. Whispers arose, but Zhang Hao seemed oblivious. He placed the precious crystal into the slot next to the teleportation array. The crystal transformed into a stream of light and was swallowed. Identity confirmation, Zhang Hao, first-year student at Wuhan University, mid-Stardust. Secret realm matching. Matching complete. Secret realm name, Rat Infestation. Difficulty rating, first stage, difficult, reward quality improvement. Secret realm status, unconquered, current exploration rate 42%. Monster beast races, 6 types. Maximum quantity, 50 heads. Special mechanism, none. Participation time limit, 2 hours. Confirm entry? Difficult difficulty? Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow. The book stated that the secret realm difficulty is divided into ordinary, difficult, nightmare, and abyss. Difficult difficulty means that the monster beasts inside may not only be more numerous but their attributes and skills will also be more cunning, and even higher level enemies might appear. Correspondingly, the rewards will also be richer. A smile curved at the corner of his mouth. If it were before the monthly exam, he might have considered cautiously. But now. Confirm. Light engulfed his vision. When the scenery before him became clear, a dry hot wind hit his face. The ground beneath his feet was rough and mixed with gravel and rocks, and as far as he could see, it was a vast expanse of sandy rocky wilderness. Countless holes of various sizes dotted the ground, some as big as a bowl, others as thick as a water tank, black and unknowing of where they led. Dust and a faint fishy smell filled the air. Rat infestation, truly fitting. Zhang Hao instantly became alert, his mental power spreading. Almost simultaneously, his ears caught the dense chirping sounds coming from behind a pile of rocks on the right, sharp and urgent. His mind stirred, and the contract tower flashed repeatedly. Roar! The little Iron Man stepped out, its forearms stretching, and the icy breath instantly dispelling the surrounding heat, condensing a patch of white frost on the sandy ground. Having broken through to the first stage top grade with a bloodline purity of 24%, it was now even more robust, covered in sparkling ice armor, full of power. At the center of its brow, a silver frost rune faintly circulated. With a flash of green light, Little Vine gracefully landed on a rock, its tendril tail swaying warily. Task objective, exterminate rat infestation, 0/50, a prompt lit up on the wristband. They're coming. No sooner had he spoken than 5 gray shadows darted out from behind the pile of stones like lightning. They were dog-sized, with black and gray fur, slender limbs, fluffy tails, and the most striking feature was the light blue air current swirling around them, wind attribute monsters. Information instantly flashed before Zhang Hao's eyes. Wind Shadow Rats, Spirit Level Bloodline, Ordinary Quality, First Stage Top Grade Realm. Bronze Skill, Gale Escaping Dash, Confusing Shadows. Bloodline Bronze Skill, Wind Blade Scrape. Right off the bat, there are 5 First Stage Top Grade. Zhang Hao's expression tightened, Little Iron Man, straight ahead, Ice Fist Probe. Little Vine, prepare to control. The Little Iron Man roared, its right forearm gathering cold air, and with a punch, it struck through the air, the chilling Ice Fist wind spread out in a fan shape. However, the 5 Wind Shadow Rats reacted extremely quickly. 4 of them flashed with blue light bronze skill Gale Escaping Dash activated. Speed surged, transforming into 4 blurred afterimages, dangerously brushing the edges of the punched wind before dispersing. Only one seemed to lag behind, caught by the edge of the wind, ice forming on its body, and its movement suddenly stiffened. Good opportunity. Zhang Hao was about to strike again. But the remaining 4 dispersed wind shadow rats did not flee. Instead, their forms shook and instantly transformed into 7 or 8 indistinguishable illusory figures, bronze skill confusing shadows. They whirled around Zhang Hao and the little Iron Man at high speed, stirring up disturbing air currents that disrupted vision and perception. The wind shadow rat affected by the ice took the chance to struggle, unleashing several fine blue wind blades. Bloodline bronze skill wind blade scrape. The wind blades sliced through the air, emitting a sharp howling sound. Though not lethal, they annoyingly assaulted the little Iron Man's eyes and joints, which were relatively weak. Speed type, harassment tactics. Zhang Hao understood in an instant. Little Gold's power defense crushes, but if it doesn't hit, it's all for nothing. Little Vine, Root and Trip, lock on to the 2 strongest residual shadows ahead. G. Following the order, Little Vine swiftly swung its tail at the ground ahead. The Bloodline Copper skill, Root and Trip, activated. Suddenly, dozens of copper-colored roots sprang up from the 2 spots in the sand, swiftly entangling the 2 gray shadows moving at high speed. Although with the Wind Shadow Mouse's speed and strength, it could break free in half a second with all its might, the sudden restraint shattered its shadowy distraction effect, exposing its true form and drastically reducing its speed. Now's the time. Little Gold, Frost Impact, finish them off. Little Gold was already poised, its ice crystal horn shadow gathering, quadrupeds exerting strength. Bloodline Copper skill, Frost Impact. Boom! The blue comet streaked across, accurately hitting the 2 temporarily immobilized wind shadow mice. G. With a piercing scream, the 2 wind shadow mice were smashed, their bones broken, instantly covered in thick ice, and fell to the ground, unable to rise. The remaining 3 wind shadow mice, seeing this, flashed with fear in their eyes. Gale Escape, activated again, wanting to scatter and flee. Can you run away? Zhang Hao sneered. Little Vine, continuous trip prediction. Little Gold, Frost Fist area coverage. Little Vine continuously swung its tail, rapidly activating Root and Trip on the escape routes of the remaining 3 mice. Although it couldn't always bind them precisely, the constantly emerging roots severely interfered with their escape paths, forcing them to keep changing direction and slowing down. Little Gold then unleashed a barrage of punches. The chilling air of Frost Fist no longer aimed for single-point kills, but created a frosty storm enveloping the fan-shaped area ahead. Bang bang! Sizzle! One wind shadow mouse stumbled over a predicted route, then was struck head-on by the Frost Fist, freezing into an ice sculpture. Another tried to sneak around the side but was grazed by a cleverly angled Frost Fist on its hind leg, drastically reducing its speed, before Little Gold caught up and delivered another punch. The last one, seeing the dire situation, desperately burrowed toward a distant mouse hole, but was tightly bound by little vines, entangling vines, set up at the entrance, and then it was stomped and crushed by Little Gold. The battle ended, taking less than 2 minutes. 5 first-tier high-grade wind shadow mice, all exterminated. The cooperation is getting more and more tacit. Zhang Hao nodded in satisfaction and approached to touch the corpses. Recycled first-tier high-grade beast corpses *5, gained evolution points, 500. Current evolution points, 500. Even a mosquito leg is meat. He looked up toward the depths of the wasteland. It's just the beginning. For over an hour, Zhang Hao led the 2 pets steadily through the sandy wasteland. They encountered groups of groundhog beasts, Earth attribute, first-tier high-grade, adept at digging and ambush, which were forcefully shaken out by Little Gold's Frost Howl, and then killed one by one. They faced the venomous needle mice, wood/poison attribute, first-tier high-grade, hidden in the sand and shooting poisonous needles, where Little Vines, Root and Trip, and entangling vines effectively limited their activity range, while Little Gold cleared them with long-range Frost Fists. Also, there were rocky armored mice, Earth attribute, first-tier high-grade, where Little Gold used Ice Crystal Shield to withstand a frontal attack, and after Zhang Hao cast Frost Armor for additional protection, they tore through defenses using Frost Impact. They pushed through relentlessly, and the beast corpses continuously turned into evolution points. When the hand ring notified, clearing progress, 38/50ths, Zhang Hao's evolution points had already accumulated to 3,800. 12 more left, should be the final checkpoint. Zhang Hao stopped. Ahead was a relatively open sandy valley. In the center of the valley scattered a few enormous crimson rocks, with the air temperature noticeably rising. Sure enough, 5 blazing figures slowly walked out from behind the rocks. They were nearly double the size of the earlier mice, like small calves, covered in fiery red fur, their tails blazing with flames, exhaling sparks with each breath. The raging fire attribute energy twisted the surrounding air. Flame Tail Mouse, Fire Attribute, Spirit Level Bloodline, Ordinary Quality, Second Stage Low-Grade Realm. Bronze Skills, Fire Star Ejection, Flame Tail Sweep. Bloodline Bronze Skill, Explosive Charge. Second Stage Low Grade, still 5 of them. Zhang Hao's expression became serious. Fire defeats ice. In terms of attributes, the Little King Kong is at a disadvantage, and the enemy is 1 realm higher, plus there are many of them. Little King Kong, maintain the crystal ice shield with all your strength. Little Vine, stay close to me, prioritize self-preservation, and wait for an opportunity to control. Zhang Hao quickly commanded, at the same time taking two magic artifacts from his waist, putting the water elemental ring, yellow grade medium quality, on his left wrist, and gripping the fire elemental staff, yellow grade medium quality, tightly in his right hand. The water elemental ring emitted a pale blue aura, and the gem on the tip of the fire elemental staff glowed faintly red. Zhang Hao felt the enhancement and shook his head secretly. The increase is too weak. After over 1,000 starlight within my body, this little affinity bonus and consumption reduction are barely useful. Once I have money, I must replace them with better ones. But right now, having something is better than nothing. Roar! The 5 flame-tail mice attacked first. They opened their mouths and unleashed dense, fist-sized blazing fireballs. Bronze skill, Fire Star Ejection. Fireballs rained down like raindrops. Ice Spike Technique. Zhang Hao swung his staff, guiding his mental power as 3 half-meter-long ice spikes shot out in a loose formation, intercepting a part of the fireballs from the front. Little King Kong roared angrily, with the crystal ice shield spinning, taking the brunt of the remaining fireballs. Bang bang bang! The fireballs exploded against the ice shield, ice debris flying everywhere, and the shield's glow quickly dimmed. The high temperature even melted part of the ice crystals, turning them into steam. Little Vine, trip and interfere with that one on the far left. Little Vine seized the moment, activating Root Bind, as roots burst from the sand beneath the leftmost flame-tail mouse's feet. But this second stage beast reacted and exerted strength far beyond the first stage. It roared, flames surging all over its body, directly reducing the roots to ashes. Though its movements were somewhat slowed, it was not controlled. Whoosh! A burning long tail struck towards Little Vine like a whip. Bronze skill, Flame Tail Sweep. It was a sneak attack from another flame-tail mouse. Be careful! Zhang Hao hurriedly cast Frost Armor on himself and Little Vine. Little Vine dodged skillfully with agile dodge, but the tail flame still scorched its green vines, leaving a patch of blackened area, causing it to squeak in pain. We can't just sit here and take hits. Little King Kong used Frost Roar, then charge forward and prioritize taking down the one that Little Vine has interfered with. Little King Kong took a deep breath, its chest inflating. High bronze skill, Frost Roar, unleashed in full force. The icy sound wave mixed with extreme low temperatures swept out. The flames on the 5 flame-tail mice dimmed, the high-temperature environment was forcibly reversed, their movement showed clear delays, and even Fire Star Ejection was interrupted. Now's the time. Chapter 32, Frost Giant. Little King Kong, with the broken crystal ice shield, got down on all fours and suddenly exerted strength. Bloodline bronze skill, Frost Impact, activated. The target was aimed directly at the flame-tail mouse that had just freed itself from the roots and whose flames were weakest. Boom! Ice blue collided with fiery red. The flame-tail mouse howled in anguish as it was sent flying, its chest caved in and flames almost extinguished, heavily injured on the ground. But the other 4 flame-tail mice were enraged, their flames rising again, and they began to spread out, seemingly wanting to surround and first deal with the lesser threats, Zhang Hao and Little Vine. Protect Little Vine! Zhang Hao shouted urgently, repeatedly tapping his staff as Ice Spike Technique continued to shoot out. Though it was difficult to inflict fatal damage, it could effectively disrupt the charging path of the flame-tail mice. Little King Kong turned around, its arms waving, as frost fists smashed down like a snowstorm towards the flame-tail mice trying to approach Zhang Hao and Little Vine. Where the fist wind went, frost spread, colliding and extinguishing the flames continuously. One flame-tail mouse seized the gap during Little King Kong's attack, compressing its flames all over. It transformed into a burning cannonball. Bloodline bronze skill, Explosive Charge. It slammed hard into Little King Kong's side. Bang! Little King Kong stumbled, the crystal ice shield shattered completely, its rocky skin on the side blackened, sending a painful thought. Little Vine, control it. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth. Little Vine endured the pain. After charging toward the somewhat paused flame-tailed rat, the root trip and entangling vines were almost simultaneously activated. The roots restricted movement, and the vines took the opportunity to bind its hind legs. Although it could only be controlled for a very short time, it was enough. Little King Kong turned in pain, his arm, hit by the explosive charge, felt a bit stiff, but the icy aura gathered wildly. 3 frost fist strikes. Boom! The flame-tailed rat was directly smashed into the sandy ground, the flames extinguished, its life or death unknown. The remaining 3 flame-tailed rats, seeing their companions fall one after another, showed slightly reduced ferocity, but their attacks remained fierce. Zhang Hao and Little King Kong's cooperation grew more and more synchronized, as Zhang Hao's Ice Spike Technique and Frost Armor Technique provided precise support, while Little King Kong, with stronger power and bravery, bore the fire damage, trading wounds for wounds, ultimately using consecutive Frost Fists and a key Frost Impact to take down the remaining 3 flame-tailed rats one by one. The battle ended. Little King Kong had several charred spots on his body, with signs of melting on his icy rocky arm, and his breathing was heavy. Little Green also suffered some burns. Zhang Hao's mental energy was considerably drained. Reclaimed the bodies of 5 second-tier inferior demon beasts, gained evolution points, 1500. 7 more left. Zhang Hao consumed a potion to replenish his mental energy and looked deeper into the sandy valley. There, the sound of flowing water faintly drifted over. As they rounded the red rocks, the scene before them changed. A small oasis appeared at the valley bottom, with a murky pool of water in the center. Four huge rats, bulky, with slimy blue-gray skin, were soaking in the pool, their cold little eyes staring straight at them. Water algae rat, water attribute, ordinary quality, spirit level bloodline, second tier inferior realm. Bronze skill, water membrane shield, defense, reduces physical damage, water algae entanglement, control, slows down. Bloodline bronze skill, water merkjet, corrosion, slows down. Water attribute and they are control and slowing types. Zhang Hao found it a bit tricky. The water attribute is already somewhat resistant to ice, and their skills are focused on defense and control. If they grinded it out, even if they could win, the consumption would be immense, potentially affecting the final evaluation. The four water algae rats seemed to sense the threat and slowly crawled out of the pool. Their bodies instantly covered by a half-transparent, continually flowing light blue water membrane bronze skill water membrane shield. At the same time, large amounts of dark green water algae surged from the murky pool, stretching toward Zhang Hao and the others as if allied bronze skill water algae entanglement. We can't drag this out. Zhang Hao's eyes sharpened. Little King Kong, directly activate your silver skill and unleash your full power. Little Green, fall back, use leaf pierce for long-range harassment, and watch for self-protection. Roar. Little King Kong howled to the sky, the silver runes on his forehead suddenly bursting out with brilliant light. Silver skill, Frost Giant activated. His body rapidly expanded like a balloon, growing from nearly 1.5 meters to over 2 meters. The icy rocky arm became thicker, the ice crystal armor thickened, and the cold aura radiating from him increased geometrically, freezing even the water algae spreading beneath him in an instant. Comprehensive attribute enhancement. At this moment, Little King Kong's aura was suddenly touching the threshold of the second tier. Immediately afterward, he took a deep breath again. Bronze skill Frost Howl stacked and released. The frosty power that surged due to Frost Giant was once again condensed, compressed, and erupted. A terrifying icy domain expanded centered on him, with water vapor in the air condensing into ice powder that fell like snow. Even the water membrane shield on the four water algae rats began to frost, slowing their flow. Frost impact. Target the one in front. Zhang Hao commanded with all his strength, while transmitting the remaining starlight energy in his body through the contract link, pouring it into Little King Kong without reservation. Under the energy boost from his master, Little King Kong, in a double enhancement state, maximized his power. The ice crystal horn above his head solidified like a true blue crystal spear. Boom! This time's frost impact was far beyond previous ones. Wherever it passed, deep ice trenches formed on the frozen ground. The sprawling dark green algae was completely frozen and shattered. The algae mouse in the front was horrified, desperately trying to maintain its water film shield, while it opened its mouth to spray out a murky water column that emitted a stench and corrosive aura. The Bloodline bronze skill water turbid spray. However, in the face of absolute power and low temperatures, the corrosive water column was frozen into an ice column before it even got close, then crushed by the frost impact. Bang! The icy crystal unicorn shadow crashed heavily against the thick water film shield. Crack crash. The water film shield, which could greatly reduce physical damage, only lasted half a second before it shattered with a loud noise. The massive body of the algae mouse was hit head-on, as if struck by a battering ram. Its chest and abdomen instantly caved in, and it flew back wrapped in a thick layer of ice, smashing down by the pond, lifeless. Instant kill. The remaining 3 algae mice were thoroughly panicked, turning to flee back to the pond. Want to run? Zhang Hao's gaze was cold. Little Iron Fist, continuous frost punch, cover the strikes. Little Vine, trip and restrict. Little Iron Fist's massive body was surprisingly agile, its giant fists striking in succession. The cold air of Frost Punch, under the dual enhancement of Frost Giant and Frost Roar, made each punch comparable to a small ice and snowstorm. Bang! 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 The water film shields on the remaining 3 algae mice shattered one after another under the furious frost punches, their bodies smashed into ice shards and water splashes, with continuous cries of misery. They tried to counterattack with algae entanglement and water turbid spray, but in the extreme cold domain, their effectiveness was greatly reduced. In less than 3 minutes, the last 3 algae mice also turned into ice sculptures and fell with a crash. Recycling low-grade second-tier monster corpses *4, earned evolution points, 1,200. Zhang Hao let out a sigh of relief, deactivating combat mode. Little Iron Fist shrunk back to its original size, appearing quite exhausted after the Frost Giant state was lifted, but flames of victory burned in its eyes. Little Vine also approached, gently touching Zhang Hao's hand with its vines. Well done. Zhang Hao patted Little Iron Fist's solid arm and stroked Little Vine's charred vines. The consumption had been too great, and since there was still more than an hour left, it was time to rest in place. 3 left. Zhang Hao stood up, his sharp gaze scanning the end of the sand valley where no one had stepped, where a hot and metallic sound distinctly different from water vapor faintly emanated. Not far ahead, the sand suddenly became scorching hot, and two red figures sprang out fiercely from behind the sand dunes. Still the flame-tail mice, first tier superior, but there were only two, and their breath seemed somewhat unsteady from fear. Looks like the last minions. Little Iron Fist, finish them quickly. Without the need for complex commands, Little Iron Fist roared and charged forward, using Frost Punch to strike left and right, ending the battle after two heavy sounds. Clearing progress, 49/50ths. Almost at the same time as the two flame-tail mice fell, a massive sand dune 100 meters ahead suddenly exploded. Amidst flying sand and stones, a heavy figure dusted with a mix of earth and metal glimmer slowly stood up. It was as big as an adult bison, covered in dark brown, heavy rock armor, with short, powerful limbs and clawed toes glistening with a cold, iron light. Most striking was the spiraled dark golden horn on its forehead, about half a meter long, emitting a sharp aura. Its gaze locked onto Zhang Hao, an invisible pressure bore down like a mountain. Rock Gold Giant Mouse, Earth, Gold Attributes. Second tier middle grade, Spirit level Bloodline, excellent qualities. Bronze skills, Rock Shell Barrier, Earth Pulse Stab. Bronze Bloodline skills, Golden Pattern Body Protection. Silver skills, Golden Horn Piercing Sun. Second tier middle grade dual attributes plus silver skill. Zhang Hao's pupils shrank, his heart suddenly sinking. This beast, whether in attributes, realm, or skill configuration, was undoubtedly the strongest enemy he had encountered since entering the secret realm. It even instantly reminded him of the oppressive feeling from Zhao Zong's heavy armor beast during the monthly exam. No reservations at all. Little King Kong, directly unleash, Frost Giant. Stack, Frost Roar. Little Vine, prepare for maximum control. The commands were conveyed like lightning. Little King Kong sensed the threat of a strong enemy and let out a thunderous roar without hesitation. The silver rune on its forehead shone brightly, silver skill, Frost Giant, activated. Its body rapidly expanded to over 2 meters high amid the rumbling sound, with its icy rock arms becoming thicker, its icy crystal armor thickening like battle armor, and a terrifying chill sweeping through, completely freezing the surrounding sandy ground. Following that, its chest swelled high again. Bronze skill, Frost Roar, erupted a second time. The already surging frost power was crazily compressed and condensed, causing its momentum to soar to an astonishing peak. This was a common explosive strategy used by contract masters called stacking buffs, aiming to enhance their own state to the limit before making contact. However, a glint of mockery flashed in the cold eyes of the rock gold giant rat. It was clear that it would not sit idly by and let its opponent prepare. With its sturdy limbs, it forcefully stomped the ground, and with a boom, its massive body erupted with a speed that belied its size, charging like a heavy siege vehicle, aiming its dark golden horn directly at Little King Kong, rushing forward. It intended to interrupt Little King Kong's momentum buildup. Now! Little Vine! Zhang Hao shouted sternly. Little Vine, which had been poised and ready, unleashed the remaining spirit power without reservation. Its tail aimed at the front of the rock gold giant rat's trajectory, swinging twice in quick succession. Bloodline Bronze skill, Rooting Tripping. Bronze skill, Binding Vines. Dozens of tough bronze roots suddenly burst from the sandy ground beneath the giant rat's forefoot, tightly wrapping around its ankles. Although with its second-tier mid-grade strength, these roots only made it halt for an imperceptible 0.1 seconds, several thick vines quickly took the chance to wrap around its comparatively thinner hind leg joints. Double control connection. Although the control time was still pitifully brief, for a top-tier battle, this negligible delay was enough to change the direction. Little King Kong finished gathering power. In the dual peak state of Frost Giant and Frost Roar, icy blue flames burned in its eyes, and facing the giant rat charging up close, it did not retreat but advanced, striking with its giant fists covered in thick ice, fiercely smashing toward the opponent's head and abdomen. Chapter 33, A-Level Evaluation, S-Level Reward? The rock gold giant rat broke free from control, facing the heavy punches, its exterior rock armor suddenly lit up with a layer of faint golden light, like substantial runes, bronze bloodline skill, golden pattern bodyguard. At the same time, it slightly lowered its head, using its hard dark golden horn to clash against the punch. Clang! 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 Boom! The deep, iron-like sounds exploded continuously. Ice chips and stone fragments flew wildly. Little King Kong's heavy punch slammed against golden pattern bodyguard, with most of its force being dissipated and deflected by that seemingly thin but incredibly tough golden layer, causing its arm to go numb from the backlash. Meanwhile, the giant rat's horn clashed directly with the icy fist, producing a piercing shriek. In the first clash, it seemed evenly matched, but Zhang Hao's heart sank. Little King Kong's dual buff state had a time limit and consumed a tremendous amount of energy. Meanwhile, the opponent, relying on its second-tier mid-grade robust foundation and excellent defensive skills, appeared to be at ease. We can't drag this out. Zhang Hao's expression hardened, and he made a decision. He closed his eyes, and his mental power surged like a tide towards the other end of the contract link. Having experienced the passive resonance during the life and death moment of the monthly exam, he now guided it actively. Though it felt awkward, there was a direction. Little King Kong, focus, feel my strength. In his sea of consciousness, he saw the angry, unyielding, yet slightly dependent soul waves of Little King Kong. The mental frequencies of both sides began to attempt synchronization, with their soul energy finding a channel, starting to blend together. Resonance. At the same time, the remaining nearly 1,000 points of starlight energy within Zhang Hao's body poured unreservedly and resolutely through the contract link into Little Golden Giant's body. Resonance status, forcibly guiding the initiation. Roar. Little Golden Giant let out a roar, a mix of pain and pure pleasure. Its already huge body, enhanced by dual boosts, seemed to swell further, with ice blue light radiating from within, as if transformed into a giant god wreathed in burning icy flames. Its aura soared madly, unexpectedly breaking through a certain boundary, reaching a level barely touching the lower tier of the second stage. The dominance of the king-level bloodline, the support of dual boosts, plus the energy and soul enhancement from resonance, gave it the confidence to challenge beyond its level. The icy gaze of the rock gold rat finally revealed a hint of seriousness. It let out a low growl, no longer probing. It suddenly raised its front limbs, then stomped down heavily on the ground. Bronze skill, Earth Spike. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Dozens of sharp, rock and metal glimmering earth spikes erupted from the frozen ground without warning, covering a large area around Little Golden Giant. In a state of resonance, Little Golden Giant's reaction speed and combat instincts reached their peak, its massive body showing astonishing agility, its forearms flailed to block, or leaped to dodge, most earth spikes shattered by icy fists, while a few grazed the ice crystal armor, leaving deep scratches. Now's the time. Frost Impact. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth through the soul-splitting sensation from pouring energy and maintaining resonance, issuing the command. Little Golden Giant locked onto the rock gold rat, the ice crystal horned illusion above its head solidified like never before, even faintly showing silver runes flowing within. Bloodline bronze skill Frost Impact, under resonance and dual boosts, its power climbed to the limit. However, the combat intelligence of the rock gold rat was extremely high. It seemed to have predicted this strike. Its dark gold horn suddenly burst forth with dazzling golden light, its entire body appeared to transform into a heavy golden stream, not dodging or avoiding, meeting head-on. Silver skill, golden horn pierces the sun. One side was a comet of freezing frost, the other was a heavy and sharp flow of metal. Boom! An unprecedented terrifying explosion erupted at the center of the sandy valley. The ice-blue cold wave clashed violently with the dark golden sharpness, annihilating and exploding. A mushroom cloud mixed with ice crystals and metal fragments surged upwards, the terrifying shockwave flattening the sand within dozens of meters, even shattering nearby rocks. Zhang Hao was blasted away by the shockwave, hitting the ground heavily, blood oozing from his mouth and nose, barely managing to cast a shaky layer of frost armor onto himself. The smoke and dust slowly settled. In the center of the battlefield, Little Golden Giant knelt on one knee, its massive body had its ice crystal armor shattered halfway, both arms trembling slightly, a hideous wound carved across its chest by the golden horn, ice blue blood oozing out, rapidly freezing. It panted heavily, the icy flames in its eyes dim, yet still stared fiercely ahead. The situation was just as grim for the rock gold rat. The indestructible dark gold horn on its forehead had actually broken a small piece. The light membrane of golden pattern protection had completely shattered, thick rocky armor covered in spiderweb-like cracks and frost freezing traces, one front limb bent unnaturally. The coldness in its eyes was replaced by pain and fury, its aura had diminished significantly. Both sides suffered heavy losses. But Little Golden Giant was more gravely injured, and the effects of the dual boosts and resonance status were about to end. Frost armor. Zhang Hao struggled to rise, transforming the last bit of spiritual power into ice armor, covering Little Golden Giant, while conjuring a few feeble ice spikes in his hand, shooting them towards the rock gold rat's eyes, just to create a distraction. The rock gold rat, furious, ignored the ice spikes, gathering its remaining strength, once again lowered its head, the broken golden horn aimed at Little Golden Giant, launching its final charge. Although its power was far from that of the golden horn sunstrike, it was enough to be fatal. A resolute look flashed in Little King Kong's eyes, and it didn't dodge or retreat. It gathered all the remaining frost power into its right fist, compressing the icy chill to its utmost. The space around the fist even slightly twisted at the edge the strongest punch. Bang! The golden horn pierced the ice armor, penetrating flesh and skin. The icy fist also landed heavily on the crack in the rock gold giant rat's chest and abdomen. Crack! Put! The crisp sound of bones breaking and flesh tearing rang out simultaneously. The rock gold giant rat's charging momentum came to an abrupt halt. The rock armor on its chest and abdomen shattered completely, its internal organs heavily damaged. Dark golden blood sprayed wildly. Its massive body swayed twice before crashing to the ground, the light in its eyes fading quickly. Little King Kong was also pushed back several steps by the golden horn. The wound on its chest widened, and ice blue blood flowed out in torrents. But it stood stubbornly, only collapsing after confirming the enemy was no longer alive. It shrank back to its original size with a flicker, and the light faded from the 4 raised areas on its back. Covered in blood, it fell down, retrieved by Zhang Hao with the last bit of his will through the contract tower. Recycled Tier 2 mid-grade beast corpses *1, gained evolution points, 1200. Current evolution points, 8900. Clearance progress, 50-50. Secret realm task, rodent infestation, completed. It's over. Zhang Hao collapsed onto the ground, his body feeling as if it had fallen apart. His soul, exhausted beyond measure, sent waves of dizziness through his mind, and his body felt completely empty. Just as he was about to relax and prepare for the teleportation to end, a sudden change occurred. Buzz. A mutation happened. At the deepest part of the sand valley, the rock wall that had appeared ordinary suddenly began to tremble violently. A crack split open in the wall. A breath far more vast and violent than the rock gold giant rat surged from within, like a sleeping beast awakening, roaring outward. Warning! Hidden Guardian detected in the Secret Realm. Secret Realm Guardian? Tier 2 top grade. Hint, defeating the Guardian can greatly increase the final evaluation and reward quality of the Secret Realm. Non-mandatory challenge, either leave its detection range or hold out until teleportation for normal settlement. From the crack, a pair of blood-red, lantern-like giant eyes slowly lit up, filled with primal killing intent and greed, locking onto the weakened Zhang Hao. Tier 2 top grade. Just the oppressive gaze and aura alone made Zhang Hao feel as though he had fallen into an ice cave, his slight spark of fighting spirit instantly extinguished. The difference was too great. Even at his peak, if Little King Kong resonated with him, facing a Tier 2 top grade enemy, the chance of winning would be slim, not to mention that now both he and his pets were nearly drained of energy. Run! Without hesitation, the instinct to survive and reason instantly overpowered everything else. Forget about hidden rewards, forget about a higher evaluation, everything was meaningless in the face of the overwhelming difference in power and the potential real feedback of death. Zhang Hao used up the last of his strength, scrambling to his feet and bursting into the fastest sprint of his life, madly fleeing in the opposite direction of the blood-red eyes. He could feel the terrifying aura rapidly closing in behind him. The ground trembled with heavy footsteps, and a foul wind hit his face. Faster! Farther, he screamed in his mind, his mental energy being pushed to its limit as he desperately tried to extend the safe distance for teleportation judgment. He didn't know how long he had been running, maybe only a few seconds, but to Zhang Hao, it felt like a century. The oppressive feeling behind him seemed to weaken slightly. He had already broken out of the sand valley and into a strange forest of scattered rocks. Has exited the main detection range of the Secret Realm Guardian. Would you like to immediately end the Secret Realm exploration and proceed to settlement? And immediately! Zhang Hao almost shouted. The white light finally arrived as expected, enveloping him completely. The Heavenly Tower, white settlement space. The light screen before him rippled like water, and clear text gradually appeared. Secret Realm, Rodent Infestation, Tier 1 Hard. Challenger, Zhang Hao, Wuhan University Freshman. Challenge Mode, Single Player. Completion Time, 1 hour 24 minutes 17 seconds. Kill Stats, 50 Basic Beast Kills. Battle Damage Assessment, Contract Master Light Injuries, Battle Pets Severely Exhausted. Comprehensive Rating Calculation in Progress? A few seconds of pause felt like it was stretched. Finally, a simple yet striking letter popped up. A grade, Zhang Hao whispered, with little disappointment on his face. He clearly remembered last time he got an S grade, because he had defeated the Guardian of the Secret Realm, raising his evaluation significantly. And this time, he had only completed the basic extermination task, and even chose to escape at the last moment. To earn an A grade under difficult conditions was already a notable performance. If the battle had been more decisive, and the consumption smaller, maybe I could have reached S? But it's enough. He recalled his agreement with his homeroom teacher, Zhu Wan. As long as he maintained a B grade or higher, he could continue to receive that precious 300 credits for course support. An A grade had already far surpassed the baseline, and according to the rules of the Celestial Tower, the quality of rewards would increase under difficult conditions. The light screen continued to refresh, and the reward list appeared. Rewards, based on the realm difficulty and challenger's potential assessment: 3 beginner heavenly crystals, 1 green heavenly gem. 3 crystals? And a green heavenly gem? Zhang Hao was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth, so that's a grade assessment, S grade rewards. This is the quality enhancement of difficult conditions. It was equivalent to directly obtaining 600,000 federal coins in crystals, and there was also an invaluable green heavenly gem. This gem had been the key to his acquisition of the True Ice technique last time. Chapter 34 Healing Silver Skill. Without hesitation, he directly chose to use the green heavenly gem. The scene in front of him instantly changed, the white space transforming into a lush green background filled with life, and 2 ancient characters appeared: Battle Pet. Then, 3 clear light groups presented themselves in front of him, carrying different intentions and skill information. Silver skill, wood splitting piercing, attack oriented. Mobilizes would attribute energy to shape the arm or vine into a long piercing attack with barbs. Upon hitting the target, the long pierce splits to cause damage and absorb a small amount of life force for oneself. Silver skill, binding roots and spirits, control oriented. Stimulates tough vines to wrap around the target's limbs and torso. The vines contain sticky sap and weak life energy, which tightens with struggles and slowly absorbs the target's stamina, leading to exhaustion. Silver skill, flowing blossom and blood, healing oriented. Using one's own life force as a medium, gathers wood energy into life vines to connect with the target, transferring up to 30% of one's own life force to heal their bodily meridians, while leaving a thin life membrane to enhance recovery. After use, one will be briefly weakened. All 3 were precious silver skills, but with vastly different directions. Zhang Hao fell into deep thought. The first, wood splitting piercing, is a powerful single-target attack skill, bringing continuous damage and life-stealing, significantly enhancing Little Vine's independent combat and harassment ability. The second, binding roots and spirits, is a reinforced version of group control, with stamina absorption effects, further solidifying Little Vine's controlling position and increasing its survival endurance. The third, flowing blossom and blood, is a rare healing skill, though at the cost of sacrificing one's own life force. It can provide precious endurance and the ability to save teammates at critical moments. His gaze wandered between the 3 light groups. Little King Kong was undoubtedly the core, the heavy hammer charging into battle, decisive in combat. Little Vine's positioning, from the beginning, had been as support and control, to create opportunities for Little King Kong and compensate for its shortcomings. Little King Kong doesn't lack attack skills, Little Vine can occasionally finish off, there's no need to force it. For control skills, Little Vine's existing root trip and winding vines combination is already good. Binding roots and spirits is indeed good, but the effect overlaps, and the consumption might be greater. Healing skills. Zhang Hao's eyes brightened. Little King Kong fights fiercely and often gets hurt, and the resonance state consumes a lot. If Little Vine could save it at a critical moment, even if it's just for a brief recovery boost or transferring part of its life force, both can greatly increase the Little King's sustained combat ability and the possibility of a turnaround in dire situations. This is equivalent to giving the core an extra insurance. Weighing the pros and cons, the thought process became clearer. Assistance must be brought to the extreme. Attack and control can be compensated for by skill and coordination, but this direct vitality support is truly unique. I choose the third one, Hua transformation and pulse continuation. The emerald green light entered the Little Vine's body as expected, and the complete information of silver skill, Hua transformation and pulse continuation, application techniques, and energy flow paths instantly imprinted on its soul. The Little Vine sent out a wave mixed with enlightenment and fatigue, quietly beginning to digest this newly acquired high-level skill. In the teacher's office area, Zhu Wen's office. Zhang Hao knocked on the door, and a familiar voice came from inside, "Come in." He opened the door, and Teacher Zhu Wen was sitting in front of a light brain, quickly tapping the virtual screen, seemingly dealing with some documents. Seeing it was Zhang Hao, he smiled, temporarily stopping his work. "Zhang Hao? You're here. I heard you went to the Tower of Heaven this morning? How was it? You didn't drop below grade B, right? If you did, I'd have to take back my 300 credits worth of free courses according to the rules." Teacher Zhu joked, but his eyes held concern. Zhang Hao walked to the desk, a smile that was just the right amount of helpless on his lips, and said, "Sigh, I'm sorry to disappoint you, teacher. I didn't perform well this time and only got an A rating. As for the rewards, just 3 junior heaven crystals and a green heaven jade." At first, Teacher Zhu didn't pay much attention, just following up the conversation. "Oh, an A? That's not bad, 3 crystals wait." He suddenly raised his head, eyes wide. "What did you say? 3 heaven crystals? And a green heaven jade? That rewards only come with an S rating." Seeing the teacher's surprised expression, Zhang Hao briefly recounted the difficulties he encountered in the secret realm and how he ultimately chose to give up challenging the guardian due to insufficient condition. After listening, Teacher Zhu nodded thoughtfully, gently tapping his fingers on the desk. "You did the right thing. Given the situation at the time, forcibly challenging the guardian was a gamble with 9 deaths. Even if you succeeded by some chance, the injuries to you and your battle pet would have been severe, which wouldn't be worth it. The secret realm guardian, your luck is strange. I don't know whether to say it's good or bad that you encountered it again." He paused, then looked at Zhang Hao. "As for the battle pet skill produced by the Heaven Jade, that's not unusual. The rewards from the Heaven Jade already encompass various aspects, including techniques, resources, weapons, and battle pet skills. After all, the strength of the battle pet is an irreplaceable part of the contractor's strength." A smile of approval appeared on his face. "This is great news for you. Your Little King's attack power is already strong enough, and the Little Vine's control chain is showing initial results. Now, with this healing and life-sustaining skill added, it's equivalent to equipping your strongest spear with a shield that can be repaired at any time, greatly increasing tactical flexibility. Good, keep up the hard work. Thank you, teacher, Zhang Hao replied, then seemingly casually mentioned, by the way, teacher, I heard there's a new student promotion competition at the end of January, where the second-year seniors will be sparring? Yes, there is such a tradition, with pretty good rewards. It's an important test for geniuses at the end of the semester. You can prepare well for it when you go back. Teacher Zhu nodded, his gaze returning to the light brain, seeming to think of other matters. Zhang Hao, however, had no intention of leaving, just quietly standing in place. Teacher Zhu quickly noticed, looked up with a half-smile and half-serious expression at him. Oh, I was wondering why you're being so proactive in reporting work. So you're waiting for me here. Go on, what's the matter? Zhang Hao then smiled, scratching his head slightly, showing just the right amount of awkwardness. Teacher, you also know? My little gold nugget now costs over 310,000 Federation dollars a month, not to mention the frozen attribute skill package classes from Teacher Li Han. Although you solved the 300 credit course for me, I now have an auxiliary battle pet, Little Vine. In terms of Federation dollars, I can still sell some treasure crystals to exchange, but this course. I really don't have extra credits to register for the wood attribute skill package classes from the logistics department. If I can't keep up with the training of these two battle pets, it will greatly affect my future performance and rank. Upon hearing this, Teacher Zhu shook his head and chuckled, you kid, indeed, are someone who won't let go until you see the rabbit. Just got a reward and you're already thinking about squeezing resources from me. Zhang Hao just smiled and did not argue. At this moment, saying too much would be of no use. Teacher Zhu pondered for a moment, tapped a few keys on the virtual keyboard, and pulled up Zhang Hao's information file to take a look. Then he raised his head and said seriously, all right. Your current upward momentum is indeed very strong, and the school encourages key cultivation. I'll increase your monthly credit limit to 450 credits. Zhang Hao's heart lifted with joy. Of these, 300 credits will still be used for Teacher Li Han's class for Little Gold Nugget. This is core and cannot be changed, Teacher Zhu continued. The remaining 150 credits are yours to plan. Find suitable wood attribute courses for your auxiliary battle pet. The logistics department, the Battle Pet Skill Development Center, and even some mentors who specialize in wood attributes have related courses. You can go find out and choose. Thank you, teacher. Zhang Hao sincerely thanked him. 450 credits are equivalent to a purchasing power of 450,000. The course description clearly states, through a special meditation method and resource assistance, help wooden attribute battle pets purify the energy within, enhance vitality activity and total amount, having a significant bonus effect on treatment and recovery skills. This is it. Zhang Hao clicked to enroll, and instantly 120 credits were deducted. The course lasts for 4 weeks, with 2 practical guidance sessions each week, accompanied by the exclusive use rights of the Vitality Catalyst Chamber. As for the remaining 30 credits, he didn't save them, he directly exchanged them for 6 hours of usage time in the wood attribute second-level cultivation room. Although the time isn't long, combined with the course, it's enough for Xiaotang to consolidate and improve for a while. The stronger the vitality, the higher the limit that, moving flowers and continuing the veins, can transfer. Zhang Hao turned off the light brain and murmured to himself. This newly obtained healing silver skill has an effect directly linked to Xiaotang's own life value. The richer Xiaotang's life source, the more reliable the endurance insurance it can provide for the core output, the little King Kong. Next comes the exciting moment of unboxing and strengthening. 3 pieces of basic Tongtian jade were placed on the table, their warm energy luster intoxicating. But Zhang Hao had no hesitation, he focused his mind and communicated with the source refining furnace in his sea of consciousness. Recycle. 3 beams of flowing light entered his body. Recycled basic Tongtian Jade *3, obtained evolution points, 3,600. Current evolution points, 12,600. A full 12,600 evolution points. This is a sum that would make any low-level contract master envious. Distribution ratio. Zhang Hao quickly calculated in his heart. The little King Kong has a king-level bloodline, and its current purity, 24%, has entered the manifestation stage. Each 1% increase consumes a huge amount. Xiaotang has a spirit-level bloodline, and the enhancement cost is relatively low. Based on previous data estimates, at the current stage, the evolution points required for the little King Kong to increase by 1% purity are about 3 times that of Xiaotang. The core cannot waver, but the support must keep up. A 3-to-1 ratio should be reasonable. Once decided, he took action. Evolution points injected into the little King Kong's bloodline purification, 9,600 points. A vast, primal energy-infused surge of power flowed into the contract tower. Little King Kong was asleep in the ice-based energy liquid. Sensing the infusion of this pure force, his body slightly trembled, and the ice-blue fur on his surface swayed on its own, while the 4 bulges on his back glowed, as if something inside was slowly growing and strengthening. The ice crystal armor became more solid and heavy, and its aura rose and condensed at a visible speed. 6-armed frosty giants bloodline purity, 24% 40%. Status, manifestation phase deepening, bloodline characteristics further significant, strength, defense, frost control greatly enhanced. Feedback, contract master cultivation speed increased. 9,600 evolution points exchanged for a 16% purity jump. Feeling the meridians within him becoming more active due to the contract feedback and the efficiency in absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth slightly improved, Zhang Hao nodded with satisfaction. Now it's Xiao Tang's turn. Inject 3,000 evolution points. A gentle stream of green energy flowed into the tower. Xiao Tang curled up inside the contract tower, wrapped in this power, making comfortable squeaky sounds. The vine pattern on its surface became clearer and deeper, the color shifting from bronze to a deeper ink green, subtly exuding a vigorous life vitality. Its size seemed to have grown slightly, looking more agile and fit. Vine Mouse's bloodline purity, 17% 37%. Status, spirit level bloodline purity has entered a high position, vitality significantly enhanced, wooden attribute energy more pure and active. 3,000 points of evolution brought about an impressive 20% purity increase. Although Xiao Tang's actual combat power, especially in terms of attack and defense, still cannot compare with the Little King Kong of the same purity, due to the difference in bloodline level and quality, its core abilities as an auxiliary stability of control, speed of skill release, especially the total amount and vitality have all made a qualitative leap. Very good. Zhang Hao looked at the data panel, feeling at ease in his heart. In a dual pet system, the gap between core and support needs to exist but should not be too large. Now Little King Kong at 40%. Xiao Tang 37%, it seems quite similar, but the natural suppression of the king level over the spirit level, as well as the gap between excellent and elite qualifications, ensures that Xiao Jingang holds an absolute core position, while Xiao Tang has reached the peak of the current stage and the supportive field it excels at. Unfortunately, this significant improvement in purity has not awakened any new bloodline skills for either side. Zhang Hao is not in a hurry, as the purity increases, still awakening is bound to happen, perhaps requiring just the right opportunity. In the following days, Zhang Hao entered a regular regimen of hard practice. The star power within him had accumulated nearly 1,500 points, the sense of constraint from the breaking limit body, breaking through both realms together to break the shackles of the body, still felt weak, but the opportunity to break through seemed just around the corner. Every day, without fail, he entered the second-level ice attribute training room, operating the true art of ice and the basic contractualist meditation method, while using some exchange general energy potions on himself to speed up the condensation of star power. Xiao Jingang and Xiao Tang were both working hard in their respective exclusive training rooms and classrooms. Xiao Jingang was solidifying the newly gained strength, trying to combine the frost giant state more smoothly with other skills. Xiao Tang, benefiting greatly from the life energy purification class, was increasingly proficient in sensing and controlling the life energy within, and had made preliminary progress in using transferring flowers and continuing branches. Everything was developing positively until a strange communication request broke the calm rhythm of training. Zhao Zong? Zhang Hao looked at the name and class 3, displayed on his personal terminal, somewhat surprised. What did this opponent from the monthly exam finals want to do with him? Although puzzled, he was not worried about safety concerns. At Wuing University, openly attacking classmates is a serious crime, and even the Zhao family's influence cannot cover for that. Besides, his impression of Zhao Zong was not bad. He was a proud but rule-abiding opponent who solely pursued strength. The agreed meeting place was in the small garden under the dormitory building. When Zhang Hao arrived, Zhao Zong was already waiting there. He had changed into a white combat uniform, and the conspicuous golden Zhao emblem on his chest was still eye-catching. Upon seeing Zhang Hao, Zhao Zong's usually cold face showed a slight and awkward movement of his muscles, as if trying to force out a smile, but the effect was a bit strange. Zhang Hao thought it was better if he didn't smile at all. However, out of politeness, Zhang Hao still smiled and approached. Zhao classmate, is there something you need? Zhao Zong quickly retracted his awkward smile and returned to his expressionless face, cutting to the chase by summoning his battle pet. With a flash of contract light, that familiar mountain-like Luyanzhong armor beast once again appeared. It seemed even heavier than during the monthly exam, with its metallic luster more subdued and profound, lying there exuding an invincible sense of oppression. Zhang Hao looked at this giant metallic turtle of a battle pet, still puzzled about Zhao Zong's intentions, his expression showing even more confusion. Zhang Hao classmate, Zhao Zong spoke, his voice as flat as ever, but with a hint of rare seriousness in his tone. I'm here to ask for your advice. Advice? Zhang Hao was taken aback. About the resonant state. Zhao Zong's gaze fell on his heavy armored beast, then looked at Zhang Hao. That day during the monthly exam, the resonant state you and your battle pet entered shocked me. As far as I know, the true resonance state requires a deeply cultivated emotional bond with the battle pet, a high degree of soul frequency alignment, and the ability of the physical body to fully carry the battle pet's energy feedback. The conditions are extremely harsh. He paused and continued. I have consulted a lot of materials and tried to cultivate emotions. I trained Xiao Jin in Earth Escape training, fed it the purest second-level metal and Earth attribute crystals, and provided various ores and herbs according to the best ratios recorded by the family, but its attitude towards me has always been quite average. Zhao Zong's brows slightly furrowed, almost imperceptibly. It seemed a bit unclear and frustrating. Hearing this, Zhang Hao finally understood. This Zhao academic elite came to seek advice, wanting to know the shortcut to truly enter the resonance state. The book indeed recorded another way: when a contract master's soul strength is high enough, typically achieving second rank or above, they can forcibly guide their own energy and their battle pet's energy to perform vector superposition, simulating a resonance-like effect. But this is called pseudo-resonance, consuming the contract master's own soul source, and the superposition efficiency is far less than true resonance, which comes from mutual understanding and soul synchronization. It is more like a highly consuming secret technique. Clearly, the proud Zhao Zong was pursuing the latter. Zhang Hao touched his chin, his gaze instinctively sweeping over the Li Yuan heavy armor beast. Almost at the same time, feedback information from the source refinement furnace quietly appeared in his consciousness. Li Yuan heavy armor beast. Attributes: Gold, Earth. Royal Bloodline Purity, 23%. Qualification: Elite. Realm: First Rank Upper Grade. Skills: Golden Barrier, Bronze, Rock Gold Heavy Press, Bronze, Alloy Smash, Bronze, Golden Mountain Crash, Bloodline Bronze. Status: Unhappy, reminiscing about the Magma Saturn of the Gathering Spirit Pavilion. Seeing the last line of status description, Zhang Hao almost couldn't hold back. Goodness, the bloodline concentration has increased by another 3%. Truly impressive for a big family, they are throwing resources like crazy. But this status reminiscing about the Magma Saturn of the Gathering Spirit Pavilion? He roughly understood where the problem lay. Zhang Hao suppressed his laughter, looking at the serious Zhao Zong, and asked, Zhao classmate, do you usually cultivate feelings by feeding a lot of crystal nuclei, ores, and herbs, and then training attributes together like you just said? Zhao Zong nodded. That's right, the family cultivation manual records that this is the best way for the Li Yuan heavy armor beast to grow and establish energy connections. Zhang Hao shook his head, pointing at the heavy armor beast lying still, seemingly a bit spaced out. Missing delicious food? Look, your little gold isn't a bit low-spirited right now? Hearing this, Zhao Zong carefully looked at his battle pet. It seemed a bit? Usually, after training, it was tired, but its eyes would be sharp or satisfied, but now it seemed a bit mournful? How about this, Zhao classmate? Zhang Hao smiled. I have a suggestion. You must have eaten at the Gathering Spirit Pavilion before, right? Next time, you can take your little gold to the Gathering Spirit Pavilion and specifically order something it might like. For example, I heard that there is a famous lava core pot and refined gold stone plate there. Almost the instant Zhang Hao mentioned the three words Gathering Spirit Pavilion, the Li Yuan heavy armor beast, which had originally been a bit wilted, seemed to twitch its ears, and its dark yellow metallic eyes suddenly brightened a few degrees. Its massive body even subtly swayed, conveying a clear intention of want to eat. Zhao Zong. He felt it. The sudden lively emotion of his battle pet. This was a response far greater than feeding a 10-second rank Earth attribute crystal nuclei. Could it be the family manual was wrong? The true secret of cultivating feelings is taking it out to eat? Chapter 36, Soul Quality Improvement, Breaking Through Late Stardust. If Zhang Hao knew what Zhao Zong was thinking at this moment, he would surely smile and say, I don't know what other Li Yuan heavy armor beasts think, but the one you raised is definitely a hidden foodie. Just like your little gold. Zhao Zong was clearly shocked by this new discovery. Although his face still showed little emotion, the eagerness in his eyes was almost overflowing. He seemed to wish he could immediately go to the Gathering Spirit Pavilion to verify it. Thank you, classmate Zhang, for your guidance. Zhao Zong nodded seriously at Zhang Hao. He had originally wanted to leave immediately, but it seemed too rushed. He paused and added. Next time, I will come to ask classmate Zhang about the details of resonance cultivation. Zhang Hao, I was just being polite, why are you taking it seriously? But before Zhang Hao could think of how to respond politely, Zhao Zong spoke again. Next time I visit, I will bring a gift of pseudo-second rank source energy as thanks. What kind of attributes do you need? Zhang Hao's initial refusal was instantly swallowed back, and his face immediately wore an incredibly sincere smile. No problem. Classmate Zhao, just ask. I will certainly share everything I know. Let's progress together. The wood attribute is good. Pseudo-second tier source energy. Although it carries the word pseudo, its effectiveness and purity are far inferior to the kind rewarded by the school, which has been naturally nurtured or artificially synthesized through years of time and secret realm formations. Yet, it is still a valuable thing. It is created by high-tech means, forcibly purifying and compressing a large amount of high-level resources of the same attribute to simulate some source characteristics. The benefit is that it contains source energy, which is truly helpful for battle pets to comprehend attributes and improve control. The drawback is that it contains many impurities or inertial energy, requiring a certain time to metabolize after absorption, and the total amount is relatively small. But for the current Little King Kong or Little Vine, this is still an excellent supplement. Zhao Zong nodded, seemingly satisfied with Zhang Hao's attitude, and the speed of his changing expressions, said no more, retracted the Luyan heavy armor beast, and turned around briskly to leave. Watching Zhao Zong's departing figure, Zhang Hao stroked his chin, and the smile on his face had not yet faded. It seems that besides competing and completing tasks, making friends is also a pretty good way to obtain resources, he murmured, turning to walk towards the training room. The hard training must continue. The Stardust later stage was right in front of him. The surprises that the teacher mentioned, along with the reward promised by Zhao Zong, filled him with anticipation for the days to come. In mid-January, on the campus of Wuhan University, the winter chill was dispelled by the campus's constant temperature formation, but the energy tides in the training area were more active than ever before. Zhang Hao and Zhao Zong's communication had lasted for several days. Although this proud descendant of the Zhao family spoke concisely and lacked expression, he was surprisingly easy to get along with. His pride stemmed from absolute confidence in his own talent and family background. This pride did not carry disdain but rather came off as a natural recognition. After several contacts, Zhang Hao had also figured out some of Zhao Zong's details. Zhao Zong's soul quality was at the spirit level, which already placed him at a much higher tier than Zhang Hao. His soul realm had steadily risen from the ordinary to the mid-ordinary. Indeed, his training speed was considerably faster than Zhang Hao's previous self. In terms of theoretical talent data, Zhao Zong was undoubtedly superior. But Zhang Hao understood his own advantage, the limit-breaking body. He learned indirectly that the star glow accumulation within Zhao Zong had reached about 1,000 points, approaching the mid-stardust stage and was stepping towards the later stage. And he himself, through hard training, had stabilized his star glow at the threshold of 1,500 points. This meant that even if both broke through to the later stage of stardust at the same time, his energy reserves would be 50% more than Zhao Zong's. Not to mention the energy quality brought by the limit-breaking body being potentially purer and with stronger meridian carrying capacity. This was the hidden benefit of his dual breakthrough in martial arts and soul, and he was determined to continue and amplify this advantage. Soul quality. Spirit level, Zhang Hao's gaze was firm. He had a strong premonition that if he could again achieve a synchronized breakthrough in energy realm and soul realm, not only would his soul realm leap to above the ordinary, but even the seemingly insurmountable barrier of soul quality might loosen up because of this opportunity, allowing him to truly step into the spirit level domain. This was worth betting everything to try. The pseudo-second tier would attribute source energy sent by Zhao Zong was given to the little vine. The auxiliary battle pet also needed to keep pace, otherwise, a significant gap would make the so-called support become a shortcoming. After absorbing this energy containing the breath of the source, the little vine's affinity and control over would attribute energy significantly improved, and its vitality became increasingly vigorous. The potential of the skill flower transfer and pulse continuation also rose alongside. 10 days of hard training passed in an instant. When the star glow within his body finally stabilized at 1,500 points, the realm of the soul had been polished to a level of fullness and richness that made Zhang Hao realize it was time to break through. The only problem was the resources. His pockets were cleaner than his face. He needed to save federal coins to nurture his battle pets, and his credits had been almost entirely used up on tutoring for Xiao Tang and renting the training room. I can only go borrow some. Zhang Hao knocked on the office door of his homeroom teacher, Zhu Wen. Borrow money? Oh no, borrow credits? Teacher Zhu raised his head from a pile of documents, pushed his glasses, and looked at his troublesome but outstanding student with a half-smile. You kid really don't treat yourself as an outsider. I just raised your limit last time, and you've spent it all already? Zhang Hao showed a sincere face. Teacher, the breakthrough is imminent, and I need the best environment. I want to enter the Xian Level 3 training room again for a dual cultivation breakthrough. Hearing dual cultivation breakthrough, Teacher Zhu's expression became more serious. He carefully scrutinized Zhang Hao, feeling the solid aura within him, far exceeding others in the same rank, and nodded. Are you confident? Breaking through both realms at once carries greater risk than a single breakthrough and requires extremely high willpower. I want to give it a try. Zhang Hao's voice was calm, but full of undeniable determination. All right. Teacher Zhu didn't say more and operated a few things on his personal terminal. I'm lending you 100 credits, and if you place in the top 10 of the new student progression match, it's considered paid back. If you drop out of the top 10, I'll deduct both the principal and interest from your limit next month. Thank you, teacher. Zhang Hao was overjoyed. 100 credits were enough for him to train for 5 hours in the Xian Level 3 room. Just after leaving the office building, his personal terminal buzzed again. It was Zhao Zong. I heard you wanted to break through and need energy potions for stability? Zhao Zon's voice was as straightforward as always. Zhang Hao was taken aback. How did the news spread so quickly? He then replied calmly, yes, it's best to prepare a medium-level energy potion just in case. Okay. I'll have someone from the family send you a foundation stabilizing potion to your dorm. It's worth about 120,000, and for your situation, it will be 30% more effective than ordinary medium-level potions. No rush to repay it. After Zhao Zong finished speaking, he seemed to feel it was too straightforward and added awkwardly, after you break through, let's exchange insights. A warm current surged in Zhang Hao's heart. This Zhao classmate seemed cold but had a warm heart. Thank you, brother Zhao. I'll remember this favor. The communication ended. An hour later, a beautifully packaged potion, shimmering with faint silver starlight, was delivered into Zhang Hao's hands. Looking at this valuable potion, Zhang Hao felt even more confident about his breakthrough. Xian Level 3 Training Room. The familiar thick spiritual energy and faint silver soul energy points filled the air. Zhang Hao sat cross-legged in the center, adjusting his state to the best. Little King Kong and Xiao Tang had already retracted their pagodas to avoid interference. Begin. Ice True Technique and Basic Contract Cultivator Meditation Method operated simultaneously, one mainly focusing on condensing and compressing spiritual power, the other mainly focusing on soul extraction and refining. The first step was to condense the star sphere. Within him, a full 1,500 points of brilliant starlight began to slowly gather and compress towards the dantian under the guidance of the technique. This process was like forcefully merging countless stars into a galaxy, and pain soon followed. His meridians felt as if pierced by countless fine needles, as if being repeatedly squeezed by heavy rollers, each inch groaning under unbearable burden. The dantian area felt a tearing, swelling pain, as if it might explode. Sweat instantly soaked his clothes, and Zhang Hao gritted his teeth, his brows knotted tightly, his body uncontrollably trembling slightly. But his mind remained unwavering, continuously guiding the starlight to gather. A little, too little, the starlight began to fuse under high pressure, brightness increasing sharply, temperature rising. The meridians felt a burning pain. 100 points, 200 points. The torrent of starlight gradually shrank, but its density and energy intensity increased geometrically. Pain transformed from sharp piercing to a dull, crushing ache that pressed upon his internal organs. 500 points, 800 points, 1,000 points. When over 1,000 points of starlight were compressed together, quantitative change finally led to qualitative change. A thread as fine as a hair, yet incredibly concentrated, radiating a brilliant starry glow, quietly birthed at the center of the dantian. The first breath of energy. But this flow of energy was extremely unstable, crashing around wildly in the dantian. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth against the intense pain, mobilizing the remaining 500 points of starlight along with all his mental power, like the most delicate craftsman, carefully guiding, soothing, and continuing to compress. Starlight continuously merged into that initial flow of energy, gradually strengthening it, solidifying it, and the speed of its rotation slowly increased. 100 points, 200 points. When the last point of starlight merged, a stable rotating star vortex, formed by the extreme compression of 1,500 points of starlight, finally took shape in the dantian. Late stage of stardust, achieved. However, this was just the beginning. Zhang Hao did not stop. He didn't even have time to feel the sense of power brought by the new realm. He immediately focused all his mind on the level of the soul. The abundant soul energy points in the training room were greedily absorbed into his sea of consciousness. The soul energy, originally at the peak of the mortal level, rapidly filled and swelled like a dried riverbed welcoming rain, quickly replenishing and purifying. The energy was refined, removing impurities and merging with the soul's essence. The sensation of the soul expanding was entirely different from the pain of the body. It felt as if his head was about to crack open, consciousness being torn apart in a dizzying and ripping feeling. Countless stray thoughts and fragmented memories surged uncontrollably, leaving his mental defenses on the brink of collapse. Having just broken through the energy realm, the body was in a weak state, with the old strength gone and the new strength yet to rise. The impact of the soul realm reached its peak right at this moment. The true test of breaking through two realms was about to arrive. Now is the time. Zhang Hao's heart surged with determination, suddenly opened his eyes, grabbed the solid source star cultivation solution beside him, and unhesitatingly injected it into his veins. The cool yet powerful medicinal force exploded instantly. Like the most timely reinforcements, it surged into his nearly exhausted meridians and trembling sea of consciousness. Part of the medicinal force quickly stabilized the newly born star vortex, soothing the injuries of the meridians. Another part transformed into pure mental nourishment, reinforcing the shaky barriers of the soul. Break for me! Zhang Hao roared in his heart. He transformed all the help brought by the medicinal force, along with his indomitable will, into two swords, one piercing the shackles of the soul realm, the other smashing fiercely against the formless barriers of the soul's quality. Boom! In his mind, it was as if thunder had exploded. His vision was instantly submerged in boundless white light. Extreme pain erupted from the deepest part of the soul, as if the entire consciousness was being torn apart and reorganized. His soul quality, spirit level. Soul realm, mortal upper. Battle pets, 6-armed Frost Gold King, King level bloodline 40%, first stage superior, Vine Demon Mouse, spirit level bloodline 37%, first stage medium. Soul quality, spirit level. I really succeeded. Both realms broke through at the same time, not only bringing a leap in level but also breaking the shackles of quality. Zhang Hao let out a long, trembling breath, and that breath faintly carried ice crystals and starlight. Collapsed on the cold floor of the training room, his whole body felt as if pulled out of water, weak and powerless, but the corner of his mouth couldn't help but rise, finally turning into a low and immensely joyful laugh. Breaking limits, the path of dual cultivation, he chose correctly. Sensing the master's successful breakthrough, inside the contract tower, the little golden king let out an excited low roar, and the little vine also squeaked happily, their souls seemingly gaining a faint benefit, their aura becoming more refined. After resting for half an hour, Zhang Hao finally struggled to get up. Chapter 37, Wu Shan is bullied. Outside the Xian level number 3 training room. As Zhang Hao just walked out, his personal terminal vibrated. It was a message from Zhao Zong, inviting him to the meditation pavilion beside the training hall to exchange resonance insights. The thrill of his breakthrough had yet to fade, and Zhang Hao gladly agreed. Inside the meditation pavilion, Zhao Zong had been waiting for a while. Seeing Zhang Hao approach, he keenly sensed the energy fluctuations on him that had not fully settled and a faint aura of soul elevation. You broke through? Zhao Zong spoke directly. Yes, it was a lucky success, late stardust, soul mortal upper. Zhang Hao sat down opposite him without hiding anything. A slight wave passed over Zhao Zong's calm face, and he nodded, both realms broken, breaking limits. You are quite bold. In the following conversation, Zhao Zong rarely showed a higher curiosity for knowledge. Zhang Hao shared his understanding of resonance, especially how to build trust and emotional bonds that go beyond master and servant through daily interaction, like eating together, playing, and facing challenges together, rather than just pure energy feeding and training. Zhao Zong listened seriously, occasionally asking precise questions. When Zhang Hao mentioned breaking limits, Zhao Zong pondered for a moment and said, I know about this physique. In theory, many contract masters can try. It's just that energy and soul realms advance simultaneously, and during the breakthrough, one must endure double the pressure to gain additional enhancements for the body and qualifications, allowing energy reserves of the same level to far exceed ordinary people. He looked at Zhang Hao, his tone calm yet thorough, but doing it is as hard as climbing to the sky. First, one must ensure that the dual cultivation speeds are consistent. If either side lags, it could lead to a failed breakthrough or even backlash. Second, the later stages see an exponential increase in breakthrough difficulty, with the risks and pains of breaking both realms far exceeding that of a single realm. Most importantly, Zhao Zong paused, continuing, the benefit of this physique is not cost-effective for many. It merely increases energy by 1.5 to 2 times at the same level. This advantage, in my family's view, could possibly be compensated by a few high-level energy potions or a quality magic weapon. Why take such a risk and expend several times the effort? His words were rational and realistic, revealing the awkward position of breaking limits in the eyes of those with abundant resources. Not that it isn't strong, but rather not worth it. Zhang Hao smiled and did not retort. Zhao Zong was right, but he walked this path not just for that little energy advantage but also to touch the possibility of a leap in soul quality, and he had nothing to lose, so why fear the dangerous road? Every step surpassing was a gain. However, Zhao Zong shifted the tone of his speech, looking at Zhang Hao with a hint of true recognition. To walk this path and treat it as a conventional breakthrough method, your will and courage, I, Zhao Zong, admire. Ancient family records note that those who walked this path in ancient times were all individuals of resolute will and great perseverance. Zhang Hao clasped his hands, Brother Zhao flatters me. It's just luck. Just as the two were about to delve deeper into how to specifically enhance the happiness of their battle pets, Zhang Hao's personal terminal suddenly flashed urgently. It was an emergency communication request from Wu Shan, accompanied by a location and a brief message. Brother Hao. Eco Park, Earth Attribute Area, being robbed by second-year students. Sister An is also there, the situation is not good, come quickly. Zhang Hao frowned and instantly stood up. Is there something wrong? Zhao Zong asked. A classmate is having some trouble at the Eco Park, being targeted by a senior from second year. Zhang Hao's tone was somewhat cold. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zong also stood up, I'll go too. I'm familiar with the Eco Park. Zhang Hao glanced at him and nodded, thank you. The two immediately set off toward the Resource Eco Park on the east side of the campus. At the Eco Park, Earth Attribute Resource Area, this was generally used by first-year students to complete tasks and earn credits. It resembled a small Gobi desert with exposed yellow-brown rocks and sandy soil, the air filled with a faint earthy smell and mineral scent. Wu Shan leaned against a rock, his face somewhat pale. His stone giant battle pet had been recalled to the contract tower, but the weakness and pain coming from the contract link were clear. Beside him, Angela's pretty face was tense, with her fiery red combat suit showing several stains. Her fire explosion bear stood protectively in front of her, growling, with several burned and scratched spots, its breath unsteady. Across from them stood or squatted 4 boys in second-year uniforms, their faces stuck in smug and dismissive expressions. Around them, or at their feet, were scattered some yellowish glimmering ores that had just been robbed from Wushan. The leader was a tall boy with gold-rimmed glasses. Next to him crouched a nearly 2-meter-tall, muscular ape-like battle pet golden giant ape, gold attribute, low tier 2, and a 3-meter-tall iron thorn treant, wood attribute, upper tier 1, with wiggling branches. The other 3 had similar battle pets. One had a fire-armored bull, fire attribute, upper tier 1, that snorted sparks, and a fire-pattern snake, fire attribute, medium tier 1. 2 others had a rock-armored wild boar, earth attribute, upper tier 1, plus stone spike hedgehog, earth attribute, medium tier 1, and a wind scythe mantis, wind attribute, upper tier 1, plus swift shadow cat, wind attribute, medium tier 1. The glasses-wearing boy adjusted his glasses and slowly said, "Freshman, I've told you long ago, treasures are for those with virtue. Although this is a school, the rules must be based on strength. Hand over what you've dug up obediently and compensate a bit for emotional damages, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, your battle pets will be severely injured, on the brink of death." His gaze swept over Angela's graceful figure, and his lewd look said it all. Angela trembled with anger, her tightly clenched fists turning pale, but she knew they couldn't fight back. There were simply too many of them, and that glasses boy's golden giant ape completely overpowered her fire explosion bear. Wushan's stone giant was already heavily injured. "You, shameless. Bullying the weak." Wushan gritted his teeth. "He, bullying the weak? Senior is teaching you some life experience, it's for your own good." The short, chubby boy controlling the fire-armored bull grinned widely, his demeanor slimy. Just then, a cold voice came from behind. "Oh? Treasures are for those with virtue? Senior, it seems to me that I look more like that virtuous person, don't I?" Everyone turned to look, and there were Zhang Hao and Zhao Zong walking side by side. Zhang Hao's face was calm, but his eyes were as cold as a deep pool. Zhao Zong maintained his usual impassive expression, but the indifferent aura from his noble background made him not to be underestimated. Seeing 2 more freshmen arriving, the 4 second-year boys were initially startled, then relaxed and smirked even more. The glasses boy sneered, "Huh, just the 2 of you? A couple of kids who haven't even grown their hair? Do you even qualify to talk about virtue?" Zhang Hao's footsteps were unyielding, a mocking curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. "I don't know what you are laughing at. After 1.5 years of training, the strongest among you only has a second-tier low-grade battle pet, and the rest can't even gather a first-tier high-grade. Have you all met the assessment standards for second-year students? You can't even touch the passing line, so why are you still laughing?" His words struck like knives, precisely poking at the 4's hearts. What they dreaded most was being reminded of their slow progress and being labeled as failures. Especially in front of a group of first-year students. The short, chubby boy's face instantly turned red, and he grew furious. "Damn it. Kid, are you looking for death? Why say so much nonsense? Let's see who's better in battle." He eagerly urged his red-armored wild bull and fire-pattern snake, taking up an attacking stance. Zhang Hao, however, let out a chuckle and shook his head, continuing to strike accurately. "It seems I wasn't wrong. After more than a year, your strongest battle pet is this stupid bull, only a first-tier high grade? How can you face yourself? Did your training go to the dogs? You?" The short, chubby boy trembled with rage, pointing at Zhang Hao and shouting, "All right. Fine. Just wait. I will seriously injure your battle pet, bringing it to the brink of death. Then you'll kneel and beg me." Zhang Hao sighed, looking at him with an almost pitying gaze. "Afraid of you? You aren't worthy." He glanced over the 4 with a calm tone but an undeniable arrogance. "Stop wasting time. You 4, come at me together. So I don't look like I'm bullying you. Arrogant." The bespectacled boy was also enraged. He stepped forward, his eyes flashing with cold light. "So ambitious, freshman. Since you're looking for death, let the seniors reluctantly teach you a lesson." As he finished speaking, he first urged his diamond ape and iron thorn treant. The other 3 also called forth their battle pets, and 8 fierce beasts instantly spread out, vaguely forming an encirclement, their menacing aura locking onto Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao, however, acted as if he did not see them, turning to Wushan and Angela. "If they injure your battle pets, it's only right that I injure all their 8 battle pets in return." He paused, his gaze becoming sharp as a blade, sweeping over the 4, clearly enunciating. "However, I must say again, if this were not the school, in any real training grounds, I would slay you all." As soon as the words fell, he focused his mind. The glasses-wearing man was horrified, urgently ordering the diamond ape to activate its strongest defensive skill, while the iron thorn treeman's branches wildly twisted and wrapped around to try and stop it. But everything was in vain. In Chapter 38, the beating of the sophomore senior. Wherever the frost shock passed, the iron thorn froze instantly, becoming brittle and shattering. The metal sheen on the diamond ape's body quickly dimmed under the extreme cold. Bang, crack! A dull crash and shattering sound rang out. The diamond ape wailed in misery, knocked away, its chest visibly caved in, covered in thick ice, crashing heavily against the rock wall, its breath fading to the extreme, being forcibly absorbed back into the contract tower. Instant kill. And it was a level-up instant kill. The owners of the remaining 7 battle pets were terrified. But the little diamond ape showed no sign of stopping, its massive body displaying astonishing agility, its forearms spinning. Frost fist. The giant fists covered in thick ice smashed down like hail. Each punch contained tearing physical power and corrosive frost damage. Bang! The red armored bull was struck on the head, collapsing to the ground unconscious. Crack! The heavy rock armor of the rock-armored boar was smashed to pieces, rolling in agony. Sizzle! The wind-scythe mantis tried to dodge with speed but was grazed by the area effect frostfist, its wings freezing and breaking. The swift shadow cat, fire pattern snake, stone spike hedgehog, and other first-tier mid-grade battle pets couldn't even withstand a single punch and fell severely injured. The whole process was so fast it was dazzling. From Zhang Hao summoning his battle pets to all 8 of the sophomore students' battle pets falling to the ground and being recalled into the tower, it took less than 10 seconds. Silence. A deathly silence. The 4 sophomore boys were like they had been hit by a freezing spell, frozen in place, their faces pale as paper, cold sweat rolling down their foreheads like rain. Zhang Hao's last words, "I will definitely slay you," echoed in their minds like a spell, causing their legs to go soft and nearly unable to stand. The glasses-wearing man looked around at the empty space beside him and then at the little diamond ape, standing like a frost war god, slowly retracting its aura, his throat dry and unable to make a sound. Zhang Hao walked in front of them, his gaze cold. "Now, do you know who the virtuous one is?" The glasses-wearing man opened his mouth, trying to sound fierce. "You don't be arrogant. Our boss. Our boss is from the Yu family of the ancient city. Do you dare to move us?" He tried to use his background to pressure them. Angela, hearing this, changed her expression slightly. The Yu family was considered a power in the city where her family was based. She wanted to quietly remind Zhang Hao. But she saw Zhang Hao suddenly smile, a somewhat playful smile. He turned sideways, looking at Zhao Zong, who had been quietly standing by, seemingly watching the show. "Yu family? Very strong?" Zhang Hao spoke casually. "You might as well ask, what is the name of the student beside me?" Zhao Zong stepped forward with grace, maintaining his eternal icy demeanor, and casually spoke 6 words, each word weighing heavy. "Qiqing, Zhao family, Zhao Zong. Qiqing, Zhao family, Zhao Zong." These 6 words hit the 4 like heavy hammers, striking deeply at their hearts. The ancient city Yu family? What was that compared to the Zhao family, one of the top 3 families reigning over District 15 for years, with roots firmly planted? They weren't even worthy to carry their shoes. The blood drained from the glasses-wearing man's face clean away, while the other 3 trembled in fear, nearly collapsing to the ground. They never expected that bullying a freshman would provoke such a mighty figure from the Zhao family. Even if he was just a branch member, he was not something they could provoke. Apology. We apologize. The glasses-wearing man was the first to react, his voice trembling, bowing repeatedly to Wu Shan and Angela. "Junior brothers and sisters, we are sorry. We were blind. We were jerks." As he spoke, he hurriedly piled up the stolen ore, along with some of his Earth-type resources from his storage bag, in front of Wu Shan. The other 3 quickly followed suit, not only returning the seized resources. They each painfully paid out a considerable amount of compensation, their faces filled with fear and eagerness to please. Zhang Hao looked at their ugly spectacle, feeling little pleasure in his heart, only a faint sense of disgust. He waved his hand. "Get lost. Remember today's lesson. If there's a next time, we won't dare. Absolutely won't dare." The 4 of them, as if granted a great mercy, crawled away from the ecological park, not daring to look back. Until their figures disappeared, Wu Shan let out a long sigh of relief, and then a brilliant smile bloomed on his face as he limped over to Zhang Hao, patting his shoulder hard, almost knocking himself off balance. "Brother Hao. Awesome. It's all thanks to you. Big Brother Ren and I were almost beaten to a pulp earlier." Beside them, Angela had been admiring Zhang Hao's profile, her eyes sparkling with gratitude for being saved, and admiration for his powerful strength and decisive style. Hearing Wu Shan, her pretty face turned red, and she angrily stepped forward, reaching out her delicate hand and precisely pinching Wu Shan's ear. "Ouch. It hurts. Sisterin. Big Brotherin. Easy on me." Wu Shan immediately grimaced in pain. "Humph. Is that how you speak? I kindly stepped in for you, and you say almost beaten to a pulp? I think you're just itching for it." Angela tightened her grip, pretend angrily. Wu Shan quickly begged for mercy. Ah. Big brother. I was wrong. You're the best. The most loyal. You're our class's towering white jade pillar, and the golden beam holding up the sea. You're our team's eternal god. Without you, we would have been in deep trouble today. A series of flatteries spilled out for free, making Angela finally unable to hold back a soft chuckle and release her grip, though her face still retained a blush, stealing a glance at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao looked at this lively pair and smiled as well. He turned to Zhao Zong and clasped his fists. Brother Zhao, thank you for this time. Zhao Zong waved his hand, but his gaze fell on the small golden giant, who was already breathing steadily yet still exuding a powerful aura, a trace of contemplation flashing in his eyes as he softly said, "Your battle pet seems to have improved. The resonance boost seems quite strong." Zhang Hao nodded. "I have gained some insight." Zhao Zong said no more, only stating, "Let's continue the exchange. I'll be heading back now." After speaking, he slightly nodded to everyone, turned around, and left, his back still tall and proud. Brother Hao, this Xiao classmate has such a strong presence. Wu Shan rubbed his ear and clicked his tongue. Yeah, someone worth befriending. Zhang Hao retrieved the small golden giant, looking at the pile of resources on the ground. You guys take these, consider it their compensation. No way. Brother Hao, today it all relied on you. Wu Shan hurriedly protested. Why be so polite with me? Zhang Hao interrupted him. Quickly tidy up and take your battle pets for treatment. This month's practical class seems to involve tower climbing. Don't let your grades drop too much. Angela also came over, softly saying, Zhang Hao, thank you. It's what friends do for each other. Zhang Hao smiled, his gaze shifting to the exit of the ecological park. Let's go. Chapter 39, Becoming Zhu Wen's Student, Joining the Flight Department. In the teacher's office area, Zhu Wen's office. After handling the trivial matters of the ecological park and calming the tumultuous emotions from the breakthrough, Zhang Hao knocked on Zhu Wen's office door. After the breakthrough, he felt the need to formally report his progress to this supportive class teacher. Come in. Zhu Wen's voice came. Upon entering, Zhu Wen was studying some data charts on a light screen. Hearing the voice, he looked up and smiled upon seeing Zhang Hao. Just back from the ecological park? I've heard you made quite an impression again, even that Zhao kid backed you up? News travels fast. Zhang Hao smiled, just helping each other as classmates. Teacher, I'm here to report my training progress. Oh? Go ahead. Zhu Wen showed great interest, putting down the work at hand. The student has lived up to expectations and has successfully broken through to the late Stardust stage, and the soul level has smoothly ascended to the ordinary level. Zhang Hao spoke calmly, as if mentioning a trivial matter. The office fell silent for a moment. In the late Stardust soul, mortal. Teacher Zhu Wen repeated, then suddenly jumped up from his chair, his eyes bursting with an incredible light, and the smile on his face could no longer be suppressed, his lips almost reaching his ears. Double realms broken together? Did you really do it? He walked around the desk and quickly approached Zhang Hao, looking him up and down, feeling the thick and solid aura on him, far beyond an ordinary late Stardust, and the obvious sense of sublimation at the soul level. Good. 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 Teacher Zhu Wen patted Zhang Hao's shoulder vigorously, repeating the word good 3 times, his joy overflowing. Ha ha ha. I, Zhu Wen, have really struck gold this time. Too lucky. The joyful laughter echoed in the office for quite a while, and only then did Teacher Zhu Wen manage to calm down, but the excitement in his eyes remained undiminished. He motioned for Zhang Hao to sit down and returned to his office chair, his expression gradually becoming serious and earnest. Student Zhang Hao, he leaned slightly forward, looking directly at Zhang Hao. Since you have come this far, there is something I want to officially ask you. Do you have any thoughts about becoming a student in our flight department? Flight department? Zhang Hao's forehead was full of question marks. He had seen some major teaching and research directions in the school's general textbooks and introductions, but he really hadn't delved into the specifics of a department personal affiliation. After all, that's something that usually needs to be considered carefully in the second year when choosing a major. Seeing Zhang Hao's confusion, Teacher Zhu Wen cleared his throat and began to explain in detail. At Wuhan University, besides the principal being a 6th-tier unparalleled strongman and the 2 vice principals being at the peak of the 5th tier, the real support for the school's top teaching and research strength lies in 5 5th-tier academicians. He stretched out his fingers. These 5 academicians each have the qualifications and capabilities to open an independent department within the school, concentrating resources and specifically cultivating top talents in certain directions. I, Zhu Wen, am a student from the flight department. Zhang Hao listened intently. Below the academicians are the 4th-tier mentors. In our flight department, there are about 10 4th-tier mentors. My teacher, named Wang Shanshui, is one of them. Teacher Zhu Wen spoke with respect. Beneath the mentors, we are the 3rd-tier teaching assistants or lecturers, serving as the backbone of the department. Like me, there are dozens in the department. Further down are second-tier elite students and first-tier preparatory students. He paused, his tone turning a bit realistic. These people, in addition to receiving the basic resources provided by the school, will also, based on the shares fought for by the academicians, have additional resource allocation within the department. However, the total amount of resources is relatively fixed. Who gets more, who gets less, must rely on their own abilities. Teacher Zhuwen looked at Zhang Hao. The competition among the academicians will not be personal but will depend on the results and strength of the fourth-tier mentors in their respective departments. The weight of resource allocation among mentors largely depends on the performance of us third-tier disciples they teach. Similarly, for us third-tier disciples to strive for more resources, in addition to our own efforts, we also need to look at the performance and future of the potential students we teach, that is, first-year freshmen like you. His gaze was intense. I originally only saw your potential, thinking that it would be good for you to steadily break through to the late Stardust in 1 or 2 months. But I didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise. Not only did you break through, but it was the extremely difficult double realms broken together. This proves that your potential, willpower, and future ceiling far exceed my expectations. Therefore, Teacher Zhuwen said word by word, I want to officially recruit you into the flight department, to become a student under me, Zhuwen. This is not an ordinary teacher-student relationship. It is not just a relationship with clear inheritance and interest. My student, what do you think? Zhang Hao understood. This was equivalent to finding a solid backing and resource platform within the school beforehand. What is the purpose of showing talent? Isn't it to strive for more and better resources, to go further? Joining the department, relying on academicians, mentors, and teachers, the channels for resource acquisition, information networks, and high-level guidance would all be completely different. Under normal circumstances, he would need to wait until his second year to break through to the second level and perform exceptionally well among his peers, to possibly be actively absorbed by a department or join through strict assessment. But now, because of his outstanding performance, this opportunity has come early. Almost without hesitation, Zhang Hao stood up and solemnly bowed to Teacher Zhuwen. Teacher, I am willing. It is my honor to become your student. Good. You kid, know how to speak. Teacher Zhuwen laughed heartily, clearly very satisfied with Zhang Hao's straightforwardness. He signaled for Zhang Hao to sit down and continued. Now that you have become my student, there are some arrangements I want to inform you about in advance. You will be quite busy during this period. At the end of January, the school will organize the Sky Tower Challenge. In early February, there will be the freshman promotion competition for your first year, competing for the top 10 in the grade. After these two important events, around mid to late February, you will start your winter vacation, about 20 days. Teacher Zhuwen knocked on the table. After the holiday, I will take you to meet my teacher, who is also your grand mentor, Wangshan Shui. Then, within our flight department, there will be a teaching achievement competition amongst third-level disciples. At that time, you will need to represent me in the battle. Zhang Hao nodded, his expression calm. I understand, I will do my best. Good. Teacher Zhuwen looked at Zhang Hao, who remained unfazed by praise or blame, and grew even more satisfied. Since you are now my student, our interests are somewhat tied together, and I don't need to hide anything. The path of a contract master cannot be accomplished alone. In this world, monster beasts are powerful, and other contract masters are strong too. Keeping warm by clustering together and relying on forces is the norm. By joining the department, you will gain high-level resources, network support, and cultivation guidance that far exceed what you could explore alone. Let's talk about something practical. Teacher Zhuwen flipped his hand, and an ancient-looking, beautifully crafted jade bracelet emanating a gentle ice blue glow appeared in his palm. The surface of the bracelet was engraved with complex snowflakes and runic patterns, surrounded by a chilling aura, clearly not an ordinary item. This is an ice jade bracelet, a top-grade weapon for contract masters at the profound level. I received it as a reward after winning a battle for my teacher. Today, it serves as a welcome gift for officially becoming my student. He handed the bracelet to Zhang Hao. It felt warm and slightly cool to the touch, and upon slight mental contact, he could sense the tremendous ice attribute energy and exquisite amplification runes contained within. For you at this stage, it can directly amplify your ice attribute spell's power by at least 50%, and it can also expand your energy storage limit. Additionally, it appears to come with an automatically triggered ice shield feature. I can't recall the specific parameters and activation method as I haven't used it for a long time. You can take your time to explore and familiarize yourself with it. Teacher Zhuwen's tone was casual, but the gift he provided was immensely valuable. Top grade in the profound level. This is at least a high-grade tool that only second-level top contract masters would use. Its value is immeasurable. Zhang Hao accepted it earnestly. Thank you, teacher. Teacher Zhuwen waved his hand and continued. Also, starting from next month, specifically February 1st, I will help elevate your monthly credit quota to 600 credits. Another increase of 150. Zhang Hao felt a surge of joy in his heart. Remember, Zhang Hao, Teacher Zhuwen said seriously. And I, as your direct teacher, will personally provide you with all the support I can. 3 channels. As long as you are strong enough, resources will flow continuously. Make good use of this opportunity. Yes. The student understands. Zhang Hao nodded vigorously, filled with excitement. Joining the teacher's door, gaining powerful magic tools and a higher quota, the future looks bright. Chapter 40, Advancing in Martial Arts, Tower Climbing. Back in the dormitory. Zhang Hao did not immediately start a new round of spiritual power training. He first put on the ice jade bracelet on his left wrist, sensing it carefully. With his mental power infused, the runes on the bracelet's surface lit up one by one, and a cool energy flowed down his arm into his body, merging seamlessly with his ice-type spiritual power. He tried to cast the ice spike technique, and saw that the speed of crystallization was faster, the size larger, and the tip's cold light even more intense. The power had indeed seen a significant increase. Moreover, he could clearly feel that the star whirlpool at his dantian seemed to be slightly nourished and stabilized by the energy field emitted by the bracelet, and the total amount of spiritual power it could hold had also increased a hint. As for the ice shield, he tried several times but had not been able to trigger it yet. It seemed that he needed to become more familiar or to encounter danger for it to activate automatically. No wonder it's a top-quality Xian-level item. Zhang Hao could not put it down. The bracelet had an immediate effect on his current strength improvement. After getting familiar with the bracelet's functions, Zhang Hao turned his attention to another urgently needed ability, martial arts. Now he could relatively steadily resonate with the little King Kong. But the essence of resonance is the deep fusion of the soul and energy, along with vector superposition. The stronger the little King Kong's power, the more violent and abundant the energy fed back after resonance. He could barely manage his soul quality and realm now, but his physical body had become a potential shortcoming. If the physicality was not strong enough to withstand the sudden influx of massive energy and some traits of his battle pet, it could lead to minor damage to the meridians, or worse, explosion and death. I must quickly improve my martial arts cultivation and strengthen my body. Zhang Hao made up his mind. He had been practicing martial arts alongside his studies. Previously, he had focused most of his energy on the contract master system, only practicing intermittently. However, he had successfully stepped into the blood condensation realm thanks to a decent foundation and the support from Little King Kong. Now that his contract master realm had reached the late stage of Stardust, it would take a lot of time to break through to the second tier lower grade, allowing him to invest more time in martial arts cultivation. Martial arts training often progresses more quickly at the initial stage compared to the contract master system, especially in exploring bodily potential and increasing strength, showing significant results. Thinking of resources, Zhang Hao touched his empty pockets and credit card. This month's quota had already been exhausted, and he had very little federal currency left, all reserved for routine expenses for his 2 pets and for purchasing potions at the beginning of next month. As he felt a bit troubled, he remembered Qinjia. The one he met at the martial arts gym, coming from a business family, who had always wanted to befriend him, a third phase, channeling, martial arts expert. Today Qinjia helps me, one day if I achieve success, I will return his kindness. Zhang Hao felt at ease. Just as the teacher said, the road of the strong is seldom solitary, connections and mutual help are the norm. Chen Jie saw his potential and was willing to invest. He accepted this goodwill and noted this kindness to repay when he has the ability, which is reasonable. Moreover, Chen Jie's earlier words, brother's kindness is his own, while my relationship with you, Zhang Hao, is between us, could not be clearer. He contacted Chen Jie through his personal terminal, briefly explaining his desire to rapidly improve his martial arts cultivation before the winter vacation. Chen Jie replied quickly, his tone as warm and cheerful as ever. Brother Zhang Hao has the ambition to advance in martial arts, which is great. My martial arts training room is fully equipped with tools and medicinal baths, and there are also pills suitable for the blood condensation realm. If you don't mind, feel free to come over any time. I happen to have some insights on cultivation to share with you. That afternoon, Zhang Hao arrived at the private cultivation room provided by Chen Jie. This place was more spacious and quiet than the school's public cultivation area, and the facilities were more advanced. Chen Jie personally waited for him. Upon seeing Zhang Hao, he sensed the aura around him and a flicker of surprise passed through his eyes. Brother Zhang Hao, your aura is much denser than when we met last time. It seems your contract master cultivation has improved again? Just a small breakthrough, Zhang Hao modestly replied. Impressive. Chen Jie sincerely praised, not asking more and directly getting to the point. The blood condensation realm focuses on refining one's blood, transforming vital energy into strength, nourishing the body, and strengthening the physique. You have entered the threshold, and now it is essential to constantly accumulate vital energy, opening up the subtle blood vessels throughout your body, allowing the vital energy to flow freely, empowering your entire being. As he explained the key points and common misconceptions of the blood condensation realm, Chen Jie personally demonstrated several efficient methods for transporting vital energy and techniques for tempering the body. As a master in the meridian transformation realm, his guidance was clear and to the point, helping Zhang Hao avoid many detours. More importantly, Chen Jie provided ample resource support, specially formulated medicinal baths that quickly replenished vital energy and strengthened bones, gentle and easily absorbed blood condensation pills, and various unique minerals and equipment for massaging the body and stimulating vital energy. With correct guidance and generous resource investment, Zhang Hao's martial arts training progressed at an astonishing speed. He already had decent talent, and with the hidden enhancements from the contract master breakthrough and the benefits from the little diamond, his foundation was much stronger than an ordinary blood condensation realm warrior. Every day, he trained hard in the cultivation room, sweating profusely, circulating his vital energy, tempering his muscles and bones, and soaking in medicinal baths. He could clearly feel his blood becoming thicker and more vibrant, flowing through his veins like mercury. Each heartbeat was stronger. Under continuous tempering and herbal nourishment, his muscles, bones, and skin became increasingly resilient, and his sense of strength grew day by day. 7 days later. In the center of the cultivation room, Zhang Hao sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, feeling his vital energy surging violently like boiling water within him, emitting a faint swish sound, and his skin glowed with a healthy redness. He was on the verge of a breakthrough. Now is the moment, he thought, gathering the immense vital energy accumulated over the days, compressing it toward his dantian according to Chen Jie's method. Buzz. It felt as if a thin membrane had been broken inside him. The surging vital energy suddenly calmed down, transforming into a more condensed and rich flow of warmth, sinking into his dantian, and then spreading like spring rain to every inch of his body, silently nourishing and strengthening every bit of flesh and bone. A surge of powerful strength arose. Zhang Hao opened his eyes, brilliance shining forth. He slowly stood up and threw a punch at a nearby steel post to test his strength. Bang! After a dull sound, a clear fist mark was left on the steel post, deeper than an inch. 5,000 pounds of power. Zhang Hao felt the power of this punch and felt joy in his heart. His strength had nearly doubled compared to before the breakthrough. Although he was still not at the level of fighting against demon beasts or contract master pets of the same tier, he could easily handle ordinary people and some weaker first-tier demon beasts. More importantly, his body's strength, resilience, and recovery had vastly improved, laying a solid foundation for withstanding stronger resonance feedback in the future. Congratulations, young brother Zhang Hao, you are now in the mid-stage of the blood condensation realm, success is within reach. Chen Jie, who had been guarding beside him, walked over with a smile, his eyes filled with admiration. Zhang Hao's progress had once again exceeded his expectations. Thanks to brother Chen's careful guidance and resource support, Zhang Hao clasped his fists, sincerely grateful. No need to be polite between us, Chen Jie waved his hand, smiling, his eyes sparkling with the satisfaction of seeing his investment pay off. Leaving Chen Jie's cultivation room and walking back to his dormitory, Zhang Hao felt the abundant star rotation inside his body. A soul of spirit-level quality, along with a strong and vigorous body, is filled with confidence for the future. On January 28, the specialized teleportation hall for practical combat classes. Unlike the usual training grounds or arenas, this is an exceptionally spacious hall with a towering dome. In the center of the hall stands not a physical object, but a grand, towering shadow of a giant tower cast through a complex spatial folding array. The tower body is ancient, glowing with a bluish-gray metallic sheen, consisting of over 100 floors, each with a faint light flowing, and one can vaguely hear the roars of beasts and the rumbling of energy within. Around the giant tower, several lines of teams are arranged clearly. The outermost 2 lines have the most people, mostly freshmen in their first-year uniforms like Zhang Hao, their faces filled with curiosity, nervousness, or eagerness. The inner lines are noticeably looser, with slightly older students whose energy is more refined, being the upperclassmen of the second year. They appear calm, clearly familiar with the place, and many are quietly exchanging tips about breaking through levels. Teacher Xiong Tian stands in front of Class 19, explaining the rules in a loud voice. Today's practical class content is climbing the tower. He points to the giant tower shadow in the center. This is the projection entrance of the school's phantom battle tower. Each floor inside has simulated monsters created by an array. Defeating them is your goal today and an important way to earn credits and improve your soul realm in the future. He explains the rules in detail. 1. Credit rewards. For layers 1 to 10, you earn 5 credits for passing each layer. For layers 11 to 20, 10 credits for each layer. For layers 21 to 30, up to 30 credits each layer, making it harder and rewarding more as you go up. The school has a strict requirement for freshmen to pass at least the 25th layer before the end of the semester. Achieving this goal means an extra 300,000 federal coins in the first month of the second year. If achieved only in the second year, it's only 150,000. 2. Calculation method. Credits are only counted for new levels surpassed. For example, if you first reach layer 10, then later reach layer 15, only the credits from layers 11 to 15 will be counted. 3. Soul nourishment. The monsters inside the tower are not physical entities, but soul beasts simulated with soul energy as core, combined with array techniques. Defeating them will release a strand of pure soul energy, which can be absorbed by contract masters to nourish the soul directly and accelerate the cultivation of the soul realm. This is the most valuable aspect of the Phantom Battle Tower. So, Teacher Xiong's gaze sweeps across the class. While you are still freshmen, the ticket only costs 50 credits per entry. Try to come as often as possible. When you reach the second year, the ticket will increase to 200 credits, making it more expensive to climb. The importance of the Soul Realm concerns how many battle pets you will be able to contract in the future and how far you can go. Think carefully. He pauses, pointing to the front of the team. The tower's space is independent, and everyone faces challenges individually. Our class has 30 people, divided into 6 groups of 5, entering one after the other. Now, first group, prepare. The team starts to shuffle forward. Wu Shan leans close to Zhang Hao, excitedly whispering. How good, this place is awesome. Soul cultivation resources outside are so expensive, but here in the tower we can get them, and the tickets are cheap. If I come a few more times, the federal coins I save can get better ores from stone giants. Zhang Hao smiles but says nothing. 50 credits is indeed not a small sum for an average freshman. Aside from the school's monthly base allowance, most people need to take on tasks in the ecological park or participate in various small competitions to gather enough credits like Wu Shan. Being able to come 2 or 3 times a month is already quite good. What's more critical is that if one's strength is stuck at a certain level and unable to break through, each time they can only earn a small amount of fixed soul energy from specific layers, which may not be very cost-effective. Next to them, Angela raises her bold eyebrows and unceremoniously pours cold water on Wu Shan. Little Shan, is it easy for you to gather credits? Even if you come, how far do you think you can get? I just read the detailed explanation. Layers 1 to 10 are low-grade soul beasts, with 10 of them on the 10th layer. Layers 11 to 20 are mid-grade, and there are 10 high-grade soul beasts on the 20th layer. Think about your stone giant. How many high-grade beasts can it withstand in an attack? Wu Shan suddenly wilted, awkwardly touching the back of his head. His rock giant was currently solidly in the first-tier mid-level. With desperate effort, he might manage to take on 2 or 3 first-tier high-level foes, but when the numbers increased, he would be lost. As for the second battle pet, his soul realm was still lingering below the ordinary, far from the requirements for contracting a second one at the mid-ordinary level. In contrast, Angela, it was said, was nearing the peak of the mid-ordinary realm, and her family was looking for a suitable second battle pet for her, which made him feel both envy and a bit of loss. Chapter 41, Pure Soul Energy. Zhang Hao's gaze swept over to Zhang Hao, who had been silent beside him, the thin monkey. He still wore those black-rimmed glasses, his small figure quietly standing slightly behind the group, his eyes fixed on the towering giant ahead, lips pressed together, hardly participating in the discussion between Wu Shan and Angela. Zhang Hao sighed inwardly. Back at the beginning of the semester, the 4 of them naturally grew close because of their strength ranking among the top in Class 19. But months have passed, and circumstances have already changed. He was advancing steadily, Angela was steadily improving backed by her family. Although Wu Shan's talent and resources were somewhat lacking, he had a cheerful personality and a close relationship with Zhang Hao, allowing him to ride on the coattails. Only the thin monkey had ordinary aptitude, spiritual level bloodline but low purity, and his family background seemed average. His personality was inherently introverted and reserved. As the companion's pace quickened, he seemed to gradually fall behind. That invisible sense of disparity and the pressure of slow personal progress made him more silent, even seeming somewhat out of place in the team. Zhang Hao could sense this quietly growing gap, but he also understood that this separation was unavoidable on the path of becoming strong. Each person's opportunity, temperament, and choices were different, leading them to diverging paths. What he could do was perhaps only to extend a helping hand when the other was in need, but he could not forcibly pull them onto his fast track. Second group, prepare to enter. Teacher Xiong's voice called out, pulling Zhang Hao back from his thoughts. He, Wu Shan, Angela, the thin monkey, and Lin Xiaoyu made up the second group. The 5 of them walked to the light gate at the tower's base, swiping their student cards, deducting 50 credits each. Remember, act according to your abilities. If you encounter dangers you cannot resist, the internal protection mechanism of the tower will activate, but the soul shocks caused by soul beasts are real, and if you are heavily injured, you will need to recuperate. Teacher Xiong advised one last time. The light gate shimmered, and the 5 stepped through one by one. The space before them resembled a peeled gray canvas, with rough stone floors and mist that moved like a living thing. Ahead, soul energy gathered, forming a semi-transparent wind wolf soul beast with eyes shimmering with azure flames, exuding a first-tier mid-level aura that brought a pure soul pressure rushing over. A creation of pure soul energy, Zhang Hao could even feel the pure soul energy waves radiating from it, which was vastly different from the real monsters in the secret realm. Killing it would yield the most suitable nutrients for soul absorption, far more efficient than the diluted soul energy particles in the Shen level number 3 training room. The wind wolf soul beast let out a low growl and pounced forward, its movements swift as lightning. Zhang Hao didn't even move his feet, the ice jade bracelet on his left wrist shimmered with light, and a chilling amplification force surged up his arm. He raised his hand in a pointed gesture, ice spike technique. Hiss! A crystal clear ice spike, coiled with spiral cold air, instantly took shape and shot through the air. With the ice system spell amplification exceeding 50%, this ice spike's speed, penetrating power, and the condensation of cold air far surpassed before. Poof! The ice spike accurately pierced the Wind Wolf Soul Beast's forehead. The beast's forward momentum abruptly halted, its body shattering like broken glass, dissipating into countless light points. And at the center of those light points, a strand of soul energy as thick as a hair yet incredibly solid and pure floated out, automatically entering Zhang Hao's forehead. Cool, gentle, nurturing, the soul felt as if it were washed by the purest spring water, bringing a subtle yet tangible feeling of fulfillment. The efficiency is indeed high. Zhang Hao nodded with satisfaction and stepped onto the rotating stone steps emerging from the mist ahead. On the second level, there were 2 Wind Wolf Spirit Beasts. On the third level, 3 heads, all the way to the 10th level, where 10 first-tier mid-grade Spirit Beasts of various shapes charged at him simultaneously. Zhang Hao remained in place, his icy jade ring glowing steadily, guiding his mental power with precision. With a single ice spike for a quick kill, or several fired simultaneously, each spirit beast crumbled under the extreme cold of the ice spike technique, turning into pure soul energy that merged into a sea of consciousness. Clearing the 10th level brought him 10 strands of soul energy. His soul became clearer, like a repeatedly polished bright mirror, increasingly perceptive, sharper by a bit. On the 11th level, a rock-armored wild boar spirit beast solidified from the mist, its tusks bared and body robust, its aura shockingly reaching the upper first tier. Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow slightly. An upper first-tier spirit beast had soul energy density and strength far greater than mid-tier. Although he could kill it with the ice spike technique, it would require much more mental power, making it not cost-effective. Little Diamond. The contract light flashed, and Little Diamond stepped out of the treasure tower, its icy king aura instantly dispersing the surrounding mist. Facing the charging rock-armored wild boar, Little Diamond didn't even bother to use skills, it casually waved its sturdy ice rock arm normal attack. Bang! A dull crash echoed, and the rock-armored wild boar spirit beast was sent flying backward at a faster speed, its semi-transparent body flashing with brilliant light, almost shattering completely. Little Diamond stepped forward and delivered a final punch, utterly shattering it. Thicker and brighter soul energy floated out, merging into Zhang Hao's forehead. The nurturing feeling from this strand of soul energy nearly matched the 3 strands from the previous mid-tier spirit beasts. Indeed, the higher the level, the stronger the spirit beasts, and the better the quality of the soul energy. Zhang Hao's spirit lifted as he continued upward with Little Diamond. 12th level, 13th level. Little Diamond was like an invincible war god. Whether it was the tough-skinned bear spirit beasts or the swift and cunning leopard spirit beasts, under its overwhelming power and frost suppression, they were dealt with in a single punch or claw. Soul energy continuously flowed in, and Zhang Hao's soul felt as if it were soaking in warm spring water, slowly and steadily growing stronger and denser. He could feel his soul realm steadily improving, but the vast gap from above ordinary to breaking through to spirit level still felt distant. That was a qualitative leap, the accumulation needed far exceeded the total of the previous 3 small realms. Outside the tower, in the waiting area, the light screen representing personal status flickered slightly, and the first figure was teleported out, Lin Xiaoyu. Her face was slightly pale, her breath a bit disordered, and the crystal butterfly resting on her shoulder shone a little dim. 11th level. She said softly, her tone calm, but with a hint of helplessness upon closer listening. Her crystal butterfly specialized in mental illusion and interference, often working wonders against flesh and blood monsters. But facing these purely soul energy composed beasts, which had strong natural resistance to mental attacks, her advantage was greatly diminished. To reach the 11th level was already thanks to the butterfly's uniqueness and her own clever maneuvers. Soon, the second figure appeared, Wu Shan. He staggered out, his face pale, breathing heavily, evidently exhausted. 13th level. I almost reached the 14th level. Wu Shan wiped his sweat, his tone frustrated. The 3 first-tier upper-grade spirit beasts on the 13th level had a cleverly coordinated attack, my stone giant withstood 2, but the third one ambushed my joint. Sigh, this is much more exhausting than in the secret realm, level after level, with no time to recover and adjust strategies. He looked around, Brother Hao and Sister In, and Skinny Monkey haven't come out yet? Just as his voice fell, the light door rippled again, and Shen Hao, Skinny Monkey, walked out. He looked even more exhausted than Wu Shan, beads of sweat covering his forehead, breathing rapidly, his eyes behind the black-framed glasses carrying deep fatigue, but deep down, there was a forced, almost stubborn satisfaction. Skinny Monkey. How far did you get? Wu Shan asked. 15th level. Shen Hao's voice was a bit hoarse. 15th level? Wu Shan was surprised. Awesome, Skinny Monkey. You're better than me. Next to them, Angela frowned slightly, carefully examining Shen Hao. She could see a few subtle black scorch marks on Shen Hao's battlesuit, left by disposable explosive talismans and similar attack items. Feng Yuyun was of the wind attribute, skilled in speed and interference, and did not excel in direct offense. Given Shen Hao's apparent strength and Feng Yuyun's setup, it would be difficult to break through level 15 under normal circumstances. The only explanation was that he had used expensive one-time attack or support items. Angela shook her head inwardly. In this trial to exercise combat ability, earn credits, and soul energy, relying on consumable items to forcefully push up levels was not worth it. Reaching level 15 yields a credit reward of 100 points, equivalent to 100,000 federal coins, but if he used items worth 50 to 60,000 or more, plus the 50 credits for the ticket, the actual gain was minimal, losing the meaning of training himself. She could also feel that since the gap in strength widened, the sense of estrangement between Zhang Hao and this small group grew stronger. He no longer actively participated in discussions, and even when he spoke occasionally, it carried a detached politeness, even some deliberate silence. Like now, facing Wu Shan's praise, he merely forced a smile, his gaze downcast, unlike the past when he would adjust his glasses and softly explain a few tactics. It was a kind of indifference and distance chosen after realizing that chasing was hopeless, retreating into his own world. Why hasn't Hao Gu come out yet? Wu Shan looked at the light gate again. Over an hour had passed. Teacher Xiong Tian also noticed the monitoring screen showing the ascending level marker, Zhang Hao, level 20. A flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. Wu Shan exclaimed, "Boss Angela, look. Hao Gu is amazing, already at level 20. Just 5 more layers and he'll meet the standard, 300,000 alliance coins right away in sophomore year, awesome." Zhang Hao lowered his head, his fingers unconsciously adjusting his glasses. Level 20. That number felt like a heavy stone, pressing down on his heart. He had exhausted everything, even using trump cards to reach level 15, while Zhang Hao had easily arrived at a height he could only look up to. That kind of gap left him with no thoughts of comparison, only a deep sense of helplessness and an increasingly thick barrier. However, they all didn't know that for Zhang Hao, level 20 was just the beginning. Chapter 42, Climbing the Tower to level 35. Inside the tower, at level 21. Fog surged, forming a huge upright, furious bear soul beast, its aura unmistakably reaching low second tier. Finally, it's getting intense. Zhang Hao's eyes narrowed. Little Iron, face it head-on. Little Vine, prepare to control. Little Iron growled low, and the ice crystal shield unfolded on its own. Little Vine jumped off Zhang Hao's shoulder, deftly landing on a protruding rock behind to the side. The furious bear soul beast roared and charged, its massive paw slamming down with a gust of wind. Little Iron didn't dodge or evade, its right fist gathering cold air. The bronze skill Frost Fist met the strike. Boom! Ice shards and soul energy fragments exploded. The giant bear was knocked back 2 steps, while Little Iron's ice crystal shield shook violently. The second-tier low soul beast's strength was not to be underestimated. Little Vine, trip it up. Zhang Hao's command was clear. Little Vine's tail whipped, the Bloodline bronze skill root trip activated. Bronze roots suddenly surged from the ground beneath the bear's feet, entangling its ankle. Although it could instantly break free with its second-tier power, this momentary delay was enough. Little Iron, Frost Impact. Little Iron crouched down, the ice crystal horn phantom gathered Bloodline bronze skill Frost Impact activated. A blue comet crashed toward the unsteady giant bear. Bang! The bear soul beast was sent rolling, a large crack appearing on its chest, its soul light dimmed. Little Iron pursued, landing several Frost Fist strikes, completely defeating it. More refined and abundant soul energy flowed into Zhang Hao's body, and his soul felt a clear sense of comfort. Level 21, 22, 23 as the levels increased. The number of second-tier low-level soul beasts increased one by one at each level. The battle became intense. The cooperation between Little King Kong and Little Vine grew more and more tacit. Little Vine's root trip and entwining vines always interfered with or restricted the actions of the soul beasts at critical moments, creating excellent attack opportunities for Little King Kong. Zhang Hao moved around the outskirts, using Ice Spike to accurately take out soul beasts severely injured by Little King Kong or those trying to launch sneak attacks, while Frost Armor was ready to provide additional protection for Little King Kong, who was being besieged. On the 30th level, 10 soul beasts of different forms simultaneously appeared, surrounding Zhang Hao and the 2 pets in the center. Little King Kong, start with Frost Roar. Little Vine, prepare for area control. Zhang Hao ordered in a deep voice. Little King Kong roared to the sky. Bronze skill Frost Roar erupted with full force. Cold sound waves swept through, causing all soul beasts to freeze in place, ice forming on their surfaces. Little Vine, entangle and cover. Little Vine's spiritual energy surged, and several thick vines erupted from the ground at multiple angles. Bronze skill entwining vines released over a wide area. Though unable to ensnare all the soul beasts at once, it successfully restricted the movements of 5 or 6 of them. Frost Impact, break open the gap. Little King Kong transformed into an ice blue lightning bolt, crashing into the 2 soul beasts in front, charging into the enemy ranks. Zhang Hao's ice spike shot out like a barrage, targeting the joints and vital points of the soul beasts. A chaotic battle erupted, with frost, vines, and soul light intermingling and flashing. In the end, all 10 soul beasts were defeated, with several wounds on Little King Kong's body, Little Vine's spiritual energy nearly exhausted, and Zhang Hao slightly panting, but his eyes shone brighter. 30 strands of second-tier soul energy merged in succession, as if his soul was infused with powerful vitality, expanding his perception range and fine-tuning his control over energy. Stepping onto the staircase of the 31st level, the aura coming from the mist tightened Zhang Hao's heart, second-tier mid-level. A shadow tiger soul beast, completely black with a king pattern on its forehead and fierce eyes, slowly took form. The real test has arrived. Zhang Hao took a deep breath. Little King Kong, directly activate the silver skill. Little King Kong's silver runes glowed brightly. Silver skill, Frost Giant activated. Its body swelled to over 2 meters tall, ice crystal armor thickening like heavy armor, cold air emanating fiercely. Following that, Frost Roar erupted again, the double boost elevating its momentum to the peak. The shadow tiger soul beast seemed to sense the threat, letting out a low growl, its form turning into a blurred shadow, pouncing at an unbelievable speed. So fast. Zhang Hao's pupils contracted. Little Vine, predict and trip. Little Vine focused all its perception, its tail whipping towards the front of the shadow root trip. Hiss. Roots sprouted, and although they couldn't bind the shadow tiger, they caused its attack trajectory to slightly deviate. Now. Frost impact. Little King Kong bravely collided. Ice blue and the shadow intersected, producing sharp friction and collision sounds. The shadow tiger was knocked back, its shoulders soul light dissipating, but Little King Kong's ice crystal shield also cracked. The battle entered a fever pitch. The shadow tiger was extremely fast, with clever attacks. Little King Kong had advantages in strength and defense, but lacked agility. Little Vine's control skills became less effective against the second-tier mid-level soul beast, often only able to interfere momentarily. Zhang Hao's ice spike could hardly deal significant damage, serving only as a distraction. We can't drag this out. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth, actively guiding the soul frequency in the contract link. Resonance state, activated. A familiar feeling of power melding came, and the ice flame in Little King Kong's eyes surged violently, its aura rising once more. Its movements became swifter, and control over the frost power became even more exquisite. The pressure on the shadow tiger increased sharply. After dozens of rounds of entanglement, Little King Kong seized a moment when the tiger overpounced, under the enhancement of the resonance state, delivering a powerful frost punch combined with the remaining force of frost impact that slammed heavily into the shadow tiger's waist. Roar! The shadow tiger soul beast let out a mournful howl, its body shattered by more than half, ultimately dissipating. Zhang Hao gasped, sweat beading on his forehead, maintaining strong resonance to heavily empower the Little Vajra, bearing a significant burden on his soul. But the rewards were enormous. This strand of mid-grade second-tier soul energy was purer and more powerful than everything before. Level 32, 33, 34 with each level added a middle-tier shadow tiger soul beast. The battles became increasingly difficult, each one a narrow victory. The ice crystal armor on the Little Vajra shattered and reformed, as wounds increased. Little Vine took risks to assist multiple times by getting close to release control, draining nearly all its spiritual power, and bore scratches from the claws of the soul beasts. Zhang Hao's soul power also continued to drain. On the 35th level, 5 shadow tiger soul beasts approached in a fan shape, their fierce gazes locked onto them. The Little Vajra half-kneeled, panting heavily, its frost giant state had been released, with numerous wounds oozing ice blue energy points. Little Vine curled up beside Zhang Hao's feet, its mind's dull, seemingly lacking the strength to even lift its head. Zhang Hao also felt waves of fatigue stabbing at his soul, with barely any spiritual power left in his body. This is the final push. Zhang Hao's gaze was resolute. Little Vajra, can you activate the frost giant one more time? The Little Vajra roared softly, struggling to stand, the runes on its forehead shining again with difficulty, its body slowly puffing up, but smaller than before, clearly unstable. Little Vine, Zhang Hao looked at the weak companion at his feet, branching continuation, target Little Vajra. Upon hearing this, Little Vine strained to raise its head, a flicker of determination shone in its emerald eyes. It summoned the last breath of life energy within, its tail aimed at the Little Vajra, a surge of vibrant green energy flowed through the vines, silver skill, branching continuation. The Little Vajra trembled, the wounds on its surface healed at a visible speed, its ice blue eyes reignited with fighting spirit, breath rapidly recovering significantly. But after releasing the skill, Little Vine completely wilted, barely maintaining its form, and was reluctantly returned to the contract tower by Zhang Hao, who felt heartbroken. Roar! The healed Little Vajra charged towards the 5 shadow tigers with a fearless momentum. Frost Roar echoed again, though its power wasn't as strong as in its peak, the momentum was undiminished. Zhang Hao also transformed the last of his spiritual power into several layers of frost armor, empowering the Little Vajra, while summoning his last few ice spikes for distraction. A brutal final battle. The Little Vajra charged left and right under the siege of 5 soul beasts of the same rank, with Frost Fist and Frost Impact erupting in succession, each strike requiring all its strength. The sharp claws and bites of the soul beasts left deep wounds on its body. Zhang Hao's soul power controlled the resonance state, maximizing every ounce of energy, veins bulging at his temples. Uncertain how long had passed, when the last shadow tiger exploded under the little Vajra's desperate frost fist, the entire 35th level space was left in ruins, scattered soul energy lights drifting away. The little Vajra's massive body crashed to the ground, the frost giant's state lifted, reverting back, unconscious, as Zhang Hao immediately retrieved it to the tower for nurturing. 5 exceptionally robust and bright second-tier mid-grade soul energies floated over, merging into Zhang Hao's forehead. A massive tide of pure energy surged into his mind, delivering an intense feeling of fullness and sublimation, as if the barriers of his soul realm had shifted slightly. But he had also reached his limit. Looking at the stairs leading to the 36th level, Zhang Hao bitterly shook his head. The soul beasts had grown stronger, their numbers increased, while he had no strength left to fight. What a pity! If they were real monsters, he gazed regretfully at the slowly dissipating soul energy lights. If this pure energy could be retrieved to refine into evolution points for the origin recovering furnace, it would be a tremendous fortune. But the rules of the illusion tower stated that soul energy could only be used to nourish the soul. He decided to end the challenge. Outside the tower, there was already a commotion. When Zhang Hao's levels broke past 30, a suppressed gasp erupted from the waiting area. Was a freshman breaking through to the 30th floor on their first run? This was almost unheard of. Teacher Xiong Tian stared intently at the light screen, his eyes filled with disbelief. When the final number settled at 35, a huge cheer erupted from the entire Class 19 area. The light gate shimmered, and Zhang Hao's figure appeared. His face was somewhat pale, his breath was light, but he still stood tall, his eyes bright as ever. How goo! 35th floor. My god! Wu Shan was the first to rush over, almost incoherent with excitement, patting Zhang Hao's shoulder vigorously. You are amazing. How did you do it? Angela also stepped forward, her beautiful eyes shimmering with admiration and a hint of barely perceptible affection. Zhang Hao, you really are incredible. She had guessed that Zhang Hao might reach the 25th floor, but she never expected him to exceed it by a full 10 floors. And it was against a mid-tier second-level soul beast on the 35th floor. It's important to note that there is a significant difference between soul beasts and monster beasts. Monster beasts have physical bodies, and unless they possess special attributes, they can cause immense damage through physical, energy, or soul means. However, soul beasts are born with great resistance to soul damage and also have significant resistance to physical damage. Only pure energy damage can maximize the effect. The fact that Zhang Hao could reach the 35th floor shows just how formidable his grasp of energy damage is. Other classmates also gathered around, chattering in amazement and envy. Only Chen Ho stood quietly at the edge of the crowd, looking at Zhang Hao, who was surrounded in the center, with a complicated expression behind his glasses, and finally turned away silently, leaving alone. Teacher Xiong Tian strode over, his face adorned with a rare, hearty smile, and patted Zhang Hao's other shoulder enthusiastically. Good kid. 35th floor. On your first run to the tower, you exceeded the final exam standards. By the time you're a sophomore, the extra budget of 300,000 federal coins is guaranteed. Truly a disciple valued by Zhuan. He carefully sensed Zhang Hao's condition and advised. You've absorbed so much high-quality soul energy, your soul must have received significant nourishment. When you go back, I suggest you specifically go to the second-level soul training room to meditate for a while to digest and solidify it. Who knows, this might give your soul the chance to attempt reaching a higher level. Teacher Xiong clearly did not know that Zhang Hao's soul quality had already reached the spirit level, and his realm was even higher, attempting to breach the spirit level from the mortal realm, or else he would not speak so easily. Zhang Hao nodded, knowing that the threshold for spirit level is incredibly high, but it is indeed necessary to solidify his realm and purify soul energy. Student understands. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. This time in the tower was truly rewarding. The hefty reward of 750 credits, 50 for levels 1 to 10, 100 for levels 11 to 20, 300 for levels 21 to 30, 300 for levels 31 to 35, instantly eased his financial pressure. More importantly, the pure soul energy accumulated from mid-tier first level to mid-tier second level, dozens of strands, was like a feast for the soul, nourishing and strengthening his soul origin in an unprecedented way, laying an incredibly solid foundation for future attempts to breach the spirit level realm. Chapter 43, The Newcomer Advancement Competition. The 750 credits gained from the illusory battle tower trial acted like timely rain, injecting abundant vitality into Zhang Hao's tense resource chain. He hesitated not at all and immediately made a precise plan for this fortune. The first part, 300 credits, invested deep into the soul. He exchanged for 10 hours of access to the second-level pure soul energy training room. At a rate of 30 credits per hour, it was even more expensive than the mysterious level room number 3, which combined energy and soul energy, but its effect was extraordinary. The assembled soul energy in the room was pure and gentle, like a gentle stream, requiring no effort to refine, as it could directly nourish and strengthen the soul origin. Zhang Hao immersed himself in it for 2 hours every day, while also guiding the digestion of the high-quality soul energy stored in his body, derived from the dozens of layers of the illusory battle tower, combining both internal and external. His sea of consciousness was like parched earth receiving much-needed rain, and his soul became more solid and resilient at a visible speed. The barrier of the mortal realm was repeatedly washed and solidified. Although the gap to impact the spirit level remained unreachable, the foundation had already become far more solid than the same level. His soul perception became increasingly sharp, and his control over his own energy and insight into the contract connection had stepped up to a new level. The second part, 300 credits, nurturing the dual pets. Little Diamond and Little Vine each received a 10-hour exclusive training room. Little Diamond entered the second-tier Ice Attribute training room, where the dense, almost tangible ice-cold energy almost froze the space. It nestled within, frantically absorbing, and the 4 bulges on its back seemed to solidify further under the energy wash, its ice crystal armor sparkling more brightly with an even deeper and more restrained aura. Though it did not directly break through, its foundation was undoubtedly more solid, and its control over the Frost Giant state became more effortless. In the second-tier Wood Attribute training room, Little Vine was surrounded by a vibrant green ocean. The surging life energy and pure wood spirit energy completely enveloped it. Little Vine, already on the verge of breaking through due to absorbing the pseudo-second-tier origin and bloodline purification, finally burst through the bottleneck in this excellent environment. Gee! Accompanied by a clear, long cry, the vine patterns on Little Vine's surface suddenly brightened, changing from deep green to a deeper ink green, with a faint bronze-colored shimmer flowing. Its size increased slightly, and the vines became more flexible and powerful, the life aura it emitted growing several times stronger. First-tier high quality, breakthrough successful. Not only that, but in the shining light of the breakthrough, its original bronze skill, flying leaf piercing, underwent a strange shift. The edges of the blade-shaped flying blade were dyed with a layer of bloodline-specific bronze luster, its flight trajectory became more mysterious, and both its piercing power and the accompanying would attribute energy erosion effect significantly increased, transitioning to a bronze bloodline skill. This meant Little Vine finally had a stable and considerable long-range attack method. Though its power still could not compare to Little Diamond's raging strength, it was no less than Zhang Hao's full-strength, ice spike technique, yet more agile and cunning. Most importantly, with the increase in realm and surging vitality, the side effects of its silver skill, transplanting life, would be greatly reduced, it would no longer be completely exhausted after use, and its support endurance would rise sharply. The third part, the last 150 credits, used for collaborative improvement. Zhang Hao opened the Mystic Level 3 training room again, this time bringing Little Diamond and Little Vine with him. With a dual pet and one master, they cultivated together under the rich nurturing of both energy and soul energy, pushing the efficiency of energy flow and resonance to new heights. The training speed reached an astonishing daily concentration of nearly 100 points of starlight. If Wu Shan and others knew this number, they would surely drop their jaws in shock. Even Angela, without special resource enhancement, would have trouble exceeding a daily concentration speed of 60 points. However, amid his joy, Zhang Hao felt a deeper pressure and clarity. 100 points a day, to condense a thread of star essence, 1,500 points of starlight, would take 15 days. And to break through to the second-tier low quality, at least 100 threads of gas need to be condensed, that's 1,500 days, over 4 years. This simple calculation weighed heavily on his heart. No wonder among the second-year seniors, the successful breakthroughs to the second tier were as rare as phoenix feathers, with the proportion reportedly less than 1 in 10. Among thousands of first-year students, perhaps only a mere 300 would step into the second tier during the second year. The path of cultivation becomes increasingly difficult, the barriers of time and resources are suffocating. Of course, as the contract master's realm improves, the pet's strength increases, and higher-level cultivation resources are obtained, the training speed will gradually accelerate. But this also made Zhang Hao understand better why those noble clans and academic factions were so important. The resources, shortcuts, and high-level guidance they provide are the key to breaking through these terrifying time barriers. We cannot slack off, we must seize every opportunity. The light in Zhang Hao's eyes grew more determined. On February 5, at the Central Arena, a special area for the freshman advancement match. The circular stands, capable of holding tens of thousands, were packed today, and the atmosphere was lively. But for the vast majority of freshmen, this was just a spectator's event. Only the top 10 determined by the previous month's exam were the real stars today. In Class 19, Teacher Zhu Wen personally led the team. The 10 freshmen stood in a line. Apart from Zhang Hao, he only recognized Zhao Zong, while the others were mostly top students from other classes, exchanging scrutinizing glances filled with fighting spirit. Teacher Zhu Wen stood at the front, his voice clearly entering everyone's ears. Let me emphasize the rules again. Your opponents are second-year seniors, divided into 3 batches. He raised one finger. The first batch, 50 people. Their strength mostly hovers around the high-quality first level, stuck at a bottleneck with little chance of a breakthrough in the short term. Their battle pets are relatively ordinary, they are your most likely opponents to achieve all victories. The second finger went up, the second batch, 50 people. They too are mostly high-quality first level, but their potential is greater, close to the verge of breaking through, and their battle pets are better trained, with more reasonable skill combinations, far exceeding the first batch. He raised a third finger, the third batch, 50 people. True low-quality second-level contract masters. Even if they have just entered this realm, their soul strength, total spiritual power, and battle pet ranks all show a qualitative difference from you. Challenging opponents of a higher level might be possible with battle pets, but challenging a fellow genius who has a higher realm, the difficulty increases exponentially. His gaze swept over the 10, especially lingering on Zhang Hao and Zhao Zong. Competition mechanism, each of you will start by challenging from the first batch. You can randomly draw one senior from this batch to fight. After winning, you can choose to challenge a higher-ranked opponent in this batch, or you can directly advance to challenge the second batch. With every defeat of a senior, that senior and everyone ranked below them must deduct 10,000 federal coins as a reward for the victor. A wave of low murmurs resonated from the audience. This rule clearly implied double motivation, both urging the second-year seniors not to slack off and providing immense benefits to the standout freshmen. For example, Teacher Zhu when illustrated. If you challenge the 30th person in the first batch and win, then from the 30th to the 50th seniors, each will deduct 10,000, and you will earn 210,000. If you then challenge and defeat the 10th place, then from the 10th to the 29th, again each will deduct 10,000, earning you another 200,000, totaling 410,000. If you manage to take down the first place in the first batch, then all 50 will deduct 10,000, and you will gain 500,000. Once you advance to the second batch, the rules are the same, but the basic rewards may increase. If you can clear 3 rounds, especially against the top of the third batch Teacher Zhu and did not finish, but the implication in his eyes was clear, it would be an unimaginable, rich reward. Zhang Hao quickly calculated in his mind. If he could challenge and win against the first in all 3 batches, just from the federal coin rewards alone, he would claim at least 1.5 million. This did not include additional resources, credits, and privileges that the school and department might offer. But he kept his mind clear. His gaze shifted to the second-year seniors waiting in the athletes area, their breath steady and concentrated, especially the pressure subtly emanating from the third batch, making him keenly aware of the gap. Teacher Zhuan walked over to Zhang Hao, whispering, "Zhang Hao, this competition forbids the use of disposable attack items or other external factors, it's all based on your own strength. My suggestion is, in the first 2 batches, try your best to aim for the top, targeting 1 million federal coins. This would provide huge benefits for your future training. As for the third batch, assess your limits. Even if you lose, it's a rare training opportunity that allows you to see the gap with the true second level early. The future is long, and with your talent, catching up won't be difficult." Zhang Hao nodded, his gaze calm. "Teacher, I understand. For the first 2 batches, I will strive for the best. For the third batch, I will choose suitable opponents." Chapter 44, The Past? Ignored. Zhang Hao, as the first new student to appear, stood on one side of the arena, his gaze calmly sweeping over the list of the first group of sophomore seniors across from him. Without much hesitation, his finger directly pointed at the top of the list. Number 1, Louis, sophomore, class 17. A low murmur of surprise rose from the crowd below. To directly challenge the strongest of the first batch? This new student is quite bold. As the light shifted, a graceful figure leaped onto the stage. The senior named Louis had a pair of peach blossom eyes, smiling before she spoke, her gaze glistening with a watery sheen. She looked at Zhang Hao, the corners of her lips curving into a charming arc, her voice soft. "Junior, you challenge me first? Later you must be gentle with me, okay?" As she spoke, she playfully blinked her eyes. However, in that seemingly teasing moment, a subtle mental fluctuation, like invisible spider silk, quietly wrapped around Zhang Hao's consciousness. This was not an attack, but more like a guidance, an insinuation, trying to stir emotions and lower his guard. Zhang Hao's brow furrowed slightly. His spiritual quality at the soul level combined with the sharp sensitivity brought by his cultivated status allowed him to instantly capture this foreign mental force. Within his consciousness, the source of his soul slightly brightened, effortlessly dispersing that trivial guidance like dew meeting sunlight. Seeing that Zhang Hao's expression remained unaffected, and his gaze becoming increasingly cold and sharp, Louis' smile stiffened for a moment, a flicker of surprise and annoyance flashing in her eyes. Her methods had always worked well on boys. Once the opponent's mind wavered, her battle pets could exert an even stronger mental suppression effect. But this time, it seemed she had hit a wall. "Please guide me, senior." Zhang Hao spoke calmly, with no hint of fluctuation in his voice. Louis lightly huffed, retracting her charm, her eyes becoming serious. She waved her hand, the contract light flashing repeatedly. The first to appear was a fox, entirely snow-white, with only its eyes and tail tip radiating a faint pink glow, elegant in form, yet its gaze held a lively cunning and depth. The jade-faced fox, soul type, low second grade, spiritual bloodline. Next, a cloud of swirling white mist as if it were alive gathered beside her. Water flow cloud, water type, high first grade, spiritual bloodline. Louis' tactical core was clear. The jade-faced fox primarily attacked with mental interference and soul impact, while the water flow cloud created environmental cover and spiritual isolation. Together, they could create a fog illusion on the battlefield, putting the opponent in a state of sensory chaos and mental erosion, quickly leading to defeat. Jade-faced, illusion-weaving net. Waterflow, heavenly fog barrier, followed by mind mist isolation. Louis shouted charmingly. The pink glow in the jade-faced fox's eyes grew stronger, and its invisible mental energy spread like a tide, trying to weave illusions to confuse perception. The water flow cloud suddenly expanded, thick white mist instantly engulfing most of the arena from its center, obscuring vision completely, and even probing with spiritual power felt like crashing into a soft wall, sharply compressing the range of perception. The connection of double skills was extremely fast, and almost instantly, the arena turned into a bizarre space of pure white, where even sounds seemed to be absorbed. However, in the center of the fog barrier, Zhang Hao calmly summoned Little King Kong. Roar! The Icy King's presence erupted with a mighty force. Even with the fog barrier, that chilling aura and heavy pressure still penetrated, making Louis and her two battle pets feel a shiver of fear. Zhang Hao's spiritual power easily pierced through the weakened effects of the mind mist isolation, under the faint glow of the ice jade handring, accurately locking onto the position of the water flow cloud. This cloud of mist was the key to maintaining the environment. Little King Kong, 15 meters to the front left, ice storm impact. The command was clearly conveyed through their contract link. Without hesitation, Little King Kong, in the white mist, crouched down, gathering the illusion of an ice crystal horn. The Bloodline bronze skill, Frost Impact, activated. Boom! A frosty blue comet tore through the thick fog, smashing powerfully into the water flow cloud, desperately trying to maintain the mist barrier. Louis' face changed dramatically. Water flow, quickly disperse. Ah! The command was not finished when a violent crash and a heart-wrenching wail echoed simultaneously. The white fog churned violently, then thinned at a visible speed. The white mist formed by the water flow cloud was violently scattered by the impact, the core dull, barely maintaining its shape, and was quickly withdrawn by Louis in panic into the contract treasure tower. Severe injury. The mist barrier shattered, the illusion failed before it could form. The scene on the stage became clear again. The jade-faced fox flashed a look of fear but still followed its master's command, launching the bronze bloodline skill, Spirit Impact, at Zhang Hao and Little Gold. An invisible mental spike shot forth. Zhang Hao's sea of consciousness shook slightly, a coolness from the icy jade bracelet steadied his soul origin like a mountain, easily diffusing the impact, only feeling a slight pressure at the center of his forehead. Little Gold was affected even less. Its royal bloodline in Frost will gave it a natural resistance to this type of mental attack. It's over. Zhang Hao's voice was steady. At Zhang Hao's signal, Little Gold did not even use other skills, it simply stepped forward, its massive body slamming a right fist carrying a howling cold wind directly at the retreating jade-faced fox. Boom! The jade-faced fox was hit as if by a battering ram, rolling out with a mournful cry, its soul light dissipating, also severely injured and retreating from the battlefield. From start to finish, it took less than a minute. Louis' renowned mist illusion tactic seemed as fragile as paper against Zhang Hao's formidable soul resistance and Little Gold's absolute power and speed. Louis stood frozen, her face alternating between green and red. Finally, she stomped her foot in anger, glared at Zhang Hao, and muttered under her breath, "Heartless ice block," as she reluctantly left the stage. Her defeat meant that the first batch of 50 seniors would each lose 10,000 federal coins, totaling 500,000, which would count as Zhang Hao's reward. After a brief silence in the audience, enthusiastic cheers and gasps erupted. Especially in Class 19's area, Wushan was so excited he nearly jumped up. "Brother, how is awesome! So cool!" Next up was Zhao Zong. As expected, he chose to challenge the first place of the first batch, Louis, who had just been defeated and was quickly recovering with the logistics team. Seeing Zhao Zong's cold face, Louis felt a jolt in her heart, cursing her bad luck. But the rules were clear, so she had no choice but to step up again. The result was without suspense. Zhao Zong's luminous rock-heavy armor beast displayed a different domineering style compared to Zhang Hao's Little Gold, enduring the jade-faced fox's hurriedly released Soul Whisper, Interference, and with two heavy Rock Gold Press attacks combined with Alloy Smash, he once again severely injured Louis' two battle pets into glowing orbs. Louis, she felt like a NPC exclusively handing out points. When the third confident freshman, thinking he could take advantage, stepped up to challenge her, Louis finally regained some dignity. Under the opponent's underestimation and impulsiveness, the complete mist illusion combined with the jade-faced fox's illusions and soul impact easily defeated him. But just thinking about her two injuries leading to potential treatment costs and the guaranteed loss of 20,000 federal coins made her frown again. Zhang Hao did not pay attention to the ongoing farce behind. His gaze had already shifted to the waiting area for the second batch of seniors. There, a dark gaze like a venomous snake locked onto him tightly. It was a tall, thin boy with a slightly sinister look. The nameplate on his chest displayed his name and rank, Yu Gu, first place in the second batch. Zhang Hao frowned slightly, he could sense the malice in the other's gaze, which seemed to contain not only fighting spirit but also a sort of resentment. He did not know this person and thought it was merely the opponent's rank as the top of the second batch, but He became interested or dissatisfied with this new student who easily conquered the first batch of rankings. He did not know that Yu Gu was the boss behind the organization that plundered resources from the previous seniors in the ecological park. After those guys returned, in order to shirk their responsibility for mission failure and resource loss, they portrayed Zhang Hao as a brazen, deliberately targeting them and robbing their respectful resources while deliberately concealing Zhao Zong's existence. In Yu Gu's view, Zhang Hao's actions were a slap in his face, cutting off his source of income. At this moment, it was a classic case of enemies meeting, eyes full of hatred. Soon, it was Zhang Hao's turn to choose his second batch of opponents. He did not hesitate at all, and his finger pointed once again to the number one, Yu Gu. "Humph, truly an ignorant fool," Yu Gu sneered, leaping onto the stage, standing face to face with Zhang Hao, his eyes cold. "Kid, I heard you were quite arrogant? You dare to touch my things?" Hearing this, Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow, a perfectly matched look of confusion on his face. "Your things? Do I know you?" He really had no impression. He didn't even remember the names of those people from the ecological park, let alone know there was such a boss behind it all. This indifferent tone with a hint of disregard was like adding fuel to the fire. Yu Gu's face instantly turned iron blue, grinding his teeth. "Good, very good. Soon, I will let you know the consequences of offending me, Yu Gu." The referee signaled for the match to begin. Yu Gu waved his hands, and the contract's light shone brightly. A giant wolf appeared, standing nearly 1.5 meters tall, with fur mixed in red and blue, sharp fangs, surrounded by waves of wind and fire energy. The Wind Flame Wolf, wind and fire dual attributes, second tier low grade, King Bloodline. Next, a strange bamboo, 3 meters high, with a silver-purple thunder pattern covering its body, crackling with energy, took root in the arena. Thunder bamboo, thunder and wood dual attributes, second tier low grade, Spirit Bloodline. Dual attribute battle pets. Moreover, the fierce combination of wind and fire paired with controlling paralysis was a great match for this Thunderwood. The audience erupted in exclamations. This configuration truly deserved the top of the second batch. The Wind Flame Wolf was the main attacker, while the Thunder Bamboo provided control and support. The tactical plan was clear, and both were second-tier low-grade. The pressure on the freshman was immense. Angela, Wu Shan, and others were breaking a sweat. Although they had confidence in Zhang Hao, Yu Gu's displayed strength was clearly far superior to the previous Louis. On the stage, Yu Gu showed a sinister smile. Wind Flame launched the Whirlwind Fireball attack. Thunder Bamboo, use Thunder Vine Wrap to restrict that ice monkey. First, cripple its mobility. The Wind Flame Wolf opened its mouth, and several fireballs rotating with orange-red airflow howled out, covering the movement area of the Little Gold King. The Thunder Bamboo, with its roots flashing with lightning, shot out several azure bamboo vines that were agile like snakes, wrapping around the Little Gold King's legs from different directions. The cooperation was seamless, and the offensive was fierce. Zhang Hao's eyes were calm, and his mind raced. He did not summon the Little Vine. Instead, he first put a layer of frost armor on the Little Gold King, while the Ice Jade bracelet glowed, enhancing ice resistance. Little Gold King, use Ice Crystal Shield, dodge to the right front, and shatter the fireball with Frost Punch. The Little Gold King growled, and the Ice Crystal Shield unfolded instantly, while its massive body displayed astonishing agility, sidestepping forward, avoiding most of the thunder vines, its right fist exploding with cold air. The bronze skill, Frost Punch, was unleashed in succession, smashing the whirlwind fireballs coming at it in midair. Ice and fire clashed, creating a cloud of mist. Not bad. Wind Flame Claw Strike, up close. Thunder Bamboo, Lightning Leaf Spike, to disrupt the Contract Master. Seeing the first wave of offense get thwarted, Yu Gu immediately changed tactics. The Wind Flame Wolf transformed into a shadow of red and blue as it leaped up, claws entwined with wind and fire, ripping through the air. The Thunder Bamboo's upper leaves trembled, and dozens of bamboo leaves covered in silver-purple lightning shot towards Zhang Hao himself like a violent storm. Little Gold King, Ice Frost Roar, shake it off. Zhang Hao ordered while raising his hand, the ice spike spell firing successively, accurately shattering or freezing the electric bamboo leaves shooting towards him. Chapter 45, Double Strike. Little King Kong's chest puffed up bronze skill, Frost Roar, erupted with full power. The icy sound wave mixed with solid cold air exploded in a circular shape. The Wind Flame Wolf that rushed in was hit head-on by the sound wave, mixed with physical shock and attribute restraint. Its forward momentum abruptly halted, and the flames on its body dimmed, causing a brief moment of stiffness in its movements. The leaf spikes shot by Thunder Bamboo were also affected by the sound wave, their trajectory skewed. Now's the time. Little Vine. Zhang Hao finally summoned his second battle pet. A flash of emerald light appeared, and the agile, vine-like mouse with dark green and bronze luster appeared at Zhang Hao's flank. Its tail suddenly whipped towards the direction of the Wind Flame Wolf, the bronze bloodline skill, flying leaf piercing, after its leap. No longer ordinary leaves, but dozens of razor-sharp dark green flying blades, shimmering with bronze luster and as thin as dragonfly wings. They whistled out, moving in cunning trajectories, targeting the Wind Flame Wolf's weak spots like its eyes, nose tip, and joints, performing high-speed harassment and cutting. Though it was hard to cause severe damage, it was enough to annoy the Wind Flame Wolf, forcing it to divert its attention to dodge or swipe its claws to block, disrupting its continuous attack. What? Yu Gu was taken aback. He never expected Zhang Hao actually had two pets, and that this vine mouse's remote harassment was so bothersome. Thunder Bamboo, Lightning Break Prison, get rid of that mouse first. Yu Gu shouted angrily, deciding to remove this thorn in his side. Thunder Bamboo's entire body erupted with dazzling silver light, terrifying lightning attribute energy wildly gathered at its tip. Zhang Hao's eyes narrowed. Little King Kong, Silver Skill, Frost Giant. Interrupt it. Little King Kong's forehead silver runes glowed bright. Silver Skill, Frost Giant, activated. Its body roared and grew to over 2 meters tall, ice crystal armor thickened like heavy armor, its breath soaring. Ignoring the entanglement with the flying leaves, it took big steps like a frost giant, rushing towards the charging Thunder Bamboo, while again unleashing Frost Roar, expanding the cold domain, attempting to interfere with the gathering lightning attribute energy. No way. Wind Flame, Hell Howl, block it. Yu Gu hurriedly commanded his main pet to assist. The Wind Flame Wolf forcibly broke free from the flying leaves and raised its head, letting out a fierce wolf howl. Bronze Bloodline skill, Wind Flame Hell Howl. A rotating storm mixed with wind blades and blazing flames charged toward the charging Little King Kong. Little Vine, roots to trip, target the Wind Flame Wolf's feet. Zhang Hao changed his command again. Little Vine gathered its spirit power and aimed at the place where the Wind Flame Wolf stood while casting its skill. The tail swung with all its might. Bloodline Bronze skill, Root Trap. This time the roots were thicker and tougher, glimmering with a bronze metallic sheen, bursting from the ground with greater binding force. Halfway through the Wind Flame Wolf's skill release, its feet suddenly became strongly entangled, causing its body to sway. Though it broke free instantly, the accuracy and power of Wind Flame Hell Howl were affected, and the storm's trajectory became skewed. Little King Kong, with the dual boosts of Frost Giant and Frost Roar, braved the edge damage from the skewed storm. Its ice crystal shield vibrated violently but did not shatter. It charged ahead, instantly reaching Thunder Bamboo, its two fists filled with cold air coalescing with countless frost runes. The strongest, Frost Fist, Dual Fist Strike. No! Thunder Bamboo, disperse quickly. Yu Gu's eyes widened with despair. Boom! The Frost Fist collided with the just-formed massive lightning pillar, followed by a deafening explosion. Ice shards, lightning, and shattered bamboo fragments flew everywhere. Thunder Bamboo let out a tragic crack sound, its bamboo body crushed by the terrible force and cold, the lightning completely vanishing, seriously injured and weak, and was recalled by the contract light. Pooh! Yu Gu's face turned pale. With his main battle pet crippled, the Wind Flame Wolf was left alone and unsupported. Little King Kong turned around, engaging in combat with the Wind Flame Wolf that had freed itself from the roots. In the state of Frost Giant, Little King Kong held an absolute advantage. Meanwhile, Little Vine on the periphery continued to harass with Flying Leaf Piercing and Root Trap. Limit the movements of the Wind Flame Wolf. After several rounds, the Wind Flame Wolf was struck away by Little King Kong's powerful frost impact, followed by a series of frost fists hitting its vital points, howling as it collapsed, severely injured and losing its fighting ability. The battle was over. On the stage, Yu Gu's face was pale, swaying unsteadily, unable to believe his two heavily injured battle pets were being recalled. Then he suddenly looked up, his gaze fixed on Zhang Hao, who was calm and even hadn't used his second battle pet to full strength. Little Tang was only providing remote harassment and control. How is this possible, you? How dare you? His voice was dry and hoarse. Zhang Hao recalled Little King Kong and Little Tongue, glancing at him coolly, as if looking at an irrelevant bystander, then turned to signal the referee, ready to leave the stage. This complete disregard was more humiliating and enraging to Yu Gu than any mockery could be. Stop! Yu Gu yelled, his voice distorted with anger. You dare to take my little brother's things, break my rules. Do you know the power of the Yu family? You? Zhang Hao paused slightly, turned half his face, his brows raised again, still wearing that calm expression with a hint of confusion, as if trying to remember. Yu family? Who? Have we met? You? Yu Gu felt a tightness in his chest, almost spitting out blood. How could the other party not even remember who he was or what was happening? This condescending disregard made him feel like a clown, all his anger and threats hitting empty air. In the audience, Class 19 was already in an uproar. Brother Hao is unbeatable. Double pets crush them. So strong. The first of the second batch has just been wiped out? Ha ha ha, look at that guy's expression, it's killing me. Wu Shan was so excited he was dancing. Angela's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Zhang Hao's back. Even Zhao Zong nodded slightly from a distance, clearly recognizing the strength and tactics displayed by Zhang Hao in this battle. Teacher Zhu Wen showed a pleased smile. Teacher Xiong Tian also praised beside him. Old Zhu, your student is something else. The first of the second batch, a double attribute king-level battle pet, was crushed directly by him, and he barely got hurt at all. This strength is absolutely top-notch among second-year students. Other new and old students from different classes looked at Zhang Hao with shock, envy, and fear, their expressions complex. At this moment, Zhang Hao's name truly left a deep impression in the hearts of many first and second year students. Zhang Hao ignored the commotion behind him and Yu Gu's resentful gaze. He walked straight down the stage, feeling calm and collected. The first place from 2 batches and a reward of 1,000,000 federal coins were within reach. His eyes had already turned to the back of the contestant area, where the third batch, the real second-tier low-level contract masters, were located. Third batch. Zhang Hao felt a flicker of battle intent but also a sense of caution. The stage lights seemed to focus entirely on Zhang Hao. The crushing victories of the previous 2 batches, especially the way he shattered Yu Gu's mentality, made him the undisputed center of attention in the arena. The remaining new student challenges continued, but it was hard to stir up any waves. Zhao Zong followed closely, also choosing to challenge the top of the second batch, Yu Gu, who had just been severely injured by Zhang Hao and was barely restored by quick treatment. Yu Gu, with a pale face, stepped onto the stage again, looking at the indifferent Zhao Zong across from him, feeling a surge of frustration and anger. "Do you really think I'm some soft persimmon that anyone can squeeze?" he roared, summoning the Wind Flame Wolf and Thunder Bamboo again. Although they weren't in peak condition, his battle intent was fueled by humiliation, becoming even more violent. However, Zhao Zong demonstrated with strength that in the face of true depth, anger was meaningless. The contract light flickered, and beside Zhao Zong, in addition to the mountain-like Lunyanjin heavy-armored beast, there appeared a swift, shadow-like dark figure, the Phantom Wind Demon Wolf, Demon type, first-tier low-level, king-level bloodline, elite quality. It was slightly smaller than the Wind Flame Wolf but had a streamlined body full of explosive power. 4 claws coiled around a faint black mist, cold and bloodthirsty crimson eyes. Dual king-level bloodlines. Dual elite qualifications. Gasps of surprise rose once more from beneath the arena. If Zhang Hao's dual pet system stands out for its core and exquisite support, then Zhao Zong's setup can be described as magnificent, with both battle pets having almost equal potential and no obvious shortcomings in resource allocation. This is the standard model for training successors among core members of a great family, and compared to this, the Yuja of Guqing shows a clear gap. The battle almost mirrored Zhang Hao's previous match, yet it appeared even colder and more efficient. The Shadow Wind Demon Wolf, using the Bronze skill, Demonic Mist Flash, and Ghostly Speed, targeted Thunder Bamboo, whose magical energy had a corrosive effect on wood attributes, making it hard for Thunder Bamboo to stabilize and unleash control skills. The Luyan Heavy Armor Beast clashed head-on with the Wind Flame Wolf, with the Gilded Barrier taking the Wind Flame Purgatory Howl head-on, followed by Alloy Shatter delivering a heavy punch to break through defenses. When Yu Gu gritted his teeth and commanded the Wind Flame Wolf to use the Bronze Bloodline skill, Wind Flame Purgatory Howl, in an attempt to drive back the Heavy Armor Beast, the Shadow Wind Demon Wolf suddenly activated the Bronze Bloodline skill, Shadow Wolf Thousand Flashes, transforming into dozens of indistinguishable afterimages that swept past the Wind Flame Wolf's side, one true form's sharp claw, infused with magical energy, viciously tearing open the Wind Flame Wolf's flank. Yu Gu's 2 battle pets fell to the ground, severely wounded, almost simultaneously once again. Who are you?" Yu Gu stared at his battle pets being quickly recalled again, his voice hoarse and filled with an unbearable refusal to accept. In such a short time, being defeated twice in the same crushing manner by 2 newcomers, this blow far surpassed any physical injury. Zhao Zong didn't even cast a glance in his direction, calmly recalling his battle pets, giving a slight nod to the referee, then turned to leave the arena. That indifferent disregard was more lethal than any verbal mockery. Yu Gu stood on the stage, his face pale as if all strength had been drained from him, staggering off the stage amidst laughter and murmurs. As the challenges continued, the performances of the remaining 8 newcomers starkly revealed the cruelty of reality to everyone present. Among them, the best performer only just made it to 10th place in the first batch before being defeated. Many stopped at the ranks of 20 or 30. Challenging demon beasts at a higher level in the secret realm of the tower is entirely different from battling well-trained, strategically clear contract masters of the same rank in the arena. The lack of sufficiently powerful core battle pets, the absence of a mature tactical system, and the gap in soul levels and spiritual energy reserves, all these factors made them clearly aware of the chasm between themselves and the top geniuses. In the end, the only 2 who successfully advanced to the third batch of challenges were the 2 who shone brightly from the start: Zhang Hao and Zhao Zong. Chapter 46, Flying Battle Pets Are Tough to Beat. Resonance resumed for second battle. The roulette spun again, and it was time for Zhang Hao to choose his opponent. On the light screen, 50 names and brief information of the third batch were listed, each representing an official contract master who had entered the second tier, their auras heavy and solid. Teacher Zhu Wen quietly approached Zhang Hao and whispered, "Zhang Hao, the third batch is different from the first 2. Starting from the 24th place, most upperclassmen have successfully contracted a third battle pet, and their combat power will undergo a qualitative change. I suggest you choose the 25th, Lu Ming. He has just stabilized in the second tier low rank, specializing in 1 attack and 1 control, with clear tactics. This will allow you to fully experience the gap between you and a real second tier contract master, while not being completely suppressed by the number of his battle pets. Zhang Hao glanced at the information of Lu Ming, second-tier low-rank contract master, soul-level spirit grade. He nodded. The teacher's choice was very prudent. He knew that his ability to kill mid-tier second-class demon beasts in the secret realm relied on the king-level bloodline of Little King Kong, skill configuration, and terrain factors, but facing a similarly talented contract master whose battle pets were systematically trained and whose level was even higher than his own, the situation would be completely different. I choose the 25th position, Senior Lu Ming. A flash of light and shadow, a slightly chubby boy with a warm smile jumped onto the stage. He looked completely harmless and even took the initiative to salute Zhang Hao, laughing brightly. Junior Zhang Hao, I've heard a lot about you. Back in our freshman year, no one could match you in Junior Zhao Zone. You both fought your way to the third batch. Impressive. I really believe in you. Confronted with such kindness, Zhang Hao also softened his expression, smiling as he returned the greeting. Thank you for the compliment, Senior. Please give it your all, and I will hold nothing back. Good. I'd been waiting for those words. Lu Ming's eyes lit with battle intent. The referee's signal came down. Come out, my partner. Lu Ming shouted lightly. A loud eagle's cry pierced the sky. A giant eagle with a wingspan over 4 meters, its feathers like dark golden metal and eyes sharp as blades, spiraled out. The golden swift eagle, gold attribute, second-tier mid-grade, royal bloodline, elite qualification. At the same time, the ground beneath him cracked, and numerous sturdy brown vines with knots burst forth, quickly intertwining to form a towering 4-meter giant vine plant. The kudzu vine, wood attribute, second-tier low-grade, spirit bloodline, excellent qualification. One in the air, one on the ground, one offense, one control, a standard and efficient combination. What made Zhang Hao's gaze sharpen was that Lu Ming lightly leaped and landed steadily on the broad back of the golden swift eagle. With a flap of its wings, the eagle soared rapidly, circling in the air, 10 meters high above the stage. Flying type core battle pet. This type is extremely difficult for early-stage contract masters to deal with. The advantage of air supremacy is too great. Junior, be careful. Lu Ming, high in the air, reminded, launching the first attack. Kudzu, rooting restraint, restrict the ground. Eagle, golden feather barrage, cover. The main stem of the kudzu vine trembled, and several thick vines shot out rapidly toward the legs of the little King Kong like a dragon swooping in. In the air, the golden swift eagle flapped its wings, sending dozens of glimmering metallic feathers raining down like arrows, covering the area where Zhang Hao and the little King Kong were located. Little King Kong, hold strong with the ice crystal shield. Little vine, root and trip, to counter the main root of the kudzu vine. Zhang Hao responded calmly. The surface of the little King Kong's body spun open the ice crystal shield, clinking and clanging as it blocked most of the golden feathers. Little vine darted out nimbly, its tail whirling toward the ground where the kudzu vine rooted. The copper bloodline skill, root and trip, activated. Although it could not substantially bind the second-tier kudzu vine, the sudden emergence of the tough roots successfully disturbed its rooting restraint, release rhythm, slowing down several vines. Oh. Not bad for support. Lu Ming praised while his gaze sharpened further. Eagle, sharp beak strike, probe. Kudzu, vine net cage, divide the battlefield. The golden swift eagle dove gracefully, its beak gathering golden light, like golden lightning aiming for the shoulder joint of the little King Kong. At the same time, the kudzu vine rapidly wove a gigantic vine net from the ground, trying to separate the little King Kong from Zhang Hao and little vine behind. We can't be passively beaten, let's first deal with the ground control point. Zhang Hao's mind raced, and he made an instant decision. Little King Kong, unleash your full power, break the kudzu vine first. Little vine, distract the eagle with your leaves to create an opportunity for the main attack. Roar. Feeling his master's determination, the little King Kong let out a furious roar. The silver rune on its forehead and the contract link on its chest exploded into brilliant light. Silver skill, Frost Giant, activated. Its body surged to a towering height of 2 meters and 5, ice armor thickened, cold air soaring to the sky. Copper skill, Frost Roar, stacked. The icy domain expanded, rapidly lowering the temperature of the battlefield. Resonance state activated. Zhang Hao's spirit-level soul power was poured in wholly, clashing and overlapping with the energy within the little King Kong. Its aura erupted like a volcano, instantly breaking through the upper-tier boundary of the first tier, violently touching the threshold of the second tier. Even in its quality, it appears even more pure and sharp due to the royal bloodline and resonance. What? Lu Ming in the air gasped, his pupils shrinking, and exclaimed in shock. Your soul realm is definitely not at the spirit level. This is self-resonance? How is that possible? As a second tier, with a soul already at the spirit level, he naturally understood the drawbacks of the forced resonance secret technique, and understood even more the rarity and difficulty of self-resonance. A first-year freshman with a soul realm of a mere commoner could actually open self-resonance so smoothly. This completely shattered his understanding. The battlefield did not give him time to be shocked. The little diamond at the peak of dual enhancement and resonance poured all its strength into this one impact. It pushed off with all four limbs, the ice surface shattered, and the ice crystal unicorn shadow above its head solidified like a blue diamond spear. The Bloodline bronze skill Frost Impact slammed with a ferocity never seen before, crashing towards Gujen, who was casting Vine Cage. Gujen, full defense. Earth Vein Gujen Prison. Lu Ming shouted urgently. Gujen frantically mobilized energy to unleash the strongest bronze bloodline skill Earth Vein Gujen Prison, but the little diamond's speed was too fast. The extreme cold arrived first, the surface of the vines instantly covered in thick frost, becoming stiff and brittle. Then, Frost Impact descended. Boom! The huge sound of shattering exploded. The ice crystal unicorn shadow tore through the vine's newly rising barrier, violently piercing into Gujen's main trunk. The terrifying cold and physical impact erupted simultaneously, blasting a horrifying large hole in Gujen's massive body, the dark brown sap still not splattered before freezing, the entire vine visibly withering and sealing, its glow dimming sharply, instantly retrieved by the contract tower. In a single encounter, the auxiliary control battle pet was annihilated. Lu Ming's face went pale, but his combat experience allowed him to quickly collect himself. Impressive. But how long can your resonance and explosion last? He rode the golden lightning eagle to quickly soar higher, completely distancing himself from the ground. Eagle, maintain altitude, use golden feather shot and whirlwind fireball, simulate, for continuous remote wear down. Drag him down. The golden lightning eagle began to circle high above under its master's command, its metallic feathers and energy mixed with gold attributes pouring down like it was free, covering the entire arena. It was extremely cautious, never entering the jump attack range of the little diamond. Zhang Hao furrowed his brows tightly. Although the little diamond was strong, it lacked means against flying foes. The attack range of Frost Impact and Frost Fist was limited, and the sound waves in Cold of Frost Roar rapidly diminished with distance. The key point was that the resonance state greatly consumed energy for both sides, making it unsustainable. Little Vine, come back. Zhang Hao ordered, intercepting some airborne attacks with Ice Spike technique, and also casting Frost Armor technique on the little diamond and himself. At this moment in battle, Little Vine was of no use, staying on the field could even become a burden. On the arena, the little diamond's offensive seemed to come to an abrupt stop. The giant's ice frost state began to flicker unsteadily, its breathing heavier, and it bore injuries from withstanding some ranged attacks. The ice crystal shield also shattered. Zhang Hao's face appropriately revealed a look of urgency and helplessness, loudly commanding, "Little Diamond, retreat. Defend. Conserve energy." In an urgent dodge, he even let the hem of his clothing be cut by a metallic energy blade. Lu Ming in the air witnessed it all, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. As expected, self-resonance consumes a lot, he can't maintain it. That giant ape is at its last gasp, and the other Vine Mouse battle pet is probably out of spirit energy and has been recalled. It's time to finish him. After all, I'm a senior, winning too slowly wouldn't look good. A flash of determination appeared in his eyes, no longer wanting to delay. Eagle, prepare Golden Radiance Piercing Strike. Lock onto that ice ape, and win with one strike. The golden lightning eagle let out a long cry that pierced gold and shattered stone, its dark golden feathers all standing on end. A blinding golden light burst forth from its body, making it look like a small sun. The terrifying energy wave made the air around the arena freeze. It folded its wings, straightened its body, and gathered all its energy at the tip of its beak, transforming it into a golden light arrow that seemed capable of piercing through heaven and earth, aimed at the seemingly exhausted and gasping little King Kong on the ground, beginning its final dive. This strike was its silver skill, Golden Radiance Piercing Sky. Speed, penetrating power, and destructive force had all reached the peak of mid-tier second stage. Lu Ming focused all his attention, driving the flying eagle to the peak of speed and momentum, the diving trajectory straight and resolute, with no chance to change direction. Now is the time. On the ground, all that anxiety in Zhang Hao's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a chilling calmness and an eagle-like sharpness. Little King Kong, now is the time. Roar. The deafening roar did not come from exhaustion, but from a volcanic eruption after suppression. The originally unstable silver runes on Little King Kong shone to their utmost brilliance. The Frost Giant state instantly reached its peak again, even stronger than before. The sound wave of Frost Roar was no longer covering a range but condensed into a single force, soaring into the sky, directly colliding with the golden light arrow. At the same time, the light of Zhang Hao's soul link surged brightly. He entered resonance state, unleashing full power a second time. An even more surging wave of energy poured into Little King Kong's body. Its huge body seemed to become the core of a swirling vortex of frost energy. There was no need to choose a distance to charge for the Frost Impact. Little King Kong's massive body leaned slightly back, its right fist pulled to the side of its waist. On the arena floor, countless frost runes surged wildly, and the moisture in the air, the dissipated ice attribute energy, and even the remaining water vapor from Lu Ming's attack all gathered towards that clenched fist like rivers returning to the sea. On the fist, the ice blue light compressed and condensed, gradually revealing a somewhat heart-pounding platinum hue. Lu Ming's confident smile on his face froze instantly, turning into boundless horror. Impossible. How can he still resonate? How can energy? His thoughts couldn't even finish completely. The golden eagle's golden radiance piercing sky was already like an arrow released from the bow, with no chance of turning back. Frost fist. Little King Kong roared angrily, twisting its waist, throwing its shoulder, and launching its fist. That fist, which gathered the power of the Frost Giant, the might of Frost Roar, the double resonance, and all of Zhang Hao's tactical plans, was like an ice meteor shooting upward, charging directly at the descending golden light arrow. Ice blue and blazing gold collided in mid-air. Boom! An explosion and energy storm 10 times more terrifying than any previous collision erupted at the center of the arena. The blinding white light made countless spectators instinctively close their eyes or shield their faces. The violent shockwave even triggered the protective barrier at the edge of the arena, creating violent ripples. When the light and storm slightly subsided, everyone eagerly looked toward the sky. They saw that the unmatched golden light arrow had already shattered. The golden eagle cried out in sorrow, being knocked back, its once indestructible beak now showing cracks, the magnificent metallic feathers on its chest shattered in large pieces, revealing the bloodied flesh beneath, its golden light dimmed to the extreme, unable to maintain its flight, spiraling down awkwardly toward the ground before being collected by a contract light just before touching down. At the moment the eagle was severely wounded, Lu Ming decisively jumped off its back, rolling upon landing to dissipate the force of impact, standing up somewhat awkwardly, but his face held no anger of a loser, only disbelief and genuine admiration. He glanced at his severely injured core combat pet inside the tower, then looked at the little King Kong on the arena that, despite having all buffs removed, covered in blood, breathing heavily but still standing tall, and finally cast his gaze on Zhang Hao, whose face was slightly pale yet his eyes shining brightly. After a few seconds of silence, Lu Ming suddenly laughed heartily, dusted off his clothes, and respectfully cupped his hands towards Zhang Hao. Junior, impressive. The other 8 classmates each received 1 day. The Origin's Secret Realm. Unlike the small portion of Origin energy packaged and circulating in the market, this is the motherland that the school uses to nurture and purify various types of Origin for a long time. In this place, during training, battle pets can directly absorb the rich, active, and continuously flowing Origin energy in the environment, greatly improving their understanding of attributes and energy control, far exceeding the efficiency of absorbing finished products. How much they can absorb and digest depends entirely on the potential of the battle pet itself and the guidance of its contract master. With a huge amount of money and precious secret realm time, Zhang Hao immediately entered a state of efficient planning. First is the allocation of funds. The 310,000 federal coins for the training funds in February have been deposited. This is the fixed rations for the little King Kong. Since the contract was established, the direct resource investment in federal coins for the little vine has indeed been limited, relying more on credits exchanged for training rooms and courses. Now that there is extra money, it must be made up. Little King Kong is the core, the major resource cannot change. The monthly investment in federal coins needs to be about 320,000, covering potions, special crystal cores, medicine baths, customized food, etc. Zhang Hao quickly calculated on his light brain. As for Little Vine as an auxiliary, it needs to strengthen vitality, spiritual purity, and control. About 250,000 per month should establish a good cultivation cycle. That way, the monthly federal coin expenditure for both battle pets will reach 570,000. He decisively allocated 250,000 out of 1,250,000 as special starting funds for Little Vine and deposited it into a special account. For the remaining 1 million, he had other plans. Next, he must immediately enhance fighting power. The chance of the Origin Secret Realm is rare, the battle pets must enter in the best state to maximize benefits. Zhang Hao opened the school's internal resource trading network and painfully purchased 2 second-tier high-quality crystal cores at the high price of 400,000 each. This is the fuel prepared for Little King Kong to break through its bloodline bottleneck and reach the boiling stage, spending a full 800,000. For the remaining 200,000, Zhang Hao did not hesitate. He transferred it to his parents far away in his hometown through his wristband, with the note: Dad, Mom, quit your jobs at the factory, use this money to open a small shop, and don't wear yourselves out. Your son is doing well at school and will do even better in the future. After doing all this, his account was once again close to zero, but he felt extremely at ease. Resources must be used wisely, investing in the future and repaying parental kindness. Before the entrance of the Origin Secret Realm, Zhang Hao had a brief but important meeting with teacher Li Han. This month's skill package was suspended due to the approaching winter break, but Li Han was very welcoming to this rising star student. Zhang Hao humbly asked, Teacher Li, Little King Kong's bloodline will make a big leap. In terms of skill training, should I focus on close combat explosion, defense enhancement, or buff states? It currently has many skills, how should I choose to maximize combat power? Teacher Li Han did not answer directly, instead, he smiled and asked back. Zhang Hao, what kind of existence do you hope your core battle pet will eventually become? A wall of copper and iron, a weapon of slaughter, or a king controlling ice? He paused and, seeing Zhang Hao lost in thought, slowly continued. There is no all-powerful battle pet in the world, at least at this stage. You can't chew too much. What you need to look at is not how many skills it has, but rather what its best and most essential fighting style is. The royal bloodline of Little King Kong grants it a strong physique and ice affinity. Among the skills it has, which one has achieved great success in your past battles? Zhang Hao blurted out, Frost Fist. Simple, direct, combined with Frost Roar to enhance the cold, its power is amazing. Very good. Teacher Li Han nodded in approval. Then focus on this point. The core of a battle pet lies in its bloodline potential and energy origin control. The bloodline determines its ceiling and characteristics, and origin control determines how much power it can effectively transform into harm. Combine these 2 points with its strongest attack method, allowing each punch to carry a purer ice origin. A more destructive cold ice will, far more useful than learning a bunch of flashy but useless skills. Remember, purity and extremity are often the strongest passports of the same level. This statement was like an enlightening sip of tea, making Zhang Hao suddenly understand everything. He earnestly thanked and already had clarity in his heart. In the original secret realm, in the ice attribute area. The moment he stepped in, it felt like being at the center of the Ice Age. A faint blue mist of ice permeated the air, which was filled with extremely rich ice attribute energy particles. Underfoot was 10,000-year-old mystic ice, and tiny ice crystal snowflakes fell from the sky, each containing pure ice origin breath. The temperature in the environment was horrifically low. If not for Zhang Hao practicing the cold ice true method and having the ice jade bracelet to protect him, he would have likely been frostbitten instantly. He wasted no time, first sending Little King Kong into the adjacent wood attribute origin area. There, life thrived, ancient trees towered with shadows, vines intertwined, and the pure life and wood spirit energy made Little King Kong chirp with joy, immersing itself to absorb wildly. Returning to the ice area, Zhang Hao called forth Little King Kong. Feeling the incredibly familiar yet overwhelming ice origin around, Little King Kong excitedly hammered its chest, letting out a deep roar. Let's start. Zhang Hao's gaze was firm as he communicated with the origin refining furnace, exchanging 2 second-tier high-quality ice crystal cores. Recycling 2 second-tier high-quality crystal cores *2, gaining evolution points, 6,000. Current evolution points, 6,000. Inject all of it, to increase Little King Kong's bloodline purity. 6,000 evolution points surged like a torrent into Little King Kong's body. It raised its head, unleashing a roar mixed with pain and pleasure, its icy blue fur standing up, countless delicate ice frost runes emerging, coursing, and restructuring beneath its skin. The 2 bulges on its back writhed violently, swelling as if volcanoes were brewing inside. It grew at a visible rate, increasing from nearly 1.8 meters to just over 2 meters, its muscles more pronounced, and the ice crystal armor naturally thickening and becoming more magnificent, even showing a faint silver metallic sheen at the edges. The most astonishing change was at the back, where those 2 bulging flesh pads finally reached the critical point under the dual impact of evolution points and the secret realm's origin energy. Poof. Poof. 2 soft cracking sounds echoed, not an explosion, but a breakthrough of new life. The 2 bulging skin areas split apart, and 2 relatively short but structurally complete arms covered in newly formed ice crystals and light blue fluff stretched out. Though only a quarter the length of normal arms and a bit tender, they were indeed 2 new limbs. 6-armed Frost King Kong, the 3rd and 4th arms, newly born. 6-armed Frost King Kong bloodline purity, 40% 50%. Status, boiling period, initial. Bloodline potential deeply activated, bloodline characteristics significantly visible, new twin arms, overall body enhancement, greatly improved affinity and control over ice attribute energy. Feedback, contracted master's cultivation speed significantly increased. Boiling period. The 3rd major stage of bloodline concentration. This meant Little King Kong's potential was further tapped, and its body began to genuinely approach the ultimate form of king-level bloodlines. Though the new twin arms were weak, they represented infinite possibilities. At the same time, Zhang Hao clearly felt that the efficiency of condensing starlight within him had risen drastically again. With the rich energy of the original secret realm, he could condense nearly 400 points of starlight in a single day. In just 3 short days, he successfully condensed the second strand made of 1,500 points of starlight into stellar essence gas, the cyclone and his dantian becoming more solid and powerful. Even greater surprises followed. Perhaps because the bloodline rose to the boiling period and resonated deeply with the endless ice origin in the secret realm, Little King Kong's original bronze skill, Frost Roar, underwent a qualitative leap. The skill runes reorganized and sublimated at its consciousness's depth, radiating a silver light. Frost Roar, bronze silver. Frost Roar, silver skill, let out a roar containing the will of frost. Briefly enhance power and gather a large amount of frost chill. Passive effect, permanently gain a thread of frost intent, which strengthens with mastery over the essence of ice. Frost intent. Zhang Hao felt the subtle change coming from the Little Vajra. He saw a faint, smoke-like but incredibly condensed ice-blue vortex, as if it had life, slowly rotating at the position of the little Vajra's heart, moving through its limbs and bones with each breath. This thread of intent is not an active skill, but a passive fundamental enhancement. From now on, every attack the little Vajra makes, even the simplest claw strike or step, will naturally carry a touch of Frost's coldness and piercing power, gradually increasing in strength. When it actively operates this intent or casts ice-based skills, the effect is even more powerful. This is the true value of silver-grade skills, granting combat pets deeper inherent attributes. 3 days passed in focused training. When the power of the secret realm's teleportation began to envelop, the newly grown forearm of the little Vajra seemed to solidify further, and the frost intent flowing within it became even clearer. Zhang Hao himself also gained much. 2 strands of starry energy slowly rotated in his dantian, both the total amount and quality of his spiritual power now greatly improved. He first went to the wood element area to collect the little vine. The little one was lying on a vine formed purely from wood spirit energy, its belly round and swollen, a greenish sheen almost overflowing from its body, clearly overfed and struggling to digest, looking content and carefree. Zhang Hao laughed as he returned it to the treasure tower. After leaving the secret realm, Zhang Hao did not rest immediately. He returned to his dormitory, sat cross-legged, and focused his mind into his sea of consciousness, centering on the towering contract treasure tower. Now, his soul realm had reached the mortal above level, and his soul quality had become spiritual, with a strong soul power. He was finally able to try creating a true home for his combat pets, an ecological space inside the tower. His consciousness transformed into a solidified soul shadow, entering the first floor of the contract treasure tower. Originally, this space was only about 10 square meters, hazy, barely enough for the combat pets to rest. For vine spirit rats, the little vine's family, were curled up in the corners, surviving on the faint energy naturally seeping into the space. This is it, Zhang Hao's soul shadow hovered in the air, hands pressed lightly, and his massive soul power, mixed with a strand of pure soul energy he had just drawn from the secret realm, surged into the space. Hum! The entire first floor space began to tremble and expand. The gray mist retreated in all directions, and the space's boundaries stretched like an elastic band. 10 square meters, 50 square meters, 100 square meters, 150 square meters. Finally, the expansion stopped at about 200 square meters. As expected, the advantages of my soul quality and the body's limit-breaking traits made the initial space I created twice as large as usual. Zhang Hao was delighted. After stabilizing the space, his thoughts moved again. Following what he had learned in basic tower ecosystem construction, he began to transform the environment. Rich, wood-oriented spiritual power was guided and transformed, spreading in specific cycles. The ground was no longer empty but now soft, fertile black soil. The air was filled with a fresh, grassy scent, and the humidity and temperature automatically adjusted to the ideal conditions for wood-based creatures to thrive. The 4 vine spirit rats sensed the drastic change in their environment. At first, they were alarmed, but soon they felt the overwhelming, friendly wood energy, more than 10 times stronger than before, and they excitedly squeaked, happily running and rolling on the newly formed earth, greedily breathing it in. This is just the beginning, Zhang Hao's soul shadow observed. I still need to bring in real soil, some low-level spirit plant seeds, and maybe some harmless insects to form the initial ecological chain. Step by step. He planned. Although low in rank and slow to grow, it has the advantage of being self-produced and saves quite a bit of expense. You must know that the cheapest low-grade spirit medicine on the market starts at 5,000 federal coins. It's not that contract masters can't make money, but the cost of raising a battle pet, this gold-consuming beast, always exceeds their income. The opening of the ecosystem in the tower marks a new stage in Zhang Hao's cultivation path. This not only provides a superior growth environment for battle pets, but in the long run, it's an important step toward achieving partial self-sufficiency in resources and reducing dependence on the outside world, making it even more worthwhile. Returning to reality, Zhang Hao let out a long sigh. Although he felt a bit tired in his soul, his eyes shone brightly. The little golden giant lay on the carpet resting in a smaller form, its newborn little arms resting beside it, and a hint of frost made it surrounded by a subtle chill even in sleep. Inside the tower, Xiao Tang and her family peacefully rested in the newly developed ecological layer. Chapter 48, Huang Wuda gets trapped. The snack street outside the main gate of Wuhan University is always filled with the aroma of food. At the entrance of the street, there is a barbecue stall. Chi-Chi, now that we have this relationship, can't we even hold hands? The speaker is a boy of about 20, slightly chubby, with obvious brown freckles on his face. He is wearing an expensive custom contract master robe, with a dark golden Huang family emblem embroidered on the cuffs, and is trying to grab the girl's hand in front of him. The girl is Angela. Today she is not wearing her signature red combat suit, but a light blue casual outfit, her high ponytail still neat, yet her face lacks the cheerful spirit she normally has in Class 19. She steps back twice to avoid his hand, her brows furrowing. Huang Wuda, I told you, there is no relationship between us. That so-called engagement, I never agreed to. You didn't agree? Huang Wuda's face showed a hint of mockery. Your family has already agreed. Angela, don't be ungrateful. The only reason I'm still willing to talk to you nicely is because of our family's years of cooperation. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. If you keep dodging like this, I'll tell my father. Maybe we should reconsider our cooperation with your family. I heard that your family is still relying on the materials for those runic devices from our Huang family's channels, right? Angela's body shook violently, her face pale. She opened her mouth but couldn't make a sound. The pressure from her family felt like invisible chains, choking her breath. Her father's silence at the family meeting, her uncles and aunts for the sake of the family persuasion, her mother's sighs late at night, all the images flooded into her mind. Seeing her like this, Huang Wuda smiled proudly and reached out again. Now that's more like it, come. What are you doing? Bullying my old masterin? A furious shout erupted. A figure rushed out from beside the barbecue stall, standing in front of Angela. The newcomer wasn't very tall, dressed in an ordinary gray training suit. It was Wu Shan. He glared at Huang Wuda, his chest heaving. I'm telling you, I've already notified Hao Gu. Watch out, or Hao Gu will come and beat you up. Huang Wuda was taken aback by this sudden interruption, a question mark appearing on his forehead. He looked Wu Shan up and down. His training suit was the basic version given out by Wuhan University. He exuded a mediocre contract master aura, at most a mid-level one. His face showed the straightforwardness of a newbie, looking completely like someone without background. In the world of contract masters, among the children of heaven as seen by ordinary people, there exists a strict chain of contempt. A person like Huang Wuda, who comes from a medium-sized family, even if just newly established, and can cultivate his skills with resources, looks down the most on someone like Wu Shan, coming from an ordinary family, having average talent, and relying purely on hard work, a common contract master. Who do you think you are? Huang Wuda's expression darkened. The first-class aura was released without reservation, pressing down on Wu Shan like an invisible wall. How dare you shout in front of me? Wu Shan was staggered back by this aura, nearly knocking over a plastic stool beside him. He steadied himself, his face turning red. If it weren't for the strict prohibition against contracts masters fighting in the city, that moment would have been more than just an aura oppressing him. Old manin. Wu Shan ignored Huang Wuda and turned to look at Angela, a face full of confusion. What's going on? This isn't like you. In his impression, Angela was the strongest person in class 19, apart from Zhang Hao, with a bold personality and a straightforward way of doing things. The girls called her sisterin, and the boys respectfully called her old manin. When had he ever seen her look so deferential and submissive, so easy to be manipulated? Huang Wuda coldly snorted, what does it have to do with you? I'm here to talk to my fiancée. What's wrong with holding hands? Even if I kiss her on the street, does it concern you, Pan Kongsa? Fiancé? Wu Shan's eyes widened in shock, and he turned abruptly to Angela, seeing her biting her lip in silence, his heart understanding 7 or 8 parts of the truth. But he immediately straightened his back and sneered, you? You're worthy of getting engaged to our old manin? Take a look in the mirror. To be worthy of old manin, you need to be like my brother Hao. What he said came from the heart. In Wu Shan's eyes, the Huang Wuda before him was inferior to himself in appearance, temperament, and the aura he gave off, let alone when compared to Zhang Hao. Huang Wuda was completely enraged by the words take a look in the mirror. He was already sensitive about the freckles on his face, and at this moment, his anger surged. He didn't bother to act anymore and directly reached for Angela's wrist. I'm taking her away today, let's see who dares to stop me. But before he could finish his sentence, a vast mental power surged in like a tide. It wasn't an attack, just a pure release of aura, but its intensity far exceeded Huang Wuda's earlier display. That power brought an overwhelming sense of pressure, causing Huang Wuda's brain to spin, and he uncontrollably retreated 3 steps, his back slamming against the icebox of the barbecue stall with a loud bang. A figure had appeared by Angela's side without anyone noticing. The newcomer wore a long blue robe, with simple bamboo leaf patterns embroidered on the hem, standing tall and upright. He looked about 18 or 19 years old, handsome, with clear eyes that held a sharpness. It was Zhang Hao. Brother Hao! Wu Shan exclaimed in delight. Zhang Hao nodded slightly at Wu Shan, but his gaze fell on Angela's face, his brows furrowing slightly. I heard part of what was said earlier. Angela, is he really your fiancé? If it was truly a marriage contract recognized by both families, then he, as an outsider, indeed had no position to interfere. Friends are friends, one can't interfere in another's personal relationships. Wu Shan had rushed over after hearing only that Angela was being bullied, but now upon hearing fiancé, he needed to confirm the situation first. Angela looked at Zhang Hao's profile so close, seeing the sincere confusion in his eyes, and her nose suddenly felt a bit sour. She parted her lips, not yet speaking, but Huang Wuda had already regained his composure, speaking sharply, who do you think you are, popping up here? I'm telling you, Angela is my fiancé, this is an arrangement between our families. Angela, think carefully about your family's business. Enough. Zhang Hao interrupted him, his voice calm, yet it made Huang Wuda inexplicably choke up. Zhang Hao turned to Angela, his gaze sincere. What exactly is going on? Tell me everything so I can judge whether or not to help you, and how I should help. Not can I help, but should I help? Angela caught the subtle difference in his words. She looked into Zhang Hao's eyes. There was no pity, no curiosity, only the honesty between friends and the calm assurance of, if you need me, I'm here. Her eyes grew a little warm. Taking a deep breath, she began to lift the weighty truths off her chest, piece by piece. In District 15, there were rules of hierarchy in the family, with unspoken norms. Excluding the top 3 families like the Zhao family. The other families are divided into 3 levels according to their strongest combat power: large, medium, and small. Large families must have 5th-tier powerhouses, medium families require 4th tier, and small families need 3rd tier. The Yin family is a small family, with a 3rd-tier contract master stationed. The Huang family was originally a small family too, but half a year ago, their ancestor, who had been stuck in the late 3rd tier for years, successfully broke through to the 4th tier. As a result, the Huang family rose to become a newly promoted medium family. Between the two families, there indeed exists a long-standing marriage contract. It was a verbal agreement made years ago between Angela's cousin's father and Huang Wuda's father, a contracted marriage for their children. However, that cousin failed to awaken as a contract master, so according to the default rules of marriage between contract families, both parties must be contract masters to achieve deep binding of bloodlines, resources, and warpaths. This marriage contract could have been nullified. Yet, Huang Wuda had seen Angela when he was young and always kept her in mind. After the Huang family's rise, Huang Wuda begged his father to revive the marriage contract, changing the intended partner to Angela, who had awakened and been accepted into Wuhan University. For the Huang family, marrying into a familiar small family is easy to control, allowing them to quickly absorb the Yin family's accumulated rune machinery business network. For certain factions within the Yin family, trading Angela, a non-top genius, for a solid alliance and business security with a medium family is a worthwhile deal. Angela's father did resist, but he was weak in the family meeting. That 3rd-tier ancestor's attitude was ambiguous. If Angela could solve the trouble herself, the family would not interfere. If she couldn't, then marrying for the family's benefit was the right path. So, Angela said with a shaky voice, but she tried hard to clarify, this marriage contract is a result of the Huang family's rise using their power to pressure us. It is an exchange of internal family interests. I have never agreed to it. Huang Wuda listened from the side, his expression changing, but after she finished, he immediately raised his chin. Did you hear that? It's my parents' command and the family's agreement. She is my fiancée. This is a fact. Zhang Hao suddenly laughed. That smile contained no warmth, only unabashed mockery. You, with your pockmarked face, are quite uniquely ugly, but your thoughts are even more beautiful. Angela couldn't help but laugh out loud. After laughing, she realized it wasn't appropriate, so she quickly closed her mouth, with tears still lingering in her eyes, but she secretly glared at Zhang Hao. This glare reassured Zhang Hao she was still that straightforward yet slightly fierce Angela. Huang Wuda's face instantly turned a pig liver color. You. What do you mean, you? Zhang Hao interrupted him, his tone turning cold. Angela is from our class 19, she is my friend. She disagrees, so your so-called marriage contract is just a joke. Want to pressure us with your power? He paused, his gaze cutting through Huang Wuda like a knife. Are you worthy? Do you really think that your family's newly breakthrough 4th-tier ancestor would actually tear apart the relationship with a family they've worked with for many years, just for you, this worthless grandson? The Huang family has just been promoted, their foundation is not stable. Abandoning old partners at this moment is just fearing your position is too comfortable? Huang Wuda's pupils shrank. What Zhang Hao said was exactly the reason his father had repeatedly reminded him to secure as soon as possible. The ancestor didn't even know about this matter. His father wanted to take advantage of the family's early promotion, while the ancestor was busy consolidating their realm and expanding new relationships, to cut through the chaos quickly, satisfying his son's wish while quietly swallowing part of the Yin family's assets, strengthening their own family's voice in the family. If the matter escalated and reached the ancestor, to oppress an old friend's family over a marriage contract for a grandson with mediocre talent would ruin their reputation and plans. The ancestor would be the first to oppose. Having his thoughts exposed, Huang Wuda felt both shame and rage, angrily yelling, so what? My ancestor is a 4th-tier powerhouse. My marriage to her is a good thing for both families. Who do you, a commoner, think you are to meddle? Common folks? Zhang Hao's eyes brightened, his mind spinning. A thought quickly took shape. He spoke with deliberate provocation. Of course it's my turn. I said, Angela is my friend. Moreover. He looked Huang Wuda up and down, shook his head, and chuckled. With my strength, I can crush you in every way. Why would Angela choose you over me? Because your freckles are symmetrical? Or because your brain isn't quite bright? You're asking for death. Huang Wuda was completely enraged, reason burned to near nothing. You're qualified to say you can crush me with strength? I have family resources backing me. Pets, skills, equipment, none of it is worse than yours. You're just a poor, wandering cultivator. What do you have to compare with me? Whether I'm qualified or not isn't something to say with my mouth. Zhang Hao crossed his arms, disdain almost overflowing from his eyes. It has to be proven in a fight. Huang Wuda was so furious he trembled, pointing a finger at Zhang Hao. Good. Good. Then let's fight. To the arena. Today, I'll make you kneel and beg for mercy, so you know the difference between commoners and noble heirs. At that moment, Angela gently tugged at Zhang Hao's sleeve, worry showing in her eyes. She wasn't worried about whether Zhang Hao could win but feared the Huang family's fourth-tier powerhouse would seek revenge without caring about face after the fight. Zhang Hao turned his head, smiled gently at her, and patted her shoulder. Don't be afraid. Then he looked at Huang Wuda, sneering, you say we fight just because you want to? Would I not lose face? You. Huang Wuda was about to explode with anger. Then what do you want? If you dare not fight, just get lost. Zhang Hao raised his tone, speaking leisurely. In a duel, there ought to be some stakes. You, a proud young master of the Huang family, competing with me, a commoner, isn't that bullying? Shouldn't you offer something extra? Or are you afraid of losing and don't dare to place any stakes? Stakes? Ha! Huang Wuda seemed to seize the opportunity to regain face, pulling out his wallet and taking out a crystal card, 500,000. Enough for you, poor guy, to train for several months, right? Zhang Hao didn't even glance at the card, letting out a brief, mocking laugh. This laugh stung more than any words could. Wu Shan immediately chimed in from the side. Oh, is this all young Master Huang can muster? 500,000? That's barely enough for a beggar. Any piece of equipment from our brother Hao is worth more than this. Are you short on money? What big wolf tail are you showing off for? Huang Wuda's face twitched, gritting his teeth. Then you say. What kind of stakes do you want? Zhang Hao had been waiting for this sentence. He flipped his wrist, and a beautifully crafted jade bracelet exuding a soft icy blue glow appeared in his palm. This was given by my teacher, a second-tier top-grade ice jade bracelet, capable of nourishing mental strength and enhancing various attributes, with a market price of 600,000 to 800,000. Zhang Hao held the bracelet in his palm. We'll go to the martial arts hall, and let the hall notarize the stakes. Both sides put up items of equal value, the winner takes all. How about it, young Master Huang, dare to play? Huang Wuda stared at the bracelet, a glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes. A second-tier top-grade auxiliary equipment was indeed valuable and useful to him. More importantly, he absolutely did not believe he would lose to a peer without any background. All right. Let's go to the martial arts hall.